Nan-e, run. Don't look back. Nan-e, you must live. Live well. Hien, no. Don't push me away. Nani sat up suddenly, drenched in sweat. It took her a moment to realize she was in her familiar bedroom. Her hands trembled slightly, unable to hide her fear. She glanced at her phone. It was 2:30 a.m. At this time, Hien should already be on the plane back. She would see him tomorrow. She still couldn't believe it. She had been reborn. She and Hien had gone out on a mission. If they succeeded, she could exchange the reward for the medicine her father needed to survive. But neither of them had made it back alive. The sudden outbreak of zombies had been too much for just the two of them to handle. She remembered how Hien had pushed her out of the crowd of zombies, using his own body to block them, trying to keep her safe. But surviving was never easy. She had seen Hien being attacked. He must have been in terrible pain, yet he still smiled at her, trying to comfort her while protecting her. She had felt the pain too when the zombies bit her. It hurt so much that tears streamed down her face. Hien's body had been badly injured, yet he still tried to hold her and comfort her. When she regained consciousness again, she realized she had been reborn. She and Hien had lost almost all their family members. Only her father was left. She hadn't gone back. Did her father survive? Nani sat on the bed, lost in her thoughts, not moving at all. A ding from her phone snapped her back to reality. It was already 4:30 a.m. She had been sitting there for hours. Thinking that Hien would arrive in the afternoon, Nani took a deep breath, calmed herself, and got up to wash. Since she had been given a second chance, she would make the most of it. This time, she would never again watch her loved ones die while being powerless to help. She would build a strong shelter and store supplies. When the world fell into chaos a year later, she and her family would hide in the safe house. This time, they would survive until the end. She looked at her phone again. It was a message from the driver she had booked. This morning, she needed to bring both sets of parents together. Her own parents lived in the suburbs. 2 years ago, her father had been seriously ill and undergone major surgery. After his recovery, they bought a 2-story house in a suburban area between the city and the countryside. The house had a large yard where they could grow vegetables. After she married Soo Hien, her parents retired early and began living the peaceful rural life they had always wanted. On weekends, Soo's parents would often visit, and the two families would sometimes invite friends over. Nani had booked a car for 5:30. The driver kindly sent her a message to remind her to get up, saying he would arrive at the gate in about 45 minutes and asking her to be ready. When she finished getting ready and checked the time, it was only 5 o'clock. Not wanting to waste time, Nani opened a shopping app on her phone and started buying supplies. Since waking up yesterday afternoon, she had been struggling between memories of the past and the reality before her. Only after talking with Hien and her parents on the phone did she start to calm down a little. Drawing on her experience from the difficult years she had lived through, she wrote several pages of supply lists and even read a few highly rated survival novels online. She printed out the parts about storing supplies, planning to review them with her parents to make sure nothing was missed. Although she had 3 years of survival experience, Nani had been well protected. Only after she developed her special ability did Hien allow her to join him on missions outside their base. When it came to preparing supplies, she knew it was best to discuss everything with her experienced parents. They would definitely think of more than she could on her own. While waiting for the driver, she kept adding items to her shopping cart. Once she met her parents and confirmed everything, she could place the order right away. The driver called to say he had arrived at the gate. Nani turned off her phone, slung a small bag over her shoulder, and went out. The trip took 2.5 hours. The closer they got to her parents' home, the harder it became for her to control her emotions, excitement, fear, and something else she couldn't quite name. When she saw both sets of parents waiting at the gate in the distance, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer, startling the driver. The car stopped steadily in front of the Ji family's gate. Her father opened the door to help her out, only to see his daughter crying uncontrollably in the back seat. He quickly called to his wife. "Nanxing, come here quickly." Ji's father turned to look at the driver, who quickly waved his hands. It's not my fault, sir. I had nothing to do with it. Everything was fine just a moment ago. Hearing the noise, Mr. and Mrs. Su hurried over. Mrs. Su even stood in front of the car, blocking the driver from leaving. Nani quickly explained between sobs, Dad, it's not the driver's fault. Please pay him. When he heard that the driver wasn't to blame, Ji Kongcheng immediately apologized to him. Mr. Su also pulled his wife aside. Realizing that something must have happened to his daughter, Ji Kongcheng paid the driver and took her back to the living room. Once inside, Ji Nani cried even harder, clinging to her mother. Ji Kongcheng paced anxiously back and forth. Xiaoyi, did he bully you? Tell me, and I'll make sure he learns his lesson. Mrs. Su said, her heart aching as she saw the girl cry. She thought her own son had upset her and was ready to call him right away. Mom, it's not Hien, Nani quickly said, stopping her. Mr. Su, realizing it must be something else, gently held his wife back. He spoke softly, it's probably not about Hien and Xiaoyi. Calm down, and let her explain. Nani stayed in her mother's arms, crying quietly. Her mother, Nan Xian, gently patted her back to comfort her. After a long while, Nani finally lifted her head, feeling embarrassed as she looked at the worried parents from both families. She hadn't seen her mother in 2 years. The memory of her mother's tragic death still haunted her dreams. No one could have imagined that in just half a year, a once peaceful society would turn into a world where only the strong survived. Without government control, crime spread wildly. Prisoners escaped, killed the guards, and began ruling the streets. On the night the zombie outbreak began, both families were at the Ji family's small villa. It was Mrs. Ji's birthday. The two fathers had prepared a big meal, and there was even a whole roasted lamb in the yard, waiting for Su Hien to return from his business trip in City A. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Nani had received a message from Su Hien saying he had boarded the plane and would be home in an hour and a half. At 4 o'clock, the zombie outbreak began. Videos of people being attacked by zombies flooded everyone's phones. In less than half an hour, the busiest street in the city center was overrun. People screamed as staggering zombies chased after them. Those who were caught and bitten soon stood up again, joining the growing horde. The two fathers reacted quickly. They packed up the roast lamb from the yard, drove the car into the garage, and locked the doors. Hien's plane made an emergency landing in the neighboring province. At first, the family could still contact each other and learn that Hien was safe and had found a place to hide. That news finally eased their worries. After moving to the suburbs, Ji's father took many safety precautions. The courtyard wall was higher than others, and he even asked a friend to install an electric fence and hidden cameras with no blind spots. At first, everyone believed the government would soon bring the chaos under control, so they weren't too worried. The two mothers handled cooking, the fathers took care of security, and Nani was responsible for contacting Hien every day to make sure everyone was safe. But no one expected that this chaos would mark the beginning of the end. The number of zombies grew at a shocking rate, throwing the entire city into panic. At first, the government kept reassuring people, telling them to lock their doors and windows, stay home, and trust the authorities. Neighborhoods began counting residents and distributing supplies to solve the shortage of food and essentials. However, the number of zombies was overwhelming, spreading across cities nationwide. The military couldn't keep up. If their city hadn't had a stationed army, they wouldn't have received supplies so quickly. But the infection spread too fast, leaving no time to react. The city soon fell. Water was the first to stop, then the phone signal. Fortunately, when the water stopped, Nani's family wasn't affected because Ji Kongcheng had dug a well in their yard after buying the house. But once the signal was gone, they lost contact with Hien. The weather also turned strange. Daytime temperatures rose to nearly 50 degrees, while at night they dropped to just 2 or 3 degrees. The constant changes made many people sick. Some had high fevers and couldn't recover, while others miraculously survived and gained special powers. A month after the world fell apart, the city was completely out of control, becoming a place ruled by those with extraordinary abilities. After a week of high fever, Mrs. Su gained the power to control water. Since the well water had become unusable, the family survived thanks to her ability. Mr. Ji awakened a wood-type power, allowing him to control nearby plants and protect their small courtyard. The family worked together to guard their home and protect one another. But their peace did not last. A group of prisoners in the city awakened powers, killed the guards, and formed a violent gang that looted and destroyed everything in their path. Soon, they reached the area near the Ji family's home. When they saw the small courtyard, they were eager to take it, but the electric fence around the wall kept them out for a while. After a week of planning, the gang broke into the courtyard. There were 16 of them, 11 with powers. Their leader, who had metal and strength abilities, was a dangerous man who quickly took control of the group. They stole the Ji family's stored food and tried to take Ji Nani away. When Su Hyun returned, he found Ji Nani covered in blood, holding her mother's lifeless body. Both parents were injured, and Mr. Su stood in front of Ji Nani with a kitchen knife, trying to protect her. Su Hyun quickly defeated the intruders. The two fathers cleaned up the courtyard, but Ji Nani refused to let go of her mother, no matter how Su Hyun tried to comfort her. Ji Nani fell into a deep sleep for a week. Mr. Ji seemed to age 10 years overnight, his hair turning noticeably gray. After being unconscious for 3 days, Su Hyun awakened dual powers, mental and lightning. Unable to contact his family, his instincts as a former Special Forces soldier made him uneasy, so he decided to return home. He switched between several cars on the way, using his mental power to scan the surroundings and avoid zombies as he hurried back. If not for a small wave of zombies he encountered, he would have arrived 2 days earlier. However, that battle helped his powers grow stronger, which later allowed him to defeat the gang from the prison. Ji Nani sobbed as she told her parents about her rebirth and everything that had happened before. Then she clung tightly to her mother, Nan Xian. "Nani, it's my fault. I couldn't protect you," Nan Xian said, holding her daughter as tears streamed down her face. Zikangcheng and Su's mother both had red eyes, and Su's mother began to cry softly in her husband's arms. Zinyani took a deep breath and stepped out of Nanshin's embrace. After living through the end of the world, she was no longer the little girl who needed her family's protection. But seeing her loved ones again after so long made it hard to control her emotions. "Dad, Mom, there's still 1 year before the end of the world begins. We have enough time to store supplies and build a strong shelter. This time, our whole family will stay safe together." While comforting both families, Zinyani calmly explained her plan. Zikangcheng looked at his daughter, who had grown from a spoiled child into someone who could clearly plan how to protect her family and fight against danger. His heart ached. He didn't have her memories of that harsh world and couldn't imagine what she had gone through to become like this. After hearing her plan, both fathers quickly began to think about what to do next, choosing a location for the shelter, turning company assets and investments into cash, and preparing for the future. They exchanged a look and started making arrangements. Zinyani and the two mothers made a list of supplies to store, while the fathers planned to sell the company, organize their finances, and put extra houses on the market. They decided to wait for Su Hyun to return in the afternoon to discuss the shelter's location together. After that, the two fathers went to the study to make phone calls and set things in motion. Nanshin and Chinyu were not in a hurry. They pulled Zinyani to the dining room for breakfast. As Zinyani ate, Chinyu took out her tablet and started browsing online with Nanshin. Instead of worrying alone, they decided to gather ideas from others. "Chinyu, you really are amazing," Nanshin said with a smile. "Even after retiring for so long, you still think ahead of everyone." Nanshin had married Zikangcheng right after graduating from college. She had always been protected by him, with household matters handled by a housekeeper. Even at nearly 50, she remained gentle and innocent. "Nanshin, even a strong woman needs your help," Chinyu said cheerfully. "Come on, help me download that reading app you use. I found some stories about the end of the world. Let's each read one and get some ideas." As Zinyani ate the porridge her mother had made and watched the two mothers chatting happily, she silently made a promise to herself. Since she had been given a second chance, this time, she would protect her family no matter what. When the two mothers became completely absorbed in their novels, taking notes as they read, Jinani picked up an apple from the table, planning to prepare some fruit for them. Hiss. What's wrong, Nani? Hearing her daughter's voice, Nan Xian immediately turned around, worried. How could you be so careless? If you want an apple, just tell me. I'll peel it for you. Chinyu saw that Jinani had accidentally cut her finger with a knife and quickly went to the living room to get disinfectant and a bandage. But for some reason, the bleeding wouldn't stop. The blood kept running down her arm. Mom, Jinani tried to tell her mother she was fine, but before she could finish, she fainted. Nani, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Chinyu hurried upstairs to call the two men. Master. Master, please wake up.
It's me, Cha-Cha.
I finally found you. Jinani heard a young, childlike voice crying and found it noisy. She opened her eyes, wanting to see which child was making such a fuss. Before she could ask, she was startled by her surroundings. Where was she? Hadn't she been reborn? Was this all just her imagination? Master, I missed you so much. The voice drew her attention, but she couldn't see anyone. She looked around carefully, alert. Behind her stood a 3-story villa. Next to it was a warehouse, and beyond that stretched endless land. On the other side of the villa was a beach and a vast ocean. The scene was strange and unreal. Gathering her courage, Jinani asked, Who's there? Where is this place? Where are my parents? Am I dead? Master, I'm Cha-Cha, the guardian of this space. You are the owner of this place, and therefore, my master. You did die, but I brought you back. Unfortunately, I woke up too late, so I could only use the power of this space to return you here. A year from now, the world will face a great disaster, but this time, I'll help you survive it. The gentle, childlike voice continued speaking beside her ear. Jinani stood frozen, her mind struggling to process everything. But Master, I used all the power of the space to bring you back. Now it only has the storage function left. All other functions are shut down. Jinani took a long time to process everything and understand the situation. Space? You mean like the ones in novels? The kind that can store lots of things? Yes, Master. The storage function is just the most basic one. Your space is limitless and will adjust its size depending on what you put inside. Don't underestimate it. If I hadn't used up all my power, you could have gotten anything you wanted. The space even allows interdimensional trading, so you could trade with people from other planets and get whatever you need. Cha-Cha explained excitedly. Cha-Cha, can I use the villa? Can I bring my parents inside? Yes, Master, you can. But not right now. At the moment, only your consciousness can enter. Once your power reaches level 2, you'll be able to bring others in, but there will be a time limit. Cha-Cha, why did you choose me as your master? Master, I don't know either. I just know that from the moment I was created, I've been searching for you. You have a jade bracelet, right? I've been attached to it all this time, because I didn't have enough power before. I don't know why, but I woke up today. Cha-Cha, will you ever disappear? As long as you're alive, I won't disappear. That's great, Cha-Cha. You're a real lifesaver. Now I don't have to worry about storing supplies. Jinani looked at the villa in front of her, thinking about going inside to take a look. Then she suddenly remembered that she had fainted. Her parents must be terribly worried. Cha-Cha, how do I go back? My parents must be so worried. I need to return quickly. That's easy, Master. Just focus your mind and think about leaving, and you'll be out. After you leave the space, you can still talk to me through your thoughts. I'll always be by your side. As soon as Jinani thought about leaving, she heard her mother crying and quickly opened her eyes. She found herself in the car. Her father was driving, Uncle Sue was in the passenger seat, and her mother was holding her tightly. Jinani looked up at Nan Xian.
Mom.
Nani, you're awake. Are you feeling unwell? We're almost at the hospital. Ji Nani sat up.
Mom, I'm fine.
We don't need to go to the hospital. Let's go home first. I have something important to tell you. Nani, let's go to the hospital for a checkup before going home. You fainted for no reason and we need to find out why. Ji Nani held her mother Nan Xian's hand. Mom, please believe me.
I'm really fine. Not sick at all.
Dad, I'm not sick really. Please trust me. Let's go home first. I have something important to say. Seeing how serious Nani looked, Ji Kongcheng hesitated, but when he noticed the worry in his wife's eyes, he felt torn. Kongcheng, I think Nani is telling the truth. Let's listen to her first. If there's really a problem, Hien will be back soon, and he can take her to the hospital, said Father Su. Ji Nani held her mother's hand tightly. Mom, don't worry. I would never joke about my health. All right, we'll do as Nani says. Let's go home first. The car turned around and headed back toward the Ji family's courtyard. Dad, look. That's Hien's car. He's back. As soon as the car stopped, Nani spotted a Hummer parked by the courtyard. Su Hien had driven military vehicles during his service, and after retiring, he bought and customized one himself. There was only this one. As soon as Nani got out of the car, a man walked out of the courtyard, smiling at her. She ran to him and threw her arms around him, tears welling up. Hien, I missed you so much. Su Hien gently supported her so she could hold on more comfortably. I missed you too, Nan. Sensing that something was off, Hien looked up at the four parents who had just gotten out of the car. Father Su gave him a look, signaling to talk inside. Hien greeted them politely, then carried Nani into the house. Once inside, Nani realized how awkward her position was and blushed. In a soft, tearful voice, she said, Hien, please put me down. Our parents are watching. Su Hien set Nani down and held her hand as they sat together on the sofa. You weren't supposed to arrive until this afternoon. Why are you here early? Nani asked, looking at him curiously. Yesterday, after you hung up the phone, I felt something was wrong with your mood. You didn't say anything, so I asked my secretary to change my flight and I came back early. Su Hien looked at Ji Nani, whose nose was red from crying, and gently wiped her tears and nose with a tissue. Then he looked at her honestly, waiting for her to speak. Ji Kongcheng spoke first, explaining everything that had happened. When he learned that Ji Nani had once lost her life to zombies, he held her tightly.
I'm sorry, Nan.
I didn't protect you well enough. Seeing the guilt in Su Hien's eyes, Ji Nani could only hug him back. Even though he had no memory of that time and had risked his life to protect her, he was still apologizing. Their parents stayed silent, letting the couple hold each other, though worry filled their eyes as they watched Nani. After a while, Ji Nani finally stepped back from Su Hien's arms. Hien, don't say sorry. Without you, we wouldn't have survived the apocalypse. I was the one slowing you down, yet you always took care of me. Silly girl. I'm your husband. That's what I should do. Ji Nani took the tissue he handed her, wiped her tears, and then looked at everyone. Mom, do you remember the jade bracelet on my wrist? It wasn't that she didn't want to show it, but after the space inside the bracelet was activated, it disappeared. Everyone had been too focused on her to notice it was gone. Wasn't it on your wrist? That's our family heirloom. Wait, where did it go? Nan Xian looked at her daughter's empty wrist in surprise. Dad, Mom, Hien, that jade bracelet is actually a space. When I fainted earlier, it wasn't because I was sick, it was because the bracelet activated and pulled my consciousness inside it. Space? Both fathers repeated, puzzled by the unfamiliar word. I know. Is it like the kind of space in those novels? Qin Yu said excitedly. She had just been reading a story where the heroine had a magical space to store supplies. She had even thought how nice it would be to have one herself, to stock up enough food to last for generations and live comfortably even in the apocalypse. Qin Yu quickly showed the novel she had been reading to her husband, and Ji Kongcheng also received a copy from Nan Xian. Mom, yes, but it's even more amazing than in the novels. It can store endless supplies, grow crops, upgrade, and even trade items. It has many unexpected functions. And the reason I came back to life is because it saved me. There's also something else inside the space. Nani. Both fathers spoke at the same time, stopping her from saying more. What she said shocked them. The space she mentioned was something extraordinary, and if others found out, Nani's life could be in danger. Ji Kongcheng glanced at Su Huaqing and immediately understood what his in-law meant. He said, Nani, you don't need to tell us all the details about the space. It's enough that you and Hian know. You must never tell anyone else about this. That's what your grandpa and I both think. Su Hian had also wanted to speak earlier, but before he could, both fathers had already said what he was thinking. He looked at Ji Nani and said, Nan, you don't need to tell me either.
Just keep it to yourself.
Coming back to life and having such a space is too unbelievable. We must keep this secret in our hearts and never speak of it. Dad, Hian, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. After living through the end times, I know how dangerous people's hearts can be. I told you because you're my family, the ones who would risk everything to protect me. With all of you, we can keep this secret safe. Also, after the space upgrades to level 2, I can take you inside. There's a time limit, but if we ever face danger, we can hide there. You'll see it for yourselves eventually, so there's no need to keep it from you. Ji Kongqing thought for a moment, then said seriously, all right, I understand. In that case, our family will protect this secret together and keep Nani safe. From now on, we must prepare carefully for the end times coming in a year. Yes, even though we still have a year, there's a lot to do. The company and our properties will take time to handle, so we need to start right away. Su Huaqing agreed. Old Su and I just discussed this in the study. First, we'll find a safe place for a shelter, then hire a construction team from abroad. That way, when the end comes, we'll be far enough away that no one can reach us. And also, just now Mr. Su and I were thinking about how to handle our assets abroad and how to bring back a large amount of supplies. Now the problem is solved. Once the safe house construction begins, Hien will take Nan E abroad to sell those assets, then travel around different countries to stock up on supplies. When the apocalypse starts, resources in our country will be limited, so we should leave more for our people. Everyone listened carefully as the two heads of the families assigned tasks. Ji Nani suddenly raised her hand. Dad, I have something to say. Ji Kongqing looked at her and nodded for her to continue. Hien and I also need to go to a small island country. Nan, we don't have any assets there. Besides, that country doesn't have many resources. It's useless to go. That's not it. In the second year after the apocalypse, half of that island country was flooded. Some of them secretly came to our country, and because they had weapons, they took over J City, stole supplies, and destroyed the city. J City became a dead city, full of zombies, with no survivors. As Ji Nani spoke, she clenched her fists. Her grandfather had been a revolutionary soldier who deeply resented that island nation. Since childhood, he had taught her never to forget the nation's past suffering, so Nani had strong patriotic feelings. We'll go to that island country and take their supplies. When the apocalypse begins, resources will be scarce and chaos will follow. It'll also be a way to settle old scores. Both fathers were furious after hearing this, and Su Hien felt the same. All right, we support you. Go to that island country and buy as many supplies as you can. When the apocalypse comes, money will be worthless. If possible, exchange it for gold. It will always hold value. The two fathers became excited and started discussing their plan to gather supplies from the island country. They even contacted friends to ask if anyone had connections in Japan. Their earlier sadness completely disappeared. Seeing the men so motivated, the two mothers refused to be outdone. They continued making lists and even pushed the young couple into their room, telling them to enjoy some time together. Ji Nani was about to refuse, but Su Hien gently carried her upstairs, closed the door, and held her in his arms. Nan, are you okay? Realizing what Su Hien was asking, Ji Nani wrapped her arms around his waist. It hurt, it really hurt. I saw you covered in blood, surrounded by zombies, but you still smiled at me and told me to run. I thought I wouldn't feel pain, but when they bit me, I finally knew how much it hurt. No matter how I called you, you didn't answer.
I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have let you face it alone. I won't ever do that again, Soo Hyun said softly, kissing her forehead. Hyun, this time we must protect everyone. We need to store a lot of food so we won't have to risk our lives going out for supplies anymore. Soo Hyun carried Ji-nani to the bed and looked at her gently. All right, I'll listen to you, Nan Nan. Nan Nan, can you tell me more about the situation after the world changed and about the storage space? We need to understand how it works. What happens to things after they're put inside? Hyun, about a month after the world ended, society fell into chaos. Then the weather became strange. Daytime temperatures reached over 50 degrees, while at night it dropped to around 2 degrees. Many people awakened special powers in that strange climate, and soon those with powers ruled everything. But powers varied in strength. You awakened dual abilities. While I didn't gain mine until much later, Ji-nani said, her tone a little sad as she remembered how she had once been a burden to others. But she quickly adjusted her mood and continued. Later, there was extreme heat, followed by 3 months of continuous rain. When the rain stopped, the weather suddenly turned freezing cold. Many people, without powers, froze to death. That's when Father Soo fell ill. After that, zombies and animals began to mutate, developing crystal cores in their brains. People discovered that those with powers could absorb the energy from these crystals to grow stronger. The government sent helicopters to announce the creation of safe bases, encouraging people to travel there together. The weather eventually stabilized, but the zombies evolved faster. The bases often issued missions, and people could complete them or trade crystal cores for supplies. But when we took that mission, it seemed like the number of zombies outside had increased a lot, and they were even migrating. Hyun, I think we really need to find out what kinds of natural disasters might happen and prepare early. Cha-Cha said this is our planet's renewal, and I believe there will be even worse disasters later. We should also tell Dad and the others. Who is Cha-Cha? Hyun asked curiously. Cha-Cha is the little manager of the space. Oh right, wait a moment, I'll ask Cha-Cha if you can hear him too. Ji-nani started calling out in her mind, Cha-Cha, Cha-Cha. I'm here, Master. What can I do for you? Cha-Cha, can Hyun hear you talk? Yes, Master. You can set the male master as a space manager. Then you can share the space with him. But there's only one slot, and once it's set, it can't be changed. Hearing that, Ji-nani instantly became happy and gave Hyun a quick kiss. Soo Hyun looked at the suddenly cheerful girl, the worry in his eyes fading a little. Just as he was about to ask what happened, Ji-nani spoke first. Hyun, Cha-Cha said I can share the space with you. That's amazing. Shared space? Soo Hyun looked at the excited young woman in front of him, curious about what she meant. Yes. Cha-Cha said I can set a space manager, which means sharing the space with that person. But there's only one spot, and once it's set, it can't be changed. Nan Nan, didn't you say you've grown up after going through the apocalypse? Soo Hyun gently patted her head, his eyes warm. Soo Hyun, don't underestimate me. This time, I'll be the one protecting you all. I'm really strong now, Ji-nani said, waving her small fist proudly. Soo Hyun looked at her, his eyes full of tenderness. All right, our Nan Nan is the best. Oh no, I forgot something. What is it? I forgot to ask Cha-Cha how to set the manager. Then go ask.
I'll go downstairs to get something.
Okay. Ji-nani nodded to Soo Hyun, then entered the space with her mind. Watching Ji-nani suddenly collapse onto the bed, Soo Hyun thought to himself that he still needed to get used to this. Seeing the young woman lose consciousness right in front of him made his heart race, even though he had been mentally prepared for it. Cha-Cha, how do I set up a space administrator? Master, it's very simple. You just need to bring a drop of the male master's blood into the space and give it to me. Okay, got it. Ji-nani made an okay gesture, then left the space and noticed that Soo Hyun hadn't returned yet. She suddenly remembered she hadn't tried storing or taking things from the space yet. She picked up the doll on the bed, thought about putting it away, and it disappeared from her hand. When she checked inside the space, she saw the doll placed neatly in the storage area. Thinking about the doll again, it reappeared in her hand. Ji-nani was thrilled with this space ability and looked forward even more to the locked features Cha-Cha had mentioned. In the living room, the two mothers were holding their phones. Hearing movement on the stairs, they turned to look at Hyun. Hyun, why are you coming down? Spend more time with Nani. Once your mom and I finish making the list, we'll all be busy. Mom, I came down for a few things. Is there still some frozen meat in the fridge? I need a piece, and also a pot of hot water. Hearing this, Chinyu stood up and walked over to him. Son, are you trying to test Nani's space to see if it can keep things fresh? I just read in a book that in some spaces, whatever you put in stays exactly the same when you take it out. I have to say, I'm a little jealous. Hyun, wait, I'll get it for you, Nen Xian said, heading to the kitchen. She and Chinyu had just been reading several novels and discussing how great it would be if their own space worked like that. No worries about storage, buying whatever they wanted. Both women were skilled shoppers and knew how to spend wisely. As her in-law went to get the items, Chinyu pulled her son aside and whispered, Son, listen to me. You and Nani just got married, so take good care of her. No matter what happens in the future, you must protect her. If the world really does fall into chaos, it'll be even harder for women. Giving birth is already dangerous, and without proper care, it's even worse. So, you must make sure Nani doesn't get pregnant for now. That's an order from your mother, do you understand? If you can't do it, then from now on, Nani will sleep with me, and you can sleep with your father. Hearing his mother's words, Soo Hyun's ears turned a little red. Mom, what are you saying? Of course, I know how to handle things properly. I wouldn't let Nan get pregnant now. Besides, I never planned for her to have a baby in the next year or two. We still want to enjoy our time together. I've always been careful after we got married. That's good, just like your father. Chinyu patted her son's shoulder approvingly. Just then, Nan Xian came over with some things. Chinyu quickly took them and handed them to Soo Hyun. All right, go on upstairs. Your mother-in-law, and I still have work to do. Chinyu pulled Nan Xian along and whispered, We also need to buy some family planning supplies. Better get plenty. Come on, we've got a lot to shop for. Hearing that, Nan Xian blushed a little. Then she suddenly remembered something and nervously tugged at Chinyu's sleeve. Chinyu, those two have just reunited after being apart for a while. Normally it's fine, but after a year apart, who knows what might happen? What if something unexpected occurs, and they're not prepared? I already talked to Hyun. If he dares to let Nani get pregnant now, I won't forgive him. Don't worry, he just told me he's been careful all along. The two of them still want to enjoy their time together. That's a relief. I was thinking of asking Kongqing to talk to Hyun about it. Come on, let's go read that novel. It's really well written. We should study a few more and stock up on supplies worth billions. I just wonder when the two companies will make their move. After that, the two mothers sat together again, discussing the novel enthusiastically. Before long, they had already filled more than 10 pages with notes, both of them full of energy. When Soo Hyun opened the door, he saw Nani holding a small blade and smiling happily at him. Nan, if someone saw this, they might think you were planning something against me. This is an eyebrow razor. If I really wanted to do something like that, I'd at least use a fruit knife. Nani said proudly, then waved him over. Come here. Cha-Cha said that if I take just one drop of your blood into the space and give it to it, everything will work. I'm all ready. She lifted the small blade as she spoke. Soo Hyun put down what he was holding, sat in front of Nani, and offered her his finger. Nani held Soo Hyun's finger in her left hand, looking at the eyebrow razor she was holding. After glancing left and right, she suddenly let go of his hand and said with a sigh, Soo Hyun, you'd better do it yourself. I can't bring myself to do it. After handing him the razor, Nani became curious about the things Soo Hyun had brought. Hyun, why did you bring this frozen meat and a cup of hot water? When she turned her head, she saw Soo Hyun calmly cut his finger without hesitation. Nani quickly took out the contact lens case she had prepared to collect the blood. Then she said, I'll be right back. Hyun, please bandage your finger and lay down on the bed.
Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha.
I brought Hyun's blood. Nani called out as soon as she entered the space. Master, please place the male master's blood on the table in front of you, Cha-Cha replied. A transparent table appeared before her, and after Nani placed the blood on it, it disappeared. About 10 seconds later, Cha-Cha said, "It's done, Master. The male master has been set as a co-manager of the space. From now on, you will manage it together. When you and I communicate through thoughts, a transparent screen will appear. Only you and the male master can see it. Great job, Cha-Cha," Nani said before leaving the space. Su Hien hadn't used a bandage, but his finger had already stopped bleeding. He sat quietly beside her, waiting. "Hien, it's done," Nani said excitedly as soon as she opened her eyes. She sat up and leaned into his arms, then spoke to Cha-Cha through her thoughts.
Cha-Cha, Cha-Cha.
"I'm here, Master." Su Hien was surprised to see a screen appear before them. It looked just like something from a movie. Before he could ask, Nani said, "Hien, try talking to Cha-Cha with your thoughts." Su Hien nodded and focused his mind. Soon, Cha-Cha's cheerful voice came through. "Master, the male master is really handsome." Su Hien looked at Nani in disbelief, as if asking, "Is this space really serious?" "Ha ha ha, of course. My man has to be handsome," Nani said proudly. Ignoring their playful exchange, Su Hien asked the question that mattered most to him. "Cha-Cha, can the space keep stored items fresh?" "Master, the time flow in the space is now 3 times faster than outside. 1 day outside equals 3 days inside. As for storage, before, anything placed inside would stay still and unchanged when taken out. But now the space functions are temporarily shut down, so I can't confirm if that feature still works. You can test it, Master." After TT finished speaking, Su Hien placed Nani on the bed, picked up the item he had just brought, and looked at her. "How do I put this inside?" "Master, just use your mind to control it." Su Hien tried it, and sure enough, the item in his hand disappeared. Even though he knew what was happening, seeing something vanish before his eyes still shocked him deeply. He became even more certain that no one else could ever know about this space. "Master, the space manager has been successfully set. Reward: 1 spirit spring." "What is the spirit spring?" "Master, the spirit spring is an essential part of the space. Drinking its water can improve health, enhance beauty, and help wounds heal faster." While Nani was still curious about the spirit spring, Su Hien used his mind to take out a cup of the spring water. After tasting it himself to make sure it was safe, he handed it to her. Seeing his action, TT cried out sadly, "Master, how could you doubt the spirit spring from this space? I only produce the best quality items." Hearing the playful tone, Su Hien couldn't help but think, maybe because this space belongs to Nan Nan, it's just as lively as she is. "Hien, it's so sweet. TT said this water can make us healthier and more beautiful. Mom and the others will love it. I've decided we'll use this as our household water from now on." "All right, whatever you say." Su Hien also remembered TT's words. If the water could really strengthen the body, it would be good for their parents to drink it regularly. And the healing effect, it made him curious. Father Ji still had some minor issues after his surgery. If this water could help him recover, that would be a great relief. In the future, if hard times came, good health would be their greatest protection. The two of them stayed close together for a while. Before things went too far, Su Hien finally pulled away from Nani's lips. Her face was flushed, and her lips were shiny, clearly showing they had shared a long, affectionate kiss. Nani's eyes blinked softly, carrying a hint of sleepy cuteness that made Su Hien pause for a moment. He turned his head away, trying to calm the warmth rising inside him. His voice was a little hoarse as he said, "Let's go. It's time to go downstairs. Lunch will be ready soon." "Then I'll go first," Nani said playfully, glancing at him before lightly patting his arm and quickly running out of the room. Su Hien could only shake his head helplessly, pick up his clean clothes, and head to the bathroom. When Nani went downstairs, she saw both mothers still studying a novel together. The fathers were nowhere to be seen. The two mothers didn't even look up when they saw her, still focused on the story on their phones. Nani picked up a stack of papers from the table. It was a supply list her mothers had made. Each page listed a different category: food, seasonings, water, daily necessities, medicine, generators, solar panels, flashlights, power banks, lighters, charcoal, hand warmers. There were also several pages about clothing from underwear to outerwear, including jackets, warm coats, light down jackets, and even military coats. They had also written down drones and axes. There were already dozens of pages filled. Jinani flipped through them, then took a blank sheet and wrote a new title: Vegetable Seeds, Grain Seeds, Fruit Trees. She began listing everything that came to mind. Oh, Chinyu, it's already 11 o'clock. We completely lost track of time, Nen Xian said, pouring herself a glass of water. Both of them had forgotten about lunch. Nan, what do you want for lunch? Nan Xian asked, sitting beside her daughter and glancing at the paper she was writing on. Jinani looked at the clock and said, Mom, it's already 11. Let's not cook today. I want sweet and sour ribs and spicy sliced pork from Zhang's private kitchen. All right, Nan, go call the 3 men downstairs. Your mom and I will tidy up and then we'll head out. Okay, I'll go get them. Seeing the water cup in her mother's hand reminded Jinani of the spiritual spring water. She turned toward the dining room and picked up the cold water pitcher. Nan Xian thought her daughter was just thirsty and was about to tell her there was chilled mung bean soup and plum drink in the fridge. But before she could speak, she saw her daughter pour out the water from the pitcher and walk back with the empty jug. My dear moms, Jinani said with a playful smile, I'm going to show you a magic trick. Please watch carefully and don't blink. 3, 2, 1, look over here. Jinani used her mind to control the spiritual spring and filled a whole pot. Mom, from now on, let's use this water for our family. It can help us stay healthy and beautiful. Nani, your space also has a spiritual spring? That's amazing. Nan Xian had just read 2 novels that mentioned such springs, so when she saw her daughter suddenly produce water, she immediately guessed what it was. Yes, this is spiritual spring water. Nan Xian took the pot from Nani's hands, pulled Chinyu along, and went to the dining room. Nani, call your dad and the others downstairs. Your grandma and I are going to make some flower tea with this spring water. Indeed, every woman loves beauty. Nan Xian and Chinyu had just been thinking how nice it would be to have such water, and now it had appeared. They were thrilled. As Nani was about to go upstairs, she saw her 2 fathers coming down one after another, both smiling happily. Did the company find a buyer? Chinyu asked curiously, noticing the playful smile on her husband's face. Almost. The bait is set, now we just wait for the fish to bite. This afternoon, Kong Chung and I will go to H Province and L Province. It's early August, and the rice and corn there are about to ripen. We're planning to discuss cooperation and buy more. You've always liked the rice from that region, so we'll stock up on the best for our family. According to Nani, the apocalypse will start around next year's National Day. We've discussed it and decided to invest in a few farms to store grain. When next year's harvest comes, we can donate part of it to the country. After the outbreak, the government and army will need supplies for rescue efforts. If we donate some food, it might help the country hold on for a while. Beyond that, we can only do our best. I also talked with old Sue about renting a few more vegetable farms. We'll store seasonal vegetables throughout the year. When the time comes, we'll build cold storage and temperature-controlled rooms in the safe house so the vegetables can last longer. Hearing this, Jinani suddenly remembered the hot water and frozen meat Su Hien had placed in her space earlier. She used her mind to take them out and put them on the table. The water was still steaming hot, and the meat was still completely frozen. Not thawed at all. It worked, just as she and Hien had thought. Now, they could store supplies without any worries. Wonderful. It was the first time the 2 fathers had seen such a surprising scene. Unlike the 2 mothers, who calmly accepted it after reading several books, the fathers gasped in shock. But as experienced businessmen, they quickly regained their composure and looked calm again. Dad, we don't need the freezer or the temperature-controlled room anymore. Look, this is the hot water and frozen meat Hien put in half an hour ago. They look exactly the same now. Once something goes into the space, It stays unchanged. It comes out just as it went in. Ji Kongcheng and Su Huaqing stepped forward to take a look at what Ji Nani had taken out. Not bad, not bad. This will save us a lot of money on storing supplies. Ji Kongcheng looked proudly at Su Huaqing.
So, what do you think?
My daughter is amazing, right? She's my daughter too. I'm the one who raised her. How is she your daughter? Well, now that I have a son, you can't say that anymore. When Su Hian came downstairs, he saw the two fathers arguing like children, their faces red from excitement. The two mothers were calmly drinking tea, while Ji Nani stood nearby, laughing like a happy child. Ji Kongcheng, look at my tall son. He may not be as talented as Nani, but he's still quite good. Sure, he's not as gentle as a little girl, but you still got a great deal. Dad. Su Hian sighed helplessly. His father had always wanted a sweet little daughter, but he couldn't bear to let his wife go through another pregnancy, so that wish never came true. After marriage, Su Hian's place in the family dropped lower and lower. Even the family dog ranked above him. As Su Huaqing often said, during the years Su Hian served in the army, it was their dog Maru who kept them company. After he returned from the army, he spent all his time following Ji Nani around. After they got married, if not for her, he probably wouldn't even bother coming home. Nani was the one who always cared for his parents the most. Su Hian sat down beside Ji Nani and gently tapped her nose with his finger. You little rascal, go talk to those two. They're grown men, yet they argue like kids every day. Don't you think it's nice, though? They're just having fun and getting closer. I don't need to get any closer to him. Su Huaqing left Zikangcheng and ran to his wife. Honey, I only want to spend time with you. Qin Yu blushed and said playfully, the child is here. Don't talk nonsense. You're not setting a good example for your age. You two are just like school kids. When you're apart, you miss each other, and when you meet, you argue, Nen Xian said, handing Zikangcheng a cup of tea.
Exactly.
Anyone who didn't know better would think you were a family, Qin Yu added with a smile. Haha, Hian, Dad and Uncle really do look like a quarreling couple, Ji Nani whispered to Hian. You always like to gossip about such things, Hian replied. Back in high school, Ji Nani used to read romantic comics with her friend Shin Qingqing. One time, when Su Hian came home on leave, he wanted to surprise her, but instead found her giggling over a comic. He was so shocked by what he saw that he stood frozen for a long time. He gave her a long lecture and took away her comics. But clever as she was, she switched to reading novels instead. When Su Hian thought she had given up on those stories, her imagination only grew stronger. She even joked that the hero in one of the novels reminded her of him. Much later, when Su Hian finally learned the truth, he gave her a serious talk to make sure she understood. After that, Ji Nani finally became more careful. Remembering that moment, Ji Nani shivered a little under Su Hian's gaze. She quickly spoke up to ease the tension. Dad, I'm hungry. Really hungry. Let's go eat. All right, Daddy will take his precious girl to eat and ignore this old man. Zikangcheng stood up, finished his tea, and went to get the car keys. This tea is really good today. Is it the new one that old man brought? Zikangcheng loved tea and collected leaves from all over. He especially treasured the first harvests. The small green citrus tea they were drinking today had a unique taste, so he couldn't help asking. He was already thinking that if it came from Su Huaqing, he'd find a way to tease him about it. This one's from your daughter, her secret recipe. Nan Xian said mysteriously, smiling at her husband. Ji Kongqing turned to look at his daughter. Ji Nani nodded, agreeing with her mother, but didn't speak to explain anything. Su Huaqing, curious about what kind of tea could earn such high praise from Ji Kongqing, took a sip. Her eyes lit up. No wonder he liked it so much. She then turned to her daughter-in-law, waiting for Ji Nani's answer. This is the little green mandarin tea I bought online, the one you didn't think much of. That's impossible. Ji Kongqing stopped looking for his keys, poured himself another cup, and tasted it carefully. After each sip, he looked at the tea in disbelief. All right, I'll stop teasing you, Nen Xian said, seeing her husband's puzzled and curious expression. It's not the tea, it's the water. It's from our daughter's special spring. Just think about it. How could tea made with such water not taste amazing? Dad, drink more, Jinani added. This spring water helps wounds heal faster, keeps you healthy, and even improves your skin. It can also help with the small issues left after your surgery. Dad, Sue, you should drink some too. From now on, let's all use this spring water at home. We'll all be super healthy. Soo Hyun drove the family to Jong's private kitchen. The food there was excellent. When they arrived, it was already noon, and the main hall was full. Luckily, Jinani had called ahead and reserved a private room. Soo Hyun handed the menu to Jinani, letting her look through it, then ordered her favorite dishes: sweet and sour ribs, spicy boiled pork slices, fried crab with garlic, chicken with pickled peppers, and stir-fried cabbage. Hearing the names of the dishes, Jinani passed the menu to the two mothers. Everything she wanted was already ordered. They added cumin lamb, beef with cilantro, and a bowl of Westlake beef soup. Finally, Chin-yu ordered marinated cherry tomatoes, making it 8 dishes and 1 soup in total. Everyone in the family loved meat, so no one minded that there was only 1 vegetable dish. After the waiter left, Jinani quietly replaced the water in the kettle with spring water. Ji Kongcheng eagerly poured himself a cup. This is the taste, refreshing and smooth. It makes you feel good all over, Ji Kongcheng said with satisfaction. Su Huaqing also poured himself a drink and sipped it slowly. The two mothers stopped reading their novels and happily started adding things to their shopping carts. Jinani played with Soo Hyun's fingers, gently tickling his palm from time to time. Soo Hyun didn't stop her, his eyes filled with endless tenderness as he looked at her. Suddenly, Jinani seemed to think of something and let go of his hand. Dad, Mom, Hyun, what do you think if we buy a few hundred portions of all the dishes from the Jeong family's private kitchen and store them in our space? That way, we can take them out anytime we want to eat. We can also store other tasty foods, so when it's not convenient to cook, we can just take them out and eat. That's a great idea. Many dishes might not be available later, so let's order more and keep them. Nan Xian immediately agreed with her daughter. The Lee family's meat buns, the pancakes from the lady at the corner, grilled noodles, roasted sweet potato slices, roast lamb, spicy rabbit heads, tiger skin cake, mochi, plum blossom cakes, candied hawthorns, and also spicy soup and beef soup.
There are so many.
I want to buy them all and store them, Jinani said happily to Soo Hyun. All right, we'll buy everything you like, Soo Hyun replied with a smile. Before Jinani could say more, the waiter knocked on the door to serve the dishes. Everyone naturally changed the topic. After the waiter left, Ji Kongcheng spoke seriously. From now on, don't talk about anything related to that when we're outside. There are cameras everywhere, so we must be careful. I agree with Kongcheng, Sue's father added. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Ji Nani also said okay. Then the family happily began to eat. Both the Sue and Ji families shared a fine tradition, treating their wives with care. The 3 men thoughtfully served food to their wives first, and only after the women had eaten enough did they start eating heartily themselves. After the meal, Soo Hyun paid the bill and asked the waiter to call the restaurant owner over to discuss a business deal. Soo Hyun explained that his wife really liked their dishes and that he wanted to hire them to prepare food for a wedding banquet of 100 tables. Each table would need 6 cold dishes, 16 hot dishes, 2 main courses, and 2 soups. 26 dishes in total. They only needed to prepare and pack the food. His team would handle transportation and the rest. The price, he said, could be discussed. When the boss heard that they only needed to cook the dishes, he agreed right away. If they also had to serve the food, it would be difficult since they didn't have enough staff and had never handled a wedding banquet before. It would definitely be chaotic and might even hurt their restaurant's reputation. But if they only needed to prepare the food, there was no problem. In the end, both sides finalized the menu and set the date for August 16th. The family would come to pick up the dinner dishes at 5 p.m. that day. 6 cold dishes: spicy chicken with pepper sauce, beef with cilantro, special sliced beef and ox tripe, Thai-style shrimp salad, tofu with green onions, and mixed steamed vegetables. 16 hot dishes: sweet and sour pork ribs, spicy boiled pork slices, stir-fried crab with garlic and chili, chicken giblets with pickled peppers, steamed pork with rice flour, steamed bass, cumin lamb rolls with pancakes, dry pot cauliflower, tomato beef stew, blanched Chinese greens, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, braised pork with preserved vegetables, diced spicy chicken, shredded pork in garlic sauce, shrimp balls, and stir-fried mushrooms with baby bok choy. 2 main dishes and 2 soups: pan-fried buns, a treasure sticky rice, pickled radish and duck soup, and Westlake beef soup. After paying the deposit and agreeing to settle the rest when picking up the food, the family left the restaurant. On the way back, Soo Hyun drove. Both fathers were worried about finding a safe house location. They needed to act quickly since there was a lot to prepare and not much time left. The 4 adults discussed for a long time but couldn't think of a suitable place. Dad, I remember our old family farm is still there, right? You've always said you wanted to fix it up and maybe move back someday. I think that place could work. It's far from the village, has basic facilities, and is backed by a mountain. There's no river nearby, but Grandpa dug a few wells, and the groundwater is still plentiful. Soo Hyun had only been there once. When his grandfather passed away, he couldn't return because of work, but he went back for the 3rd anniversary. The place was beautiful, surrounded by mountains and greenery, and he thought it was quite nice. You're right. How did I forget? The Soo family's ancestral graves are there too. Many people avoid that area because the mountain has a gap that makes strange sounds when the wind blows. Since no one understands why, rumors spread that the place is haunted. Soo Hwa-ching slapped his leg in excitement. That area was actually considered a lucky spot according to local beliefs. Back then, old Mr. Soo was a student who had studied abroad. He immediately understood what the problem was, but no one in the village believed him. They even said that if he chose to live over there, he shouldn't contact the villagers again, so he wouldn't bring them bad luck. At that time, land could still be bought and sold, so Mr. Soo bought a large piece of it. The villagers laughed at him, calling him a rich fool. Later, Mr. Soo moved his family's ancestral graves there, and his business grew bigger and bigger. When the opportunity came, he developed a farm and orchard, earning even more money. The villagers began to envy him, but they were still afraid of the strange sounds that came from the wind at night. After that, Soo Hwa-ching got into college and left home. The fruit trees in the orchard needed to be replaced with new varieties. But Mr. Soo had already made enough money and didn't want to bother with it anymore. The orchard slowly became deserted. When Soo Hwa-ching settled down in the city, the whole family moved there. Seeing the orchard abandoned, the villagers started spreading rumors that the Soo family had gone bankrupt and that old Mr. Soo had left to work elsewhere. They became even more unwilling to go near that place. Is the old house okay? Chin-yu asked with some doubt. The house in their hometown hadn't been repaired for years and was no longer livable. Chin-yu rarely went back, and even when she didn't visit the ancestral graves or look around carefully, so she wasn't sure. Mom, I think it's fine. We can go take a look first and decide later. The Ji family didn't have an old ancestral home. The previous generation had already moved to the city. They owned several houses there, but all were in busy, crowded areas, not suitable for what they needed. Their late relatives were buried in a cemetery, so there wasn't really another option.
Right.
Since we don't have any other choices, let's go take a look. If it works, we can start the project soon. Ji Kongqing agreed with Soo Hyun. I'll ask my secretary to change our flight from tomorrow to the day after. Let's leave now. It's only a 4-hour drive, so we'll arrive this afternoon. I agree. Me too. Of course I agree. Ji Nani raised her hand last, showing her support. Driver Xiao Su, let's go. Equals 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 Soo Hyun drove steadily. Ji Nani had already fallen asleep in the front seat, and both mothers couldn't stay awake either. They were sound asleep. The 2 fathers, however, were still full of energy, discussing company matters. Soo Hyun joined in the conversation while keeping his eyes on the road. Old Gua has always wanted to side with those people from Country M. If we let him handle the company's sale, he'll probably get a chance to move there. Sigh, it's a pity about old Gua. We started this business together and I never noticed his intentions back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have partnered with him, Ji Kongqing said with some regret. The three of them had been close friends in school. After graduation, they started a business together and worked hard to win projects. Although old Gua often complained about life in the country, things were tough back then, so neither he nor Su Qinghua thought much of it. When the company became stable, they realized that old Gua always wanted to work with people from Country M and look down on local partners. That's when they saw how much he admired Country M. Later, the company's management went through major changes. Both he and Su Qinghua were deeply patriotic and couldn't accept working with someone who favored another country. The three of them held a meeting and decided that for the company's future, there should only be one decision-maker. He offered to step back, and old Gua, sensing their distance, also decided to leave. In the end, old Gua took a sum of money and left. He himself moved to a secondary role, only taking dividends and no longer joining company decisions. He opened a supermarket business, which grew quickly, and soon he had several branches. After that, the two rarely saw old Gua, and they hardly contacted each other by phone. However, the two of them later became in-laws. A month ago, old Gua came back to find them. He said the situation was good now. His friends from Country M were interested in the company's potential in the local market and wanted to buy it, with the price open for discussion. Although Su Qinghua refused directly, old Gua kept coming every day, trying to persuade him to sell. The people from Country M were willing to pay $2 billion. If not for recent events, Su Qinghua would never have agreed. He had built the company from scratch, suffered stomach bleeding from drinking with clients, and still forced himself to smile through it. They had endured so much hardship. Now that they had enough money, he only hoped the company would continue to grow. But things were different now. The end of the world was coming, and everything would soon be gone. Tricking those people from Country M out of some money didn't seem like a bad idea. He contacted old Gua to arrange a meeting, and old Gua immediately agreed. They set a date for a week later to discuss the details. Don't think too much, old Su. We've already done our best with old Gua. Ji Kongqing knew that Su Qinghua was feeling uneasy. After all, they had been friends for many years and had gone through many ups and downs together. I'm fine, Su Qinghua said. I just hope that after he goes to America, he'll be able to survive when the end comes. After that, neither of them spoke again. They fell silent, lost in memories of their younger days. Those were good times, full of hard work and shared struggles. Equals 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 equals. When they arrived in the county town, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Su Hian found a hotel for them to stay in. The three men carefully carried their sleeping wives upstairs so they could continue resting, then drove toward the old Su family home. It would take about 30 more minutes to reach the village. As Su Qinghua looked at the familiar scenery along the way, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Back then, few people were willing to play with him. Everyone said his family brought bad luck. Even though he had learned a lot from his father's books, the other children's parents warned them not to spend time with him. So he focused only on studying, avoiding socializing with anyone, and eventually left that poor village through his own efforts. His father had spent his whole life trying to lead the villagers to a better life, but no one believed him. In the end, he too left that land. The car stopped in front of the old Su family house. The gate was locked, and the rusty padlock showed how long it had been unused. Su Qinghua got out to unlock the gate, and the car drove into the yard, stopping in an open space. The three men got out and looked around. Ji Kongqing examined the surroundings carefully and said to Su Qinghua, "Not bad, old Su. Your family's place is huge. Once it's cleaned up, it could be like a little paradise." The Su family home covered a large area. In front was a big courtyard, about the size of a 400-meter playground, with tall walls around it. Behind the house was a small piece of farmland, now overgrown with weeds. Further back stood a mountain, connected to several rolling peaks. On the hillside were a few orchards. It was August, the season when peaches ripen. Some trees were dotted with pink fruit, and it looked like the harvest would be good. Soo Hyun checked the 2 wells in the yard. Both still had water. But the old house was no longer safe to live in. It would have to be torn down and rebuilt. After inspecting the place, the 3 men made up their minds. This would be the site of their new safe house. They hadn't seen a single person along the way. If it weren't for the cement road built by Grandpa Soo, they would have had trouble finding the place. Tall weeds grew on both sides, higher than a person, and only a faint trace of the road could be seen. "This is the spot," Ji Kongchung said first. "The location is good and quite hidden. We can say we're planning to build a fruit-picking park for city people to experience country life." "Agreed. The terrain here is high, so we'll need to study the building design carefully. Dad, based on what Nanan said about the end times, we should build 2 safe houses, one above ground and one underground. That would be safer." Soo Hyun and Ji Nani had already decided not to tell the others about what Cha-Cha said regarding the planet's renewal. It was too hard to believe, and if in the end no one survived, that would be fate. They could only accept it. Still, they hoped to live long enough to see the end of the disaster and the return of normal life. After a moment of thought, the 2 fathers nodded. "Yes, we should build both, just in case. We don't know what the future will bring." When they locked the gate and drove back to the hotel, the 3 women were still asleep. "Let's stay here tonight," Ji Kongchung said. "It's late, and Hyun has been driving all day. He needs a good rest. We'll each take care of dinner ourselves." He patted Soo Hyun on the shoulder to thank him for his hard work, and the 3 men went to their rooms. The sound of the door opening woke Shinani. The unfamiliar surroundings made her alert, but when she saw Soo Hyun, she relaxed. "Where are we? Where did you go?" she asked softly, reaching out for a hug. Soo Hyun smiled, pulled her into his arms, and lay down beside her. She rested her head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. "I went with Dad and the others to check the old house. The location is good, and they've decided on it. I'll take you there tomorrow so we can discuss the details and start building." Ji Nani smiled and playfully poked his stomach. "Aren't you hungry?" she asked. Soo Hyun caught Ji Nani's hand as she playfully teased him, his voice low and slightly rough as he asked her a question. Ji Nani pulled her hand out from his clothes, wrapped her arms around his neck, looked into his eyes, and suddenly kissed him lightly before pulling away. "Then just be patient for a while," she said. Soo Hyun turned over, gently pressing her beneath him, and kissed her again, soft and lingering. Ji Nani responded to his affection, and the kiss deepened. They held each other closely, feeling the warmth between them. Soo Hyun's breathing grew heavier. After a while, they calmed down, quietly embracing, enjoying the peaceful moment together. Then Ji Nani's stomach growled, breaking the silence. Soo Hyun chuckled. "Hungry already?" "Humph, starving." "It's all your fault," Ji Nani said, pretending to be angry as she lightly hit him with her fist. "All right, it's my fault. Let's see what we can eat. We'll order something." It was already 9:30 in the small town, and most shops and restaurants were closed. Only a few barbecue places were still open. Ji Nani checked some local reviews and chose an old, well-known barbecue shop to order from. She ordered 10 lamb skewers, 10 grilled squid skewers, 5 chicken wings, 1 grilled eggplant, 5 fish tofu skewers, half a pig's trotter, 10 pieces of grilled cartilage, 5 grilled sweet potato slices, and 1 grilled fish that locals highly recommended. If Soo Hyun hadn't stopped her, she would have ordered even more. Since it was late, he worried about digestion and convinced her to stop. The delivery arrived quickly. Ji Nani tried a bit of everything but soon said she couldn't eat anymore. Soo Hyun finished what he could, though they still had leftovers. The food was delicious, and Ji Nani said she wanted to order more later to store away. Soo Hyun thought for a moment and decided he would get some shelves to organize their stored food, making it easier to find things later. Lying in Soo Hyun's arms, Ji Nani remembered they hadn't explored the space properly yet. She pulled him along to go inside. "I didn't expect this villa to be completely empty, just white walls, not even a chair," she said, looking around the bare rooms. "It's fine," Soo Hyun replied. "We're not moving in yet. Later, we can bring in our furniture and make it look just like home." Cha-cha, does the villa have electricity and water? Master, yes. The water and electricity in the villa are supplied endlessly. Compared to the inside of the villa, Su Hien was more curious about the outside scenery. He pulled Ji Nani out of the villa to take a closer look. Seeing the strange view of land, beach, and ocean, he marveled at how amazing it was. Cha-cha, how big is this piece of land? Master, it is currently 1 million acres. If the space upgrades later, it will expand further. Are there animals in this sea? Yes, Master. This sea is the same as a normal ocean. It is vast and endless. Cha-cha doesn't know where the edge is. I only know it has been like this since I was born. Listening to Su Hien and Cha-cha's conversation, Jinani stayed silent, thinking she needed to buy some fishing supplies. She really liked eating seafood. After Su Hien finished talking with Cha-cha and learned about the space, he realized there was a lot to prepare. A year seemed like a long time, but actually it wasn't much. He also asked Cha-cha about the renewal of the star planet. It was like natural selection. Old civilizations would disappear, and human survival would become harder. Cha-cha didn't know how many years this process would take. Some planets finish it quickly, others take decades, or even over 100 years. He had initially thought it would be simple, just survive safely for a few years, and society would return to normal. But now he knew he needed to plan better. Cha-cha, how can the space be upgraded? Jinani thought that upgrading the space was important, especially the functions that were currently turned off. She needed to find a way to upgrade it quickly. Master, you can find some shiny stones. The stones contain energy, and after Cha-cha absorbs it, the space can be upgraded. Shiny stones. Could they be diamonds? What exactly are shiny stones, Cha-cha? Well, they are shiny stones. I don't know what this planet calls them, but once I see them, I will definitely recognize them. Also, the stone from the bracelet the master wore last time can work too. Its energy can help Cha-cha upgrade. I used that bracelet's energy to stay close to the master before. Jade, emerald, diamond, Huan Cha-cha probably means these things. Yes, that's likely. When we go back tomorrow, let it take a look and it'll know. Su Hien patted Jinani's head in response. Huan, we also need to buy some fishing gear. The sea here in the space is a good resource. Jinani discussed her ideas with Su Hien. He agreed and said they should also buy some large farming machines. The land in the space can be used now to grow crops. They talked about it for a long time inside the space before going out. It was almost 11 o'clock. The two embraced and fell asleep. Jinani was too tired to bother Su Hien, and they had a good night's sleep until morning. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone returned to Su's old house. Su Huaqing, your hometown is so big. I've been married to you for so many years and never knew this. Qin Yu was shocked. If she had known about such a large place earlier, she would have come back to tidy up. She would plant sunflowers and roses along with figs, cherries, cherry tomatoes, lemons, blueberries, and more. Her dream garden was coming true. She even pinched Su Huaqing's soft flesh under his arm. Ouch! Su Huaqing rubbed where he was pinched and explained, "It's all my fault. I didn't bring you here to see it. Sorry, I didn't expect the Su family to have such a big piece of land. Especially hearing that the mountain behind is also yours, I'm really surprised." Jinani kept walking around, looking at the place. She thought it was really good. In the future, they could enclose it and build a small base for 100 people. The mountain behind provides cover, and the surrounding land is mostly wasteland. The front yard wall is already high. Reinforcing it and adding an electric fence would make it very difficult for outsiders to break in, even in a crisis. Huan, this place is great. We can reinforce the old house without tearing it down, build another one nearby, and create an underground shelter under the old house. The old house is the best cover. Other parts of the yard could have a few glass houses for vegetables and such. But the glass should be bulletproof and explosion-proof, especially since the future might bring strong acid rain that could destroy many things. Jinani spoke while walking and observing. Su Hien accompanied her silently, taking notes on Nani's words about the end-of-the-world disaster. This disaster is much worse than he imagined. He must be fully prepared to protect his family. In the end, the whole family agreed to build a safe house at the old Su family residence. They planned to hire an international team to construct it. Soo Hyun already has a rough idea of the design, but he needs to discuss details with the designer. This task will be handled by Soo Hyun. In the afternoon, they set out to return home and plan the schedule for the next few days. Su Huaqing and Zikangcheng will fly to H province the next day to handle food supplies, sign the contract, and then return to discuss business with Old Gua. Nanxin and Qinyu are responsible for buying daily necessities, water, and items women need. They must stock up as much as possible. The Ji family's chain supermarket has many suppliers. They rented 10 large warehouses in the suburbs for transfer purposes. They plan to buy the first batch of supplies in the next few days. Soo Hyun and Ji Nani will go to D country to bring back the safety house design and the construction team. They will also collect some supplies during the trip. After signing tasks, everyone started working busy. After Su Huaqing and Zikangcheng left, Nanxin and Qinyu also went out. They had already contacted the warehouse in the suburbs. They paid 6 months' rent. The warehouse owner is a partner of the Ji family. When he heard about the family expanding its chain business, he thought he could profit from it and offered a discount. He also helped arrange some unloading workers. Everything was ready. Nanxin called the person in charge of procurement at the group and arranged to meet at the company. Then she and Qinyu left together. Ji Nani and Soo Hyun also had a task. They needed to visit a shopping mall to check on some sparkling stones. Originally, Nani wanted to confirm with her wedding ring, but she wasn't wearing it at home. If it was real, she didn't want Yituan to eat it. So, they decided to go directly to the mall. If it was real, they would buy a batch and see how Tituan reacted after eating it. When they arrived at the mall, Nani told Tituan, "Wait and watch, and tell me if those you eat can upgrade." Okay, master. You are so good to me." Listening to Cha-Cha's excited voice, Ji Nani also became very motivated and rushed straight to the first jewelry store. Just as she was about to ask Cha-Cha if those inside the display cases were the ones, she heard Cha-Cha's enthusiastic voice. Master, so many shiny stones. They all look small, and such small ones need to absorb a lot to upgrade. Hello, welcome.
What are you looking to buy?
Is it for an engagement or a wedding? Seeing the friendly staff, Ji Nani directly asked, "Do you have bigger diamond rings?" The staff immediately smiled like a flower upon hearing her question, thinking, this month's performance and bonus will double. They quickly led the two to the VIP room. "Please wait a moment, I will go get some options for you." Ji Nani's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Soo Hyun smiled gently. Nan, you're so happy. When we bought our wedding rings back then, I never saw you this excited. He's not jealous, Hyun. I just got a little excited because I know the shiny stones are diamonds. I'm just joking. Buy whatever you like. Wow. Cha-Cha, I envy the master so much. The male master is so bossy. Bossy? Ji Nani was surprised by Cha-Cha's comment. Yes, like a CEO. Don't you know? Cha-Cha's voice carried a hint of doubt. I know, but how do you know that? Master, I not only know about bosses, but I also know about zeros and ones and many other things. You forgot? You've read so many novels and comics. I couldn't awaken back then, but I was aware. 0s and 1s? What are they? Soo Hyun was curious about the unfamiliar words.
Well,
nothing. Cha-Cha, look at those stones and see how powerful they are. Ji Nani quickly changed the subject. She was surprised that Cha-Cha knew so much. Soo Hyun couldn't be fooled easily, but luckily, the staff had already returned with the diamond rings. Ji Nani hurriedly shifted the topic. Cha-Cha was also attracted by the diamond rings brought by the staff. Master, I really like these stones. The staff brought 5 rings and explained each one to Ji Nani. This one is called Guard for a Lifetime. It has a 6-carat main stone in the center, surrounded by a circle of smaller stones. It symbolizes that you are the center of my world and the person I will protect forever. From now on, I will be devoted to you. This one is called Eternal Promise. The main stone is 5 carats. This one is called First Sight of You. The main stone is 3 carats. This one is called Firefly Summer Star. The main stone is 10 carats. This one is called Star Words and Wishes. The main stone is 12 carats, the largest among these rings. It means you are my only star. All my love and hopes are for you. Having you is my only wish. Jinani put on the rings and showed them to Cha-Cha, asking her to choose. Master, I only want the first, third, and fifth rings. Don't you want the others? Jinani asked curiously. Isn't it true that larger diamonds have more energy? Why choose a 3-carat one? Master, those have too little energy and impurities. I dislike them. Hearing Cha-Cha's dismissive tone, Jinani couldn't help but smile. The shop assistant, hearing Jinani's laughter, felt more confident, as if they had already earned a bonus, eagerly waiting for Jinani to speak. Jinani pointed to the 3 rings Cha-Cha mentioned. I want all 3. The shop assistant was momentarily stunned. Su Hien handed over his card, and only then did the assistant realize. They hesitated slightly and asked again, You want all 3? Yes. Charge it to the card, Su Hien replied. Okay. Please enjoy your tea first. I'll process everything right away. The shop assistant moved very quickly, as if a delay might cause regret. Jinani silently praised the assistant in her mind, professional and fast. Su Hien carried a delicate bag, but inside, the diamonds on the rings had already been absorbed by Cha-Cha. The shop assistant, smiling, led them forward and said, Welcome to visit again. Jinani leaned close to Su Hien's ear and whispered, That girl, the shop assistant, had a stiff smile on her face just now. Master, wait a moment. As they were about to leave the store, Cha-Cha suddenly shouted. Jinani felt like her ears were ringing and quickly rubbed them to soothe the discomfort. What's wrong, Cha-Cha? Lower your voice. If you keep shouting like that, I, your owner, will go deaf, Jinani said unhappily. Sorry, boss. I got too excited. The stone I want is in the second row from the right, in that cabinet on the right side, second from the bottom. Following Cha-Cha's words, Jinani shifted her gaze and saw a small ring. It was simple, with a tiny diamond that didn't look very special. Are you sure about this one? Jinani asked, doubtful. Yes. That's the one. The shop assistant nearby didn't know which ring Jinani was looking at, but the display cabinet contained the cheapest items, some broken diamonds and 20-point diamonds. Jinani pointed at the ring, put it on directly, then turned to signal Su Hien. She took out her card, paid, and completed the series of actions. The shop staff, who had just realized this man spent nearly $1 million, looked at Jinani with envy and admiration. After leaving that store, they went into another. Over 2 hours, Jinani spent more than $50 million in this large shopping mall. Finally, the mall manager was alerted. Just as Jinani was about to head to the next store, the manager handed her a VIP card, along with a bunch of shopping vouchers and discount coupons. Jinani looked at the shopping vouchers, discount coupons, and a 1,000 yuan supermarket card in her hand. She decided to go shopping at the supermarket next. Jinani, with Su Hien's arm around her shoulders, headed toward the men's clothing on the 5th floor, but her eyes were drawn to outdoor gear on the 3rd floor. I didn't expect this mall to have a whole floor of outdoor equipment. Hien, let's check this out first. Okay, I'll follow Nanin's lead. Su Hien originally planned to find his old comrades and gather some military-grade outdoor supplies. But thinking about it, the amount he could get was limited. This was a good chance to learn more about this kind of gear. The mall manager, upon learning that Jinani and Su Hien hadn't left yet, called over the person responsible for the 3rd floor. He repeatedly instructed them to take good care of these big clients and not to cheat them. These were important customers, and they must not offend them. The person in charge of the 3rd floor, hearing the manager's instructions, immediately put down their work and personally took charge. When the person in charge arrived, Su Hien and Jinani were looking at waterproof jackets. The shop assistant saw the manager and quickly moved aside to make space. The manager took the place of the assistant and began to introduce the products. The manager asked what kind of outdoor gear they needed and what outdoor activities they usually do. Jinani and Su Hien looked at each other, thinking for a moment. Su Hien then spoke. We are planning a road trip, and we might encounter various situations. We want to learn about all aspects. Okay, I will start with clothing. Let me introduce that first. First, waterproof jackets. There are hard shell, soft shell, and 3-in-1 jackets. Hardshell jackets are divided into heavy-duty, lightweight, and ultralight. They offer the best protection but can feel hot and stiff. They're good in bad weather. Lightweight jackets are softer and more comfortable, with some water resistance, but not fully waterproof in bad weather. The 3-in-1 jackets have an outer shell and inner liner, which can be worn together or separately, making them very flexible. Next, there are large backpacks, quick-drying clothes, thermal blankets, raincoats, windproof lighters, and hiking poles. You can buy these for outdoor hiking. Usually, hiking spots are remote and weather can change quickly, so waterproof and windproof clothes are very important. Raincoats can be used as umbrellas too if it rains heavily. They can turn into a rain shelter. It's good to have a place to start a fire. Also, GPS apps, waterproof phones, power banks, compasses, hiking shoes, running shoes, flashlights, and multi-tool outdoor knives are useful. You can keep some in the car. Even if you don't know exactly where your road trip will take you, these are mostly essential. Next, for sleeping gear, tents and sleeping bags are necessary. There are many types of tents. The Indian pyramid tent is especially good for beginners like you. It's easy to set up and take down, looks nice for photos, and fits 2 to 4 people. The tunnel tent is known for resisting strong winds and heavy rain. It's stable, spacious inside, and can be used for cooking. If many people are camping together, this is a good choice. The yurt tent is large in size and spacious, with strong stability and wind resistance. However, it is quite heavy and slightly complicated to set up. If you often go camping with many people, this could be a good choice. The heated tent has a large interior space and an exhaust vent. It can be used with a stove or firewood in winter. The activity area is also big and it looks very attractive. It's suitable for a family of a few people to camp together. The house-shaped tent is waterproof and rainproof, with a delicate appearance and plenty of space. It's especially good for family gatherings. Our family uses this one. When kids are on holiday, we go out together, and it creates a nice atmosphere. The BC shelter tent is a standalone solo tent, stable against strong winds. It's suitable for professional users. The American-style arch tent has a large interior, looks good, is easy to use, and is quite stable. It's a good option for a family camping trip. The dome-shaped tent looks great, keeps warm, resists wind, and is stable. However, it's a bit complicated to set up. Some models can be opened directly into a tent with just a few fixes. There are also industrial and disaster relief tents, but I won't introduce those here, as I don't think you need them. We also don't sell those. Actually, you could also buy a canopy for camping, which is nice for drinking tea and relaxing. Regarding boats, such as kayaks and rafts, I don't think you need those either. I won't go into detail. If you have any other needs, feel free to ask me.
Wow, you know so much.
Ji Nan-yi was surprised, feeling like her mind was being filled with knowledge. Soo Hyun listened very interestedly, and even took notes on his phone. The director shyly scratched his head. This 3rd floor is my responsibility. I need to understand all aspects to keep things organized. Thank you, Miss Shi, for the compliment. That's impressive. I'm feeling a bit dizzy from all the information. Leave it to me. Soo Hyun ruffled Ji Nan-yi's hair to reassure her. Soo Hyun then started talking with the director and soon finalized the shopping list. Men's waterproof jackets are in sizes 190, 185, 180, and 175. Women's are in sizes 160, 165, 170, and 175. There are 3 types of hardshell jackets with 1,000 pieces of each, softshell jackets with 2,000 pieces each, 3,000 units of the all-in-one outdoor jackets, 2,000 pieces each of quick-drying shirts in various sizes, including long sleeve, short sleeve, long pants, and shorts, 1,000 pairs each of hiking shoes, running shoes, and snow boots, sizes 36 to 45, 5,000 units each of sleeping bags, thermal blankets, raincoats, hiking poles, flashlights, and multi-purpose outdoor knives, 1,000 inflatable kayaks, tunnel tents, and Mongolian yurts. The director on the 3rd floor was surprised when he heard Soo Hyun's request. He quickly called the person into his office. The quantities were quite large. The director checked the purchase prices and considered them before giving Soo Hyun a quote. Director Wong, I won't hide it from you. I built an outdoor activity center, so I need a lot of supplies. I see your prices are sincere, and I appreciate your cooperation. But could you please share the contact information of your supplier with me? Soo Hyun paused and continued, Don't worry, I will tell the supplier that you introduced me. You can ask them directly for the rebate later. Well, Director Wong hesitated, mainly because he was worried the mall owner would find out how much rebate he was getting. Soo Hyun's offer was tempting, but he was also afraid of losing his stable job. Seeing Wong's hesitation, Soo Hyun reassured him, You can trust me. I won't say a word. After a moment of hesitation, Director Wong agreed. He took a notebook from his drawer, copied the phone number, and handed it to Soo Hyun. Soo Hyun took the paper, looked at it briefly, folded it, and put it in his pocket. He then stood up with Jinan, shook hands with Director Wong, and said, Looking forward to working with you. Likewise. Director Wong thought about the money he would soon receive and his bonus for the month, and he couldn't hide his happiness. Mr. Soo, the items you requested are ready. I'll deliver them to you. Safe travels. Thank you, Director Wong. No need for send-off, Soo Hyun replied and left with Jinan. Jinan looked at the shopping list Soo Hyun handed her, which included many different sizes. She was a bit confused and asked, Hyun, why do we need so many different sizes? Who knows how long it will take to finish? We need to consider if everyone gains or loses weight. We also have to prepare for different situations. It's possible that like-minded people will join us later. Soo Hyun is a soldier. Although he retired several years ago, his sense of camaraderie remains. In the future, he wants to protect his small family, but if he can find like-minded comrades to strengthen the team, it will also be a good safeguard for his family. After hearing Soo Hyun speak, Jinani suddenly remembered, Hyun, back then, you really had a few friends who shared your ideals.
They helped us a lot.
It would be great if we could find them again. Okay, once we finish dealing with the supplies, you can stay with me and help find them, Soo Hyun said. Hearing Jinani's words, he also felt a bit excited. In the end times, friends willing to trust you with their backs are just like his former comrades. Thinking of this, Soo Hyun remembered a few soldiers under his command who had retired due to injuries. He wondered how they were doing now. When he returned, he planned to discuss with Nan about bringing them in. Although injured, they were still several times stronger than ordinary people. Jinani was ready to go shopping with Soo Hyun. She decided not to look at men's clothes first. Instead, she wanted to see what her mother and the others bought when they returned, then discuss plans. Shopping time. Snacks, here I come, she thought to herself. She listed her shopping list. Canned yellow peaches, canned oranges, canned hawthorn, shredded squid, pickled spicy chicken feet, konjac snacks, corn sausages, wong rice crackers, wong rice snacks, tiger striped chicken feet, snail noodles, egg yolk pastry, dried beef jerky, shredded beef in oil, dried duck neck, amber millet crisps, wafers, coconut chips, scallion-flavored small fried dough twists, QQ candies, 3-2 biscuits, pickled bamboo shoots, crispy snacks, various flavors of potato chips, winter biscuits, crispy jujubes, yogurt, Waha drinks, matcha-flavored chocolates, and various instant noodles. She also bought sparkling water, electrolyte water, happy, fatty water, pulsating Huiyuan fruit juices of different flavors, iced black tea, green tea, basically, all the drinks on the shelves, whether she had tried them or not. Finally, she bought 10 large storage boxes. The supermarket staff helped load them into the car because the trunk was full. Noticing this, Jinani asked the staff to leave the items by the roadside, saying she would send someone to pick them up later. With her husband watching over her, she felt assured. Only then did the staff leave. Jinani was driving around the supermarket 3 times before finally packing everything into the trunk. There wasn't much stuff, mainly inflated packaging for items like potato chips, which took up more space. On the way back, Soo Hyun was driving. Hyun, let's sort these snacks when we get home. The tasty ones, we can stock up more, the not-so-good ones, less. When the end of the world comes, we can sell them to the rich and make a good profit. Am I smart or what? Seeing Jinani happily excited, Soo Hyun responded cheerfully, Our Nani is the smartest. Of course, Jinani replied proudly. Wait, Hien, look. The spicy soup shop is open in the afternoon. Let's go see. Seeing that her favorite spicy soup shop was open in the afternoon, Jinani couldn't sit still. After finding a parking spot, they discovered that the shop was preparing ingredients. Jinani had a bright idea, turned to look at Su Hien, and Su Hien immediately understood her meaning. He went ahead to talk with the owner about a partnership. They ordered 500 servings of spicy soup to be picked up at 9 a.m. the next morning. They also transferred extra money to the owner so he could buy new insulated containers. Their flight was at noon tomorrow, and they planned to pick up the spicy soup on the way, which meant they needed to rent a small truck. After renting the small truck, Jinani and Su Hien each drove a car home. Passing by the suburban market, Jinani became interested, especially when she saw the seed wholesale market. They pulled over to the side of the road. Just as she was about to call Su Hien, she saw his small truck also stop. He got out of the car and closed the door. Jinani ran over quickly. I knew it. Our little Anan understands everything best. Hearing the nickname Little Anan, a flicker of warmth appeared in Su Hien's eyes, and he grinned mischievously. So, Nani, how do you plan to reward me? His words made Jinani recall a wild night they had, and her face instantly turned red. Su Hien, let's hurry and look around, she said, turning and walking quickly ahead. Su Hien's hearty laughter followed her. As they entered the market, they realized it was a whole different world. Such a large market. Jinani sighed in amazement. Food, vegetables, tools, hardware, seeds. Almost everything you can think of. There is even a special spot where Grandpa and Grandma sell their homegrown vegetables. Jinani swept through the street, buying vegetables from the elderly men and women, even the ants. These are pure green foods, hard to find in the city. When Nanshin was young, she and Jinani would buy these farmers' homegrown vegetables, fresh and healthy. One old man had tears in his eyes, constantly thanking Jinani. From his broken words, Jinani learned that the old man grew many vegetables and relied on selling them to make a living. Today, he was late and missed the chance to sell his produce. His wife needed medicine tomorrow, and they didn't have enough money. Seeing this, Jinani took everything he had, feeling very grateful. Jinani felt sad inside. Many elderly people like him exist in the world, but there's little she can do. When the end of the world comes, most of these seniors will be among the first to fall ill or get infected. Su Hien sensed Jinani's feelings and guessed what she was thinking. He patted her shoulder to comfort her. Grandpa, I want all your vegetables. I'll buy whatever you grow in the future, as much as you have. The old man held her hand tightly, never letting go, and kept thanking her. It was only with Su Hien's help that his mood eased. Finally, Su Hien asked the old man for his address and bought all his vegetables. He planned to pick them up early tomorrow. The matter was settled, and the two continued shopping at the market. Hey, and when we pay tomorrow, let's give a little extra. I hope it can help improve the lives of that old couple. Life in the future will be very hard. Okay, I'll listen to you. At the suburban farmers market, there were so many kinds of seeds that Jinani wanted to buy a little of everything. But today, there wasn't enough time, so she could only go to the seed shop to solve the space planting problem. Boss, we want to buy some seeds. Miss, I mainly do wholesale here, not retail, said Lee, the seed seller. Seeing two young people come in, he thought they just wanted to buy some seeds for fun on their balcony and warned them. Boss, we're not joking. We're here to discuss a big deal. Boss, what kind of seeds do you have here? After hearing Jinani's words, Boss Lee also became serious and grew curious about this big deal Jinani mentioned. Depending on what seeds you want, I can honestly say I have the most complete collection in the city. If I don't have it here, you won't find it anywhere else, Boss Lee proudly introduced to the two. I have seeds for grains, cash crops, vegetables, forage and lawn seeds, flowers, fruit trees, and tea trees. I have everything here. There are also fruit tree saplings, various fertilizers, and nutrient soils. Hearing Boss Lee's technical terms, Jinani could understand the vegetable and flower seeds, but what are economic crops? Su Hien was also a bit confused. He shook his head at Ji Nan-e and then turned to Boss Lee and said, Boss Lee, please give us a detailed explanation. Boss Lee scratched his head after hearing Su Hyun. These two can't even tell seeds apart. Looks like this deal might not work out. Maybe it's just some impulsive idea from young people. Grain crops include wheat, rice, rye, corn, sweet potatoes, soybeans, black beans, peas, and broad beans. Mainly cereals, tubers, and beans. Cash crops include cotton, flax, peanuts, rapeseed, sugarcane, sugar beets, tobacco, tea leaves, mint, coffee, mulberry, rubber, and reeds. Mainly fiber crops, oil crops, sugar crops, specialty crops, and others. For forage and landscaping, there are vetch, clover, Sudan grass, water hyacinth, water peanuts, and many more. These include legumes, grasses, and aquatic plants. Boss Lee, prioritizing customer service, though feeling that this big deal might fall through, still wanted to make a good impression and carefully explained. Let's start with wheat, rice, corn, sweet potatoes, soybeans, red beans, mung beans, peas, broad beans, peanuts, cotton, sorghum, millet, sesame, rapeseed, these first, Ji Nan-e confidently said. Boss Lee was a bit surprised. This young girl doesn't even recognize these things and dares to speak up. Could she be wealthy but naive? But looking at the man beside her, he didn't seem that way. Boss, could you please tell us how much seed is needed per acre? Jinani looked at Boss Lee with the eager desire to learn. Okay, Boss Lee stammered a little. Seeing this pretty girl looking at him like his own daughter, he found it hard to refuse her. Here's the thing. Different varieties, planting methods, land, and environment all affect how much seed is needed. Let me introduce the approximate seed amounts for some common crops in our city. Maize needs about 3 to 4 kilograms per acre, wheat 8 kilograms, rice 10 to 15 kilograms, sweet potatoes 100 to 150 g of seed pieces, red beans 2 to 3.5 kilograms, green beans 1.5 to 2 kilograms, soybeans 5 to 9 kilograms, peas 15 kilograms, broad beans 10 kilograms, peanuts 15 to 20 kilograms, cotton 4 to 5 kilograms, sorghum 1 to 1.5 kilograms, millet 3 to 5 kilograms, sesame 0.5 kilograms, rapeseed 0.5 kilograms. That's roughly it, but there are many varieties. For example, just maize alone has over 20 types, depending on what you need. Jinani thought to herself, she has 1 million acres of land. How much seed would that require? Suddenly, she felt how hard farming was so difficult. If the planting goes wrong, it would be such a waste. She started counting on her fingers, planning how much seed to buy first, do some experiments, then buy in bulk. Actually, she wanted to stock up more. After the apocalypse, these resources might become non-renewable. She had space so she could store more. When society returns to normal, she could donate or use them for research or improvement, doing something meaningful. Soo-hee anxiously thought the same as Jinani. He was also calculating how much seed to buy, how much land needed planting, and wanted to stock up more. The future recovery of their homeland would need these seeds. Soo-hee considered that both he and Nanan's planting skills weren't very high right now. The large agricultural machinery they ordered would only arrive in a month, so they could only buy small equipment for now. Also, he was waiting to return from D country. He saw some handheld tools in the market, but those wouldn't be efficient enough for such a large piece of land. Boss Lee, we have 1,000 acres of land. We plan to develop an experience project next year. Do you think your stock of seeds is enough? But let's agree first. You need to sell me your new seeds this year. If you give me old, outdated seeds or poor quality ones, I won't work with you anymore. You need to handle the negotiation confidently. Soo-hyun is very skilled at this. When Boss Lee heard this, he felt happy. Covering 1,000 acres and planning future cooperation is a big deal. I have enough stock in my shop. I also have a warehouse in the suburbs to ensure the best quality. Feel free to check my reputation. Everyone praises me. In business, honesty is key. Alright, then give me a batch of seeds based on the maximum amount needed per acre. Boss Lee invited Soo-hyun and Jinani into the shop. The staff took blank order forms, prepared to count, then entered data into the computer to print the orders and arrange delivery. 5,000 kg of wheat, 8,000 kilograms of rice, 2,000 kilograms of corn, 40,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes, 5,000 kilograms of soybeans, 2,000 kilograms of red beans, 1,000 kilograms of green beans, 8,000 kilograms of peas, 5,000 kilograms of broad beans, 10,000 kilograms of peanuts, 3,000 kilograms of cotton, 800 kilograms of sorghum, 3,000 kilograms of millet, 300 kilograms of sesame, and 300 kilograms of rapeseed. While Soo Hyun and Boss Lee were talking, Jinani quietly calculated the maximum seed amount needed for 500 acres and followed the principle of, for not to give up, 5 to go straight in, rounding each seed type to a whole number. Seeing that the staff was ready, she started using her phone to note down the details. The staff was initially surprised by the numbers, but quickly realized that appearances can be deceiving. These two people, one delicate and the other a business expert, are buying so many seeds. They logged the numbers into the computer. Boss Lee also chatted happily with Soo Hyun, saying the delivery arrangements were made and they could help with transportation. Thinking of the large warehouse in the suburbs nearby, she gave Boss Lee the address for delivery. The staff worked efficiently, calculated the total price, prepared the order form. Boss Lee looked at the figures and smiled happily. It was almost closing time, and he didn't expect such a big order. Jinani still wanted to see the fruit tree saplings, but suddenly heard TT's voice calling out nearby. "Cha-Cha, what's wrong?" Cha-Cha's voice was a bit urgent, which startled Jinani and Soo Hyun. They quickly asked what happened. "Master, you need to go home quickly. Upgrading can cause you to faint, and the space won't open. It will take about an hour. It's too noisy here, so find a safe place first. Upgrading? So fast." Jinani was a little surprised. Cha-Cha had said before that upgrading needed many shiny stones. Now it's upgrading? So simple? She thought it would take a long time. "Master, it's mainly because of that small stone. Although it's tiny, it contains full energy. Once the space absorbs it, it will have enough energy for the upgrade." The fruit saplings stopped looking. Soo Hyun said goodbye to Boss Lee and pulled Jinani to go home. The small truck was parked on the roadside for now. He would come back to drive it later. 15 minutes later, Soo Hyun carried the unconscious Jinani and pushed open the door of the Ji family. Nan Xin and Chin Yu had already returned. Today went smoothly. They ordered a lot of supplies and were preparing dinner. When they heard the door, they saw Soo Hyun carrying Jinani. They put down the green onions they were holding and hurried over. "What's wrong? What's happening? Hyun, you took Nan out and didn't take good care of her." Seeing how worried the two moms looked, Soo Hyun comforted them. "It's okay. The space is upgrading. Nan will faint for a while, about an hour. She'll be fine. It's safe. All right. Hyun, you carry Nani upstairs to rest. Mom, and I will keep cooking," Nan Xin said 3 times, still feeling uneasy. She kept glancing at the direction Hyun was carrying Jinani. She couldn't let go, and neither could others. Just now in the car, they were talking with Cha-Cha about Nani's condition and possible side effects. Cha-Cha had only explained halfway when Jinani suddenly lost consciousness. Cha-Cha's voice also disappeared. Since learning that Jinani was reborn and had suffered so much in the end times, Soo Hyun had been worried and scared. He was afraid things might get out of control and that he couldn't protect her. He took several deep breaths to calm himself before continuing to drive. Having settled Jinani, Soo Hyun still went downstairs. Although he wanted to stay with Jinani and wait for her to wake up, he held back. Today, he learned more about the space. Now, he needs to check with the two mothers what supplies they prepared today, then continue adjusting the plan. Tomorrow, they will fly to D country, where agriculture machinery is very advanced. They will need to find a way to get a few machines there. He asked Cha-Cha today about the space planting function. The harvested grains can be used for cross-dimensional trade and can be directly exchanged for space coins. In the future, they can also eat these crops themselves. This planet doesn't have spiritual springs, but the land in the space is irrigated with spiritual spring water, making the crops grow better. Especially for cultivators, these spiritually infused foods are very popular. "He's come down. Here, have a bowl of soup first. When Jinani wakes up, we can eat together." Chin Yu handed Soo Hyun a bowl of chicken soup. He knows his son best. Since he was young, he liked Jinan-yi for some reason. Despite having many friends, he always liked to run to the Ji family. If Jinan-yi smiled at him when he was little, he would be happy all day and boast about it to everyone. As he grew older, he became Jinan-yi's little follower. In high school, somehow, he tricked Jinan-yi into dating him. He even lied to the girl to be his girlfriend. He remembers Ji Kong-chung holding a broom, trying to chase him away, but he refused to leave, saying that if Ji Kong-chung didn't agree to him being with Jinan-yi, he would wait forever. In the end, it was his father, Lao Su, who came back and spoke up for him. Plus, Nanjing Fan, who subtly influenced Ji Kong-chung, finally agreed. But this boy really liked Jinan-yi. Before college, he endured and protected her, even just giving her a gentle kiss on the lips. However, Lao Su said that endure means he was just training in the army and had no time. Otherwise, he would have already spoiled the girl. Qin Yu patted her son's shoulder. As a mother, she knew her child best. When Jinan-yi fainted just now, he was probably very scared. Now, he was pretending to be calm. That's a man's dignity. He wouldn't allow himself to be weak, just like his father. Mom, what did you all buy today? Su Hyun finished the chicken soup, set the bowl aside, and asked. Today, I ordered many things, but I still feel it's not enough. Your mother-in-law has already talked to the supplier. From now on, they will deliver a batch of goods each month. When the day comes, even if 100 more people arrive, it will be enough for several generations. Excited, Qin Yu told her son. Just wait, I'll show you the order list. Qin Yu said nearby, I discussed with your mother-in-law. We think it's necessary to stock up on some items. So I asked the manager of Jijia Supermarket for the delivery list. We doubled the order quantity. Take a look and see if you want to add anything. I'm going to help with cooking. If you want to add something, here's paper and a pen. Just write it down. Su Hyun glanced at the list briefly and then placed it on the table. Later, when Jinan-yi wakes up, he will see if she wants anything to eat. Su Hyun took out his phone and started placing orders. He bought solar panels, outdoor batteries, diesel generators, bright flashlights, Swiss Army knives, multi-purpose fire starters, windproof lighters, military shovels, multi-purpose hammers and pliers, multi-purpose axes, spring-loaded sticks, various ropes, and baseball bats. Seeing the thermal blankets, Su Hyun also added them to the cart. He bought 100 of each item, mainly to avoid unnecessary attention and trouble. After thinking for a moment, Su Hyun dialed a number. A batch of military supplies arrived, which he planned to keep for future needs. Remembering the small truck outside, he greeted his two mothers and rode his usual small electric scooter used for grocery shopping, planning to bring the truck back. When he arrived at the market, he saw Boss Lee organizing workers to move goods. Since the truck was still empty, he went over to say hello to Boss Lee. Boss Lee saw it was Su Hyun and smiled warmly, walking over to talk. Thinking about Jinan-yi's obsession with fruit tree saplings before fainting, Su Hyun asked, Boss Lee, what kinds of fruit tree saplings or seeds do you have? Mostly common varieties. Honestly, the seed quality here is definitely good. The fruit tree saplings are mostly bought on the side, so their quality is average. They're just for helping friends clear stock. If you want to buy fruit tree saplings, I can take you to my friend's nursery. They have everything you need, and all are high-quality seedlings. Boss Lee was planning to arrange a time tomorrow to visit the seedlings, but Su Hyun said they should go now. After thinking for a moment, Boss Lee decided it was fine. It's all for making money, and Old Jong would be very happy. He cares for those plants more than his own children. Boss Lee told the workers to do a good job loading the goods. This month, they would get bonuses along with their salaries. Then, he got into Su Hyun's small truck, and they headed to the planting base. 30 minutes later, the small truck stopped in front of a large plastic greenhouse. A middle-aged man was already waiting nearby. Old Jong, are we here? Boss Lee waved to the middle-aged man and walked over with Su Hyun. The man called Old Jong started showing Su Hyun around his nursery. The variety of plants was very complete. Seeing the healthy little seedlings, Su Hyun thought that if Jinan-yi saw them, she would be very happy. He imagined her jumping around, choosing the ones she liked. After talking with Old Jong for a while, Su Hyun felt it was about time to go back. Jinani should have woken up by now, so he didn't want to waste more time. Loquat trees, peach trees, yellow peach trees, lemon trees, blueberry bushes, snow pear trees, citrus, walnut trees, orange trees, kiwi, crispy persimmon trees, sweet persimmon trees, plum trees, grapes, cherries, strawberries, pomegranate, fig trees, orange trees. All of these you have. Give me 50 seedlings of each. And anything else you have here, give me 10 seedlings of those too. They must be the best quality. You want all these? Do you have the right conditions to plant them? Don't waste my seedlings. These are carefully grown by me. Old Zhang heard Su Hian listing the plants like a menu. He had these seedlings himself, but he was particular about selling them. He wanted to sell only to people who truly wanted to grow them. If he sold to careless people, the trees might die before they even bear fruit, which would waste his effort and resources. Boss Li quickly nudged old Zhang's arm, signaling him not to say more. Su Hian wasn't angry. He knew this man was confident in his seedlings and had taken good care of them. That's why he asked so many questions. If he wanted, he could just buy the plants and leave. Don't worry. Every seedling you buy from me will grow well. Not a single one will be lost. They will all survive, and I won't waste your money. Su Hian spoke, explaining that space planting is very useful. It can grow anything, improve fruit taste, and prevent pests. He had already asked TT about all this. Thinking of that, Su Hian remembered the beach and sand. He decided he needed to visit tropical areas, as South knows and likes durians, bananas, coconuts, and similar fruits, especially durians. Su Hian quickly paid for 10 seedlings of each type because his small truck couldn't carry more. The rest of the plants were paid for with a deposit, and he would pick them up in a week. After sending Boss Li home, Su Hian drove home, following the speed limit. When he reached the yard, he heard laughter and talking inside the house. He couldn't help but smile. Nan was awake. He pushed the door open, and Jinani saw Su Hian. She ran over quickly and jumped onto him. "Husband, you're back." Su Hian gently supported Jinani's small waist, affectionately tucked her messy hair behind her ears, and kissed her on the face, smiling warmly at her. "Husband, do you know? The space can now hold people, and it's doubled in size. There's also a new lottery reward, and we can now trade lower-level face positions," Jinani chirped excitedly. "The seeds we bought today might not be enough. After dinner, let's put all of them into the space. We didn't buy fruit tree seedlings today, so tonight we can plant them. Let's go. First, eat, and after that I'll plant with you." Hearing this, Su Hian smiled and kissed her again. "Thank you, husband. Hurry up and eat. Don't linger at the door. It's getting annoying. Come on, dinner's ready." Nan Xian and Qinyi watched the couple being lovey-dovey but didn't move to join them. They couldn't help but speak up. Jinani jumped down from Su Hian and left him behind as she sat down to eat. 30 minutes later, Su Hian was in the kitchen washing dishes and tidying up, while Jinani sat with her two mothers looking at the order list. "Mom, did you copy the supermarket shopping list?" "Jinani, you're so clever." Jinani looked at the order list in her hand, feeling that her two mothers were really impressive. Peanut oil, rapeseed oil, corn oil, sunflower seed oil, soybean oil, olive oil, blended oil, walnut oil, camellia seed oil, flaxseed oil, coconut oil, toasted sesame oil, Sichuan pepper oil, green Sichuan pepper oil. All organic and the best quality, with 5,000 bottles of each. Wheat flour, low-gluten flour, high-gluten flour, self-raising wheat flour, baking-specific high-gluten flour, buckwheat flour, glutinous rice flour, whole black wheat flour, Jobs Tears flour, sorghum flour, cornmeal, oat flour, mung bean flour, sweet potato flour, cornstarch, sweet potato starch, soybean flour. Only what's available in the supermarket and the best-selling items, with 5,000 bags of each. Liuye noodles, hand-pulled noodles, Xinjiang handmade pulled noodles, vegetable noodles, mung bean noodles, spinach noodles, dragon beard noodles, buckwheat noodles, alkaline noodles, thin dragon beard noodles, udon, egg noodles, barley noodles, bamboo shoe noodles, knife-cut noodles, cornmeal, rice noodles, rice vermicelli, and various Italian pastas. All ordered, 3,000 boxes of each. Light soy sauce, fragrant vinegar, aged vinegar, white vinegar, rice vinegar, cooking wine, dark soy sauce, chicken essence, MSG, premium soy sauce, steamed fish soy sauce, red vinegar, sashimi soy sauce, rice bowl soy sauce, apple cider vinegar, crab vinegar, braising sauce packets, pork fat, crushed basil, rosemary, chopped parsley, malt syrup, Odin soup base, barbecue dipping sauce, baking soda, rock sugar, yellow rock sugar, dried chili peppers, brown sugar, syrup, sesame oil, fish sauce, white sugar, ice jelly, yellow wine, wild peppercorns, black pepper, Sichuan pepper oil, spicy chili peppers, concentrated soup base, sea salt, Himalayan pink salt, curry blocks, mushroom powder, garlic powder, scallion powder, Korean chili paste, 6-spice chili powder, dipping sauce, barbecue sauce, cumin, white pepper powder, fennel seed. And a long list of spices, all ordered, 5,000 boxes each. Jinani saw that white sugar, brown sugar, and salt were ordered in large quantities, 5,000 boxes each. She was a bit confused and asked, "Mom, why did we order so many of these three?" "Nan, you haven't experienced the old days. White sugar, brown sugar, and salt were like hard currency back then. It's good to stock up some now. We'll definitely need them later." "Yes, Nan, you don't know this, but these three are even more valuable than cigarettes and alcohol." "Okay, I'll listen to Mom." Chinyu mentioned alcohol and cigarettes, then turned to Nan Xin to discuss. "You say alcohol is easy to get, but cigarettes are still limited. We should start stockpiling those too. Starting this week, when placing orders for cigarettes, we need to be more careful. Some stores will no longer keep stock. They'll just display a few for show." The two mothers still felt this wasn't enough and continued their discussion. Jinani and Su Hyun kept reviewing the orders. They ordered various sauces and condiments, including peanut butter, sesame paste, ketchup, salad dressing, spicy chili sauce, chili oil, wasabi mustard, Chongqing noodle seasoning, laoganma, double pepper beef sauce, Thai sweet chili sauce, Korean sweet chili sauce, fermented bean curd, barbecue sauce, garlic sauce, mushroom beef sauce, bean paste, rice seasoning, soybean paste, mustard, chopped chili, Pixian bean paste, yellow lantern chili sauce, pickled peppers, and mustard soy sauce. There were also sweetened condensed milk, strawberry jam, blueberry jam, mango jam, osmanthus honey, cherry jam, and berry jam. Each type of sauce was ordered in full boxes, with 3,000 boxes per product. Jinani quietly whispered to Su Hyun, "Mom, and the others are really amazing. We need to work harder too." She turned a page and tugged at Su Hyun's sleeve. "Hyun, look at all these dried goods. See cucumbers, abalones, dried scallops, fish gelatin, dried shiitake mushrooms, black fungus, white fungus. All for making soup. It seems they've done a lot of research since retiring." Nan Xian overheard her daughter and son-in-law whispering and proudly responded, "Of course. You don't know, we've studied many recipes. Both dads say the dishes are delicious and keep praising us." "Mom, you even bought dried fish flakes." Jinani was surprised as she looked at the order. "Of course. You like takoyaki, right? We have to stock up on these so I can make it for you later," Chinyu said affectionately. "Look, and your favorite lotus root noodles. Mom loves you so much." Jinani pointed at the items she was showing Su Hyun. "Oh, that was just a quick grab." Chinyu pretended to fan herself and looked away. They also ordered dried goods from the north and south, frozen snacks, instant foods, toilet paper, cleaning supplies, personal care products, cat food, canned cat food, cat litter, and various snacks. They especially stocked pre-made dishes, thinking that if they ever couldn't cook, these would be the most convenient. What made Jinani blush was the topic of family planning and baby products. She didn't expect her mother to think about this too. Seeing the thousands of boxes of family planning supplies behind her, Su Hyun couldn't help but laugh out loud. They use it every day, but it never runs out. The baby products were decided by both mothers together. They didn't know what the future would hold, but if someday they had the chance, they still hoped to have a child like Jinani and Su Hyun. After all, a newborn symbolizes new life and hope. After looking at the order list and seeing that the deliveries are scheduled once a month, Jinani felt more at ease. There were clothes for 6 people. She had already seen her mothers adding items to their shopping carts and planning a big shopping spree at the supermarket. They were especially excited about clearance sales out of season. Although they are now wealthy ladies, they still stay modest. Let's go. I'll take you to see the fruit tree saplings. We bought many loquats, peaches, yellow peaches, lemons, blueberries, snow pears, citrus, walnuts, oranges, kiwi fruit, crispy persimmons, sweet persimmons, plums, grapes, cherries, strawberries, pomegranates, figs, and oranges. We have all of these, and your favorite durian. We'll find a chance to go and stock up, then plant a few old trees in the space, along with coconuts and other tropical fruits you like. We'll buy everything you love. Soo-hyun took Ji-nani's hand and led her toward the yard. Great. Thank you, husband. Seeing the small truck loaded with goods, Ji-nani waved her hand confidently. All the items were stored in her space. Holding Soo-hyun's hand, she turned back to the room, eager to enter the space together. This time, they entered the space directly. Everything felt different. Everything they saw could be touched. The fruit tree saplings she just stored in the space were neatly placed aside. Suddenly, a fluffy little ball rolled over to Ji-nani and Soo-hyun. It really rolled over. Cha-cha. Soo-hyun was a bit surprised. Ji-nani had already been shocked earlier, and she looked at Soo-hyun with a smile. Yes, yes. Don't you recognize me, master? I didn't expect that, Soo-hyun said awkwardly, touching his nose. Master, as the space upgrades, I will gradually grow features and a body, Cha-cha explained. Master, the lottery time for the system space reward is limited. Do you want to draw now? If you miss it, it would be a waste. TT dutifully began her work. Also, about face trading, right now, the master can only perform low-level face trades, limited to 3 times a week. You can add the other person as a friend, and then there will be no limit on trades. Jinan thought for a moment. Let's draw first. I have an 11-hour flight tomorrow, so I have plenty of time to learn about face trading. Okay, master. I will now activate the lottery system for you. After TT finished speaking, a large screen appeared in front of 2 people. It showed a big spinning wheel with 5 sections, labeled 1 million space coins, 2 spirit cleansing pills, 3 strength pills, a martial arts secret manual, and 1,000 space coins. Seeing the 1,000 space coins, Jinan couldn't help but roll his eyes. That was too stingy. 1,000 space coins. That's too little. Master, the system's draws are random. TT can't change the results. You can only pray for good luck. Seeing the 4 red words indicating the start of the draw, Jinan hesitated for a moment and pressed the button. The wheel began to spin. Jinan held Soo-hyun's hand, unconsciously gripping tightly. After about 10 seconds, the wheel slowly started to stop. Jinan's eyes followed the moving pointer, which finally landed on the section with 3 strength pills. Congratulations, Master. You have received 3 strength pills. Those who use the pills can transform into beings with unlimited strength permanently, but you must learn to control your power, or you might hurt those around you. After speaking, a small platform appeared with a box on top. Jinan took it down, opened it, and saw 3 small dark pills inside. Is this the strength pill? Jinan looked at it with some disgust. It looked a bit like sheep droppings, but he didn't dare to say it aloud. Yes, Master. Just 1 pill can make a person infinitely strong, TT explained. The more Jinan looked at it, the more it resembled sheep droppings. He secretly glanced at Soo-hyun's expression and asked, TT, does this have any side effects? Master, products from the space are top quality. How could there be side effects? Doutre underestimating tea protested, failing guronket. Ji-nani reached out and handed a large strength pill to Soo-hyun. Here, take this. Soo-hyun took the pill, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it without any hesitation. Ji-nani watched closely for any change in Soo-hyun. After a long time, there was no obvious difference. Soo-hyun only felt a warm sensation inside his body, like a hot current passing through, but it disappeared quickly. There was no other reaction. Cha-cha, is this okay now? Ji-nani asked suspiciously. Yes, Master. Let the man try it, she replied. Soo Hyun was also a bit confused. He didn't feel any special change. Looking around, he saw no heavy objects nearby. He pulled Nani and quickly stepped out of the space, heading toward the small truck. "Where are you two going?" Two mothers in the living room saw them come out and headed toward the door. "We're testing something," Nani said mysteriously. This piqued Nan Xin and Chin Yu's curiosity. They stood up and followed, wanting to see what the children were up to. "Quick, Chin Yu, come look," Nan Xin exclaimed as she saw Soo Hyun lift the small truck with one hand and then smile foolishly at her daughter. She was so scared, she hurriedly called her mother-in-law. Chin Yu was a step behind. When she came out, Soo Hyun had already put the small truck down. Nani was nearby, looking around carefully to see if anyone was hurt. "It's fine. I think I only used about 30% of my strength," Soo Hyun said with a smile, signaling her not to worry. Hearing Nan Xion's words, Chin Yu insisted that Soo Hyun do it again, claiming she didn't see clearly. Soo Hyun then lifted the small truck once more. Chin Yu quickly looked around to make sure no one was watching before pulling her son back into the room. "What are you doing? Your strength has become so big," Chin Yu said, pinching her son's arm muscles. She thought this doesn't seem to have changed much. Why did his strength suddenly increase so much? "Mom, Hyun has become a super strong man now," Nani said playfully, looking at Chin Yu. The two mothers still looked confused. Soo Hyun explained everything again and they finally relaxed. "Not bad, not bad. This is really a good thing. Nani, from now on, if there's heavy work, let Hyun do it. He's strong, so you don't have to worry about him." Chin Yu quickly shared her idea. She thought the powerful strength pill was great. Recently, Nan and the others said that once Lao Su and the in-laws returned, each of them would get a pill. When the end of the world comes, it would be a good backup. Nan and Soo Hyun also thought the same. They wanted to make the men stronger first, especially the two fathers. If they were treated with spiritual spring water and took the strength pill before awakening their abilities, no one could beat them. As for the two mothers, Nan had already decided. Once they understood the face exchange technique, they would see if there were any good items and also equip them. Nan and Soo Hyun greeted their families, then drove with Soo Hyun to the warehouse. They needed to store things in the space first, so the warehouse would be empty before buying more items. It was already dark, and there were hardly any people on the road. Soo Hyun drove very fast. After 15 minutes, they arrived at the warehouse. They told the security guard at the gate, and the car drove inside to the rented warehouse. Soo Hyun opened the warehouse door, and the inside was already full of supplies. Nan, these are seeds. The ones next to them should be bought by Mom and the others," he said. "Okay, Hyun. Let's open them one by one, and then I'll show you a new upgraded ability," Nan said mysteriously, with a proud little smile. After checking all the supplies in several warehouses, Nan asked Soo Hyun to close all the warehouse doors again, and then pushed him onto the car. They started the car and drove out of the warehouse area. Nan told Soo Hyun to stop the car. She took Soo Hyun's consciousness into the space. Outside, she was very cautious about safety. Once inside the space, Nan pulled Soo Hyun into the warehouse. Soo Hyun looked at the supplies inside, his face full of disbelief. "Is this your new ability?" he asked.
Yes.
After the space upgraded, TT said that as long as I've seen something, I can store it in the space within 100 meters. When the storage reaches a certain amount, items within 500 meters can also be stored. And I don't even need to see them with my eyes, just use my mental power to scan. But TT said this uses a lot of energy, so after each use, I need to drink a glass of spiritual spring water to recover. Nani happily hugged Soo Hyun's waist. "Hyun, in this life, I am finally no longer a burden to you. I am useful now. No matter when, you are never my burden." Soo Hyun gently patted Nani's back with care. She had asked many times about what they experienced in their past life, but Nani never wanted to talk much. Soo Hyun only knew what Nani told everyone, but she was sure there was more. She felt that her little girl had gone through many things she didn't know about. Soo Hyun took the chance when Nani was asleep to ask TT, but TT said it was her owner's private matter. Unless the owner personally said it was okay, no one else could tell. So Soo Hyun gave up, trusting that when Nani wanted to share, she would tell her. Nani secretly wiped away tears and then slipped out of Soo Hyun's arms. Let's go back quickly. Mom, and the others will worry if we're late. We have to get up early tomorrow. After they left the space, Soo Hyun drove them home.
Soon they arrived.
When the two mothers found out that everything in the warehouse had been stored in the space, they became very motivated and ready to buy more. That night, Soo Hyun and Nani slept together, quietly listening to each other's breathing. In the middle of the night, Nani suddenly woke up with a start.
No, it wasn't me.
I didn't cause Hyun's death. Soo Hyun was awakened by Nani's scream. She held her tightly, comforting her as she trembled. Nan, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm with you. Be good. Soo Hyun kept saying these words softly into Nani's ear. Slowly, Nani regained her senses. Seeing the environment around her and Soo Hyun's eyes red, she couldn't hold back and started crying loudly. The two mothers were also awakened by Nani's cry. They didn't want to disturb the girls and thought Nani was having a nightmare. But hearing her crying outside the door, they couldn't help but knock. Nani clung tightly to Soo Hyun's clothes. When Soo Hyun heard the knocking, she decided to hold Nani in her arms and open the door. Seeing Nani trembling uncontrollably in Soo Hyun's arms, sometimes sobbing, with red eyes and nose, made her heart ache. Nan Xion's tears suddenly fell. Chinyu quickly helped Nan Xion sit up. The four of them sat on the bed, waiting for Nani's emotions to slowly settle. Nan, you have to believe me. My parents and I are here with you. Please don't keep everything inside your heart alone. Soo Hyun gently patted Nani's back, constantly comforting her. After a long while, Nani slowly calmed down. Seeing the worried look on the people around her, she felt a bit guilty. Nani, Mom is here with you. We're not afraid of anything. Everyone was trying to comfort Nani. She sniffled and spoke intermittently. In my past life, after Hyun was bitten by a zombie, he didn't die. Instead, he turned into a high-level zombie with his own thoughts. He saw those zombies coming to bite me and ordered them to leave, but he didn't recognize me. When I called him, he ignored me. Still, he kept protecting me, trying to get me back to the base. On the way, Hyun was injured and I helped treat his wounds. I wanted to cure him of the zombie virus, but my healing ability couldn't do it. I could only watch as he stayed between consciousness and unconsciousness. As we neared the base, Hyun started to push me away, telling me to go back. But I didn't want him to be alone, so I decided not to go back. He had already agreed, but the base leader found out about him and they started attacking Hyun. His wounds kept increasing. I wanted to help him heal, and when the others saw me doing so, they surprisingly stopped attacking him and just watched. Nani suddenly paused, fell silent, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them, her eyes were filled with deep hatred. They captured me and used me to make Hyun surrender. They wanted him to stop resisting. Later, I found out that the base leader had been secretly conducting human experiments. They were interested in my healing ability, and even after Hyun turned into a zombie and didn't hurt me, they were fascinated. There are so many healing type abilities in the base, but no one could heal zombie injuries, yet I healed Hyun. They kept threatening Hyun with me, and he just obeyed them, giving blood and undergoing experiments. Until Hyun discovered they were experimenting on me, he broke free from all the equipment and rushed to save me. All the alarms in the testing zone went off, and in the end, they shot Hyun to protect themselves. Knowing Nan finished speaking, she seemed to lose all her strength. The past appeared before her eyes. She was tied to a bed in the laboratory, watching Hyun repeatedly hit the glass. He was covered in blood and still trying to break through, but she couldn't do anything because of the drug's control, not even move her fingers. She could only watch helplessly as a bullet pierced Soo Hyun's head. He fell to the ground, motionless. The people even smashed his skull open and took out the crystal core from his brain. The base leader held Soo Hyun's crystal core and laughed wildly. Then he forcefully crushed it. Soo Hyun hugged Jinani's arm, veins bulging, while Nan Xian and Chinyu cried loudly beside them. Jinani muttered softly. After Hyun died, they focused their research on me. One day, their experiments finally succeeded. They found that my blood could purify the cloudy crystal cores in zombies' brains. Moreover, after my blood purified the crystal cores and the mutants absorbed it, they would upgrade faster. So they started taking my blood for various experiments, using it to purify those crystal cores. That night, a girl came to the lab. She was very beautiful, so beautiful. She said she hated me, that I caused Hyun's death. But I didn't know her. The base leader came in. The girl went over to act cute. I realized she was the base leader's daughter. Our deaths were part of a conspiracy. Since we entered the base, she had been watching us. She thought I didn't have powers and didn't deserve Hyun. She had been planning to take Hyun away. At first, when Hyun went on missions, she tried to harm me but failed because of her father. Later, I awakened my powers and could go on missions with Hyun. She deliberately arranged us in a zombie-infested area, with people ready to rescue him when he was in danger. Unfortunately, she failed. The last time, the base leader noticed the abnormal zombie tide, forcibly took her away, and left us behind. Hyun, she told me it was all my fault. That I was a burden. If it weren't for me, you and Dad would be living well. You wouldn't have to go on dangerous missions risking your life. She said that my special power caused her death. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have become a zombie or been reduced to bones. She also told me that Dad died in the zombie attack while trying to find us. Wah! Juan, it's all my fault. I caused her death, and I also caused Mom's. Mom was killed by those people while trying to protect me. It's all my fault. Jinani cried painfully, trembling uncontrollably, and fainted in Soo Hyun's arms. In the bedroom, everything was very quiet, only the sound of muffled crying. Soo Hyun didn't expect the truth to be revealed like this. He knew she had a hard life, but he never imagined it would be so terrible. Cha-cha, how did Nan die? Master. The daughter of the base leader lost control and accidentally strangled the master. They drained all the blood from the master's body and then ate him. They believed the master's blood could purify the zombie's corruption, and his body might also be saved. Those. I will personally deal with them. Soo Hyun clenched his fists tightly. He didn't tell Nana Xian about this revenge. He would handle it himself. If his mother-in-law found out, she wouldn't be able to handle it. My Nan E, how could you suffer so much? Nana Xian had always been calm, but after hearing Nan Yi's story, she couldn't stay calm anymore. Chinyu was standing nearby, holding Nana Xian and looking at her son with concern. The injuries Soo Hyun suffered from endless blood tests and experiments must have been even worse. How could her son not be in pain? Mom, I will avenge Nan. Even if I have to die, I will make those people pay with their lives. Chinyu was the first to speak. Son, Mom supports you. But you're not alone. Now that we have the upper hand, we might even turn the tables on them. Yes, Nana Xian wiped her tears and held Chinyu's hand to show her gratitude. Nana Xian stayed with Nan E for a while longer, but she never woke up. Chinyu took Nana Xian back to their room to sleep. It's too late. We have to keep fighting tomorrow. We must be fully prepared. Anyone who dares to come will be dealt with. Juan will stay with Nan E. Let's go to sleep. After seeing off the two mothers, Hyun lay on his side, watching Nan E. The young girl was crying very hard and kept sobbing even while sleeping. Soo Hyun gently patted Jinani's back, like comforting a child, trying to soothe her. When Jinani woke up, Soo Hyun was still lying on his side. He moved slightly and woke up, just in time to meet her eyes. Little fool, I won't allow anyone to doubt you. I will always love only you. Hyun, I love only you too. Jinani buried her head in Soo Hyun's arms. Listening to his heartbeat, she felt completely relaxed. She shouldn't have doubted their love because of that person's influence. Recently, she had been suffering a lot, always afraid that Soo Hyun would think she was useless and see her as a burden. It was that person's constant instigation that made her confused. Hyun, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. Nan Nan, you are the girl I decided to marry from the cradle. When I saw how small and obedient you were lying there, I thought, this beautiful girl will definitely be mine in the future. Soo Hyun, I love you so much. Jinani buried her head even deeper, and Soo Hyun held her tightly. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound. Jinani thought about how her two moms were there last night. Worried they might be worried, she hurried to open the door. Nan Xian was standing outside. She hesitated for a long time, but still decided to knock and see if they were awake. When she didn't get a response, she thought they were still sleeping. Since the plane's departure time was still early, she planned to let them sleep a little longer. When Jinani opened the door, she saw it was Nan Xian. She immediately threw herself into her mom's arms. Softly, she said, "Mom, I love you. I want to eat the egg pancakes you make." "Okay, I'll make some for you. Hurry up and wash up, then come down to eat." Nan Xian patted her head and smiled, surprised that her big girl was still so clingy to her. Turning around, her eyes reddened. Nan Xian knew that Jinani was growing up and was worried about her. This night passed, and each of them silently made more firm decisions and vows. They worked their own tasks, each trying their best. After breakfast, Soo Hyun and Jinani said goodbye to their two mothers and drove a small truck toward their first stop, the spicy soup shop. The shop owner had already prepared everything early in the morning. They had spicy soup, tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, scallion pancakes, water-fried buns, tea eggs, and the deluxe version of the spicy soup. The fried dough sticks, scallion pancakes, and water-fried buns were packed in bags. The thermos contained plenty of soup for the tea eggs, and the main dish, spicy soup, along with the side dish, tofu pudding, were all ready. Inside the shop, tables were stacked to the side, and the floor was filled with thermos containers. Soo Hyun opened the back of the small truck. The staff started helping load the food. It was busy, and they couldn't fit everything at once. The owner lent them his delivery van, and they loaded another truck before finishing. After paying the shop owner, he happily saw them off and told them not to rush to return the vehicle. As they drove away, they saw the owner waving in the rearview mirror. They turned a corner and found a quiet place to store all the items in their space. Sitting in the car, they continued shopping online for a while. About half an hour had passed. They drove back to return the van. This marked the official start of their journey in the D country. On the plane, Jinani and Soo Hyun said goodbye to the flight attendant and asked not to be disturbed. Then, their consciousness entered the space. "Master, do you want to make a trade now?"
Sure, Cha-Cha.
"What kinds of people are there?" Back to the master, there are cultivators, dragons, magic users, mythical beasts, and beings from other planets. There are many merchants. Some planets, like our fairy planet, have experienced a great cleansing. All dimensional merchants can trade with each other to meet their needs. Cha-Cha, does anyone else on this planet have this system? Jinani suddenly thought of this. If she met someone more powerful in the future, she needed to train herself to become stronger. Replying to the master, due to the special nature of this planet, only one system is allowed per era. I am the only one assigned here. Unless I disappear, no other system will appear. Systems are mutually restraining and cannot coexist in the same era. But in other eras of this planet, there might be other dimensional merchants. The master might encounter them during future trades. I'm relieved now. Jinani knew that in this era, having her powerful cheat ability made her feel at ease. Cha-Cha, open the interface for the dimensional trade. Let's take a look and understand it first. Yes, master. After Cha-Cha spoke, a trading information plaza appeared before Jinan, and Soo Hyun. The plaza was divided into two sides, one for demand and one for sale. Master, you can click on the demand that suits your needs, then contact the seller on the other side. Once connected, you can start trading. While Jinani was communicating with Cha-Cha, Soo Hyun had already begun to look at the different pieces of information on both sides. There's even weapons. Soo Hyun saw a level 2 interstellar merchant's weapon trading message, which said they wanted to exchange delicious food for weapons. Cha-Cha glanced at the message Soo Hyun was looking at. Yes, master. This merchant's planet is technologically advanced but lacks resources. They only need to inject a special medicine once a month to stay full and get the nutrients they need to survive. So, merchants from their planet are very eager to trade food with people from other planets. Once the master's level increases, you'll be able to exchange for more advanced weapons. Hien, look, there's even alcohol for trade. Jinan Yi pointed to a trading message for Su Hien to see. Grain and more grain. In the cultivation world, merchants, cha-cha, is this the kind of merchant you mentioned, who likes spiritual energy food? Yes, master. Merchants in the cultivation world like all things infused with spiritual energy. But on some planets, due to environmental pollution, there is no longer any spiritual energy. Hearing this, Jinan Yi was a bit confused. Can't they grow it in their space? Master, not many people have both a system and a space. Usually, merchants in the cultivation world store their items in storage bags or storage rings. I see. Jinan Yi nodded, thinking to herself that her cheat ability was really useful. There are even pills. Master, the powerful pill you drew last time in the lottery is a pill. You should check it out. Maybe you'll find the pill you need. How many trades can I make today? Jinan Yi had already looked through all the information on the trading plaza and had clear targets in mind for her trades. Master, you can only trade once a day, but if the other person agrees to add you as a friend, you can trade twice. Jinan Yi turned to look at Su Hien. Su Hien nodded, signaling that she could do whatever she wanted, and he supported her. Cha-cha, please contact the merchant selling the spirit pills. Yes, master. Jinan Yi wanted to exchange some mending pills. After the last system lottery, she looked up the information and learned what they were. If they really had the effects described in the stories, then giving each family member one would be good. Plus, with the blessing of space spirit spring water, her family would be safer. Master, I've connected to the merchant. The video will start soon. After Cha-Cha finished speaking, the trading platform in front of her turned into a big screen. On it was an old man with a very long beard and silver hair. It reminded her of a novel she had read. Jinan Yi bowed respectfully. Grandpa, I don't know what you want to trade for the pills. What kinds of pills do you have? Do you have wine? The old man's voice was rough, and he didn't answer her other question.
Wine?
Yes, we do. What kind of wine are you looking for, Grandpa? Grape wine. Do you have that? Yes. Please wait a moment, Grandpa. Jinan Yi had some grape wine stored in her space. Her mother and the others had kept it for future trade in the apocalypse, so it was just right for this. Su Hien handed her the grape wine. The old man with the white beard finally noticed Su Hien. You're so young and already have a partner. Little one, don't be fooled, the old man suddenly said. Jinan Yi burst into laughter when she heard him. Su Hien stood to the side, looking a bit annoyed. Grandpa, I'm already 24. I'm not that young. This is my childhood friend. He's not trying to trick me, she explained. She didn't know why she was explaining, but she still answered. Cha-cha, have it check the goods. Su Hien took a cup, opened a bottle of red wine, poured half a glass, and placed it on the trading table, ignoring the old man with the white beard.
Pour mort.
That's the wine I want. I won't cheat you, he said confidently. The young man was quite stubborn. TT started a trade. The half glass of red wine on the trading table slowly disappeared and appeared in front of an old man with a white beard on the screen. The old man with the white beard picked up the glass and saw that it was made of glass. You really waste things, using such precious glass to hold wine. He sniffed the wine in the glass and said, Good wine, but it really needs such a fine container. The old man took a sip and carefully tasted it. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at the two people on the screen. What kind of pill do you need? Jinan Yi understood that this was a sign of agreeing to the trade. He said, I need a bone cleansing pill. Ha ha ha, little girl, is that all? Just a bone cleansing pill? Master, in the world of cultivation where this merchant is, as long as someone is tested and found to have cultivation talent, they will be rewarded with a bone cleansing pill by their sect to help with better training. So, bone cleansing pills are not rare there. After hearing TT's explanation, Jinan Yi understood. He thought for a moment and continued, Yes, I only need the bone cleansing pill.
I want 6 of them.
How much wine do I need to exchange? But what? The old man with the white beard, who had lived for 120 years, immediately understood the other meaning behind Jinan Yi's words. Grandpa, should we add each other as friends? I have a lot of good wine, not just grape wine. Once I collect more, we can continue trading. That's perfect. Ha ha ha, little kid. You're very clever. The old man with the white beard agreed immediately when he heard about more wine. Jinani asked TT to send a friend request, and the old man with the white beard accepted right away. In the end, 2 bottles of wine were exchanged for 6 bone cleansing pills. To keep future trades friendly, Jinani chose a bottle of white wine and asked TT to send it to the old man. The old man with the white beard saw the white wine, opened it immediately, took a small sip, and then asked to trade for 2 more bottles of white wine. Finally, Jinani exchanged 2 bottles of white wine for 1 Dingyan pill, 1 Jinyan pill, and a tea plant said to have become a spirit. Jinani said goodbye to the old man with the white beard. Soon, the scene faded, and knowing that they could only trade once a day, Jinani also exited the trading market. Holding the newly obtained pill, she handed it to Su Hien and said, "Later, everyone will take one. This bone cleansing pill is very useful, I saw it. And this face refining pill, the old man just now said it can keep you young forever. Mom and the others will love it. Also, this truth-telling pill makes people tell the truth after taking it. Hien, you're so amazing. Next time I trade, I want to ask if there's a pill that makes people never betray us. Then I won't have to worry about betrayal from those around us." Everyone listened to Nan Nan. Su Hien looked at his excited little girl, feeling very happy inside. He thought it would be so good if things stayed like this. He must protect this piece. Finally, the two planted all the saplings in the space. Su Hien dug holes, placed the saplings, and covered them. Ji Nani was responsible for watering. Cha-Cha rolled around in the space, saying, "Master, once we reach level 5, everything can be automated. All planting in the space can be managed by Cha-Cha. Automatic plowing, sowing, watering, and harvesting. It's amazing." Cha-Cha stopped talking. "Level 5 is a long way off," Su Hien said. Ji Nani listened to Cha-Cha mentioning level 5 and felt a bit worried. Cha-Cha was like a money-consuming beast. After leveling up twice, she asked if it could level up to 3 soon. Cha-Cha surprisingly said that reaching level 3 in the space requires 1 million energy points, and they currently had 0. Su Hien's secretary brought several diamond necklaces and rings, and also a piece of jade raw stone. After Cha-Cha ate it, she only accumulated 300 energy points. Ji Nani finally accepted the reality. If it weren't for the bracelet she wore earlier and that small diamond, leveling up twice would have been very difficult. Before the plane landed, Ji Nani took Su Hien out of the space with her consciousness. Bored, Ji Nani was flipping through novels on her phone. She didn't expect there to be so many apocalypse-themed stories online. If Cha-Cha hadn't said that there were no other rebirth or space owners in this era, she would have suspected that the first author of such stories was someone with extraordinary experiences. Suddenly, Ji Nani saw a scene in a novel that made her mind race. She pulled Su Hien to look at the part she just read. "Is that okay?" Ji Nani looked at Su Hien with a mischievous smile. "Safety first, then it's okay. Yay!" Ji Nani made a thumbs-up gesture at Su Hien. The flight attendant's announcement came through the speaker. Country D is known as the Beer Kingdom. Before coming, the two of them decided to stock up on a lot of beer. In the future, when the apocalypse arrives, smoke and alcohol will be very scarce. Country D also has rich coal resources. Although the types are limited, the existing reserves are still impressive. The industry is advanced, agriculture is thriving, and livestock farming is also well developed. That's why Su Hien chose to come to Germany to buy a batch of agricultural machinery. After leaving the airport, the hotel staff was already waiting at the door to pick them up. Su Hien communicated with the staff in D language, and Ji Nani looked at him with admiration. In the car, Ji Nani poked Su Hien's arm with his finger. "When did you learn D language?" "I didn't know. I learned it back in the day for essential skills needed for missions," Su Hien replied. "Oh, then I'll rely on Mr. Su from now on. I'm not good at directions, and I don't have a talent for languages, so I'll need your help. That depends on how you perform tonight," Su Hien said, looking at Ji Nani with intense eyes and a slight mischievous smile. Nani was playful and loved to tease Soo Hyun, but every time he tried, Soo Hyun would shut him down with a word. Nani glared at him and sat quietly. Soo Hyun chuckled. Are you angry? Are you really angry? Humph, can't you just let me have this one? I listen to you about everything else, but not this, Soo Hyun said, his gaze growing more intense. He looked into Nani's cute eyes, then pulled him into his arms, kissed him, and whispered softly in his ear. Tonight, I'll listen to you. Nani blushed instantly. He looked at the driver ahead, who probably didn't understand what they were saying, then bit Soo Hyun's arm. An hour later, the car stopped in front of a 5-star hotel. The butler was already waiting at the door. He took their luggage, checked them in, and Nani lay on the bed, sighing happily. This big bed is so comfortable. I want 3 of them, to put in the space. Soo Hyun gently pressed Nani onto the bed, holding her delicate wrists with one hand and lifting them above her head. He softly kissed her lips. Nani struggled beneath Soo Hyun, trying to get away. The more she moved, the more uncomfortable she felt. Soo Hyun was too warm. She looked up into his eyes, which were filled with desire. Hyun, let me go. We have plans with the construction team this afternoon. It's okay, there's still time, Soo Hyun replied before kissing her hurriedly, his voice turning into muffled sounds. What started as a gentle, comfortable kiss quickly became intense, with Soo Hyun forcefully engaging her in a passionate chase of lips and tongue. His deep voice brushed against Nani's ear, making her tremble. Nani, are you still thinking about other things? Nani wrapped her arms around Soo Hyun's neck and kissed his Adam's apple. Nani, you're finished, Soo Hyun said softly, his voice low. He pressed his lips against hers again, kissing more fiercely, pulling her into his world. After a long time, Nani relaxed in Soo Hyun's arms, letting him play with her hair. Half an hour later, Soo Hyun took Nani to the 5th-floor buffet to eat, waiting for the head of the construction team to arrive. Nani held her fork, picking at crispy pork on her plate. Hyun, I should have just drunk a bowl of spicy hot soup in the room. This pork isn't very good. This sausage is okay. We can stock some, she added while eating and sharing her thoughts. 5 minutes before the scheduled time, the construction team arrived on time. Earlier, in the room, Nani and Soo Hyun had already discussed what the safe house should look like. Now, Nani was completely relaxed. Listening to Soo Hyun exchanging words with the people from D country, she felt very safe. Master, the 2 people at the 6 o'clock position on your right are bad guys. They have a very evil aura. Be careful, said TT. Soo Hyun also heard her words. He glanced at the table, then gently squeezed Nani's hand to signal her not to look around. TT, do you know what they're saying? Certainly, Master. TT is very knowledgeable about astronomy and geography, and is quite skilled. TT, next time you want to show off your abilities, just tell me. Now, help me listen to what they're saying. Hearing TT start to boast, Nani quickly stopped him. TT is good at everything, just a bit talkative. I've heard the same stories many times before. Okay, Master. I promise to complete the task. 10 minutes later, the 2 people left. After another 15 minutes, Soo Hyun and the construction team confirmed the contract, signed their names, and returned to the room. Nani was eager to know what TT had heard. If it hadn't been for the crowded restaurant and fear of being noticed, she would have already asked TT to report. Tonight at 1 a.m., at port, they will pick up the latest shipment. TT repeated what the 2 had said. Soo Hyun thought for a long time and told Nani, it's probably local underground forces. It's either weapons or drugs. It's very dangerous. If we see those 2 again in the next few days, just pretend we didn't see them. Hearing Soo Hyun, Nani stood up and slammed the table. Hyun, let's intercept them. If it's weapons, the latest ones, we save a lot of money. If it's harmful stuff, we should destroy it directly to prevent harm. We can't control what happens abroad, but it might end up in our country. No, it's too dangerous. The security tonight will be very tight, and we don't know anything about the situation. Acting rashly would be too risky for you and me. We have space. Don't believe me? Asked TT. My mental probe can reach everything within 200 meters. As long as the mental energy can reach, TT can take us there. Soo Hyun was a bit shocked. How could this space have teleportation functions? Hyun, let's go. We'll do something big. In the end, Soo Hyun was convinced by Ji Nani. He had always wanted to get some weapons. This was a good opportunity. If it's weapons, it would give them an even bigger advantage in the end times. To avoid attracting attention, Ji Nani spent the afternoon shopping with Soo Hyun, buying many gifts for their mothers. Back at the hotel, they ordered room service. Ji Nani looked very exhausted, and the hotel staff kindly suggested she rest early. Everything was ready. The two of them quickly entered the space and even took care to disguise themselves. Ji Nani began using his mental power to scan the surroundings. He found a safe spot without surveillance, then slipped out of the space and appeared again on a street in Country D. The port was not far from the hotel. Soon, they reached the area around the port. Ji Nani checked that there were no cameras nearby. He pulled Soo Hyun into the space again. After 5 seconds, they appeared inside an empty shipping container close to the port, then quickly re-entered the space. By now, it was almost midnight. They rested inside the space, waiting for the right time. At 12 o'clock, they heard people walking nearby. Cha-Cha showed the outside scene. On the dock, many well-equipped people were present, including the two individuals seen earlier in the day, who were giving instructions. Soon, the dock was surrounded. At 12:50, a ship approached from a distance and stopped some distance from the dock. A small boat was lowered from the big ship into the water, carrying 2 people. On the shore, another small boat was also lowered into the water, with 2 people on board. The 2 boats connected successfully, and the big ship slowly docked. The 2 men from earlier in the day boarded the ship first and began inspecting the cargo. Ji Nani used his mental power to check. When he saw that the boxes were filled with weapons, his eyes lit up. Soo Hyun also became unusually excited. Since leaving the army, he had never touched such things again. Looking at the contents of the boxes, full of the latest equipment, Soo Hyun felt a strong urge to try them out. There were handguns, rifles, MG-42 machine guns, H&K MP7, rifles, shotguns, and more. Ji Nani couldn't understand all the details but knew there were many guns and lots of bullets. Soo Hyun was very excited, especially when he thought these weapons would soon belong to him. He couldn't help but smile. After both sides confirmed the delivery, the boxes of weapons were carried off the ship and loaded onto trucks. The boxes were all loaded onto large trucks. The 2 men began to command the retreat. Seizing the moment, Ji Nani waved his hand and stored all the weapons and bullets from the boxes into his space. No one noticed. Ji Nani looked at the docked cargo ship, checked that no one was on the truck, and, unable to resist, also stored some items into his space. Soo Hyun looked at the suddenly appearing cargo ship, froze for 3 seconds, then started thinking about where to get more diesel, as it was hard to find. At 3 a.m., Ji Nani and Soo Hyun safely returned to the hotel. They took a shower and went straight to sleep. Unknowingly, on the other side of the city, chaos had already broken out. The next morning, Ji Nani sat on the bed, lost in thought. When Soo Hyun woke up, he saw Ji Nani staring blankly. He hugged her and asked in a husky voice, "What's wrong?" I was thinking about those people. They are ruthless killers. If they lost a lot of equipment, what might they do next? I don't know. But I'm sure they won't come after us, Soo Hyun said, patting Ji Nani's messy hair. Hurry up and get ready. Today, we're going to check out that batch of machinery. Ji Nani thought that stealing from bad people was just punishing evil and promoting good. During the end times, these people relied on their weapons to bully others, act arrogantly, and dominate as kings. Confiscating their weapons should be a good thing. After packing up, they went outside and saw that the situation had changed. The butler came to give some instructions, telling them to stay away from certain areas and reminding them to return before dark. If anything happened, they should say they were hotel guests and someone would contact the hotel. He's-in, Ji Nani softly called Soo Hyun. Soo Hyun held her hand, thanked the butler, and they left the hotel. Let's go. It's none of our business. Focus on stockpiling supplies. Ji Nani was doing this kind of thing for the first time. She felt nervous, But thinking about her life during the end times, she quickly lost her fear. She knew that only by becoming stronger could she protect her family. She was determined to grow stronger. Su Huaqing owned a farm in D Country, which was a former partner company. After mismanagement, the company went bankrupt, and the farm was used as debt collateral. Su Huaqing flew over to see it. The environment was good, and the farm was well managed. After considering, he decided not to sell it. Over the years, he had visited twice for fun. Before coming, the father and son had agreed that in the coming year, they would let this farm fully realize its value. The farm is owned by Paul's family, who have lived there for generations. After Su Huqing took over the farm, he asked for their opinion. They agreed to continue managing the farm for Su Huqing. The couple is older and used to farm life, so they want to stay and live on the farm. They signed a new contract. Su Huqing increased their wages, and each year, someone visits to help with the handover of work. The farm covers about 250 hectares. Of this, 170 hectares are used for growing crops. The rest is mostly grassland and forest, mainly for raising cattle and free-range chickens, about 1,000 cows, 3,000 chickens, and over 5,000 pigs, all fed with natural feed. There are also vegetable gardens, an apple orchard, a grape vineyard, and a pond. Additionally, the farm has a large wine cellar where wine made from the farm's grapes is stored, with a huge amount kept there. Su Hian explained the farm's general situation to Jinani. Jinani was surprised such a big farm, and only Paul's family works there? In the 1970s, the farm was already modernized. They only hire temporary workers during busy farming seasons, Su Huqing said. I see, Jinani nodded, understanding. An hour later, Jinani and Su Hian arrived at the farm. They saw a large field of shining golden wheat. It was the season for winter wheat harvest in Country D. Starting in September, corn and grapes from the vineyard will also be harvested. Jinani checked information on Baidu on his phone and felt it was the right time to come. Paul's family was already waiting at the farm entrance. Paul is a man about 55 years old, with a full beard, and looks friendly. Before arriving, Su Huqing had contacted Paul, explaining that in the coming year, they planned to develop the farm's agriculture heavily and needed Paul to find some of the most advanced farming machinery. Paul led Jinani and Su Hian into the farm, where he began reporting on the work and explaining what was currently happening. The golden wheat stretched as far as the eye could see. 2 large combine harvesters were working, processing the wheat as they moved. The harvested wheat was stored in temporary bins, and nearby was a special area for handling the wheat, operated by just 4 people. Su Hian listened to Paul talk all the way, while Jinani was distracted by the fruit trees growing along the roadside, constantly stopping to pick some. In the farm's warehouse, last quarter's wheat produced a total of 1,013.2 tons of flour. The storage still is over 600 tons of flour, along with preserved salted pork, sausages, and feed. Listening to Paul's report, Su Hian was surprised. He didn't expect the farm to have such large amounts of production and storage, not counting the crops being harvested in the fields or those not yet ripe. A person probably needs about 2.7 tons of flour in their lifetime. All the food stored here could feed over 220 million people for a day. When you think about it, it still seems like not enough. Jinani listened as TT translated the conversation between Su Hian and Paul. She then looked up online how much food a person needs in a lifetime and started calculating on her computer. After calculating, Jinani felt that storing this in the space wouldn't spoil. She could stockpile as much as possible. Who knows what the end of the world will be like after she dies? Plus, she wanted to store more food abroad to leave more supplies for her fellow countrymen. The more she thought about it, the more she believed her idea was right. She stopped listening to Su Hian and Paul and began making plans with TT. Looking at the string of zeros on the computer, Jinani asked TT doubtfully, "Are you sure the space can hold all this?" "Master, no matter how much you add, it can fit," TT protested unhappily, rolling on the ground. After Su Hian finished talking with Paul, he took Jinani and left. In the following days, Su Hian bought 2 Dembel brand RVs and 2 off-road vehicles of the same brand. He drove away one vehicle and found a remote place to store it in the space, while the others were sent to the farm. Since D Country is famous for its ski resorts, the outdoor skiing gear is of good quality. Nani bought many ski equipment, along with a large batch of ski suits and shoes. These would be useful during the cold end-of-the-world times. She also stockpiled a large amount of medicine. Overall, Nani was like a shopping agent, sweeping through various streets. Recently, a wealthy Chinese person came to town, and her reputation spread across the streets. 5 days later, Su Hian drove to pick up Nani and return to the farm. Everyone, including Paul's family, was given time off by Su Hian. During these 5 days, he also had Paul buy a batch of beer and supplies, which were stored in an empty warehouse. Su Hian looked at Nani and said, "Let's start." As soon as Nani finished speaking, they began moving farm supplies into the space, with Cha-Cha on guard duty. They collected 1,000 tons of flour, 1,000 dairy cows, 2,000 beef cattle, 5,000 adult pigs, 5,000 chickens, ducks, and geese, 5,000 tons of animal feed, over 6 million bottles of red wine, 100,000 boxes of beer, and various fruits stacked in boxes. All these supplies were bought by Su Hian from farms he contacted through Paul, who had been sold by farm owners wanting to sell. After gathering the supplies, Su Hian and Nani sat on the ground for a while to rest. Neither of them expected that collecting things was so tiring. Su Hian had already reached an agreement with Paul's family for them to help him buy grain in Country D. He gave Paul a detailed list and signed a confidentiality agreement. Then, Su Hian and Nani prepared to return to their country. Nani couldn't resist and bought many devices and supplies for free, especially the 2 gang members he had already bought from before. Su Hian was driving, while Nani used his mental power to scan the surroundings. Unexpectedly, he saw 2 more people. Using his mental power, he followed them and discovered they were in a transaction. After listening to Cha-Cha's translation, Nani realized these 2 men were sent to deliver resources. It turned out that the gang controlling City D owned most of the oil resources, and nearly all the gas stations belonged to their company. These 2 men were responsible for escorting the oil tankers safely. Today was the day to refill the gas tanks. When someone is sleepy, they're given a pillow. Nani loved this feeling. He followed the 2 vehicles from afar. When they arrived at a gas station and the oil tanker left, Nani used his mental power to scan the station. It had 6 storage tanks, which were just filled, holding a total of 180 tons. He withdrew his mental power and told Su Hian to keep following the 2 men. Sure enough, they met up with a new oil tanker. Nani kept using his mental power to scan the area. It was exhausting, but he couldn't hide his excitement. After drinking spiritual spring water to restore his energy, his eyes shone brightly as he looked at Su Hian. Wait until tonight. Su Hian clearly understood what Nani meant. The 2 of them drove back to the hotel first, packed their things, and prepared for their flight at 1:30 a.m., which still had plenty of time. After packing, they checked out of the hotel at 10 o'clock. They found a quiet spot, and Nani released the off-road vehicle from her space. They both got in and Su Hian stepped on the gas, heading to the nearest gas station. Nani began using her mental power to scan, stopping near the edge of the gas station, and asked Su Hian to slow down a little. With a wave of her hand, she stored the fuel tank into her space. Keep going, ha ha ha, Nani instructed Su Hian to continue driving. They passed 3 more gas stations, and Nani stored all the fuel tanks into her space. When they arrived at the airport, there was exactly half an hour before boarding. Just enough time. They finished check-in and started boarding right on time. Nani felt an uncontrollable happiness. This was amazing. On the plane, she looked out the window at the aircraft and the nearby gas station, and her curiosity grew. She used her mental power to scan again. The flight attendant's voice announced that they were about to take off. Nani held back her excitement, and, when the plane was 160 meters above the ground, she stored a small helicopter from the airport into her space, along with 2 nearby passenger planes' fuel tanks and the fuel from the nearby gas station, all into her space. After completing this series of actions, her heart was pounding. Soo Hyun looked at her with confusion, and Jinani signaled that she was fine, then checked the time on her phone. 40 minutes passed, and her anxious heart finally relaxed. The plane flew steadily, and everyone gradually fell asleep. Soo Hyun eagerly pulled Jinani, signaling her to enter her space. As soon as Jinani entered, Soo Hyun asked, Nan, what did you just do? Look. Jinani pointed without speaking at a small helicopter parked in the distance. And I just took a little bit of aviation fuel, she added. Soo Hyun finally noticed a plane beside the beach, and Jinani continued showing him the aviation fuel she had retrieved. Actually, Jinani was a bit scared too. When she collected everything, she did it all at once. When she checked, she found that 2 airplane fuel tanks were full of fuel. There are 6 tanks in total, holding about 560 tons of fuel. Then, she looked at the fuel tanks recovered from the airport, which were also for aviation fuel, holding about 360 tons. Soo Hyun didn't expect Jinani to be capable of such a big task.
He was a bit surprised.
Usually, she was just a cute girl around him. When did she become so brave? Soo Hyun smiled at Jinani. Our Nan is so capable now. Of course. I call it being clever, Jinani boasted a little, but she still felt a bit nervous. The temptation of the zero-cost purchase was just too great. Also, since they weren't her own people, it was easier to store everything. Master, you've collected so many animals. TT has no space left. TT, a chubby little creature, protested at Jinani's feet. It was strange. Jinani originally wanted to slaughter those animals to put them in the space, but she didn't have enough time. She was also worried that if the animals stayed in the space too long, they might be kicked out when the time limit was up. But unexpectedly, once those animals entered the space, they became completely still. They just froze. When they left the space, they came back to life. TT said that the space level wasn't high enough for these animals to survive inside. When it reaches level 3, they can turn on the farm mode, which will expand the space to house these animals. So, the chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep all stood straight on the ground. It looked a bit scary. Green sprouts had already started to grow in the space. On the first day they arrived at the farm, Soo Hyun put the small and medium-sized farming machines that Paul prepared into the space. Then, he spent a night figuring out how to use them. After that, he came to the space every day to farm. Seeing the green wheat seedlings, Jinani was very happy. Now they finally had some produce instead of just going in and out. During this time, Jinani also traded 2 boxes of instant noodles with a merchant from another planet for 10 zombie-killing weapons. That planet had also experienced a zombie invasion. Fortunately, their technology was more advanced than Blue Star by over 1,000 years. They quickly developed special weapons, and in just 3 months, they completely eliminated the zombies. Jinani looked at the weapon in her hand. It was similar to a shotgun she had seen before, but lighter, more accurate, and completely silent. The merchant said it was called a Gwangmu gun. The bullets were made from a material not found on Blue Star, and they were very powerful, perfect for shooting zombies in the head. After 20 hours, Jinani and Soo Hyun finally returned to their home country. They had a stopover because of the weather and waited at the airport all night. As soon as Jinani got off the plane, she checked the news on her phone. Sure enough, the incident at D-City Airport was trending online. A plane and fuel barrels mysteriously disappeared without a trace. It was more strange than a plane losing contact. The story stayed popular and caused chaos worldwide. Police from many places were involved, and D-City was closed for 5 days, but no clues were found. The plane Jinani and her group were on was not suspected because it had already taken off. The authorities in D-City excluded everyone on that plane. Jinani was very happy. This trip was really worth it. The building team from D-City also flew on the same plane, a group of 16 people. Ji Kongcheng and Su Huaqing had arranged for their pickup and hotel. They planned to settle in first and leave for their hometown together tomorrow. When Jinani left the airport, she saw Nan Xian and ran over immediately. Mom, we're back. Nan Xian opened her arms and hugged her daughter tightly. Ji Kongcheng, standing nearby, felt a bit jealous and said with a sour tone, "My little girl isn't warm anymore. I can't see you anymore." Ji Nani quickly held onto Ji Kongqing's arm. "Dad, I missed you so much." Hearing this, Ji Kongqing's jealousy eased a little. Su Hian pushed his luggage over and called out to Ji Kongqing, "Dad, Mom, we're back." "Yeah, go home quickly. Your dad and the others are handling company matters. They couldn't come to pick you up today." Ji Kongqing explained why Su Huaqing and Qin Yu weren't there. The two men put the luggage in the car. Su Hian went back to being the driver, Xiao Su. Nan Xian hurriedly asked Ji Nani if the trip went smoothly, if she faced any danger, or if she ate well. Ji Nani couldn't help but smile playfully and looked at Nan Xian. "It was a big job. We'll show you when we get home." Ji Kongqing looked at his daughter's smiling face and remembered how Ji Nani used to smile and ask for rewards after school performances when she was little. A thought came to his mind. "Will the news have anything to do with you guys?" Ji Nani was afraid of scaring her parents and whispered, "Maybe a little bit. I'll tell you when I get home. All right, enough questions." "Nani already said she'll tell us at home. Let her eat her meal first," Nan Xian said. Ji Kongqing could only stay quiet. Ji Nani took the lunch bag from Nan Xian, opened it, and saw it was century egg and lean pork porridge. She happily started eating and occasionally fed a bun to the driver, Xiao Su. During the hour-and-a-half drive, Ji Nani was mostly busy eating happily. When they arrived home, she pulled Xiao Su and said she was so full she couldn't walk and needed him to carry her inside. Nan Xian said, "You're an adult. Why are you still shy?" But she didn't stop Xiao Su from helping. Ji Kongqing watched silently, thinking that if he weren't old, he would have taken his daughter back from Xiao Su. At home, Nan Xian gave Ji Nani 2 stomach-soothing tablets, worried she might feel uncomfortable. After chewing the tablets, Ji Nani signaled Xiao Su to lock the door and pulled Nan Xian and Ji Kongqing into the space. When Nan Xian and Ji Kongqing realized what was happening, the environment around them had already changed. Seeing the strange scene before their eyes, Nan Xian's mouth was wide open in shock. The difference between what she imagined from stories and what she saw was huge. That was the only thought in her mind at that moment. Ji Kongqing saw the airplane, which had been broadcast many times on the news, and his suspicions were confirmed.
"Dad, Mom, this is my space."
Over there, they've already started planting wheat. The space's flow speed is faster now, so we might be able to harvest in about 15 days. The animals that aren't moving are supplies we brought from D country. The space isn't upgraded enough, so they turn into this when they come in. When we take them out, they return to normal. Once the space upgrades, they'll be normal again. Ji Nani pulled Nan Xian and started explaining the things inside the space. "Now, I'll take you to see the storage. These are supplies purchased by my mother and others. Over here, I bought spicy soup in a thermos along with tea eggs, fried dough sticks, water-fried buns, and tofu pudding that Dad likes. Next here is the important harvest from D country. He and open it so Mom and Dad can see." "A wooden box?" South Xian was a bit scared. "In our country, there are strict rules about wooden boxes.
I've only seen these things on TV.
Seeing Ji Kong holding one and playing with it made me a little nervous. "Mom, hold it. Don't be afraid. From now on, we will practice how to use it every day. That way, we can protect ourselves in tough times." Ji Nani took a gun and handed it to South Xian. After hearing her daughter, South Xian nodded. "Mom will practice hard. I will protect you in the future." Ji Nani held South Xian's hand and kept walking forward. A pile of flour appeared in front of us. "This is the flour we stored this time. Dad also has red wine and beer behind us. They're from the cellar. I saw many that you like, and some beer Dad likes." Ji Kong immediately ran ahead, looking at different bottles and muttering, "When old Su comes back tonight, I must show him. My daughter has a whole cellar of wine." "Look at you showing off." South Xian couldn't help but tease her husband. We walked for a long time. Ji Kongqing sighed. "Now I understand that saying a house with surplus grain is not worried means that." Ji Kongqing felt the endless supplies in the warehouse. After walking for a long time again, he saw news reports about oil drums. He turned to his daughter and asked, "Is this what you meant when you said it's only a little?" Dad, it's really just a tiny bit. Yours is 1, mine is 1 billion. South Xian was instantly amused by Ji Nanyi's words. Exactly, Ji Kongcheng. You didn't understand what your daughter meant. That's your problem. Seeing that Ji Kongcheng was concerned about safety, Ji Nanyi quickly ran over, held her dad's arm, and explained. After understanding, she still reminded him to be careful and not to be careless, so no one would notice. She carefully explained everything to Su Hian again, then continued, let's go out. Unless absolutely necessary, don't bring us inside this space. Future matters can be discussed later. Okay. Ji Nanyi led everyone out of the space, and Ji Nanyi and Su Hian were arranged to rest for a while. Ji Nanyi pulled Su Hian to go upstairs. It seemed Ji Kongcheng remembered something and called out to Su Hian, bring in a few electric bikes. There are so many things, just looking at them once and then leaving so far away wastes time. Su Hian was momentarily stunned and replied blankly, okay, Dad. Ji Nanyi was nearby, covering her stomach and laughing loudly. She thought her dad was giving Hian some instructions, but it turned out he was just annoyed that they had walked too far earlier. Actually, Ji Nanyi wasn't sleepy either. She was just exhausted because the journey was too long. After thinking for a moment, she still pulled Su Hian back to their room to rest. Watching Ji Nanyi fall asleep, Su Hian entered the space and activated his farmer mode. Last time, he only cultivated a small patch of land. Since taking the strength pill, Su Hian felt like he had endless energy every day. Using some of that energy for work was very necessary. Plus, with farming tasks ahead, it was a heavy responsibility. But starting tonight, he planned to bring everyone into the space to practice shooting and do some labor. Before the apocalypse, besides stockpiling supplies, exercising, building a safe house, it was urgent to turn the space into a paradise. At noon, 12 o'clock. Nan, wake up. Mom and Dad have prepared lunch. It's time to eat. Ji Nanyi had a good sleep and still felt a bit groggy. She rubbed her eyes and, seeing Su Hian, started to act spoiled. Hian, hug me. I want you to carry me downstairs. Su Hian always agreed to Ji Nanyi's requests. He helped her wash up and carried her downstairs. In the living room, the two dads were studying the design plans Su Hian brought back. The moms had already prepared lunch. Seeing the two come downstairs, they called everyone to eat first and then discuss together. Mom's cooking is still the best, Ji Nanyi said while nibbling on a rib. When our supplies are almost enough, I'll cook a little more. You can store it and eat whenever you want, Nan Xian replied. Qinyu nodded in agreement. I'll help out. Nanyi, your dad marrying your mom is really lucky. Ha, Ji Kongcheng laughed happily. That's called foresight. Nan Xian's good, and I won't let you all know everything. During this lunch, everyone was quite happy, except for Su Hucking, who was feeling a bit down but finally showed a smile after a long time. Although Su Hucking didn't see the things in the space himself, he heard from Ji Kongcheng when he got home. He learned that the news was indeed related to them, and he praised the two children for doing a great job. Su's company had received the funds and was starting the legal procedures. Old Gua had found someone from the US and bought the company for $2.3 billion. They also spent $1.6 billion to buy the rights to the current products and projects they were developing. However, Su Hucking had sold some of these projects to the country at a low price in advance. Moreover, some of the company's previous projects required technical breakthroughs. They had donated the patents to the country for free. As the end of the world approached, their small tech company no longer had the support of the country. Holding these core technologies seemed like a waste. If the country could continue research, it might help rebuild their homeland. This made Old M and his group very angry. But the contracts had already been signed, and there was nothing they could do. Old Gua called and scolded Su Hucking harshly, making a scene. He also called Ji Kongcheng, telling him not to be friends anymore because Su Hucking had betrayed him and Ji Kongcheng should have warned him. Ji Kongcheng didn't say much. He listened quietly as Old Gua talked for a long time, then slowly said, Old Gua, we've been friends for many years, but we are always Chinese. And you? Old Gua didn't reply, and simply hung up. Ji Kongcheng understood that from the moment Old Gua betrayed China, they were no longer friends but enemies. Their interests had diverged. Both Su Hucking and he knew this, and Old Gua also understood. Yet, he still came to betray them. Any company with more development, more funding, and better prospects was just a lie. Old Gua knew well that the projects their company was working on could cause a huge change if the technology was breakthrough. If the technology fell into US hands, China would face enormous licensing fees. Still, Old Gua was doing his best to persuade and push for this so-called cooperation. As the end of the world approached, they could do very little. They had no concrete evidence of Old Gua's crimes, nor the energy to fight him. They hoped that through this incident, Old Gua might change. The company's 12 core technical staff all received generous compensation. Hopefully, we will meet again in the future after the end of the world. Having dedicated his life to his career, Su Huaqing felt a bit down now that it was gone. After dinner, Nani pulled Su Hian aside and asked what was wrong with Dad. Su Hian briefly explained what happened at the company, and Nani understood. Dad must be very sad. After all, those were friends he worked hard with, and now they've become like that. Yeah, actually, Uncle Gui used to visit our home often when he was young. You're probably too young to remember. Did he come to our house? Are there any photos? I don't remember, Nani asked curiously. I'll look for some. I think Dad has a group photo with them on his social media, Su Hian said, flipping through his phone. Sure enough, he found it and handed the phone to Nani. The photo showed 3 young men, probably taken during college. Nani could recognize her dad immediately, but the man standing next to him looked very familiar. She couldn't quite remember where she had seen him before. Seeing Nani's furrowed brow, Su Hian asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem? I've seen this person before." You've seen him, but probably don't remember much. Some memories flashed through her mind, and suddenly she caught a key detail. I've seen him before. I saw him at the base. He was always with the base director. Yes, that's him. He was leading foreigners in the base. That experimental facility seems to be their project. Nani's emotions suddenly became excited. That's him. The foreigner is probably named Carter. On the day they succeeded with the experiment, that foreigner came to the lab. It was this man who brought him. At that time, Nani was very weak and had lost the will to live. She wasn't interested in anything and just wanted to die. Her memory was triggered because that blonde, blue-eyed man stood out among the group of black-haired, white-coated scientists. I'm going to find Dad. Su Hian stood up, ready to call Su Huaqing from the study. After hearing Nani's story, Su Hian thought it was necessary to investigate this person thoroughly. Human experiments, foreign connections, and still holding power in the safe base, this base director probably isn't a good person. So, this safety base must also have problems.
Nani has considered this.
After rebirth, she looked for those people, but only knew their last names, not their first names. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Originally, she planned to wait until the end of the world to deal with those who hurt her and Hian. Now, it seems everything is a conspiracy. Foreigners conducting human experiments in China must be investigated thoroughly. These safety risks need to be eliminated early. Su Huaqing was feeling a bit down in the study. Ji Kongcheng was comforting him nearby. Su Hian pushed the door open and entered.
Su Huaqing Frau Wen.
His son knew him best and wouldn't be so rude without reason. He asked with some displeasure, "What's the matter, Su Hian? Where is your manners?" Seeing Ji Kongcheng also there, Su Hian spoke directly, "Dad, your friend is the indirect cause of our family's death and Nanan's suffering." "What do you mean?"
Who and what are you saying?
Both fathers stood up and took a step forward, looking serious at Su Hian. Su Hian repeated everything Nani had said, word for word. "Dad, we need to find out if they started after the end of the world, or if they were doing human experiments before it happened. And those who hurt Nan, I want to kill them all, without exception." Su Hian's tone was full of anger, unable to hide his emotions when thinking about Nani's suffering. "Go call Nani over," Ji Kongcheng said calmly but firmly. Actually, he had known about the suffering Nani endured during the end of the world. He had been quietly investigating, trying to find those people early. He didn't expect that person was right beside him. Back then, why did they choose this base? Was there a reason? If it was because of himself, then he had personally caused Nani's death. Just a note. Before rebirth, Ji's father, Su's father, and Lao Gu were still friends, not completely at odds. They only disliked Lao Gu's M-related behavior. Lao Gu's true nature was revealed because, in this life, selling the company brought everything to light. Before, Lao Gu had plenty of time to persuade Su's father to sell the company slowly. When his father called for her, Nani came in from the door. Actually, she was just following Su Hyun earlier. She was afraid that her father wouldn't accept it, so she only let Su Hyun go in first to see his reaction. She didn't go in herself. When Nani saw her enter, Ji Kongcheng hurriedly asked, "Nani, Dad wants to know why we decided to go to that base." Nani didn't understand what Ji Kongcheng meant, but she still answered seriously, "At that time, our supplies were low. That base was the closest safe place to us, so we chose to go there." Su Huaqing understood Ji Kongcheng's intention but didn't speak. After they finished talking, he handed over his phone. On the screen was a middle-aged man. "Nani, is this person him?" "Yes, Dad. It's him." Su Huaqing turned to look at Ji Kongcheng and called out his name. "Old Su, kindness to enemies is cruelty to ourselves. We can't change what happened in the past. Now, it's time for him to know whose territory he's on." Nani didn't understand what her two fathers were saying, but Su Hyun did. The Ji family and the Su family had been too low-key these past few years, making some people forget how ruthless their methods could be. Su Hyun held Nani's hand as they left the study room, suppressing his fierce emotions. He softly said, Nan, go find Mom and the others first. You and your brother should put this batch of supplies into the space. Dad, and I will call you after we finish." Nani hesitated. She wanted to join, but after thinking for a moment, she agreed. Su Hyun watched her go downstairs, then finally let go of his suppressed emotions. His eyes grew colder, and his whole aura turned dark and intimidating. He turned and walked into the study. In the study, the two men looked grim. Ji Kongcheng's face was especially dark, radiating a strong sense of hostility. He was sure that in the last life, Lao Gua had definitely seen him at the base and knew that Nani was his daughter. If time hadn't been delayed, he would have been her adoptive father. The plain delay prevented the formal adoption, but when Nani was young, he often visited and even attended her wedding with Hyun. But he had tortured his daughter so terribly. Dad, after I find out the truth, I will personally send him to see An Wang. Su Hyun's eyes were slightly red, bloodshot, and his whole body radiated killing intent. Hey, En, don't be impulsive. We still need to use him to find out about the people behind him. This time, we must eliminate all hidden dangers one by one, Su Huaqing said. He was the calmest person in the room right now. He was originally feeling regretful that after so many years, his friend was gone. Old Guo was quite a talented person in high-tech fields. Losing him was a bit sad. But after hearing his son's words, that uncomfortable feeling completely disappeared. Hey, En, if you want to kill him, there will be plenty of chances later. For now, let him taste what it means to be disgraced, Ji Kongcheng said. It was hard not to agree with Su Heian, but his remaining sense of reason kept telling him that this matter was not as simple as just killing someone. In this chaotic world, without Old Gua, there would be others like him. The people from M country and the dogs in the bases could become future threats. They must be removed one by one. The three men stayed in the study for an hour and a half. After planning the follow-up, they left the room. Su Heian returned to his room and made another call. Help me investigate Guo Junsun thoroughly. Find out who he interacted with in college, who he met when he went to M country a couple of years ago, and his recent movements. Okay, boss. The person on the other end replied after a moment of silence. Then he asked, Boss, are you really not thinking of coming back? No, Haizi, I won't go back. But you and Lao Jin and the others, if you face any difficulties in the future, come find me, Su Heian said almost without thinking. He wanted to say more but held back, only telling them they could come to him if needed. Originally, he didn't plan to stay in contact with Lao Jin and the others. At first, their national pride made them admirable soldiers. But later, they turned into dark figures hiding in the shadows. They enjoyed the highest honors but also became the most hidden and gray areas. Earning merit, restoring their identities, and living normal lives was the only light in his years of suffering. But he had no regrets. He dedicated his youth and passion to the country and returned safely. That was his proud record, even if no one knew. Soo Hyun hung up the phone and was lost in thought for a long time. It had been a while since he last heard the voices of his friends, the comrades who once trusted him with their backs, their close brothers in life and death. It turned out they hadn't been in contact for 2 years. Hubby. Hearing Ji Nani's voice, Soo Hyun snapped out of his memories. He opened the door to his room just as Ji Nani was about to come in. Is everything ready? I saw that Dad and the others weren't home. Dad and them went out to discuss building materials. Tomorrow, the work at the old home will start. We need to keep up with everything. Dad will be in charge of the safety house construction there, while Mom and the others handle shopping. Dad is responsible for managing our fixed assets here. During this time, we should buy more supplies from the supermarkets. The two of us will handle things both inside and outside the country. There are some assets abroad to take care of, and we also need to go to M country to get some equipment. Actually, Soo Hyun didn't want to go to M country at first. Several of his brothers had lost their lives on missions there. The people in M country are too cruel and sneaky. Publicly, they seem honest, but behind the scenes, they are ruthless and treacherous. But this time, with Ji Nani's space, he decided he had to go. He planned to wipe out those hideouts in one go, as a way to avenge his brothers. Equipment from M country, Ji Nani's mood instantly lifted when she heard this. She immediately moved closer to Soo Hyun and asked questions eagerly. Yes, aiming for a bigger job. Those hypocritical folks in M country after the apocalypse will probably do many terrible things. We should have fewer weapons and do less harm. Got it. Ji Nani was very happy and felt full of energy. Oh, and when Dad and the others come back tonight after dinner, let's give everyone the Shisue pill. When Ji Nani went out with her 2 moms in the afternoon to gather supplies, she suddenly noticed that although they had the spiritual spring water blessing, her mom still had some underlying health issues. Recently busy with things, their bodies couldn't handle it well. The spring water should be drunk, and since the Shisue pill was necessary sooner or later, it was better to take it early. Yes, we'll follow Nanan's plan. I want to go to the space for trading. Will you come with me? We shouldn't waste our weekly chances. Let's go. There's nothing urgent now. I'll go with you to see. After saying goodbye to her 2 moms, they entered the room and quickly entered the space. Master, TT is looking for you. What's wrong? A level 4 merchant has contacted us. Do you want to take the call? Of course. Hearing it was a level 4 merchant, Ji Nani felt a bit excited. Actually, even level 1 and 2 merchants trade items that are very useful to them. A level 4 merchant, just the words, made him feel like they had many good things. He pulled Soo Hyun to sit comfortably on the sofa in the space villa, then signaled TT to connect the call. On the screen, there was a stunningly beautiful woman, slender figure, dressed in red. Her skin was as white as jade, more radiant against her red clothes. Her face was breathtaking, full of charm, with a gentle smile, looking directly at Ji Nani. Wow, you are so beautiful, Ji Nani blurted out. Thank you for the compliment. You are very handsome too, the woman replied, her voice cool. Ji Nani was happy to hear her praise, but remembered his purpose. Miss, what do you need? Medicines and things for babies, the woman said, moving aside. Behind her was a cradle with a delicate-looking baby, about 3 years old. My daughter is sick. She has many small red spots on her body. At first, the doctor's medicine worked, but lately, it's gotten worse. The red spots are spreading, densely packed. The people in my clan say my daughter is a disaster and want to kill her. I escaped with her, but I can't cure her. A merchant told me that merchants from Blue Star might be able to cure her. I searched for a long time and finally found you. You haven't been online these days, so I kept waiting for you, the woman said urgently, her voice cold but anxious, speeding up her speech. Red spots? Miss, can I see what the red spots on your daughter look like? Yes, but... The woman looked a bit embarrassed at Soo Hyun. Ji Nani immediately understood that this woman was probably from an older, more conservative era, where traditional ideas still held. It was indeed inconvenient for a man like Soo Hyun to be involved. Husband, you go outside and wait for me. I'll call you when I'm done. Soo Hee understood Ji Nani's meaning and knew that in ancient times people cared a lot about these things. He turned and left the villa first. Thank you. The beautiful woman bowed to Ji Nani, then lifted the blanket covering the baby and opened the baby's clothes to show Ji Nani. Heat rash. Ji Nani saw the red bumps on the baby's skin and immediately thought of heat rash. When he was a child, he also had heat rash on his body. Does the young lady know about this condition? Hearing Ji Nani mention heat rash, the beautiful woman felt hopeful. Wait for me a moment. I need to check something, Ji Nani said. He took out his phone and took a picture of the baby's rash, then quickly left the space. He found Nan Xian in the living room shopping online. Mom, do you think this is heat rash? Nan Xian took the phone from Ji Nani and looked at the red bumps in the picture. That's definitely heat rash. You had it when you were little, small, dense bumps that took a week to heal. Okay, thank you, Mom. Hearing Nan Xian's confirmation, Ji Nani quickly entered the space. Nan Xian watched Ji Nani suddenly disappear and said, This kid, even though she knows what's going on, she can't just vanish like that in front of me. Just as Ji Nani sat down, the beautiful woman hurriedly asked, Young lady, is there a way to solve this? Don't worry, as long as you can treat my daughter, I will make sure you get everything you need here. Seeing the anxious look on the beautiful woman, Ji Nani comforted her. Miss, don't worry. Your baby's rash is just heat rash. I had it when I was a child too. As long as you take good care of her, it will get better. Really? Seeing the tears in the woman's eyes and her anxious expression, Ji Nani felt a bit overwhelmed. Luckily, he was a girl who liked boys. Otherwise, he might be overwhelmed by such a stunning beauty crying in front of him. Who would understand? It's true. Miss, I have a question for you. Has your baby recently been in hot, humid, or very damp places? Or maybe the weather is hot and she's wearing too many clothes. When Ji Nani was a child, he also got heat rash because he wore winter clothes in the middle of summer while practicing walking like a model at home. He was sweating heavily for just 2 days, and because his immune system was average, he developed heat rash. Yes, a few days ago, the maids in the house took Alu to play by the lotus pond. Alu accidentally caught a cold. My mother told her not to leave the house, to take medicine, and to wear warmer clothes so she would recover quickly. After those days, Ali's cold didn't get better, and she started developing these red spots. That's right. Alu had a cold, and her immune system was already weak. The weather was hot and she was wearing thick clothes, sweating, and her clothes were wet, which caused these heat rashes. Miss, I don't have any anti-rash powder right now. Please follow my instructions. Keep the red rash areas dry. Wash her with warm water and gently pat her dry with a soft cloth. Don't dress Alu in thick clothes anymore. Keep the room ventilated and not stuffy. We'll add each other as friends. Once I buy the rash powder, I'll contact you. What do you need? Once I get the medicine, we'll talk again. I had this when I was a child, and I know it can be very uncomfortable, with itching all over. I didn't expect Ji Nani to say that. Qing Luo was surprised, then reacted, looked at Ji Nani, and said, Thank you. Actually, Ji Nani wasn't overthinking. Trading was good, but when she saw how serious the rash was on that little baby, red, swollen, itchy, it was clear she felt sorry for her. A jar of rash powder isn't expensive. Qing Luo quickly sent a friend request. After Ji Nani accepted, she logged off, called Xiao Su to come over, and they left the space together. Nan Xian learned that the young couple was going out and reminded them to buy another bottle of guaguanshe lotion, which could help prevent infection when washing. Ji Nani sat in the passenger seat, staring at the rash powder in her hand, lost in thought. What's wrong? What is Nan thinking about? Husband, I suddenly feel that our supplies are far from enough. There are many things we need, and I don't know what will happen in the future. After I die, I wonder what this planet will become. Ji Nani suddenly felt anxious. Nan, no matter what the future holds, it's okay. Because of you, we have taken the lead over everyone else. You must believe in yourself, believe in me, and believe in our parents. As long as we are together, we have nothing to fear. If we are lucky and survive until the end of the world, we will build a new home together. As long as our family stays united, we can face anything.
Okay.
Jinani felt a little sentimental, but she couldn't help herself. Those 2 years in the laboratory were like for her. In the first year, she watched them hurt Soo Hyun every day. Knives repeatedly cut his skin, and syringes were constantly inserted into his veins, all while threatening Soo Hyun. After Soo Hyun died, they took her blood every day, extracting all kinds of substances from her. Most of the time, she was unconscious, dazed. But her healing powers allowed her to feel the changes in her body clearly. In the final days, she woke up and looked at herself reflected in the glass. Her skin was pale, and she was connected to various tubes. Her head was shaved, and her hair was gone. During these days of rebirth, sometimes she would feel dazed. She would suddenly touch her hair to make sure it was still there, or look down at her body to see that no tubes were attached. Only then could she be sure she was truly alive. Her parents and Hyun were still alive, still here. Soo Hyun's brow was deeply furrowed, full of worry. He knew why Jinani was like this but felt helpless. No matter what had happened, he couldn't change it. He parked the car by the roadside, reached out, and hugged Jinani into his arms, gently patting her back. When they returned home, both fathers had already come back, saying dinner was ready. Jinani was worried about Lu, so she told them to eat first. Nan Xian understood what was going on and said she would add another dish, calling her when dinner was served. As soon as Jinani logged in online, Qing Luo was already waiting. Seeing her, the anxious look on her face turned into a smile, though it was a little forced. I just heard you say that you already washed Lu with warm water. She seems a bit more comfortable now, less anxious. This is talcum powder, with a puff inside. Just pat it on Ali's skin. It can help stop the itching and also has antibacterial and anti-inflammatory effects. This is calamine lotion. You can use it when cleaning her. It's also antibacterial. Just one thing to remember. Keep the skin dry and avoid heat and dampness. It will get better gradually. After saying this, Jinani placed the items on the trading table and asked Cha-Cha to deliver them. Qing Luo, who had been waiting to discuss the trade, was surprised to see the medicines already on the table. Miss, you should first apply some powder to Lu to make her more comfortable. Then we can talk about the trade. Okay. Qing Luo's eyes showed some mixed feelings. She has always been cold and distant, not getting along well with her mother-in-law, but she relied on her husband's favor. She escaped with Lu because her husband was suddenly called away to lead troops. After he left, her mother-in-law made things difficult for her. She thought Lu was her granddaughter and would be liked, but instead, her mother-in-law wanted her tribe to kill Lu. That's why she ran away overnight. Trade and benefit exchange are things she learned after accidentally gaining the system. But this girl seems different from the people she usually meets. After Qing Luo finished applying powder to her daughter, Lu was comfortable and fell asleep peacefully, no longer crying. Qing Luo looked at Jinani and softly asked, I don't know what the young lady wants. What do you have here? Poisons, all kinds of poisons. My Qing family has lived with poisons for generations. We are good at making poisons that can kill silently. Once a poison is used, only our family can cure it. There's no antidote. Then Qing Luo took out a bunch of bottles and placed them on the table. Our family's poisons sometimes need to be used with plants. This is a special skill passed down through generations. We can communicate with plants, which is why no one can break our poisons. These on the table can be used without plants. I can give you all of them for future use. Would element special ability? Jinani murmured. Miss, do other families have magical abilities too? As far as I know, the 6 great families' heirs all have special powers, but I don't know what they are. Miss, can you describe their special traits or what they're good at? Qing Luo hesitated a bit, but still told Jinan about the situation of the other 5 major families. After listening, Jinan found it hard to believe. The planet where Qing Luo is from is not in an era of cultivation, but a few people there do possess special abilities. The abilities she heard about are quite similar to those she saw in the apocalypse. If she guessed correctly, the abilities of the other 5 families are healing, strength, mental power, water control, and precognition. Among these, she hasn't seen precognition in the apocalypse, but she has seen the others. Big sister, are there any legends or stories on your planet? Jinan-e was still curious. On the planets she traded with before, whenever zombies or major planetary changes appeared, there were records. Civilizations might rise or fall, but one thing remained constant. First, they used force to suppress the chaos, then they looked for solutions. If Qingluo's planet had experienced such events, there should be records, and it should be very mysterious. Yes, very mysterious. She initially thought Qingluo's planet was like ancient China's feudal society, but from what Qingluo just told her, it wasn't exactly that. The people there can tame beasts, and with luck, they can form contracts, but they don't practice cultivation. The old man with a white beard she traded with before was from a cultivation world, very different from Qingluo's. There are, but I can't tell you. It goes against the rules of our trade, and we are not close. I thank you for saving my daughter. If you need anything, I will try to help, but I can't say more. Big sister, I. Jinan-e didn't finish her sentence, but was quickly pulled back by Su Hian. It was clear it wasn't the right time to ask more. There will be chances later. All right, sorry, big sister. I overstepped. Jinan-e stored the poison Qingluo gave her, and also reminded her about caring for children with heat rash. Qingluo expressed her thanks, and quickly logged off. Cha-cha, can you find out about the planet where that girl is from? She asked. Sorry, master. I can only access public information, which is shared by everyone. The secret details of their planet you asked about are not accessible unless they reveal them voluntarily. No other system is allowed to probe. Nan, did you notice anything? No, I just find it a bit strange. The planet where that young lady comes from is different from all the other planets we've encountered before. She mentioned controlling plants, which seems like a type of supernatural power from a post-apocalyptic story, but it's not exactly the same. My guess was completely wrong. Forget it. If I get to know her better in the future, I'll ask again. Jinan-e thinks she might be overthinking and comforts herself. If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. Maybe you're overthinking. It's time for us to go downstairs and eat. It's already 6:50 after dinner. Jinan-e asks everyone to go back to their rooms to wash up and then gather in the living room. She doesn't know what she plans to do, but everyone obediently follows her instructions and goes to prepare. After 40 minutes, Jinan-e takes out the bone-cleansing pill she got from Grandpa Whitebeard and places it on the table. Dad, Mom, this is the bone-cleansing pill. It's the one you saw in that novel. Its main purpose is to cleanse the meridians and marrow, remove impurities from the body, and boost immunity. Most importantly, it helps transform the body. Recently, everyone has been busy. Dad even had surgery, and he has some minor health issues. When Qin Mom gave birth to Hien, some health problems were left behind. She's been running around these days, and she's exhausted, which is understandable. When the apocalypse comes, these issues could cause us to lose each other. So tonight, each of us takes one. I've checked, and for you, Mom and Dad, your bodies can be at least 20 years younger, returning to a healthy, vigorous age. Basically, it's all benefit with no downside. After we enter the space and finish eating, our bodies might expel toxins. You can take a bath in the space's room to wash away impurities. After that, remember to soak in the spiritual spring. There's no time to waste. Let's begin this mission now. As Jinan-e finishes speaking, everyone enters the space. Nan Xian and Qin, you have already taken the bone-cleansing pill. Recently, they've read many novels describing its effects, and they're very excited. Words like beauty enhancement, firming skin, and a glow that's almost translucent make them eager to try. Jikong Chung and Su Huaqing also trust her unconditionally. After taking the bone-cleansing pill, everyone goes back to their rooms to wait for the effects to kick in. Initially, Zikangcheng was the first to react. He felt a warm flow spreading throughout his body. Within 5 minutes, his bones started to ache intensely all over. Soon, a thin layer of sweat covered his forehead. After enduring the bone pain, the warm feeling in his body turned into a burning sensation, especially strong in his stomach, which had undergone surgery, as if a fire was tightly wrapped around it. Zikangcheng couldn't hold on and lay curled up on the bed. Nanshin felt a bit worried and was about to ask how he was doing when she also started to react. Compared to Zikangcheng, her reaction was milder. She felt sore all over, like she had been working hard for 3 days straight. Moving slightly caused a dull ache, especially in her abdomen. She thought to herself that she had never experienced this before, recalling the pain she felt in high school when she disobeyed and ate ice cream during her period. Zikangcheng was still curled up, enduring the pain. Meanwhile, a foul smell began to emanate from Nanshin. Soon, her whole body turned dark, as if all the impurities inside her were being expelled and sticking to her skin. Feeling her body returning to normal, Nanshin ignored Zikangcheng and rushed to the bathroom to take a shower. She looked at the water flowing down her body. It was black. Nanshin almost felt sick from her own disgust. At the same time, Su Huaqing and Qinyu's rooms were in a similar state. Both of them first experienced a warm flow, followed by their bones aching inch by inch. Su Huaqing had many underlying health issues from youth, staying up late, drinking, socializing, so his body had already been worn down. His pain was not much less than Zikangcheng's. As the pain gradually eased, Su Huaqing felt as if he had fallen into an icy cold pool, freezing him so much that he tightly wrapped himself in a blanket. Next to him, Qinyu had already fainted from the pain. When she gave birth to Su Hian, she almost died from heavy bleeding, which left her body weak. That was also the main reason she returned to a family life from her previous strong woman persona. After a long while, Qinyu slowly woke up. She was awakened by a foul smell. Looking at her lying position, she saw a clear human-shaped mark. Curious, she sniffed it. Sure enough, it was very smelly. It seemed to be sweat that had dripped from her body. With this thought, Qinyu immediately felt a bit disgusted with herself. Her skin was covered with a layer of dust, and she just wanted to take a quick shower. Su Huaqing also fainted to the side, and the smell on him was even worse than his own. That was the foul smell that just woke him up. Qinyu looked at Su Huaqing with a hint of disgust. Qinyu thought to herself that Su Huaqing usually gets oily easily. Every time he changes the sheets, the side he sleeps on is always yellow. Now, when he wakes up, she wants him to see how dirty he is. The things she usually said about him are true. After taking a shower, Qinyu remembered what Nani had just said. She left the villa and saw that Lingquan pool already had Nanshin in it. She quickened her pace to go over. Actually, after washing up, the two of them carefully looked at themselves in the mirror for a long time. The signs of aging on their skin had disappeared a lot. Their overall skin tone looked much whiter, the fine lines around their eyes were gone, and even the few white hairs that had appeared had vanished. Their skin became smooth and firm. It's hard to say exactly what changed, but overall, they looked brighter and more attractive. Most importantly, they felt relaxed all over, and the tiredness on their bodies had disappeared. Nanshin and Qinyu exchanged smiles. Come down quickly. After soaking in this water, my skin feels much smoother. Ah, it's so comfortable, Qinyu said happily as she submerged her whole body in the Lingquan water. Does your family's Lao Su smell bad? Yes, super bad. I was awakened by his smell. It's really unpleasant. Ha ha ha, exactly. You don't know, when I came out, he was releasing dirty water from his body. That sweat was black and sticky. If I hadn't left quickly, I might have vomited. I wonder how Nani and Hian are doing. Nanshin still looked a bit worried. I passed by their room when I came out and also smelled the foul odor. They should be coming out soon. Actually, Su Hian had already woken up. Although he still had some old injuries on his body from before, he was young, exercised regularly, and his physical condition was much better. Plus, he had been drinking Lingquan water lately, so he had recovered quite a bit. But Nani was different. Although she had been reborn, the injuries and suffering she endured were still there. After taking the Shinsui Dan, she started to feel a fire inside her body, burning her internal organs and making her breathe more quickly. She didn't dare to breathe too hard. After finally enduring the intense heat, she felt sharp, stabbing pains starting from her abdomen. Sometimes it felt like hundreds of silver needles were piercing her, and other times it was as if countless ants were crawling inside her body, nibbling away. This made Jinani feel extremely miserable. I don't know how long passed, but Jinani began to feel her body grow lighter, and her consciousness slowly faded. It was as if she was being emptied inside. She heard Soo Hyun's anxious voice nearby, but she couldn't respond. All her senses became blurry, and she started sweating heavily. Soon, she sank into darkness. Soo Hyun tidied himself up and stayed by Jinani's side, waiting for her to wake up. He kept wiping the sweat and sticky dirt off her body. About 30 minutes later, Jinani gradually regained consciousness. She slowly opened her eyes, but she still felt weak. The impurities in her body had drained a lot of her strength, and moving her arms felt sore. "Husband, I smell bad and feel so sore all over," Jinani said softly, tears still on her face, acting cute and spoiled. Soo Hyun didn't mind her smell. He gently picked her up and said, "I'll help you take a bath." The two of them bathed for about 40 minutes. Jinani still felt dirty, especially since she had washed 3 times at first, but the water was still slightly yellow. She couldn't accept that, so she sent Soo Hyun out and took a bath herself, washing from head to toe again until she was satisfied. When she came out of the bathroom, she saw Soo Hyun waiting in the room. She quickly ran over and kissed his face. "Let's go downstairs. Mom and Dad are probably waiting." Sure enough, everyone was already ready, except for her and Hyun. Seeing the children come down, they couldn't wait to tell Jinani about their changes. "Nani, look. Dad's surgical wounds are gone. Yesterday, he still felt a bit uncomfortable, but now he's fine. His hair has turned black, and he feels light and comfortable. Dad says he's full of energy now. This thing is so amazing. All that stinky stuff you expelled almost made me," Nanshin complained. "Exactly. You don't know. Old Soo's smell is also super bad, like it's been pickled and soaked in flavor." Hearing the two mothers speak, Jinani felt a little embarrassed. She also smelled very bad, and even after washing 3 times, she couldn't get clean. Seeing Jinani's expression, Soo Hyun lowered his eyes and chuckled softly. He gently whispered in her ear, "It's okay, I won't tell them." Jinani kicked Soo Hyun lightly with her foot, not turning her head, and went straight into the spiritual spring. She stayed beside Nen Xian, ignoring Soo Hyun. The two families relaxed comfortably in the spiritual spring, discussing their next plan of action. "Hyun, do you have trustworthy comrades? Starting tomorrow, my hometown will begin work again. My dad and I have thought about it and plan to assign our own people to handle transportation. If there are reliable, good-hearted retired soldiers, they could join us in the future. We've considered that surviving in the end times is very hard. We have enough supplies, but not enough people. We can't build a safe base ourselves, but if we form a small team, our chances of survival will be better," Su Huaqing continued from Ji Kongqing's words. This was their conclusion after discussing for the past few days. Based on what they've recently learned about the situation in the end times, teams are better than individuals. So, Hyun's side is the top choice. "Yes," Soo Hyun answered without hesitation. He had already thought about this before, but hadn't had a chance to discuss it with everyone. Unexpectedly, the two fathers brought it up first. "Good. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Nen Xian and Qin, you will still be responsible for buying supplies and medicines. These are essential items. Since many are prescription drugs that can't be bought easily, Kong Chung and I are already negotiating to acquire them. We plan to stock up enough at once so it won't affect the availability of other medicines on the market. Next, once Lao Su returns to his hometown, I will handle the sale of the house and related issues. Kong Chung and I plan to start selling our 12 supermarkets in the last 3 months. Of course, we've already agreed not to cheat the people. Some foreign companies have been trying to enter the H-City market and disrupt it. When the time comes, we'll sell to them and let them see what it means to reap what they sow. The funds from these sales will go directly into Nanyi's account. You and Hyun should focus on buying supplies. Whatever you do, safety comes first. Okay, he and I promised to complete the task. Dad, for the underground safe house, we need to install a professional fresh air system and address power issues. We should have solar panels and generators ready just in case. Soo-hyun discussed the details with his two fathers. All the glass and doors must be bulletproof. We also need to consider potential disasters like earthquakes and heavy rain, so drainage plans should be made in advance. Jinani suddenly remembered the power equipment she saw in the last days. Dad, isn't there hydroelectric power? I remember there's a river not far from the old house and it can be used. That idea works. The engine needs diesel, which is hard to get, and since these are non-renewable resources, we should use them sparingly. We should buy several sets of hydroelectric equipment and plan for wear and tear. Many countries mainly rely on hydroelectric power. When Juan and I go there, we can see if we can get some equipment. The problem is, we don't have specialized technicians, which is a big issue. I know someone suitable, Soo-hyun said. Is he reliable? Soo Hwa-ching was still worried. He and Kong Chung wanted to expand their team but were afraid of betrayal and exposing Ji Nani's secret. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to protect her. Dad, after the apocalypse, some people awaken space-type abilities. They can store things, but as long as I keep what's inside my space hidden, it should be fine. We just need to be careful now. Dad still worries about this. Human nature is tricky, and if there's too much benefit involved, anyone might betray us. Soo-hyun remained silent, secretly worried about this too. If a traitor appeared in the team, the consequences could be uncontrollable. Master, you can find cultivator merchants. They might have true speech pills or pills that prevent betrayal. There are also rune merchants in the other realm who might have the runes you need. Yes. How did I forget that? Dad, Juan, we don't need to fear betrayal. I have something that can make them never betray us. Jinani looked at Jinani with suspicion, somewhat confused by her words about never betraying. As a businessperson, he believed there was no such thing as eternal loyalty. When he first started his business, he was used to betrayal. He always kept a backup plan. Only profit was forever, and friends were not. This was the lesson he learned in the business world. He was afraid that when someone was tempted with great benefits, trusted teammates might betray him. After all, few people could resist temptation. With the rise of supernatural powers in the end times, social order was chaotic. The strong prey on the weak, and new rules were being formed. Everyone might choose a new way to start. Soo-hyun also heard TT's words and explained to Ji Kongchung and Soo Hwa-ching. Are you sure 100%? Ji Kongchung still had doubts. My owner's father doesn't believe me? Boo-hoo. TT is so sad, she said, pretending to cry. I'll say it again. Once the space appears, it will be top quality. Our dimensional trading system will also filter out those with bad intentions, TT said, then started crying and rolling on the ground. Jinani really felt that sometimes her system assistant was like a little child. With such a lively personality, who was she following? Of course, she was following the owner, said TT online. All right. I apologize on behalf of Dad. He shouldn't have doubted you, Jinani said, trying to comfort her. Okay. I forgive my owner's dad. TT's small, crying voice made Jinani feel a bit helpless. She really wanted a system with a cold, mechanical voice right now.
Dad, don't worry.
I promise there's no problem, Jinani assured confidently. I think if we find the right people, we can really bring them into our team. My mom and the others work very hard every day, and we don't know what the future holds. Within our ability, we should do something for our country, she said. Thanks to TT's reminder, Jinani thought it was a good idea to recruit some people. More helpers meant more strength. When they awaken their powers and form a strong team, no one would dare to bother them. After avenging their enemies, it would be even better to relax and enjoy the end-of-the-world life. After taking a bath, Jinani led everyone out of the space and each went back to their own rooms. Sitting on the bed, Jinani was waiting for Soo-hyun to come out after changing clothes. She was chatting with Cha-Cha about whether pills or talismans were more effective. When she saw Soo-hyun come out, she looked up and asked, "Husband, did you already have someone in mind before?" "Yes, a few of my former comrades in arms. They all got injured differently. I heard some haven't been doing well. I wanted to help them, but I wasn't sure how," Su Hyun sat on the bed, pulling Ji Nani into his arms with a gentle tug. His body was warmer than hers, and her back pressed against his warm chest, making her feel very safe. Unconsciously, she leaned closer to him. What kind of people are they? Ji Nani asked curiously. Su Hyun rarely talked about his military life. She knew some secrets about the country that she couldn't share with anyone, so she had never met his comrades. This was the first time she heard him mention them. Xiao Mao is 21 years old. His family is very poor and couldn't afford to send him to school. He spent his days wandering the streets. When we went on a mission to that place, I saw him fight off a group of older gang members alone. He was only 16 then. He fought cleanly and quickly, not letting those guys get the upper hand. The commander told them to stop, and they ran away. But Xiao Mao stuck with us and refused to leave. In the end, the commander checked his background and brought him back to the army, placing him in the new recruits camp. It only took him a year and a half to be transferred to our team. The commander praised him as a promising young soldier, but in the end, he only stayed for less than a year before being forced to leave the army. During that mission, he broke his leg to save me from a trap. He struggled to carry me back. When I went into surgery, he was treated for his injuries, but it was too late. That battle was a victory, but we lost nearly half of our comrades. Those who survived were all wounded. De Zhuang lost a kidney, Iron Wolf lost 3 fingers, and De Quan lost half his arm. If Xiao Mao hadn't carried me back in time, I would have died there. Ji Nani started to remove Su Hyun's clothes. She had never checked his body carefully before, and never thought he had been in such dangerous situations. She had a college roommate who was also a military wife. She always thought Su Hyun was just like her roommate's boyfriend. Su Hyun gently took hold of Ji Nani's restless hands and placed them over his heart. The wound is gone. When I woke up today, I found it had disappeared. 2 bullets went through my chest, just 5 millimeters from my heart. Feeling the dampness on his chest, Su Hyun softly wiped away Ji Nani's tears.
See?
I'm fine now. Don't cry. Ji Nani hugged him tightly, as if afraid he might vanish. Listening to the steady beat of his heart, she finally calmed down and whispered softly in his arms. Dear, tomorrow you should contact your old teammates. Let's secretly use the spring water to heal their injuries. I'll also trade with the old man with the white beard for a few cleansing pills. When the end times come, we'll say we were just lucky to find them and give them to your friends. Nan, thank you. Su Hyun still felt guilty. Back then, he was the team leader. Even though he had done his best to reduce casualties, some of his brothers still lost their lives. He had sent money to Xiao Mao's family, but after retiring, he didn't have the courage to visit them. But we still need to place protective charms on them to make sure no one betrays us. We must keep our family safe.
Yes.
You all are the ones I want to protect now. Ji Nani leaned forward and kissed Su Hyun gently. When she tried to pull away, he held her close and deep in the kiss, their emotions blending together. The warmth between them grew stronger, and the night quietly passed in tenderness. The next morning, when Ji Nani woke up, Su Hyun had already gone out. To be exact, she was the only one left at home. On the dining table, Nanshin had left a note saying she should heat up the food herself, as they had gone back to their hometown with Su Huaqing and would return in the afternoon. Ji Nani was indeed hungry. After warming up the food, she ate while browsing online shops on her phone. She had gotten used to this routine lately. Whenever she had free time, she would shop online, adding more of the things she liked to her cart and buying a few extra of each. I'm so bored. Hyun went to find his friends, and my parents went back to their hometown. They won't be back until the afternoon. Master, let's go find some sparkling stones. TT's words made Ji Nani light up. Yes, she had forgotten about this. She forgot when she was in D country too, only feeling excited. Okay, I'll take you out for a good walk. After saying that, Ji Nani stopped eating and ran upstairs to change clothes before going out. She locked the door and saw her pink beetle parked in the yard. Ji Nani immediately called Su Hyun to ask where the key was. She got the key smoothly and got into the driver's seat. Ji Nani found her sunglasses, put them on, and stepped on the gas pedal. She rolled down the window and felt the wind in, making her hair flow freely. At this time on the city outskirts expressway, there were almost no cars, so there was no traffic. She drove smoothly to her destination. Jinani got out of the car, locked the door, and just arrived at the mall entrance. She saw 3 girls holding hands in front of her, with a man behind them holding many shopping bags. The girl in the middle turned to dust, but Jinani recognized her. It was so easy to find her, Jinani thought. She had looked for her for a long time and never found her, but now she just happened to meet her. The woman in the middle was the daughter of the base director from before. Jinani was about to follow her to find out more about her, but suddenly, her right ran over and happily grabbed her arm. Nani, it's really you. Who are you? Jinani looked carefully. She felt she knew her, but couldn't remember who she was. I'm your high school classmate, Xiao Xiao. Don't you remember me? The girl spoke with a slightly reproachful tone. Xiao Xiao. Jinani really couldn't remember much. High school was almost 17 years ago for her. Yes, Gua Xiao Xiao. Nani, you've really forgotten me? Weren't we best friends back then? Gua Xiao Xiao took the initiative to befriend her. At first, Jinani truly wanted to be friends too. Knowing that Gua Xiao Xiao's family treated her poorly, she often bought her small gifts. Once, when Gua Xiao Xiao said her father had stopped giving her living expenses, Jinani even paid for her meals. Later, when it was time to choose between arts and science, Jinani wanted to study arts because she was better at it, but Gua Xiao Xiao insisted they both choose science, saying good friends shouldn't be separated. The day before submitting their choices, Jinani still felt she was more suited for arts. She decided to apologize and tell Gua Xiao Xiao she couldn't follow her into science. By chance, she saw Gua Xiao Xiao going out with a group of boys and girls, chatting happily, not noticing her nearby. Then she heard Gua Xiao Xiao laughing freely and saying that Jinani was a silly girl with money, easy to fool, and that she had already convinced her to choose science so she could keep spending money on her. Jinani remembered crying that night. The next day, she firmly told the teacher she wanted to study arts. Later, Gua Xiao Xiao came to apologize, but Jinani exposed her true nature. After that, Gua Xiao Xiao slowly disappeared from her life. It's Xiao Xiao. Long time no see. You've become so beautiful, Jinani said, then immediately regretted it and wanted to leave. But seeing the curious look from the base leader's daughter nearby, she forced herself to stay calm. Jinani encouraged herself silently. Think of King Gojian's perseverance, of those who studied tirelessly through hardship, of Han Xian's humiliation and Sima Qian's determination to write history. You can do this. Her anger turned into strength. Gua Xiao Xiao was stunned for a moment when she heard Jinani's words, then quickly smiled and acted like an old friend, pulling her over to introduce her to 2 others. She had long regretted falling out with Jinani, especially after learning that Jinani was Ji Kongqing's daughter. She had wanted to make amends, but someone had warned her to stay away, and fear kept her from trying again. Now, unexpectedly meeting her, and seeing that Jinani seemed unconcerned about the past, Gua Xiao Xiao felt relieved and happy. Xiao Xiao, this is my best friend from high school, Jinani. Nan Yi, this is Li Xiao Xiao. We've been good friends since university. This is Lu Xiaoji, the daughter of my uncle's partner and also my good friend. So, the daughter of the base director is named Lu Xiaoji. Nan Yi memorized this name quietly, thinking she should have Heian look into it when she gets back. Hello, I am Jinani. Lu Xiaoji looked at Jinani with disdain and barely lifted her eyelids before saying, Hello, I am Li Xiao Xiao. Since you're Xiao Xiao's good friend, you'll be our good friend too. Welcome. Jinani felt a bit speechless. She's 25 now, not 5 years old. Did she really just say that? It sounds like she's still a little kid. Good friends? Just now, no one even recognized you. Do you really think you can just join our circle? Not everyone can do that, Lu Xiaoji sneered. She looked better than herself, dressed simply but more elegant. She absolutely wouldn't allow someone like her to take her place. Xiaoji, she's Ji Kongqing's daughter. Isn't your dad planning to buy her family's business? Gua Xiao whispered into Lu Xiaoji's ear. What? Are you sure? Lu Xiaoji asked, a bit surprised. Absolutely, Guo Xiao whispered back. Lu Qiaoji felt very annoyed. She didn't expect this woman, who didn't even wear a brand-name item, to be someone her father wanted to get to know. If she could bring Ji Nan-yi home and let her dad see that she was friends with the daughter of the business partner they wanted to cooperate with, her allowance for the month would definitely increase. Thinking of this, Lu Qiaoji started to change her attitude. Nan-yi, I'm sorry. It was my fault earlier. There was a girl from a poor family who kept trying to get close to us. That kind of vain girl with no money just wants to use us to meet some men and then sell herself. It's disgusting. I forgot to wear my contact lenses today and mistook someone else.
Sorry. It's okay.
You're Xiao Xiao's friend, and you're also my friend. After saying this, Ji Nan-yi secretly praised herself. She really acted well. Li Qiaoji approached and gently held Ji Nan-yi's arm. Nani, we're having a party at home tonight. Come join us. It's more fun when everyone is together. Guo Xiaoxiao whispered something into Lu Qiaoji's ear, and TT repeated it word for word to Jinan-yi. Could there really be such a connection? Jinan-yi thought back to the apocalypse. When Su Hian returned, he went to the supermarket warehouse with their two fathers to store things, but all the supplies had disappeared. Could these people be involved? Sure, Jinan-yi agreed. She also wanted to see if there were any clues and to secretly get closer to the enemy, making it easier to deal with them later. Great. Now we can play together again, Guo Xiaoxiao said happily, linking arms with Jinan-yi. Nani, we're going to do a spa now. Come with us, Li Qiaoqiao added, standing politely beside Lu Qiaoji when she saw there was no space for her. Master, you promised to take me to buy shiny stones, TT silently protested, worried that everyone was trying to take her master away.
Don't worry, Tea.
I will definitely find lots of shiny stones for you, Lu Qiaoji assured her. Jinan-yi was then pulled along for an afternoon of activities, spa, shopping, visiting luxury stores. And she wasn't even spending her own money. She looked into her small car, which was filled with shopping bags, even in the front passenger seat. This trip was quite worthwhile. Lu Qiaoji was very generous, buying jade bracelets worth tens of thousands and a so-called best friend bracelet. TSK, no wonder Guo Xiaoxiao was so close to him. Throughout the afternoon, she could get anything she wanted just by acting cute. Thinking about how she had been deceived by such people in her past life made her feel unhappy. How foolish she had been before. Suddenly, there was a knock on the window of the passenger side. Jinan-yi adjusted her mood and rolled down the window. Nani, follow us in your car and come to the Qiao family's villa. If your car is full, I'll stay with you, Guo Xiaoxiao said, then turned and got into the red Porsche in front. Seeing their disdainful looks at her little beetle, she patted the steering wheel and said, Little bug, I know you've been wronged. Jinan-yi's beetle was a 22nd birthday gift from Su Hian. She really liked this car model, so Su Hian specially had it modified. Even the glass was bulletproof. It's really unfortunate that someone looked down on it. How unappreciative. Ding. Her phone lit up with a message from Su Hian. Jinan-yi immediately put the call on speaker and answered. It rang once before the other side picked up quickly. Nan, where are you? Husband, have you finished everything? Yes. It's a bit special today. Dakian and the others are at the hospital with someone. I'm coming back first. Hospital? What's wrong? Hearing the word hospital, her tone deepened a little. Xiao Mao is in the hospital. He was beaten up and just got emergency treatment. He's still in ICU. I'll tell you more when you get back. Sensing Su Hian's low mood, Jinan-yi felt worried. Husband, Xiao Mao will be fine. She comforted him. Actually, in her past life, Jinan-yi had met Xiao Mao. On their way to the base, they saw a blood-covered boy, dirty all over, his face unrecognizable. He was very excited when he saw Su Hian, repeatedly saying things in a frantic way. Qinyu used her water ability to wash his face clean. Only then did Su Hian recognize him as Xiao Mao, but Xiao Mao had already been cut and his tongue was gone, and his legs were broken. Su Hian had planned to take Xiao Mao to the base, but Xiao Mao didn't want to go and refused to let Su Hian get close. Xiao Mao tremblingly rode on the ground, and they found out that Xiao Mao had been bitten by a zombie. The infection was starting to take over, but his strong will kept him from fully turning into a zombie. Xiao Mao begged Su Hian to kill him because he didn't want to bite others like a zombie. Su Hian didn't want to, but Xiao Mao knelt and begged him. In the end, Su Hian had to do it, feeling depressed for a long time afterward. "Husband, I might be a little late tonight. I can't go to the hospital with you. When I get back, let's find Grandpa Whitebeard and see if he has any special medicine. When we trade back, I'll give some to Xiao Mao." "What's wrong? Did something happen? I met an old acquaintance today. I'm working hard to infiltrate the enemy. Be careful yourself. I'll go to the hospital later to help Dakian and the others settle in. We were supposed to go find Xiao Mao together, and everyone is still carrying their luggage." After hanging up the phone, Jinani no longer followed slowly. She sped up and pressed the accelerator, driving alongside Lu Qiaoji's Porsche. She rolled down the window and signaled Lu Qiaoji to go faster. The two cars accelerated and headed toward the Qingshanbei villa area. As they got closer to Qingshanbei, Jinani felt more familiar with this place. Her memories gradually became clearer. Isn't this the place where she and Su Hian had their mission? At that time, their task was to search for supplies in this area. Seeing the identical buildings nearby, Jinani was sure it was here. However, back then, she and Hian hadn't entered the villa area yet when they encountered the mutated zombie tide. Now that she thought about it, something was definitely wrong. After the end of the world, the villa area should have been searched early on. After the awakening of supernatural powers, the ability users would have teamed up to do a second thorough search. How could there still be a large amount of food here? Moreover, in the apocalypse, this location shouldn't be a zombie gathering spot. How could there be such a large zombie horde moving around? Jinani couldn't understand it. Could Lu Qiaoji and her family have known in advance that she was coming? But that doesn't make sense. If they knew the end of the world was coming, why would they go to great lengths to buy her family's supermarket? That would be a big mistake. Wouldn't saving money to stockpile supplies be better? Before she could figure it out, the car in front stopped in front of a villa. Several luxury cars were parked outside. The distance between each villa in Qingshanbei is quite far. This area is known for its luxury and privacy. Guo Xiaoxiao got out of her Porsche and enthusiastically ran over to help Jinani open the car door. She also introduced Lu Qiaoji's family to Jinani. People who didn't know might really think they were good friends. Although Lu Qiaoji was willing to lower herself for some pocket money, she felt annoyed when she saw Jinani's face. She secretly clenched her teeth. This woman was definitely here to steal her spotlight. When Guo Xiaoxiao helped Jinani over, she put on a smile and said, "Nani, come on. I'll take you to meet my dad. He'll be very happy. I've made a good friend like you." After saying that, Lu Qiaoji and Guo Xiaoxiao linked arms with Jinani and walked into the house, leaving Li Qiaoqiao alone behind. Li Qiaoqiao looked fiercely at the three people's distant figures. This Guo Xiaoxiao really has good skills. In the past, only she was around Qiaoji, and everything belonged to her. This Guo Xiaoxiao came out of nowhere and immediately drew all of Qiaoji's attention.
Now she has brought someone who knows Nand E.
Is she trying to push her away? Haha, let's see if she has the ability. Li Qiaoqiao put away her fierce gaze, forced a smile, and sweetly said, "Qiaoji, wait for me. Master, the woman behind you is very hostile to you. You should be careful. Cha-cha, don't worry. I won't have much contact with them, and I'm too lazy to deal with them. Now I know who they are, I'll deal with them when the end times come. Our goal today is to find out what kind of people they really are. I also suspect they might know about the coming end times in advance. I want to see if it's true or not." The decoration inside the villa surprised Nan E a bit. The luxurious crystal chandelier was a bit too bright, and the classical European-style decor was quite fancy. The room was filled with expensive furniture. Nan E wondered what kind of background Lu Qiao's family had. Are they really that rich? "Daddy, look at the new friend I made today. You'll definitely like her." Nan E followed Lu Qiao's words and looked over. A middle-aged man with a big belly, average height, greasy face, and a lecherous smile was staring at Nan E with greedy eyes. This isn't the base leader. Who is this man? Nan Yi's doubts deepened as she saw his face. She heard Lu Qiao call the base leader Dad. So who is this man? The middle-aged man took Lu Qiao's hand, looked at her with a lecherous gaze, and smiled creepily. You're Gigi's new friend. Welcome to my home. Dad, she's from the Ke family, Lu Qiao said. You're Kong Cheng's daughter. I'm Lu Yong, your Uncle Lu. Your dad and I are old friends. We've been wanting to work together recently. You and Gigi are young, so spend more time together. Gigi, treat your friend well, Lu Yong said, lowering his head and rolling his eyes. A fleeting, barely noticeable look of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Master, this man has bad intentions. Such a creepy man, he must have bad intentions, Jinani responded to Cha-Cha. The place is so fancy inside, there must be some collectibles or jewelry. Later, I'll take you around. Maybe you'll find some shiny stones you like. Master, I love you so much. Lu Qiaoji took Lu Yong to the room, then came out holding Jinani's hand, inviting her to see the room. Gua Xiaoxiao also followed happily, and when she saw Li Qiaoqiao, she remembered what her father had just said and turned to speak. Qiaoqiao, Dad said there's a document at the company he needs you to check. He wants you to go over there. He's waiting for you in the study. So annoying. We agreed I'd have a party today, but he's making you work. Qiaoqiao, I'll definitely tell Dad that he has to give you a bonus. Hearing Lu Qiaoji's words, Li Qiaoqiao's eyes flickered with a quick flash of pain, which Jinani just happened to notice. Okay, you all go first. I'll be there soon. Qiaoji, you need to make it up to me too, she said, then headed toward the direction Lu Yong had just left. Hearing her playful and teasing tone, Jinani frowned and looked at Li Qiaoqiao more carefully. She had just seen that look in her eyes, and she noticed Li Qiaoqiao tightly clutching her skirt. Curious, Jinani used her mental power to follow quietly. Wow, this is so exciting. Jinani was stunned by what she saw. Is the world getting more chaotic now? Li Qiaoqiao knocked on the door of the study. Lu Yong opened it and eagerly pulled her inside, placing his hand on her waist and squeezing playfully. What shocked Jinani the most was Li Qiaoqiao's expression. She looked shy, gently hitting Lu Yong's chest and acting cute. You're so annoying. You know I want to attend the party with Qiaoji, but you call me over. I miss you so much, my little treasure, Lu Yong said, then tilted her head and kissed her. By the way, Lu Yong isn't taller than Li Qiaoqiao, probably a head shorter. He probably thinks this makes him look like a powerful CEO, but Li Qiaoqiao has to bend down just to be kissed. It looks like Lu Yong is standing on tiptoe to kiss her. A short, bossy CEO acting cute and wanting a kiss. Hilarious. Uffed, Jinani couldn't help but laugh at her own thoughts, unable to hold back her giggles. Nan Yi, what's wrong? Did you see something happy? Gua Xiaoxiao asked. Nan Yi quickly waved her hands. No. I just think the decor of the Qiao family house looks very nice. Of course. My dad specifically hired a famous designer from the US for it. The design fee alone cost tens of millions. Lu Qiaoji finally found a chance to show off and kept pulling Nan Yi to look around. Gua Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, also looked proud and occasionally added a few words to praise Lu Qiaoji. TSK. If I didn't know what Gua Xiaoxiao's family was really like, I might think she's a kind and considerate rich girl who truly cares about her friends and is innocent. Nan Yi finally managed to break free from these two and watched Lu Qiaoji enjoy the compliments from others. She took a glass of juice, found a quiet spot to sit, and prepared to use her mental power to check what was inside the villa, starting to search one by one. Such a big villa, and there isn't even a basement? No secret room with weapons or equipment. Nan Yi found it hard to believe. Is this just the style of a simple nouveau riche? Impossible. She could never mistake Lu Qiaoji's face. So, why doesn't she match the person? Could Lu Qiaoji have another father? Thinking about the study just now, Nan Yi still felt disgusted and prepared to scan it with her mental power. Although she was mentally prepared, she almost vomited. The taste was too strong. Ugh. Lu Yong sat on the sofa holding his belly, while Li Qiaoqiao was working hard, occasionally glancing up, trying to get her boss's praise. It seemed like not even a minute passed before Lu Yong grabbed Li Xiaoqiao's hair and shouted. Li Xiaoqiao felt some pain and wanted Lu Yong to let go. Seeing her in pain, Lu Yong was in a good mood, picked up something nearby, played with it in his hand, then threw it on the ground, squinting at her. Let's start. Li Xiaoqiao knelt on the ground, hesitating to move. Lu Yong looked displeased. What? Not willing? When you climbed into my bed in the middle of the night, you didn't say you weren't willing. Now you're pretending again? Li Xiaoqiao clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with deep resentment. She lowered her gaze and put on a smile, then looked up at Lu Yong. Annoying. How can you not believe in my sincerity? I was just... Before she finished, her face turned red, and she lowered her head, swaying gently as she whispered softly, "It's all your fault for being so mean earlier." The moment it started, it was already over. Truly quite harsh. Really? Then today, I'll show you something different, Lu Yong said with a sly smile. He opened a cabinet under his desk and took out a box from inside. He took out an object from the box, waved it in his hand, and his eyes were barely visible with laughter. Xiaoqiao will definitely like this. The items inside the box made Jinani feel sick just looking at them. This person is really too strange. Jinani immediately blocked out these two and focused on searching other parts of the study. Sure enough, this room was full of secrets. Behind the cabinet, there was a row of safes. Seeing that they were filled with gold, silver, and jewelry, Jinani's doubts grew even more. This villa really had no special features at all. Could Lu Xiaoji have other sisters or maybe twins? But that doesn't make sense. Even if they were twins, they couldn't have different fathers, right? Master, there are so many big shiny stones. They all seem to have a lot of energy. Master, Cha-Cha wants this one, a voice said. Jinani looked at two safes filled with gold bars. Before she could see more, she heard Cha-Cha's voice calling out. She checked the remaining 4 safes. 2 filled with gold bars, 1 with 3 sets of diamond jewelry, and 6 eggs that looked like antique items. Another safe contained several high-quality jade raw stones, including one about the size of a watermelon, a royal green jade. This is definitely a big gain. Wow, congratulations. Cha-Cha loves it so much. Jinani immediately stored everything in her space. Cha-Cha was already happily rolling around inside. There was also Lu Xiaoji's room, which had several sets of nice jewelry and a tray of diamond rings, mostly over 5 carats. Jinani turned back and took everything. Cha-Cha was happily circling around the pile of treasures, then suddenly said, "I want to absorb this slowly," and ran off. The line in the garden officially started. A group of people twisted their bodies and danced back and forth, even rubbing against each other in key areas. Jinani found herself increasingly bored with the event. She had never liked attending these formal banquets or parties hosted by wealthy young ladies. She usually managed to escape whenever she could. In this circle, besides Shen Qingqing, she didn't even know anyone, no friends, no acquaintances. Oh, right, Shen Qingqing. She had completely forgotten about her. Jinani pulled out her phone and opened Shen Qingqing's social media. No wonder she hadn't received any messages from her after her rebirth. Shen Qingqing had been preparing for the September Fashion Week and was now in seclusion. She saw the latest post. Little Nan Nan's sister has been in seclusion recently. Don't contact her unless necessary, and no need to burn paper offerings. When I return from F country, I'll bring you a gift. Thinking back to her previous life, Jinani remembered that Shen Qingqing had awakened a metal ability. They met at the base. Shen Qingqing was alone. Her father and mother had passed away. Her once big, wavy hair was gone, replaced by a scar across her face. Her bright eyes had lost their sparkle, replaced by exhaustion and despair. Every time Su Hian went on a mission outside, Shen Qingqing would come to protect her. She even lost a leg trying to keep her safe. A pang of pain struck Jinani's heart. She wondered how Shen Qingqing was doing now. Jinani recalled that Shen Qingqing only returned at the end of October in her previous life. If she could stop Shen Qingqing from participating in the next year's Fashion Week, she could prevent her parents' tragic fate. She remembered Shen Qingqing once said that during the zombie outbreak, she was at the airport. Her father and mother came to see her off. Her father sacrificed himself to distract the zombies and save them. Later, after her ability awakened, she was targeted by a leader. The had awakened his ability earlier. She refused to submit, and those thugs humiliated Shen Qingqing's mother. Her mother was killed by those monsters. Shen Qingqing was, and mistreated for days. When she finally awakened her ability, she killed all those people. She also destroyed her own appearance. She had planned to seek revenge and then commit suicide, but her mother, on her deathbed, told her to keep living. Since then, she had been living like a walking corpse until she met Jinani again. Shen Qingqing, this time, let me protect you. Jinani thought to herself. Looking at the garden, where a group of men and women are dancing, Jinani's patience finally reached its limit. She originally came to see who Lu Qiaoji was and whether he knew about the coming apocalypse in advance, hoping to find some clues. But she was surprised to see that even her father was not alone. It seemed she can only wait and observe slowly. She stood up, ready to leave. Guo Xiaoxiao had been watching Jinani closely. She learned from Lu Qiaoji that his father really wanted to cooperate with the Ji family. If she could help promote this cooperation, she might win Lu Yong's favor. Li Qiaoqiao, who is not as attractive as her, still managed to get Lu Yong's attention. Why could Li Qiaoqiao get Lu Yong's love and a gold card? She could do the same. Moreover, her uncle brought her here to help her get into a wealthy family. Her uncle told her that Lu Yong had been a widower for over 10 years. He was afraid that the stepmother would bully Lu Qiaoji, so he never remarried. Lu Qiaoji was already her good friend, and she was friends with the stepmother too. They could go shopping and buy bags together. Yes, Guo Xiaoxiao knew about the relationship between Li Qiaoqiao and Lu Yong, but she only knew part of it. She saw that when Li Qiaoqiao shopped and paid with her card, the name on the bill was Lu Yong's. She bought small dresses worth tens of thousands and bags worth over 100,000 without hesitation. She envied her. She had thought that Lu Yong had been lonely for many years, and if she just made a little move, she could win him over. But after learning about Li Qiaoqiao, she decided to plan carefully. First, she would have Lu Qiaoji drive Li Qiaoqiao away, then proceed with her next plan. Jinani was the perfect opportunity for her. Guo Xiaoxiao was confident she would seize it. However, reality often hit hard and fast. Nand, where are you going? I'll go with you, Guo Xiaoxiao eagerly called out, following behind Jinani.
Home.
Do you have a problem with that? Jinani replied coldly, no longer interested in dealing with her and sounding annoyed. Guo Xiaoxiao didn't understand why Jinani suddenly changed her attitude. Thinking about her goal, she cautiously asked, Nand, what's wrong? Are you upset about something? Seeing you unhappy. Just as Jinani finished speaking, Lu Yong's voice came from behind. Butler, find the security and ask this person to leave. She's upsetting Miss Ji. Uncle, I am a friend of Qiaoji. Guo Xiaoxiao didn't expect things to turn out like this. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say, looking at Jinani with tears in her eyes. Nani, what's wrong? Aren't we good friends? Qiaoji has many friends. Who are you? Lu Yong's words hit Guo Xiaoxiao hard, and she was already teary-eyed. Uncle, you're friends with my uncle. Don't you remember? Lu Qiaoji was also drawn over. Seeing Guo Xiaoxiao with tears in her eyes, he said, Who made Xiaoxiao upset? Doesn't she know that I am her best friend? Sorry, I think it was me. Jinani raised her hand to show. Lu Qiaoji didn't react right away. Li Qiaoqiao spoke from the side. Xiaoxiao probably didn't mean to. Let's have her apologize to Nani in front of everyone. We're all friends and misunderstandings can be cleared up. Ugh, still a manipulative person, willing to take advantage. The surrounding people started to talk. Yes, we're all friends. It must be a misunderstanding. Just apologize, no need to make a big deal. You're having fun, but you're overreacting. Who is this? Even Lu Qiaoji's people dare to bully. Did you see that Lu Qiaoji's father was the first to speak? What? Lu Qiaoji's father is protecting someone. Could it be the stepmother? Now the rumors are starting to spread. Nani, I'm sorry. Unexpectedly, Gua Xiaoxiao really apologized and bowed deeply. Nani felt a headache. She really couldn't handle these things. In the past, Shun Qingqing always stood up for her. And she didn't want to ruin the relationship now. Li Xiaoqiao also didn't expect Gua Xiaoxiao to be so flexible. She originally wanted her to apologize and lose face. She clenched her fists tightly and said nothing. Since they are on her side, Lu Xiaoji also spoke. Nani, I don't know what Xiaoxiao did to upset you. I apologize too. After all, I invited you to the party today. Lu Xiaoji wanted to speak again, but Nani interrupted her. First of all, if you can't speak properly, don't speak at all, so you don't embarrass yourself. I am not her little mother, Lu Xiaoji. Also, this lady has been following me the whole time. I already told her I want to go home, but she keeps walking behind me. In the end, the misunderstanding is on you all. It has nothing to do with me. I am feeling unwell, so I left first. We can contact each other later. Nani looked at Lu Xiaoji and said, then turned around and left without looking back. No wonder Shun Qingqing said that when she's not around, I shouldn't deal with these people. Her self-important words are no different from online trolls who criticize randomly. It's like their brains haven't fully developed. Their imagination is way beyond their intelligence. I need to tell my dad about this when I get home. I must find a way to get back at Lu Yong for this. Sitting in the car, Nani felt very uncomfortable no matter how she thought about it. She took out her phone and opened the chat with Shun Qingqing. Shundenyo, I've been bullied. Are you going to do something about it? Nani typed and sent the message. 5 minutes passed, but there was no reply. Fine, they're really busy. She threw her phone onto the front passenger seat and drove out of Qingshanwan Villa. Looking at the familiar place, Nani turned the car around. Since she was here, she had to check the construction site. She needed to see what was going on. About 40 minutes later, she arrived near her destination. From a distance, she saw people working on construction and unloading containers. What's going on here? Getting closer, she confirmed there were no cameras around, then used her mental power to scan the area. She was surprised to see that the underground basement was already built. What a huge basement! Could this mean someone else knew about the coming apocalypse ahead of time, just like her? And what about Lu Yong and Lu Xiaoji? Looking at the neatly arranged containers, Nani decided to check what was inside each one before making any decisions. All of them were filled with food, mostly packaged from abroad. Nani decided not to cause trouble right now. She avoided touching the supplies and started investigating the ground conditions. On one side, it looked like they were planning to develop the land, but only a few people were working. The basement entrance was inside a huge warehouse, guarded by 2 burly men. There were 3 trucks ready to unload containers, and a small crane was also present. Nani carefully checked again and found no one else around. She decided to go home first and tell everyone, then make plans. Knowing she couldn't risk alarming anyone, she decided to drive away first. The car drove for about 20 minutes. Nani checked to make sure no one was following her before feeling relieved. She looked at the time. It's already 6:20. She wondered if Ian had finished over there. She called her phone assistant. Call my husband. She dialed his number. It rang for a minute, but no one answered. She heard the mechanical female voice on the phone. The number you dialed is not available. Please try again later. Sorry. She hung up and decided to go home first. The weather was especially nice today, blue sky, white clouds, gentle breeze. Nani enjoyed the scenery while driving. When she reached the city center, the sunset was starting to show. Looking out from the passenger window, the sky was filled with fiery clouds, with hints of purple and yellow. Many people stopped to take photos. Nani found a parking spot at a mall and also wanted to take pictures. She took out her phone, snapped some photos. After the end of the world, these would be precious memories. Thinking of that, she opened her phone to look for reviews. After reading, she immediately ordered 10 of the best featured cameras for reviews and 5 instant cameras, along with 1,000 packs of instant camera paper. She felt satisfied and closed her phone. It was probably the weekend, so there were quite a few people, including adults with children. In the small square outside the mall, Some people dressed as frog mascots were selling balloons. Nani walked over, chose 2 balloons, one pink pig and one Doryman, and, mimicking children, tied them to her shirt buttons. At that moment, Soo Hyun's call came in. Nani picked up. "Husband, are you done over there?" "Yes, everything is arranged. Xiao Mao has a dedicated caregiver now and things are stable." "Where is Nan Nan?" "I am at the town square. I just call my mom and family, and we won't be returning to our hometown tonight. I just arrived. Husband, come find me, and let's go eat a spicy crab hot pot together." Nani looked at the big billboard and felt a little hungry. She used to love eating the spicy crab hot pot from this place. "Okay, I'll take a taxi over and leave the car for Daquan and the others, so it's more convenient for them." "All right, husband. I'll wait for you." Nani happily spun around in place. A little kid nearby pointed at her and said to his mom, "Mom, that sister has 2 balloons. I want one too." The kid's mom patted his head and smiled affectionately. "Let's go. I'll buy you one too." The kid happily pulled his mom and ran off to buy a balloon. Nani muttered to herself, "It would be so nice if we could stay this happy forever." When Soo Hyun arrived, Nani had just finished talking to the milk tea shop about a deal. She said her company wanted to order afternoon tea from them, 2,000 cups every day. The girl making the milk tea quickly called her boss. The boss arrived soon and offered her a 20% discount. Nani happily signed the contract. Thinking about the travel she still had to do, she made arrangements with the milk tea shop. If needed, they would call her a day in advance. Soo Hyun got out of the car and immediately spotted Nani in the crowd. He walked over with long strides. "Nan Nan, what are you daydreaming about now?" Soo Hyun reached out and ruffled her slightly messy hair. "Husband, you're here." Nani immediately hugged Soo Hyun's waist and acted cute. When she heard a little kid talking nearby, she shyly pulled away. She made a funny face at the kid, then linked her arm with Soo Hyun's and headed toward the elevator. The 5th and 6th floors of this mall are food courts. The spicy crab hot pot she wanted to eat was on the 6th floor, so she planned to take the escalator straight up. Who did Nan Nan meet today? Soo Hyun knew about Nani's social circle, and he had met most of her friends before. But he was still a bit curious about the person she mentioned. Liu Xiaoji. A new friend? No, an enemy. Soo Hyun was stunned. Enemy? Is it the person he was thinking of? Master, why don't you and the male master communicate telepathically? That way, Cha-Cha can join in too. TT was absorbing energy and feeling a bit bored. When she heard her owner hesitate to speak, she thought to herself, "Are these 2 people foolish or just not used to my super abilities?" So, she took the initiative to remind them. Nani and Soo Hyun exchanged a quick glance. Nani smiled and communicated with Soo Hyun telepathically. "We look a little silly like this." "Master, that's what you said." TT agreed very much with Nani. She didn't need to join their one-on-one conversation. "Is Nan Nan the daughter of that base leader?" "Yes, they probably want to talk to her father about a purchase or cooperation. We'll wait for her father to return for details." Nani thought about Liu Yong and the base leader, noticing they didn't seem the same at all. Her expression grew serious. "But there's one thing. Today I saw Liu Xiaoji's father, and he isn't the same person as the base leader. And I checked her home. There's no basement at all." "So, they're not the same person?" Soo Hyun looked surprised. "Yes, and I also saw her birth certificate in Liu Xiaoji's room. Her father's name is Liu Yong. I'll have someone look into this. Nan Nan, you shouldn't contact that woman for now."
"I'm worried."
Nani interrupted Soo Hyun gently, trying to reassure him. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Besides, their family isn't the biggest problem right now. I suspect someone else might have known about the end of the world early, just like me." She paused and continued. "Qingshan Bay isn't far from the old base. I suddenly want to go see what's happening there now." "Nan Nan, you shouldn't go alone," Soo Hyun said, worry clear on his face when he heard she planned to go alone. "Listen to me. I can use my mental powers to scan ahead." "It's safe," Nani said, knowing Soo Hyun was worried. She pouted and tried to distract him. There are people at the base pretending to develop real estate, hoarding supplies. I checked, they're shipping containers from abroad, all stored in a huge underground room. I didn't see anything suspicious, except for the two burly men guarding the supplies. The elevator chimed. Soo Hyun pulled Ji Nani out of the elevator, his face dark and serious. The staff at the meat crab hot pot restaurant were trying to attract customers. Seeing Ji Nani, they wanted to come over and introduce themselves, but when they saw Soo Hyun's gloomy face, they hesitated, feeling a bit scared and unsure whether to approach. Ji Nani saw the staff take 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. She pinched Soo Hyun's arm and said, "Relax your face a little. The staff are too afraid to come over." She then continued speaking to Soo Hyun silently. "There aren't many items, probably just starting to stockpile to avoid alerting others. I plan to check it out when I have time. Once it's full, I'll take everything in the basement. Nan, in this situation, we need to be more careful. If those people find out," Ji Nani understood Soo Hyun's worries and comforted him. "Don't worry. From what we've seen before, everything that happens occurs after we enter the base. If someone else already knows, then we know too. There's nothing to fear. Miss, my friend, and I want to order your meat crab hot pot and a portion of chicken feet." The staff member still managed to hold back her fear and approached to introduce the dishes. Ji Nani nodded and was led into the restaurant. After placing the order, the waitress immediately left. Ji Nani looked at Soo Hyun, whose face was still gloomy. She reached out and gently stroked his furrowed brow, saying, "Eat with me." No frowning. You scared the waitress away. "Soo Hyun, I order you now. Don't think about anything else. Just eat properly." Exactly. No need to worry. TT got so many shiny stones today and absorbed them all. It will definitely level up. With me here, the owner doesn't need to be afraid. TT, can you level up now? It should be fine. That green stone and those shiny stones about the size of eggs contain a lot of energy and are very pure. Upgrading shouldn't be a problem. TT just needs 3 days to absorb everything. Are those enough? I was planning to go shopping downstairs later. Ji Nani was still surprised. She didn't expect TT to level up so quickly, reaching level 3 so fast. No, not enough. Not enough at all. The owner, no matter how many, is never enough. TT loves shiny stones. Soo Hyun's face, after joking around with a ball and a person, looked a little better. When the waitress came to serve the dishes, Ji Nani was busy planning with Soo Hyun. Someone from Lu's family needs to keep watch, but the base team decided it's not necessary now. It seems they are stockpiling supplies. The people behind the scenes won't appear often, so there's no need to waste time and energy. Like a praying mantis catching a cicada while the oriole watches, they plan to be the oriole, waiting for the right moment to drain them completely. Their true intentions will eventually be exposed, so it's best not to alert them now. Soo Hyun helps Ji Nani put on her gloves and tie her hair, then encourages her to start eating while he eats casually nearby. He also helps her shape the rice into a ball and dip it into the crab pot sauce, placing it in her bowl. A young waitress nearby whispers to her friend, "That man is so handsome, but his face looks so cold, like he's about to eat me." I felt it too. When I brought food to his neighbor, I felt a chill. He's really nice to his girlfriend. Look, they stop gossiping only when someone calls the waiter. Ji Nani's stomach is full and round, and she shyly glances at Soo Hyun. He waves to call the waiter. "Tell your boss to come over." "Sir, do you need anything?" The waiter worries that their earlier conversation might have been overheard, and she might be scolded. "I'm here to discuss business." "All right, please wait a moment." Relieved that he's not complaining, the waiter quickly runs to call the boss. A man in his 30s walks over ahead of the waiter. "Hello, what can I do for you? We want 200 servings each of crab pot, chicken feet pot, bullfrog pot, pork chop pot, pig's trotters, chicken wings, and shrimp." The boss checks his ear. "Are you sure you want 200 servings of each?" "Yes, and when can you finish?" "Please wait a moment while I check with the chef." The boss is a bit skeptical and rushes into the kitchen. 5 minutes later, he comes out again. "The earliest we can finish is 3 p.m. Is that okay? If it's 5 p.m., can you add 100 more servings of each?" We'll pick them up ourselves tomorrow. The boss's pace quickens as he responds, yes, that's fine. Boss, we need to ensure quality, quantity, and cleanliness. It must meet the same standards as what we ate today. We might work with you again in the future, Jean and Yi said seriously to the boss. Don't worry, we are a nationwide chain. We will never lower our standards, the boss replied. After calculating the price, the boss gave Jean and Yi some change and waived the packaging fee. With the receipt signed and stamped, Jean and Yi linked arms with Su Hyun and went downstairs. She hadn't finished shopping yet, so she needed to walk around to digest her food. When they couldn't see Jean and Yi and Su Hyun anymore, the boss realized what had happened. Looking at the 150,000 yuan deposit received on his phone, he waved to call the managers of the hall and kitchen for a meeting. They would close for one day tomorrow, and the person in charge of procurement had already started ordering ingredients. Jean and Yi and Su Hee and went shopping again on the first floor before getting into the car to go home. Husband, will this planet ever go back to how it was? Of course. After the end of the apocalypse, I'm waiting for you to give me a daughter, just like you. Jean and Yi turned to look at Su Hee An's side profile. Husband, I'm so glad to have you. Su Hyun wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Jean and Yi. Husband, turn around and follow that black Bentley just now. Su Hyun immediately turned the car around and stepped on the gas to chase after it. To avoid making the other person suspicious, he didn't get too close. Nan, what's wrong? The base leader. Although he just passed by, I'm sure it's him. Jean and Yi released her mental power and covered the black Bentley. There's also a woman in the car, probably the base leader's wife. But I've never seen this woman at the base, or even seen the base leader with a woman before. It's okay. Let's follow them and see where they're going. Perfect, so we can learn about them today and avoid searching for them one by one. Su Hyun drove behind the Bentley, following for nearly an hour and a half. The surrounding traffic gradually decreased. Jean and Yi looked around. Isn't this the way to the base? Husband, it seems they're heading to the base. This is the same road I took during the day. Jinani's mental energy kept monitoring from the Bentley car, noticing the base leader frequently looking at her and Hyun's cars. Husband, they're starting to suspect us. Find a place to park, and let's go into the space to follow them. Su Hunan saw a small road nearby leading to a small village. He turned the car onto it. Jinani confirmed no one was around and took Su Hunan and the car into the space. Luckily, I came here during the day, so we can go straight through. They appeared behind a pile of dirt next to the base's building. Sure enough, they saw the Bentley near the warehouse, and the car was empty. Let's go inside and take a look, Jinani pointed to the warehouse. Su Hunan nodded, and they entered the space again, appearing inside the warehouse. They hid in the space, observing outside. Since the space upgraded to level 2, it not only allows daily entry for people but also enables invisibility and lets them see and hear outside directly. The two burly men were talking with the base leader, while a bright woman stood nearby. Brother, I checked the 5 containers delivered today. Everything looks fine, one man said. The base leader patted one of the men's shoulders. Heizi, you two need to be careful at night. Take turns on duty. Once the others finish their tasks, have them come and swap shifts. Successfully completing Mr. Charlie's task this time will earn everyone rewards. The man called Heizi asked, Boss, why is Mr. Charlie importing so much grain domestically? Why go through the trouble of bringing it from abroad? Wouldn't it be easier to buy locally? Heizi, don't ask questions you shouldn't. If Mr. Charlie finds out, I can't protect you, the base leader said with a displeased look. Heizi scratched his head. Boss, I was just asking. Anyway, following you and Mr. Charlie, we have food to eat, money to spend, and women to sleep with. Life's good.
Ha ha ha. Another man spoke up. Exactly.
The days I spent with Heizi before were worse than pigs and dogs. Since following you, boss, we've taken care of those who looked down on us, bought a house in H City, and life is just great. Next to the beautiful woman, she seemed a bit dismissive and tugged at the director's clothes. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone focus. If we mess this up, we might lose our lives. Don't worry, sister-in-law. When my brothers do things, we are careful. Blackie patted his chest to reassure her. All right. Hurry up and take us down to sea. The woman waved her hand impatiently. Hee, sister-in-law. I'll take you and the big brother down now. The man called Blackie smiled happily at the woman. As he spoke, he opened the door to the basement. This door is actually the latest level of bank vault security. These people are not simple. This door can't be opened with explosives, and it uses both password and iris recognition. You can set the opening method yourself. Look at the round ring on the door. That's the handle. After entering the password, you need to turn it either clockwise or counterclockwise according to your setting before opening. If the twist is wrong, the security system activates and only iris recognition can unlock it. Su Hian looked at the door, first surprised, then explained to Ji and Iko. When they were on a mission abroad before, they had seen this kind of door. It's very secure, resistant to explosions and blasts. Did they just mention Charlie? This door was probably brought from abroad. Yes, I saw this kind of door before overseas. It seems the situation is worse than we thought. Su Hian's tone became serious. If human experiments are involved with foreign sources, they are already preparing domestically. Or someone like you might have known about the end of the world early and is trying to secretly do something in China, but there's also another possibility that the zombies are caused by them. What is the purpose of the experiments? Why would they create a large-scale zombie outbreak in the future? What exactly are they doing? Now they are preparing domestically. It's very likely their experiments have already gone wrong, and they can't stop it. Jinan Yi was a bit scared. So, the zombie outbreak and the apocalyptic scene might be man-made, but they can't control the consequences. That's possible, Su Hian said seriously. Let's follow them later and see if we can find anything. Su Hian was once a proud soldier of Huagua, with a strong sense of duty. Hearing about the situation, deep feelings he had hidden inside started to rise. If they could really find out the truth, maybe it could prevent some problems from happening. Jinani knew Su Hian's brave nature and love for his country. He comforted him by saying, "If we find clear evidence, we should give it to the government to stop this disaster. If that doesn't work, we can send them an anonymous warning in advance. We are all Chinese. If possible, I will join you to do our part." "Thank you, Nani." Su Hian didn't reply to Jinani's words. He just said thank you. He understood what Nani meant. He had once carried important missions and almost sacrificed his life for the country. His future goal is to protect his family. Only when he is sure he can keep his family safe will he consider other things. The base leader took the woman into the underground room. Su Nani had seen everything there during the day, so he wasn't curious now. Since it was his own place, he pulled Su Hian into a Bentley. They waited in the back seat for the others to come up. Su Hian transformed back into Farmer Xiao Su, and whenever he entered the space, he would tinker with farming equipment. About half an hour later, the base leader came out and returned to the car. Hazy was waving goodbye nearby. The leader said, "Let's go back. Keep an eye on things." They drove away, and Hazy watched the car disappear into the night before returning to the warehouse. When Hazy got back, another man approached him and started scolding. That woman. She just climbed into the boss's bed and dares to look down on me. When I get a chance, I'll make her regret it. Hazy's face darkened. He warned, "Did Jean, watch your words. If the boss hears you, you'll be in trouble." Did Jean looked defiant. "I don't believe the boss would ignore our brotherhood over a woman. We've done so much for him, and it's not worth losing everything over her." Hazy looked at him but didn't argue further. "Did Jean, I'll stay on watch tonight. You go rest. I'll wake you when it's your turn." "All right, I don't know when the fifth brother and the others will come to change shifts. I haven't been with a woman in a long time. I miss that feeling. When the fifth brother arrives, I plan to go out tonight and have fun with those two girls." "Okay, the fifth brother and the others will probably be back soon. Just hold on a little longer." "Beautiful. Does Mr. Charlie say when he will come?" the base commander asked softly. "Mr. Charlie's matters are not something for you and me to figure out," the woman replied with a grim expression and a very displeased tone. The base commander reached out and took Lu Meili's hand. "All right, don't be angry. I know you don't like Jean and Hazy, but right now we need to use people. Once Mr. Charlie's people arrive, I will find a way to handle them." Hearing this, Lu Meili's face looked a bit better. She thought about how her tone was not very good just now, then softly pouted. You know, I don't like their looks. They stare too directly. If it weren't for you, they might have tried to harass me. Especially to Jean, he always tries to touch me. You're their boss, and they don't respect me at all. Don't be angry. When the fifth brother and the others come back, I will punish Jean so he understands what happens when you disrespect me. That's more like it. I saw a bag I like. Tomorrow, take me to buy it. It's so pretty, Lu Meili said, taking the opportunity to speak.
Buy.
As long as our Meili likes it, we'll buy everything. Lu Meili shyly let the base commander's hand wander on her leg, acting coquettishly. Brother Jun, drive carefully. When we get home, I'll let you do whatever you want night. Jinani watched Su Hyun in the space and thought, don't look at things you shouldn't. No peeking at what you shouldn't see, Su Hyun warned. Jinani nonchalantly replied, I saw even more exciting stuff this afternoon. Su Hyun smirked, looking at Jinani with a mischievous smile. Do you remember the punishment I gave you when I caught you reading inappropriate comics back then? Jinani said. Hubby, I didn't see anything. The memories were too painful to recall. They must not be remembered. We'll follow them for a while. If the information is still worthless, we'll go home and find another chance to come back. After the car stopped, Jinani realized that the base director's house was also in Qingshan Bay, but it was in a completely different direction from the Liu family. Why do all these rich people like to live in Qingshan Bay? She wondered. Dad also visited there once, but after seeing it, he felt that Qingshan Bay didn't match his vibe, so he gave up, she explained. Jinani nodded in agreement. Luckily, we didn't buy it. It really wouldn't suit our family. Later, Jinani was holding Su Hyun. After hearing the intense fight between the two in bed, Su Hyun almost pressed her onto the big bed in the space villa to love her properly. Finally, these two people were willing to talk about something useful. Lu Meili was lying in the base director's arms. Brother Jun, why do you think Charlie is stockpiling so much food? Their lab is in the country. Could it affect us? I don't know. Charlie said that after their lab is finished next year, the whole area will be sealed off. The building will be almost completed, and once people move in, buying supplies will be difficult. They probably want to prepare in advance. Their research team has nearly 200 people, so food and daily needs are a big issue. The best way to avoid attention is to prepare early. The base director thought for a moment and continued calmly, we have no way out this time. We can only bet on Charlie. If we succeed, it will be a treasure for the upper class to fight over. If we fail, we'll lose everything. Lu Meili was very excited when she heard the word, treasure. She drew circles on the base director's chest with her finger. Brother Jun, if we succeed, can you ask Charlie to give me one too? To stay forever young so I can always stay by your side. The base director chuckled and pinched Lu Meili's. Sure, but it depends on how you perform. Lu Meili pressed closer and started to breathe more softly. There's no need to listen to the rest. Let's go home, Su Hyun said with a face full of reluctance. Who's the man who has nothing better to do than take his wife to eavesdrop? They've already heard this twice a day. Jinani looked at Su Hyun's unhappy face, holding back her laughter but not daring to say anything. She pulled him away from the base director's house. On a remote road, Su Hyun tightly gripped the steering wheel. From now on, I will handle these things. You are not allowed to appear anymore. No, that's not okay. You also look at those women. Why can't I look at men? Jinani protested. Su Hyun rubbed his temples. Nan, I didn't look at anything. Husband, I didn't look either. We're just trying to gather useful information. This is the best way. Jinani felt that Su Hyun's face was still gloomy. She continued softly, Husband, don't worry. They can't compare to you. The one in the afternoon didn't even last a minute. How can they compare to you? Su Hyun's head hurt even more now. But Jinani didn't notice and kept praising Su Hyun's abilities, thinking that would make him happy and that next time he wouldn't restrict her from listening in. Nan, tonight you probably want to try it yourself. I will definitely satisfy you. It won't be a problem. Su Hyun looked at Jinani as if he wanted to eat her up. Jinani finally sensed something was wrong and quickly changed the subject. Husband, it seems they are indeed researching something. But from what he described, it doesn't seem related to the zombie apocalypse. Eternal youth? It sounds more like the beauty pill we have. The foreigner named Charlie has over 200 people in his research team. We need to be careful. Their research doesn't seem simple. Yes, I think so too. Husband, we don't need to come here on purpose anymore. I just set up surveillance in his house. High-tech stuff we traded with the interdimensional merchant last time. TT can keep watch. I also installed cameras at Lu Qiao's house. We must keep an eye on these people. But we shouldn't waste our time. Unexpectedly, Jinani had already made arrangements. She had been planning to secretly install surveillance tomorrow. Yes, from now on, let's focus on organizing supplies. TT will watch here daily and report anything important. As long as nothing goes wrong, some people need to be dealt with personally. Husband, when the end of the world chaos starts, I will be the first to kill Lu Qiao. The hatred in Jinani's eyes was obvious and unhidden. Because of her selfish motives, she had harmed her whole family. She must take revenge herself. Okay, Nanan will do it herself. When the two of them arrived home, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Jinani got out of the car, complaining about being tired and not wanting to walk, so Su Hian carried her upstairs. Since her parents were not home, Jinani was no longer shy. She acted cute and playful, showing her true personality. By the time Su Hian finished to shower, it was already 11:30 at night. Jinani was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly with her bottom sticking up. Su Hian covered her with a blanket, turned off the light, and quietly left the bedroom. How did the investigation go? Boss, I sent everything to your email. I looked at it briefly. This person seems to be a hidden spy, always stealing information. Good. I'll check it out later. Thanks for your hard work. Su Hian hesitated for a long time, but couldn't hold back. He slowly spoke. Heizi, bring Lao Jin and the others back. Boss, I know you all did this for me. After all these years, it's time for you to think about yourselves. Those things no longer matter. We've finished our mission. Whatever needs to be left behind, just leave it. Come back and I'll help you start a new life. Boss. We'll follow your lead. Thanks to the spiritual spring water from Jinani, Xiao Mao's recovery was so fast that the doctors were amazed. After repeatedly confirming he was fine, they approved his discharge. Boss, see? I told you, I was fine. Staying in the hospital was just a waste of money. Xiao Mao tried to prove he was okay by patting his chest hard, but he misjudged his strength and started coughing. Jinani watched him and couldn't help but laugh. All right, don't overexert yourself. Otherwise, your boss might keep you in the hospital for another week. Come on, sister-in-law, look at Dakian and the others, they've already started working. I'm the only one eating plain rice every day. All right, pack your things. Dakian and the others will be back tonight. We'll have dinner together, and tomorrow I'll arrange some work for you. Got it, boss. Xiao Mao happily grabbed his bag and followed them out. Watching the boss and sister-in-law's figures, Xiao Mao's eyes welled with tears. He didn't really have any luggage. Everything he had was bought by the boss and sister-in-law during his hospital stay. From now on, he could continue following the boss. He felt so happy. He secretly wiped away tears from the corner of his eyes and quickly caught up with Su Hian and Jinani. Sitting in the car, Su Hian looked at Xiao Mao, who kept smiling foolishly, and finally asked, Mao Hao, what do you plan to do about your family? Xiao Mao, who had just been smiling, immediately looked upset, with a gray look in his eyes. Boss, I don't want to have anything to do with them anymore. I thought they ignored me before just because we were poor. I used to send my salary and allowances home every month. After I left the army, I even gave them the money you and I had saved, but they wanted me to pay for my older brother's house in the county. I already gave them all my money. They said I didn't bring anything back and kicked me out, calling me useless and saying I just eat free food at home. Boss, 30,000 yuan, I didn't keep a single cent. Mao Hao's shoulders trembled slightly, and he looked very disappointed. Boss, the people who beat me before were hired by my older brother. This time, I heard it was my older brother and my mom. They didn't object at all. After saying this, Mao Hao covered his face with his hands and started crying. Do you want to take revenge? Jinani asked. Sister-in-law. Mao Hao hesitated. Jinani saw that Mao Hao probably never thought about revenge, so she didn't press him. Anyway, when the apocalypse comes, only the strong survive. If Mao Hao still cares about his parents and older brother then, she would give him some supplies and let him leave the team. Although she had a loyal pill from the old man with the white beard, the issue of mercy and revenge couldn't be fully resolved. Su Hyun also seemed to realize this and communicated with Ji Nani through his mind. In the future, if the worst-case scenario happens, I won't keep him. Yes, if society remains stable, it's Mao Hao's own business. But in the apocalypse, we kill the merciful first. We can save Mao Hao once, but not forever. Don't worry, Nan Nan. At this moment, Mao Hao seemed to have made a firm decision. He clenched his fists tightly. Boss, I can't take revenge, but from now on, I won't have anything to do with them. Whatever happens to them in the future, it has nothing to do with me. Su Hyun nodded without saying much. He believed that being disobedient to parents or doing bad things was not much different. But people should have the ability to tell right from wrong. He hoped Mao Hao could develop this ability. When Su Hyun arrived at the restaurant, Da Zhuang and the others had already arrived. 3 people saw Mao Hao get out of the car and excitedly went forward to give him a big hug. Kid, you're really lucky. Just being alive is enough. From now on, we're brothers. Xiao Mao, this time you better see clearly what your parents are really like. Don't be foolish again. Iron Wolf is a hot-tempered person with a strong personality. Before, Xiao Mao had contacted them once, asking to borrow money to buy a house for his brother. This time, after hearing the situation from the boss, Iron Wolf spat and said, I'm glad I'm an orphan. If I had parents like that, I would definitely beat them up. And they want to ask me for money? I'd break their legs. Brother Wolf, I understand. Mao Hao seemed to have figured it out, and the worry in his eyes disappeared. From now on, your brothers will take care of you. Da Zhuang put his arm around Mao Hao's shoulder to comfort him. All right, let's go upstairs to the private room to catch up. Don't block the store entrance, Su Hyun said. Iron Wolf is a straightforward person and immediately responded, Got it, boss. Iron Wolf, be a little quieter. Don't you see the looks from the people nearby? They might think we're gangsters. Hee, let's go upstairs. Iron Wolf scratched his head and pulled Dakian along. Dakian looked at Su Hyun, then led his brothers upstairs. Ji Nani tugged at Su Hyun's sleeve, mimicking Iron Wolf's way of calling the boss. Su Hyun helplessly patted Ji Nani's head. Let's go, upstairs. Everyone was taking care of Mao Hao, and the atmosphere was very happy. Dakian and the others had already started working with Su Huaqing a week ago, mainly responsible for transporting building materials. They also learned some news from Su Hyun, and all took the loyalty pills voluntarily. Especially Iron Wolf, who insisted on taking the lead and swore that from now on, the brothers would be loyal to Su Hyun in life and death, making Ji Nani laugh out loud. Iron Wolf pulled Mao Hao to sit down and casually started ordering food. Xiao Mao, I remember you liked that dish. What was it called? Sweet and sour pork? Let me see if I have it and order it for you. Brother Wolf, order what you all like to eat. No need to specially order for me. Dakian noticed Mao Hao looked a bit uncomfortable and spoke up. Order a spicy chicken dish for me. I like that. All right, Little Wolf will serve everyone, Iron Wolf said. Ha ha ha, who dares call you Little Wolf? Back in the army, besides the boss, who else did you serve? Da Zhuang burst out laughing. Don't go, or you'll embarrass me in front of my sister-in-law. I'm still waiting for her to introduce me to a girlfriend. Please don't ruin my image. Are they very noisy? Su Hyun looked at the group arguing loudly. No, Su, your friends are very funny, Jin and Yi whispered to Su Hyun. The group was chatting and reminiscing about old times, and the atmosphere became quite lively. The dishes were served one after another. After the waiter confirmed everything, he put down the water kettle, closed the door, and left. Tai Lang was opening wine nearby. He gave one bottle to Jin and Yi and raised his own. Thanks, boss, for bringing us all together again. Tonight, we won't leave until we're drunk. The mood was lively. Jin and Yi didn't stop Su Hyun from drinking. Several old friends, reunited after 4 years, felt emotional. Tai Lang pulled Su Hyun to toast. Boss, if it weren't for you back then, I would have died. You saved my life. I toast to you. And if it weren't for your support after I left the army and for waking me up, I might have just given up on myself and lived the rest of my life in despair. Boss, I have to toast you again. Da Zhuang came over with drinks. Get out of the way. You talk too much. I also want to toast the boss. The group got more and more excited, each wanting to toast Soo Hyun. Drunk, Soo Hyun leaned on Ji Nan-e, looking at his friends, feeling like he was back in the army. After each mission, everyone would hold a celebration in the dining hall, drinking, singing, and letting loose. After settling the bill, everyone agreed Mao Hao shouldn't drink because he just got out of the hospital. Mao Hao was now pulling 3 men, and Soo Hyun, like a koala, was pressed against Ji Nan-e. Next to the restaurant was a budget hotel. Ji Nan-e booked a room, asked Mao how to take care of them, and helped Soo Hyun into the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt. Soo Hyun started whining and acting cute. Nan, I feel dizzy. I want a kiss. While Ji Nani was still asleep, Soo Hyun decided to leave first, finish everything, and let Nan rest more. During this time, Ji Nani and Soo Hyun had been collecting supplies in the country, mainly prepared cooked food. Every day, they found reasons to buy delicious dishes. They made crab hot pot 3 times, and their favorite big buns were all bought for a whole week. They also tried various barbecues, snacks, fried chicken, and more. Ji Nani even helped 3 mothers open packages until they were tired of it. They bought enough cardboard boxes to fill 3 trucks. They arranged solar panels, large silent generators, and water turbines, anything they could get. For the solar panels, Soo Hyun negotiated directly with the manufacturer. They ordered 10,000 square meters of solar panels, along with complete installation and control technology. Everything, including brackets and control devices, was prepared. They also ordered 100 large plastic water tanks, each holding 30 tons of water. Although there was water in the space, they still filled all the tanks and stored them inside. They bought 500 sets of the latest water filtration devices, accounting for losses, and also purchased 10,000 boxes of water filters. All the bottled water, 5-liter bottles and 500 milliliters bottles, was ordered separately, with 10,000 boxes delivered each month. The house back home had a solid foundation, and they poured concrete to build it according to earthquake-resistant standards. The underground space was dug out and waterproofing and reinforcement work had begun. Today, they went to bring back all the dishes prepared for the private chef's banquet. Tomorrow, Soo Hyun and Nani planned to fly to the United States. Haedian had already sent a message saying everything was ready. Ji Nani felt it was a pity to lose those items, so he decided to retrieve them and bring the people back as well. He also received news that a batch of weapons was arriving soon. The temptation of these weapons was quite strong for him. Thinking about the loyalty pills for Mao Hao still in his possession, he called Daquan and asked him to wait at the hotel entrance. He would arrive soon. Daquan, whose real name was Kwon Jinzong, was Soo Hyun's deputy. He was steady and reliable, and the oldest among them. Daquan's parents had passed away early due to illness. His wife and daughter were still back home. Soo Hyun had met Daquan's wife, who was honest. Daquan had served in the military before, and his parents were cared for by his wife in their old age. When Soo Hyun found Daquan, he told him about the possible end-of-the-world event that might happen in the future. Daquan only asked to bring his wife and daughter along, and he was willing to sacrifice his own life. Soo Hyun agreed. Before seeking out these comrades, Ji Nan-e had discussed with Soo Hyun that if they had family members, they should consider their character. If everything was fine, they would all go together because everyone was fighting for their small family, which gave them more purpose. Since she and Soo Hyun had loyalty pills and other items, she wasn't worried about betrayal. When Soo Hyun arrived at the hotel, Daquan was already waiting at the door. He took the things Soo Hyun handed him, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Boss, should I tell Xiao Mao the full situation? I've already explained to Tai Lang and De Zhuang. If I don't tell him, I can find a chance to give him the stuff." Soo Hyun looked at Daquan. What happened last night? Based on what Soo Hyun knew about Daquan, he wouldn't say such things. It must have been something that happened after they left. Daquan hesitated but finally spoke. "After I vomited yesterday, I woke up shortly after. I heard Xiao Mao talking to his family. His mother was crying on the phone, saying she just found out what her older brother did. She said she would criticize him and hoped Xiao Mao wouldn't hate them. He also said, Go ahead, tell me everything, Su Hian urged, sensing Daquan's hesitation. He said Xiao Mao's health is better now, and he's met a benefactor. He told Xiao Mao to work hard with you and earn good wages, and then send the money back. Boss, how do you know that? Xiao Mao's family are all vampires. It's not surprising they said such things. I think you're worried because Xiao Mao agreed, Su Hian pointed out sharply. Yes, Xiao Mao's mother kept crying and apologizing. Since Xiao Mao was a child, she talked like she was acting in a play. In the end, Xiao Mao also cried. Su Hian thought for a moment. Don't tell him everything for now. Give him the items discreetly. If he wants to leave later, prepare some things for him. Don't stop him. As long as he doesn't stand against us in the future, we are still brothers. The only help we can give now is the last bit. I can't risk putting my family, your sister-in-law, and all of you in danger because of him. The future development of the situation is beyond our control. Since I called you all here, I also have to be responsible for everyone's safety. Tell Dazhuang and Iron Wolf not to say too much, and also ask Iron Wolf to stop always mentioning Xiao Mao's family. If it turns into enemies, that would be bad. Daquan nods and says, Got it, boss. After Su Hian finished giving instructions, he drove away. Daquan returned to the hotel, and everyone was awake. Boss just brought Xiao Mao over. Here are your belongings all together. Thanks, Brother Quan. I'll go change my clothes and wash up. Okay, go ahead. I'll check if Iron Wolf and the others are awake. Once confirmed that Mao Hao was in the bathroom, Daquan opened the door to Iron Wolf's room and repeated what had just happened. Iron Wolf was a bit restless, so Daquan sat him down. If he dares to betray the boss, I'll break his legs. Brother Wolf, don't be impulsive. Let's listen to what Brother Quan and the boss say. Daquan talked with them for a long time. Iron Wolf still thought Xiao Mao was crazy. With such parents, what's so special about him? He wouldn't want him even if he was given for free. A big brother who finds someone to beat his own younger brother. What kind of idiot would do that? The most brainless of all is Mao Hao. He even dares to forgive. Is he out of his mind? When Ji Nan-yi and Su Hian arrived in Country M, it was already 11 p.m. As soon as they left the airport, they saw a tall man waving and running over excitedly. Boss here. Haizi ran up and hugged Su Hian tightly. Boss, I missed you so much. Su Hian pushed Haizi's hands away, with a tone that was a bit stern and awkward. Be careful with your behavior. In public, no hugging. Ugh, boss, I miss you, but I can't hug you now. At this moment, Haizi saw Ji Nan-yi beside him, blushing and a bit embarrassed. Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. I just miss the boss too much. Ha ha ha, I don't misunderstand. It's okay, he lent you a hug, Jinani said, pushing Su Hian forward. Su Hian glared at Haizi, who then stopped trying to hug again and obediently helped carry the luggage. Boss, we've packed everything. We can leave any time. It's just a pity about those things. Lao Jin said the wine from his winery is being sold cheaply to those people. It's fine. We can take everything with us, Su Hian replied. Really? Haizi looked a bit excited. Absolutely, Jinani said. Before coming here, she probably heard Su Hian mention that the situation here includes 4 farms, 3 private wineries, and several large supermarkets, all industries they started years ago. Over the years, Haizi and Lao Jin have managed these assets. Jinan-yi was a little excited at the thought of being able to store all these supplies in her space. Recently, she had developed a habit of stockpiling, wanting to gather things whenever she saw them. Since her space upgraded to level 3, Cha-Cha's features had also developed. The time she could stay in the space increased from 3 hours to 12 hours. Additionally, a new farm space was added, and all the animals were moved there for raising. The warehouse's feed consumption also increased. For some reason, all the animals became very gentle and obedient in front of Cha-Cha. Jinan-yi decided to leave the farm management to Cha-Cha. The animals had already formed neat formations, just missing to learn how to march properly. Jinan-yi was surprised to see this. Cha-Cha said this was called orderliness, showing good discipline. Jinan-yi wanted to remind Cha-Cha that it used the wrong words, but after thinking, she decided to let it be. Let it do whatever it wanted. Take everything. Don't leave anything for those old guys. Tomorrow you and Lao Jin should go talk. Say we're shifting our focus and selling all these industries. That person, Zaya, will be eager to take over. Understood, boss. Heisey didn't ask how Su Hyun could take everything. It was their brotherly trust. To them, the boss was like a mighty figure. Heisey, have you handled the assets you've accumulated over these years? Yes, boss. All of it is settled. The few villas I have are already sold. The money is in the bank. We won't come back to this broken place again. Always quiet, Jinani spoke. Keep some for use, and exchange the rest for gold bars. Su Hyun immediately understood Jinani's meaning. In the future, Heisey and the others wouldn't need to spend money anymore. Those funds should be converted into gold bars and stored away. Otherwise, when the end times come, they'd be worthless paper. Gold, however, remains valuable everywhere as a hard currency. Heisey usually listened to Su Hyun. Since his sister-in-law said so, and the boss didn't object, it meant he agreed too. All right, tomorrow I and Lao Jin will exchange them for gold. Boss, you need to keep it safe for me. I have nowhere to store it myself. No problem. Su Hyun didn't plan to stay in Country M for long. First, because of the tasks they needed to do, and second, because of his identity. If those people found out, it could put him and Jinani in danger. Next, they needed to act quickly. During the 50-minute drive, Su Hyun and Heisey finished planning everything. They decided what steps to take and scheduled the next day's tasks. Afterward, Su Hyun took Jinani back to their room to rest. The weapons would arrive at 3 a.m. the next night. Besides resting well, Su Hyun wasn't worried about anything else. After upgrading to level 3, Jinani's mental power range increased to 1,000 meters. More importantly, her space became an invisible vehicle. When needed, she could control it to go anywhere she wanted. After taking a shower, Su Hyun saw Jinani lying on the bed, smiling foolishly at her phone. He lay down and hugged her. Jinani naturally shifted position, resting her head on Su Hyun's arm and showing him her phone. Husband, look. On her phone was a prepared plan showing where China's oil resources were mainly located and some military bases she could find information about. Originally, she and Su Hyun just wanted to get the weapons. But when Cha-Cha successfully upgraded and gained such a powerful cheat, Jinani decided to raid the old country to cause some trouble. She wanted to keep them busy and stop them from causing chaos worldwide. Su Hyun supported her idea and insisted on stirring up some trouble to give these world-conquering people a hard time. All right, you've looked at it many times. There's nothing much to do during the day tomorrow. Lao Jin and the others are going to discuss some matters. I'll go with you to visit these states. Now go to sleep quickly. Okay, my husband, you're the best. Jinani kissed Su Hyun on the cheek. They slept well through the night. In the morning, Jinani was excited about the plans for the day and woke up early, urging Su Hyun to get up and get ready so they could leave. Using her space ability, Jinani and Su Hyun arrived at the largest oil refinery in a certain state in the U.S. They looked at the huge storage tanks. Excited, Jinani pulled Su Hyun. Husband, we're going to get rich. Seeing the sparkle in Jinani's eyes, Su Hyun also felt a bit excited. They started exploring casually. They realized that what they first saw were oil storage tanks. Behind them were various types of refined gasoline. They took everything directly, keeping the tanks intact so they could still be used later. When Jinani and Su Hyun left, the refinery was in chaos. Under surveillance, the storage tanks had disappeared completely, with no clues left. When police and refinery executives arrived and sealed off the plant, Su Hyun and Jinani went to each gas station, collecting all the tanks. They took as many as they could, whether many or few, and cleaned out everything. This caused the entire state to be put under lockdown and strict security at every intersection. At this moment, Jinani had just discovered the largest weapons warehouse in the state, which was completely emptied. On their way back, they unexpectedly found a huge weapons depot. Su Hyun guessed it was probably a government reserve. Jinani became even more excited and directly took control of it. Jinani and Su Hyun didn't stop their big shopping spree. They moved on to another major oil-producing state and repeated the process. Seeing the weapons and supplies in her space, Jinani couldn't help but smile widely. Because of her sudden decision, Su Hyun followed her to two more agricultural states. They collected rice, flour, frozen meat, preserved vegetables, and even coal. Anything Jinani saw, it all went into her space. Su Hyun couldn't stop her, and honestly, he didn't want to. A locust invasion, leaving nothing behind. That's how Jinani summarized it. When they returned to their place, Hai Zi and Lao Jin came to knock on the door. Su Hyun opened the door, and Hai Zi began to speak mysteriously. "Boss, there's inside news. D state is in chaos. The whole state is under lockdown. No one can go out or come in. We don't know what happened." Jinani looked at Su Hyun proudly, as if expecting him to praise her. "Whatever happened, it's far away and won't affect us." "How did the talk go today?" Su Hyun asked calmly. Old Jean stepped forward. "Boss, everything is settled. That kid, Theo, really did what you said. As soon as he heard we were selling our assets, he didn't negotiate the price and signed the contract directly. This afternoon, he found someone to handle the paperwork." Old Jean took out a card. "All the money is in here." "Here, boss." Su Hyun took the card and asked, "Are your things ready?" "All set," Hai-Zi said, placing two suitcases in front of Su Hyun. "Boss, I'm giving these to you for safekeeping. When I get married someday, you'll give me the bride price." "Boss, I'll bring mine tomorrow too," Old Jean added. They were both orphans, raised by the organization in an orphanage. If it weren't for Su Hyun, they might have spent their whole lives abroad, dying far from home. "Also, boss, I want you to bring back my collection of fine wines. You promised, and I've been looking for those good bottles for a long time." "Don't worry, I won't leave a single drop for those Americans," Jinani assured Su Hyun. "Thanks, sister-in-law. All right, you guys should rest now. It's been a busy day. The plane leaves at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Be ready by 5. I'll take your sister-in-law out for a walk. Do whatever you want, okay? Old Jean and I will go now." After seeing Old Jean and Hai-Zi off, Jinani took out some food from her space: mint ribs, boiled sliced meat, dry pot cauliflower, egg drop soup, and 2 servings of rice, placing them on the table. "Eat up, rest well after dinner. Tonight we'll stay up late." Jinani called Su Hyun to eat and also checked in with their parents to say hello. They finished eating around 7 p.m. and threw the used containers into her space. Then they lay down to rest for a while. Jinani set an alarm for 1 a.m. to wake up. I lay in bed for half an hour, thinking about today's achievements. Jinani was so excited that she couldn't fall asleep. Su Hyun couldn't stand seeing Jinani tossing and turning beside him. He gently teased her, pressed her onto the bed, and lovingly cared for her until she finally fell asleep peacefully. After helping Jinani clean herself up, Su Hyun held her and also went to sleep. At 1 a.m., Jinani's alarm went off on time. Su Hyun gently woke her, helped her wash up, and only then did she become fully alert. "Why do these people insist on doing deals so late at night? Don't they sleep?" Jinani complained unhappily. "Disturbing our peaceful sleep. That's why I had to teach them a lesson," Su Hyun replied with a smile, gently tidying her messy hair and softly comforting her. "They disturbed our rest, so tonight I'll settle everything." Yes, that's exactly what we'll do," Jinani nodded in full agreement. "Xiao Su, we're ready to go." After saying that, Jinani pulled Su Hyun into the space, activating it to head toward the trading location. It was still early, so Jinani relaxed her mental energy, scanning the surroundings. She cleared out a few weapon shops and, as they approached the trading site, she also took supplies from 2 warehouses, probably from a supermarket warehouse, which had a wide variety of items. She didn't look closely, just stored everything in her space. They arrived at the trading spot right on time, at 3 a.m. Both parties had their faces covered. Everyone was there, and after confirming the money, the other side allowed inspection of the goods in the car. Once everything was verified, the transaction was complete, money exchanged for goods. 6 large trucks of supplies were unloaded into the designated warehouse, and only then did the other side leave. A special team was assigned to guard the weapons, while the rest of the personnel withdrew. Nani was too sleepy to even look. She simply instructed Su Hyun's security team to store everything in her space. Seizing the opportunity, the two of them also stored the 6 farms, several wine cellars, and the goods from the supermarkets, including the shelves, into the space. They didn't leave anything behind in the warehouses. Looking at the overflowing storage in her space, with endless supplies, Nani felt a deep sense of achievement. Tian, standing nearby, expressed her dissatisfaction. Master, you're not satisfied with just one Tian. You also gathered so many ugly animals, and they even go to the bathroom everywhere. That's very uncivilized. I still need to teach them. Nani held back his laughter as he looked at Cha-Cha and said seriously, Cha-Cha, you can do it. I believe you will become their leader. I'm already their leader. This group of animals eats so much. I think you'll be bankrupt from feeding them all. Nani thought about Cha-Cha's words and turned to look worriedly at Su Hyun. Husband, there seem to be too many animals in the space. Killing some would be a pity, but they eat so much every day. Isn't that wasting food? Su Hyun was about to speak, but was interrupted by Nani. Husband, look up some famous feed farms in Country M. Let's find some food for Cha-Cha's little brothers. Su Hyun couldn't help but laugh. I'll look it up right away. Finally, the two of them raided 5 feed farms, 5 pet food factories, and a large pet supplies store before they were satisfied and stopped. Husband, when we go back, let's bring Pow Pow and Maru back. Nothing much has happened lately. If needed, we can leave them in the space. Okay, all according to you. After finishing their work and returning home, it was already 5:30 p.m. Just as they finished tidying up, there was a knock at the door. Old Jean pushed in 3 boxes and said, Boss, help me keep these. We're waiting downstairs for you, then closed the door and left quickly. Nani stored the boxes in the space, grabbed the items, and went downstairs with Su Hyun. Heisey bought breakfast and handed it over. Sister-in-law, you need to catch a plane. Eat something. Boss, you too. After checking in their luggage and boarding smoothly, both Heisey and Old Jean felt very emotional. They thought they would never return to China in their lifetime and were almost moved to tears. Nani was also a bit excited because he discovered that all 5 planes at the airport had full fuel tanks. One cargo plane was packed with boxes marked with warnings about dangerous and explosive items. It seemed to be filled with explosives and bombs. Nani couldn't read all the labels, but knew they were valuable items and happily took everything. After a 14-hour flight, the group finally returned to Chinese territory. Old Jean opened his phone and saw countless missed calls, all from Theo. He showed Heisey, who was smiling so broadly his face almost split from ear to ear. Just as I was about to show Su Hyun, Theo's phone rang again. Old Jean answered the call without hesitation. On the other end, there was angry shouting and swearing. Old Jean didn't get upset. He just listened with a smile and said, Theo, didn't expect this, huh? Haha. Now you see this day has come for you. Theo was shouting loudly on the phone, but Old Jean couldn't do anything about it. He only threatened, don't let me find you, or I will give you a good lesson. Theo, keep dreaming. You won't find me anymore. Haha. Old Jean hung up, pulled out his phone card, and threw it into the trash. He turned to Su Hyun and said, Boss, I need to buy a new SIM card. Su Hyun was in a good mood and said he would take him to get one later. A group of them had suffered many losses at Theo's hands in the past, losing quite a few brothers, but they had finally stood firm and gained some revenge. Su Hyun drove out of the parking lot with 3 people in the car, planning to find a place for breakfast first. Heisey and Old Jean looked out the window, feeling very emotional. It had been many years since they returned to this land. Their country had finally developed. The years they spent abroad were worth it. Jinan suggested they go for spicy beef soup with fried dough sticks. Heisey immediately agreed. He remembered his hometown had this soup. Now he didn't need to go home to enjoy it. Drinking a bowl of warm, spicy soup, paired with crispy fried dough sticks, was especially delicious. Boss, I'm already salivating, Heisey said, deliberately wiping non-existent saliva. It still took some time to get from the airport to the city. When they arrived at the restaurant, it was almost 8 o'clock, the busy breakfast time. They found a good spot and couldn't wait to start eating. Boss, you don't know how much I miss this. Finally eating it, I feel satisfied. Haizi can die happily now. Seeing Haizi's exaggerated reaction, Ji Nanny felt a bit sad. She had heard from Su Hian about the reason. Growing up away from home, going to a strange place to build a career, with little support from the country. They had endured a lot of hardships, and some achievements were made step by step. But she was happy every day, able to eat whatever she wanted, all because of this group of people standing in front of her. Ji Nani thought that when the end of the world comes, the country and soldiers will be at the front, working hard to protect the people. This made her feel even more emotional. She silently decided to write an anonymous warning letter to the country and donate some supplies so that the soldiers on the front lines could have enough to eat. Haizi drank 2 bowls of spicy soup and felt very satisfied. The group left the breakfast shop. Su Hian took 2 people to get SIM cards and bank cards. They didn't need IDs because they all had fake identities in Country M. When they returned home, they could use their real identities. After arranging everything, Haizi and Lao Jin went back to the hotel to rest and adjust to the time difference. Just as they were about to go home, Ji Kongqing called, "Nani, where are you?" "Dad, we'll be home in about an hour and a half." Ji Kongqing trusted Su Hian a lot. After reminding him to drive safely, he hung up. Ji Nani couldn't hold on anymore and fell asleep in the front seat. When they arrived home, Ji Nani was still sleeping. Su Hian didn't wake her up. He simply carried her inside and covered her with a blanket before going downstairs. Seeing that her father was there, Su Hian guessed that something had been resolved with Gujunsing. The information they found last time still needed solid proof. So, the 2 fathers kept planning, probably close to catching him. "Is there any progress?" Su Hian asked. "Yes, we've collected quite a bit of evidence, but nothing crucial. If Old Gua gets caught, he won't admit it and he'll probably be released after a few days." Ji Kongqing looked serious. "Also, I found out that Old Gua has someone backing him, which is changing our investigation. If we keep going, we might alert him. When we sold the company to Old Gua last time, he suffered a loss. If he finds out it's still us, he'll be more cautious. He's very suspicious by nature." Su Hian thought for a moment and said, "Dad, let's not bother him for now. We haven't found much else, and we can't reveal ourselves yet. When the end of the world comes, I'll deal with him then." His voice was full of determination, and by the end, he sounded almost angry. "Yes, for now, let's just keep Gujunsing alive a little longer." 3 men reached a consensus. Su Hian thought of Lu Yong and stopped Ji Kongqing from going upstairs. "Dad, do you remember Lu Yong?" Ji Kongqing felt he had heard the name before, but couldn't quite recall at the moment. Lu Yong. A hint of dislike flashed in Ji Kongqing's eyes. "The one living in the Qingshan Bay Villa?" "Yes, that's him. Not just remember, he officially asked me to discuss cooperation, but secretly disrupted the market and sent people to cause trouble several times. His methods are quite shady. Dad, Nan said that Lu Yong's daughter is the same girl who used to be our base leader." "What?" Ji Kongqing was a bit upset. "But there's one question. Nan said that at the base, the leader wasn't Lu Yong, and we've already met that leader. The leader did have some connections with foreigners. I've talked to Nan, and so far, there are no unusual signs. We've been watching him closely. Mainly, we haven't found anything suspicious about Lu Yong. Nan installed a camera in his study, but didn't gather any useful information. Originally, Nan suspected someone else knew about the coming apocalypse early, but after 2 months of observation, that idea doesn't hold." Su Qinghua, deep in thought, spoke up. "No matter what, when the end comes, we should take the chance to clear out all these risks. We can't leave them room to grow. As for Lu Yong, Dad, when the time comes, sell him some supermarkets and transfer the ownership. After that, Nan and I will go collect the items, leaving him with an empty shell to trap his large funds. He wants to quickly recover his money, but it still takes time." "Good. I'll deliberately leak some information to lure him in." The father and son discussed for a long time. "In about a month and a half, the old house will be finished, and then they can start the interior decoration. The furniture will be handled by the 2 mothers, especially the basement, which must be decorated to be more comfortable." Haizi and Lao Jin were sent to help the 2 mothers, which greatly boosted their fighting spirit. With a dedicated driver, the 2 mothers' activities were no longer limited to H City. They took Xi Nan Yi and went on a nationwide month-long tour. Each place has its own special features, including local foods, cultural items, and intangible cultural heritage products. Both mothers quickly used up their stock, paid with credit cards, and moved smoothly through the process, looking very cool. According to Nanxin, she wasn't sure if these items could be preserved. Since they have the ability now, they decided to buy more and store them. If they are lucky enough to live until the end of the world, they will donate these to the country so future generations can see them. Jinani's camera and instant camera also came in handy. The three of them seemed to be on a real road trip across the country, stopping and taking photos. Jinan captured every beautiful scene she wanted to keep. Their memory cards quickly filled up, so they bought another 128 gigabytes cards. They also stocked up on 10,000 sheets of instant camera film. The vast grasslands, endless sea, and majestic mountains made Jinani sigh. She admired China's beautiful landscapes and felt a touch of sadness. She hoped their country could withstand this disaster and have a chance to rebuild. Jinan suddenly thought of something. She waved to Heizi and called him over. Heizi, do you know if your boss has any hacker skills or talents around him? Really, you didn't know? Heizi replied with surprise. What do you mean? Jinani was also a bit confused. Should she know something? Heizi scratched his head. Boss once hacked into M country's network. It took them 3 days to fix it. Some advanced technical research data was managed by him. Your boss has such skills. Talking about Su Hian, Heizi looked proud. Sister-in-law, you don't know. Boss is really amazing. Besides me and Lao Jin, no one knows about the notorious hacker X. It's only the boss. However, in the past 2 years, the boss has retired and rarely involved himself in these things. Jinan didn't expect Su Hian to be so secretive. But considering national secrets, it's normal for him, as a soldier, to keep his mouth shut. As they traveled further north, Jinan finally saw what 1,000 miles of ice and 10,000 miles of snow-capped mountains really meant. Everything looked so beautiful and dreamy, almost unreal. During the winter fishing season, Jinan asked Heizi to buy all the fish from a fishing team on the spot. Big lake fish, desert sheep, and cattle and sheep on the grasslands. Jinan bought a small batch of each. She especially liked the dried beef from the grasslands and had already bought from several shops. Jinan recalled that after the apocalypse, although China is vast and rich in resources, the initial high temperatures caused many foods to spoil quickly. As a result, the supplies people could find were greatly reduced. Later, she stocked up on perishable foods domestically, but most other supplies came from abroad. On the way back, the journey was no longer leisurely. With the new year approaching, Nanxin and Qinyue both started to miss home. This was the last new year before the apocalypse, and they both wanted a lively celebration. Especially since their family had grown a bit, there was more to prepare. The trip spanned nearly 3,000 kilometers, with Heizi and Lao Jin taking turns driving. In just 2 days, the 5 of them arrived in City H. Because it was close to the new year, the city was full of festive atmosphere. Supermarkets were holding sales and promotions. There was a special market for New Year goods, bustling with vendors shouting and calling out. Heizi drove the RV as they crossed the city. City officials were busy hanging lanterns. Mom, this year we should buy a few more lanterns and hang them up. Oh, and fireworks. Buy me some more. When we get home, I'll ask my dad to contact someone, and I want to stockpile and set them off slowly.
Okay.
Nanxin looked at her daughter with love. Throughout this journey, her biggest feeling was that her daughter, who once relied on her, was now becoming her main support, calm, steady, and unafraid in difficult situations. In the past month, they faced many challenges. Local people giving rides, cars breaking down on the grasslands, encountering mudslides during heavy rain in the mountains. Jinan handled everything calmly and well. As they approached the outskirts of the city, it became even more lively. Jinan had never seen such a scene before, a long street filled with vendors on both sides, shouting and calling out. People were coming and going, busy with their shopping, creating a lively scene. Some rode tricycles, others carried baskets of farm produce to sell. There were also people buying clothes, chickens, ducks, geese, and household items like pots, pans, and daily necessities. All kinds of goods, colorful and diverse. Not only are there daily necessities, but also snacks for sale. On a tricycle, they are selling grilled Orleans chicken legs for only 6 yuan each. Some parents bring their children along, and passers-by often buy one for their kids. There are also pancakes, cold noodles, roasted duck, roasted chicken, various fried snacks, old-fashioned pastries, and colorful rice balls. I also saw some traditional treats and other snacks I can't name, but I remember eating them when I was young. Chinyu noticed that Jinani wanted to get off the car to look around and said, "When we get home later, Juan will go with you. You can look around as much as you want. My wife and I are getting old and need to rest." "Okay," Jinani happily replied, feeling as if he was already in a lively market, thinking about what he might buy later. When they arrived home, everyone was there. In the yard, there was a freshly slaughtered sheep, and a few men were tidying up. Jinani saw Su Hian run over quickly and tightly hugged his waist, burying his head in his chest. "Husband, I miss you so much." Su Hian held Jinani's hand tightly, their fingers intertwined, and a slight smile appeared on his face. "I miss you too, Nan Nan." Nan Xian came in a step later and overheard Jinani's words, teasing, "Oh, Chinyu, look at us. We're old now, and no one comes out to greet us." Chinyu responded nearby, "Exactly. Look at the young couple, they're so sweet. When we're old, no one will spoil us." Just then, Ji Kongqing appeared at the door, holding a kitchen knife in one hand and a chicken in the other. Su Huaqing followed closely behind, with blood from cleaning fish on her hands, looking a bit funny and a little sad. Seeing Su Hian, he looked displeased. "You only care about your wife, huh? Your dad and I worked hard cooking, but all the credit goes to you." Ji Kongqing also complained, Yeah. Go inside, wife. Come sit and rest. I'll finish cooking soon." When Jinani woke up, both moms had already pulled the dads out for a big cleanup. The handrails on the stairs shone brightly after being wiped clean. Only Su Hian was at home. The moms took the two dads to buy new clothes. Everyone was arranged by their moms to go shopping for new clothes, each with a big red envelope, buy whatever they wanted. Hearing this, Jinani reached out and held out his hand to Su Hian. "Where's my red envelope?" Su Hian took out a very thick red envelope and placed it in Jinani's hand. Jinani smiled happily and gave Su Hian a flying kiss. "Thank you, Boss Su, for the big red envelope." Su Hian reached out and gently held Jinani's neck, giving her a firm kiss on the lips. "That's the kind of thanks I like." "Dirty rascal," Jinani pinched Su Hian's soft waist area hard and said with a look of disgust, "It's too hard. Pinching it hurts my hand." Su Hian stood up, took the bowl of porridge Jinani had finished and casually washed it in the kitchen. When he came out, he saw that Jinani was already ready. He instinctively slung her small bag over his shoulder, and the two of them left together. "Where shall we go first?" Jinani fastened her seatbelt and asked. "Dad contacted a fireworks company. You said you wanted to buy some, right? We're going to check it out today." Jinani's eyes immediately lit up. "Xiao Su, let's go now." At the fireworks company, Jinani felt like she was visiting a grand exhibition, just like Lu Laolao touring the Grand View Garden. She was amazed by the many different types of fireworks on display. Originally, she just wanted to buy some fairy sticks, peacock opening fans, and some firecrackers for fun. But now, her plans had completely changed. She decided she wanted to buy all the types of fireworks in the showroom to take home. Fairy sticks, Gatling fireworks, ice cream fireworks, peacock opening fans, colorful lotus flowers, jellyfish fireworks, sunflower fireworks, silver waterfalls, sky rockets, double firecrackers, flashing thunder, twin cannons. All the common ones were added to her shopping list. She was especially eager to buy large fireworks. Names like Shining Red Star, Peace and Prosperity, Gold and Silver Everywhere, Wealth and Honor Blooming, Aerial Waterfall, Big Winner, Billionaire, Rejuvenation Dynasty, Red for Good Luck, and Phantom. Jinani loved how beautiful these names sounded, so she added all of them to her cart, regardless of how they would look when lit. She also had a special list of fireworks she wanted to buy, like the Thousand Miles Landscape, Mountain Juju Blossom King, and Milan Night, all added to her shopping cart. Jinani was already overwhelmed by her choices. She also added fireworks with names like Ruling the World, Night of Glory, Full House Red, China Red, Lucky Arrival, Wealth and Prosperity, just because she loved how the names sounded. Soo Hyun added some firecrackers too, 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000 detonations, buying plenty of each. Because Jinani and the others needed so many fireworks, the fireworks company directly delivered them to their door. Jinani still wanted to say that he could use a small truck to carry more at once, since there was no one around to worry about. But he was still refused by the boss, who explained that vehicles transporting fireworks must first be registered with the local police. They also need to display warning signs for dangerous goods, and the vehicle must be a box truck equipped with anti-static and explosion-proof devices, as well as GPS tracking. Jinani had no choice but to accept the fireworks company's arrangement and gave them the address of the warehouse, planning to go there later that night to store the items. Equals 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 1 week before the new year, Nan Xian asked everyone to put aside their work and enjoy a happy holiday. De Quan and De Zhuang went back to their hometowns to pick up their wives and children, planning to return with the kids after the new year. Tai Lang and Haizi seemed to have met as if they had known each other for a long time. They brought Lao Jin along and said they wanted to visit their hometowns. Haizi's hometown has many hot springs, so the three of them booked a hot spring hotel together. Only Mao Hao was left alone. Originally, Tai Lang had said he would take him along, but Mao Hao refused. Tai Lang knew Mao Hao secretly bought a train ticket to go home. He wanted to say something, but De Quan stopped him. Everyone understood what was happening, so no one said anything. Tai Lang couldn't hold back anymore and simply ignored Mao Hao. He didn't speak to Mao Hao for several days. Mao Hao didn't know that Tai Lang saw him buy the train ticket. He still felt that Tai Lang was intentionally distancing himself, but he didn't know why. A rift formed between them. On the 28th day of the Lunar New Year, early in the morning, Soo Hyun and Jinani started putting up Spring Festival couplets. This year, Jinani chose the couplets. The upper line, firecrackers sound twice or thrice, the world welcomes the new year. The lower line, plum blossoms bloom in 4 or 5 clusters, spring is everywhere. The horizontal inscription, joyfully welcoming the new year. Note: the couplets are from a printed collection from the 17th year of the Guangxu Emperor's reign. After putting up the couplets, lanterns were hung high, and Soo Hyun was responsible for setting off firecrackers. The loud crackling of firecrackers sounded, and Jinani covered his ears and moved aside. Master, a merchant from the Camille planet wants to contact you. Wait a moment. Jinani greeted his parents, then returned to his room and entered the space. Cha-cha, please connect me. Yes, master. A creature appeared on the screen, covered in green scales with 2 horns on its head. Hello, beautiful girl from Blue Star. The creature spoke first, sounding a bit stiff. Hello, Jinani replied, stiffly waving. It's the first time she's seen an alien. Jinani communicated mentally with Cha-cha, saying, Cha-cha, this thing looks really ugly. Master, the people from Camille planet all look like this. Their planet is 90% ocean. According to Blue Star's classification, they are amphibious humans. Wow, that's amazing. What about mermaids? Do they look this ugly too? Replying to the master, Cha-cha hasn't seen a mermaid, but according to planetary treaties, mermaids are a species of stunning beauty. That's good. I hope my childhood fantasies aren't ruined. Beautiful girl from Blue Star, may I trade you for some food? I heard that your food is usually wrapped to block water from entering. I want to exchange something with you. Cha-cha, don't your planets have plastic bags? Jinani asked curiously. Replying to the master, no, they don't. What do you use to trade with me then? A water-repelling bead. Just eat one, and you can breathe and move freely underwater without any restrictions. The creature from Camille took out a clear, pearl-sized bead from a nearby box. Well, I have a question. Jinani hesitated, feeling a bit shy about asking. The Camille creature spoke directly. Beautiful girl from Blue Star, don't worry. Eating the water-repelling bead won't turn you into someone like me. Her doubts were somewhat eased, but she still felt a little shy. That's good, that's good. Thinking of the compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and rice her mother stored in her space, Nani mentally retrieved one of each. This is compressed biscuits, which can be eaten directly. After eating, you'll feel very full. This is instant noodles, which need to be soaked in hot water before eating. This is rice, which needs to be steamed in a pot before eating. It can be eaten alone or with any other food. Nani introduced the Camille people and brought a pot of hot water to demonstrate how to make instant noodles. She also explained how to cook rice or porridge from rice, including the water-to-rice ratio, to the Camille people. The person across from her, after listening to her explanation, was most interested in the compressed biscuits. On their planet, only the highest-ranking individuals have the right to use fire, but they were very curious when they saw the steaming, ready-made noodles that Nani had prepared. Beautiful girl from Blue Star, may I have the first and second types of food? They asked. Of course. I can let you taste them first, then decide how much you want, Nani replied. The Camille person on the screen was a bit excited. Oh, thank you so much, kind girl from Blue Star. As a thank you, I will give you a water-repelling bead. Nani nodded without saying much and asked Cha-Cha to send the items over. The Camille person on the other side first tore open the package of compressed biscuits and looked at it for a long time. So this is a magical waterproof bag. If only our planet had something like this, they said. Then they picked up a compressed biscuit and sniffed it carefully. It smells so good, they said. The Camille person treated it like a precious item, gently biting into it and savoring the taste. This would taste even better with our sweet water, they said while eating and sighing happily. Nani agreed that the compressed biscuits smelled very good, which she also appreciated, but she thought it shouldn't be that. After tasting the biscuits, the Camille person picked up a bowl of instant noodles, most likely the classic braised beef flavor. They peeled back the lid and immediately looked delighted. What is this? It smells so wonderful, they exclaimed. They used their hand to grab a few strands of noodles and put them in their mouth. Nani wanted to stop them, thinking they could use chopsticks instead, but the Camille person had already started eating eagerly. They took a big bite, chewed carefully, then kept putting more into their mouth, unable to stop. Cha-Cha, isn't he afraid of the heat? Nani found it hard to accept. The person across from her was eating messily, but with a very tempting aroma. She thought of a scene from a TV show, where someone who hadn't eaten in a long time suddenly gets to taste something delicious. Perhaps it was like this. Master, on their planet, resources are scarce, and the social hierarchy is strict. Only those of high status can use fire, and they usually eat raw food, no matter what it is. After hearing TT's words, Nani began to understand a little and quietly waited for the camel people to finish eating. About 2 minutes later, the camel person finally put down the bowl, licking their fingers with a satisfied look. Beautiful girl, I am willing to trade many water-repelling beads for this food, or space coins if you prefer. Name your price. Do you have anything else? Nani didn't want space coins, but having so many water-repelling beads wouldn't help much, so she continued to ask. Her words made the camel person fall into thought. Suddenly, they ran to the side, and the screen went dark for a while. When the image returned, the camel person was holding a bunch of large pearls, which made Nani's eyes widen. These are special products from our planet. Although they are everywhere, the ones I brought are the best quality. A merchant from another planet came to buy these from me before. Do you think these are good? Before she could reply, TT called out from the side. Yes, yes. Master, I love these pearls so much. TT wants to sleep holding them. Nani calmed down, regained her composure, and suppressed her excitement. The pearls in the camel person's arms were about the size of a ping-pong ball. She had never seen such large pearls before. Her 2 moms would definitely love them. How many food items do you want to exchange? How much food can I get? Nani thought. The camel person was quite clever. I'll give you 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, each with 100 sticks, 1 box of instant noodles with 24 packs, and another box of instant noodles with 24 packs. But I have a request. Can you give me some smaller pearls? I want to make necklaces. Unexpectedly, the camel person immediately agreed and brought out a box filled with small pearls. All of these are yours. Thank you for giving me so much food. Now it was Nani's turn to feel a little embarrassed. She had wanted to give more instant noodles, but TT stopped her. Master, your food can be worth more on their planet. You don't need to feel bad. If you give too much, the next trade won't be fair. Nani thought for a moment and decided not to give an extra box of instant noodles. Camille asked Nani if she could add her as a friend. Nani happily agreed. After they completed the exchange, Camille logged off. There were 50 water-repellent beads, 60 large pearls about the size of ping-pong balls, and a whole box of small pearls. When Nani appeared in the restaurant carrying all the pearls, everyone who was making dumplings was surprised at first, then shocked, then unable to believe it. They dropped their dumplings and rushed over. Nan, are these pearls real? Yes, Mom. Nan Xian, look at this one. It's about the size of a ping-pong ball. These small ones can make several pearl necklaces. Mom, all of these big and small are natural pearls. They all belong to you, Master. And TT's too. I want some. TT protested from inside the space. It hadn't even had a chance to see them, and the owner had already brought them out. It hadn't even touched them yet. Wah wah wah. Master, you're being mean. Hearing TT's cries, Nani felt like her eardrums might burst. She quickly comforted it. Here, I'll put some in the space later. They're all yours. After hearing this, TT calmed down and stared at the pearls with big, sparkling eyes. All of them are natural? Nan Xian asked, a little in disbelief. She had never seen so many large, shiny pearls before. Then what are we waiting for? Nan Xian grabbed a handful of small pearls and put them into Ji Kongqing's arms. Hurry up and grind them into pearl powder. Tonight, Qin Yu and I will use it for face masks to whiten our skin. Qin Yu also urged Su, watching nearby. Hurry up. Nan Xian and I need it tonight. Nan Xian and Qin Yu started busying themselves early in the morning. Their dads were responsible for cleaning the house again. Nani and Su Hian, who usually relaxed at home, were very obedient today and only focused on eating and drinking. The mothers prepared a rich New Year's Eve dinner, including braised pork, steamed bass, tomato shrimp, steamed herring, steamed pork with rice flour, cilantro beef, stir-fried vegetables, dry pot cauliflower, dry-fried green beans, and corn and pork rib soup. The table was full of dishes, symbolizing a perfect year ahead. They also specifically told everyone not to finish all the fish and vegetables, leaving some behind, which symbolized abundance year after year. After dinner, Nani was already lying comfortably on the sofa, waiting to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Although the program was quite old-fashioned like every year, not watching it would make the New Year's Eve feel incomplete. Everyone stayed up together. At midnight, Nani took out 10,000 firecrackers and a fireworks display called Qianli Jiangshan 2 from the space. Su Hian was responsible for setting off the firecrackers, while Nani helped count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Xiao Su lighted. On time, the firecrackers burst with loud bangs. The two dads kindly put jackets on the moms, and Nani excitedly rubbed his hands. It's time for fireworks. With a loud bang, colorful fireworks exploded in the sky. The dark sky suddenly turned bright and colorful, then quickly faded away. Another set of fireworks eagerly followed, shining with flowing colors like silver waterfalls falling from the sky, then disappearing and reappearing again. This scene attracted the neighbors nearby, who came out with their children to watch. The kids pulled their moms, excitedly pointing at the fireworks that just exploded. Mom, the fireworks are over my head. Look, Mom, look. A fireworks display called Qianli Jiangshan 2 lasted for 20 minutes. Neighbors came over one after another to wish everyone a happy new year. Suddenly, someone's fireworks went off again with a bang, drawing everyone's attention once more. The New Year's Eve fireworks seemed like a relay race. One family finished, and another family quickly followed. I hope this year's fireworks can chase away illnesses and evil spirits, and take away all the bad things, Nan Xian sighed nearby. Nani tugged at Su Hyun's clothes, signaling him to lower his head, then whispered in his ear, "Mr. Su, Happy New Year." Su Hyun helped Nani put on his coat and replied, "Little rascal, Happy New Year." Equals 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 equals. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, everyone returned home voluntarily and resumed their busy routines. The old house still needed some finishing touches. Nand Xin, along with Qin Yu, became interested in furniture shopping, wanting to order furniture first. A safe home needs to be sturdy but also warm and comfortable. Su Hyun's 5 modified vehicles are now ready. They look almost unrecognizable from their original form, resembling huge fierce beasts. The body is reinforced with 3 layers of thick bulletproof steel, and protective fences are welded around them. The windows are bulletproof, and the tires have been replaced with top-quality off-road tires. When Nani saw them, he praised Su Hyun for his skill. These vehicles can withstand zombie mutations below level 3. Once their team gains metal-based powers, they can reinforce them further. At the same time, they ordered 5 RVs with the same level of reinforcement. Previously, Daquan and Haizi hadn't arrived yet, but now that more people are here, the demand has increased. Initially, Su Hyun and Nani discussed whether to get some raiders. During a universe trade, they encountered a highly developed Kumi planet. They exchanged 1,000 gene of grain for 2 modified vehicles. These vehicles are like heavy tanks, made from materials not found on Blue Star. Once locked, they become a sturdy iron cage with no weak points. They can hold 15 people. The Kumi merchants knew that Blue Star might face a doomsday with mutated zombies. They confidently assured that zombies below level 5 couldn't damage their vehicles. Su Hyun immediately liked the big machine on the screen. However, instead of gasoline, it required a special liquid energy from the Kumi planet. Nani quickly added the other party as a friend to facilitate future fuel purchases. The Kumi merchants also hoped to buy more grain from Nani next time and happily accepted the request. After arranging family matters, Su Hyun and Nani began their global stockpiling journey again. They caused quite a stir in other countries. Items suddenly disappeared without a trace. The scene left no evidence. The US even activated a terror security warning system, but it was useless. However, Nani didn't buy everything from those countries for free, only from those who had previously bullied China or infringed on Chinese interests. The doomsday is still 3 months away. Finally, Nani and Su Hyun traveled through various foreign countries, stockpiling supplies and exchanging them for gold bars. They kept only 50 million yuan in assets, converting everything else into gold bars. Stacked together, it looked just like a mountain of gold. 2 people returned to China and stored the supplies they had prepared earlier into the space. The rice and corn from Province D were kept separately, especially the batch that Nani planned to donate to the country at the end, to distinguish it from others. Every time Cha-Cha saw the stockpile in the space warehouse, she would whisper to Nani, "Master, I think you could become a grain trader in the trading system. There's so much stored, and outside, there are the hard-working results of the male master's efforts to harvest." The end of the world is 2 months away. The old house has been fully cleaned up. Taking the opportunity, Ji Kongcheng had Nani stockpile a large amount of cement and building materials in the space, saying they would definitely be needed later. They also bought tools in batches. The 2 mothers became very nervous, always feeling that their supplies were not enough. Every day, they went out to check if they had forgotten anything. Ji Kongcheng had already caught Lu Yong. Because he insisted on only accepting gold, the deal was scheduled for a month later. All contracts were signed. Lu Yong was afraid Ji Kongcheng might regret, so he added a clause: the breaching party must pay double compensation. Ji Kongcheng happily accepted this, and Lu Yong eagerly started to circulate funds. Meanwhile, at the base, nothing special happened. The house that had been under construction for a long time suddenly finished. Nani visited once and saw that the original basement was full. Next to it, another basement had been built, storing many daily necessities, and there was a separate area filled entirely with gasoline. This made Nani really unable to resist. She wanted to take everything away, but with only 2 months left until the end of the world, she suppressed her thoughts. To prevent herself from losing control, Jinani and Su Hien set out again, heading to a city in the tropical region. She still hadn't stocked up on durians and almost forgot about them. They stocked pineapples, mangoes, coconuts, durians, papayas, lychees, longans, bananas, starfruit, dragon fruit, red rambutans, jackfruits, mangosteens, and some fruits Jinani couldn't name. Not only did they buy supplies, but they also planted corresponding trees in the space. Especially durians. She bought 500-year-old trees and transplanted them directly into the space. While in the tropical region, Jinani and Su Hien happily bought fruits. The news about the tiny country launching nuclear wastewater into the sky shocked everyone. Jinani read the news and immediately lost her cheerful mood. Thinking about it, in her previous life before the end of the world, she never saw such news. She had thought that after the end of the world, the tiny country wouldn't survive more than half a year. The whole nation would be submerged by tsunamis and cease to exist. Although some people might survive, their luck was almost gone, and they wouldn't have much time left. After the end of the world, animals gradually mutated, including marine life. But they were still edible and could provide food for people. If nuclear wastewater was dumped into the ocean, the amount of food on land would decrease, making it harder for humans to survive the apocalypse. Those brainless people from the tiny country. Jinani immediately decided to return to her country. Now that she had a special device, she needed to discuss a solution with her family. If necessary, she would eliminate the tiny country's people directly, so they wouldn't wander around and bother others during the end times. Su Hien was also very angry. As a soldier, he knew more about what the tiny country had done, both in the past and what they might do in the future. Husband, why are people in every era doing such disgusting things? It's really in their bones. I think these people shouldn't be living on the same planet as us. No, the planet itself wouldn't welcome those with such big stupidity in their heads. Jinani became more and more angry as she spoke, and Su Hien kept comforting her. After their plane landed, a news report about a volcano in the tiny country about to erupt quickly topped the trending list. Jinani saw many comments hoping the volcano would erupt soon. She silently joined in, commenting under various videos. There were even videos encouraging the volcano to erupt, hoping it wouldn't stay silent, but explode quickly. Jinani immediately liked one of those videos. When they got home, her parents were also discussing the matter. Seeing Jinani push open the door, they asked in surprise, "You and Hien went to buy fruit. Why are you back so soon?" "Because I was so angry at those big fools from the tiny country. But I've finished shopping." Jinani sat next to Ji Kongcheng and asked, "Dad, how can we stop this from happening? You want to stop it?" In her past life, the tiny country did not announce plans to release nuclear wastewater, but later, a tsunami and an earthquake triggered a volcanic eruption. However, all of this happened after the end of the world. This time, if they release the wastewater into the sea after the apocalypse, marine animals won't just be mutated. Animals with nuclear contamination inside them could cause unpredictable consequences if people eat them. Originally, people could rely on ocean resources to live longer, but now, this will lead to very serious results. The people along the coast of China will definitely be heavily affected. "Nani, what do you want to do?" Zikangcheng looked at Nani, knowing that her words meant she already had a plan and just wanted their support. She said, "Assassinate the leaders of the tiny country, shut down the nuclear wastewater discharge system. Since the end of the world is over a month away, causing chaos will distract them from managing the wastewater. When the apocalypse arrives, nature will punish them. Dad, I support you. Go ahead and do it. Let's do this as our last act for our country." Su Hien held Nani's hand and said, "I'm with you." "Okay," Nani nodded firmly. She couldn't stop the end of the world, but she could try to do something with her own strength. At 8 a.m. the next day, Su Hien and Nani boarded a plane to South Korea. Since the tiny country and South Korea are only about 50 kilometers apart, they decided not to fly directly to the tiny country. Instead, They traveled through space from South Korea to avoid leaving any traces. After assassinating the leaders, the tiny country would surely fall into chaos. Then, they could take advantage of the situation to buy supplies at zero cost, emptying the country's government reserves, and then return directly to South Korea. 2 hours later, Nani and Soo Hyun arrived in South Korea. Soo Hyun had already booked a hotel. After checking in and storing their things, they entered the space. Nani activated the space, and after a minute, they found themselves on the land of the tiny country. They had planned to act at night, but Nani wanted to act quickly and decisively, not wasting time staying longer in the tiny country. While searching online, they found that the leader was giving a speech. Nani felt it was as if heaven itself was helping her. Soo Hyun and Nani arrived directly at the scene, listening to Cha-Cha translating the grand words of the missile leader in the space. They said that the discharged water had already been treated and posed no harm to humans. Everyone was assured that releasing it into the sea would not pollute the ocean. They promised to do their best to protect the safety and interests of the people. The missile leader continued to reassure democracy, and Nani had already prepared a rifle to target Moonsong. His mission was to eliminate the target in one shot, leaving no chance for survival. Soo Hyun instinctively saluted Nani and promised to complete the task. The two reached an empty house, which Soo Hyun had chosen as the shooting spot. He set up the rifle, and just then, a shot rang out. The leader in the distance fell to the ground, a bullet in the middle of his forehead, eyes wide open, and he was no longer breathing. While the security personnel were in chaos, Nani and Soo Hyun had already arrived at the control room for the nuclear wastewater discharge. Looking at the news, where a button was locked with a padlock, Nani signaled to Soo Hyun. Soo Hyun then started operating the computers. Soon, all the computers in the control room were infected with viruses, and the monitoring devices were also hacked. Nani instructed Soo Hyun to knock out the people inside the control room, then took the lock off and stored it in his space. The button appeared before them, and Nani pressed it himself. Soo Hyun was still working on the computer. Before long, the entire drainage system was hacked. He also modified the program, planting several viruses and anti-intrusion systems. Anyone trying to unlock or damage the system he had changed would cause all the computers to crash. Soo Hyun clapped his hands and signaled to Nani. All done. Nani looked satisfied as the major international news outlets scrambled to report. That's more like it. Let the chaos begin. The missile country was already in chaos. Nani took the opportunity to launch the Missile Nation's zero-cost shopping event. With his experience and excellent detective skills, Soo Hyun and Nani accurately found the storage place for the small missile's weapons. These weapons had just been purchased from M country, and the warehouses were full. Nani didn't care whether it was useful or not. He blindly stored everything into his space, aiming to take nothing back. While the monitoring staff were still rubbing their eyes in disbelief at what they saw, Nani had already left with Soo Hyun. Before arriving, Soo Hyun had silently hacked into the internal network of the small country, found the food storage locations, and finished dealing with the weapons. Nani then headed straight to the target. As a result, the small country was thrown into chaos, and news quickly spread worldwide. Especially after stopping the discharge of nuclear wastewater, people around the world celebrated. Many different opinions also spread online. Some said the small country was being punished. Others said heroes should step forward and be awarded. Some even believed that divine forces were intervening, sending people to resolve the issue. Nani snuggled in Soo Hyun's arms, happily reading the comments and sharing them with him. Yes, the two involved had already returned to their home country. While the small country was shutting down, flights were canceled and shipping halted, the two of them were comfortably lying in a 5-star hotel bed, enjoying each other's company. Notably, besides weapons and food, Nani also brought back many valuable cultural relics from China, items that had been stolen long ago. After staying in the small country for a week, Nani suddenly realized she hadn't stockpiled any watermelons. She immediately bought a return ticket and, before leaving, bought some pickles, thinking they could be eaten with grilled meat later. Then she remembered she hadn't bought any sauerkraut. During the 2-hour flight, Nani and Su Hyun made a detailed list of what they had forgotten to buy, writing over 10 lines of notes. Nani decided right then to set up a cash register system and, when she had time, to check all the supplies in the storage. As soon as she got home, she was sent out to gather supplies. It turned out that Nan Xian and Yu, taking advantage of her absence, had checked all the order forms and listed many items they couldn't find, then continued purchasing. She sent a screenshot of her list to Nan Xian, and Nani and Su Hyun went out together. After discussing, they decided to stock up on more seeds. Any kind of seed was needed. The owner of the seed shop was so happy he couldn't stop smiling and called his wife, saying he wanted to buy her a bag. When Ji Kongcheng arrived home, Nani had just returned too, and she was checking her supplies with Nan Xian. 3 days from now, we will officially make the deal with Liu Yong. Less than a month remains. After the deal, we will return to the safe house, and the house here will be put up for sale. Ji Kongcheng sat down and explained. Nani looked at the calendar and saw there were really only 20 days left. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Ji Kongcheng continued. D province still has the last batch of grain. It should arrive in about a week. Nani thought for a moment and said, Dad, Juan and I will go pick it up. With the end of the world approaching, there are many unstable factors. We need at least 5 truck drivers for the grain. We can rent a warehouse nearby so the drivers don't have to make repeated trips. Otherwise, if they can't get back in time, they won't be able to be with their families immediately. Knowing that Nani was thinking about the incident when Su Huan was forced to land in a neighboring city, Ji Kongcheng thought for a moment and agreed. Dad, there's one more thing. The deal is in 3 days. Starting tomorrow, let's hold a 3-day event. You mean? Yes, Dad. We already have enough supplies, but some families only have enough food for a few days. Since we are all Chinese and we have this advantage, we should help where we can. That's a good idea.
I was just thinking about that.
Let's do it as you suggest. Yes, then we'll upgrade the supermarket's product selection and clear out old stock. Let's sell at half the purchase price, Ji Kongcheng said generously. No, Dad, Nani immediately objected. Dad, people's desires are endless. We can clear out at the purchase price. Selling too cheaply might disrupt the market and attract government attention, causing unnecessary trouble. It could also give opportunists a chance to take advantage, or when the end of the world comes, people might be unfairly labeled. Even before the end, some might come looking for trouble. People's hearts are the hardest to test. Dad, I agree with Nan. Besides, we've already prepared supplies to donate to the government. It's better not to attract too much attention here. Ji Kongcheng nodded. I haven't thought this through carefully. Let's do as you say. The big clearance sale on the second day was held simultaneously at 3 supermarkets. Each store was crowded with people and everyone's shopping carts were full. Some older women looked like they wanted to buy everything in the store. Some homemakers bought multiple packs of rice, flour, and cooking oil. This clearance event became an important topic for neighbors to talk about and share stories. The women who used to chat about gossip now talked about, I managed to buy eggs today. I did too. The rice I bought yesterday is pretty good. We ran out at home, so I need to buy another bag tomorrow. Hey, you should hurry and buy soy sauce and vinegar. They're much cheaper today. My little grandson loves instant noodles. I bought several flavors today. He was so happy. Even young people who weren't shopping joined in the fun. They couldn't resist buying lots of snacks and drinks. The 3-day clearance event ended. Ji Kongcheng gathered the leaders of the 3 supermarkets for a meeting. Everyone knew the stores would soon change owners, but no one expected such a big event before the change. Many people also brought their families to shop. Ji Kongcheng had prepared a speech on a piece of paper, but decided not to read it. This year, I didn't give everyone year-end bonuses. Instead, I distributed some supplies early this afternoon. Each employee received 2 packs of rice, flour, and cooking oil, and 2 apples and oranges. Managers, please make sure everyone gets their share. Also, after working here for so many years, today each employee can choose 3 items they like to take home. The accountant will check everything. Everyone, I hope we can meet again someday. Ji Kongcheng felt a bit sad. After so many years of hard work and working with his employees, he didn't know if they would see each other again. All he could do was help everyone stock up on food in this way, hoping that one day, when the end of the world is over, they will still be able to meet. Although Lu Yong was unhappy with Ji Kongqing's sudden big clearance sale, he knew that the supermarkets were only a small part of his plans. If this delay affected his acquisition, it wouldn't be worth it. So he didn't bring up the issue. Lu Yong asked someone to bring up 10 suitcases, weighing and peeling each one in front of Ji Kongqing, then calculating the total weight. After Su Hian confirmed everything was correct, Ji Kongqing signed the purchase contract, and someone was sent to collect and store the suitcases. Lu Yong was very excited after getting the signature. Thinking about Ji Kongqing's actions, he immediately called over the leaders of each department. "Hello everyone, from now on you will work with me. To celebrate today, each person will get 4 buckets of rice, flour, grains, and oil. For fruit, we will choose higher quality ones, 2 boxes of grapes and kiwi fruit per person. Follow me from now on, and I promise you won't be treated unfairly." After speaking, Lu Yong deliberately looked at Ji Kongqing. Ji Kongqing didn't mind Lu Yong's proud look. He thought it was okay this way. At least many people now had enough food. Equals 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 equals. Ji Nani moved all the furniture from her home into the space, planning to recreate an identical house inside. The real estate agent came to register and confirm the property. Ji Kongqing took out the keys, then turned to look at his old home, feeling a bit reluctant.
Nan xin bắt thết Ji Kongqing sẽ sao đời.
It's okay. As long as there's a place where family is together, that's home. Ji Kongqing felt a sudden sense of relief and stopped worrying about those uncomfortable feelings. "Dad, you guys drive the family car and go back first. Juan and I will pick up Pang Pang and Maru, then catch up with you." "Okay, be careful on the road," Nan Xian advised both of them. Ji Nani and Su Hian went to the foster home to pick up the dogs and cats they hadn't seen in a long time. The 2 pets kept cuddling, especially Pang Pang, who snuggled in Ji Nani's arms and refused to come out, looking very aggrieved. "It will never happen again." "Mom was wrong," Ji Nani said while petting the cat and apologizing. The big golden retriever, feeling wronged, lay on the back seat, secretly watching Ji Nani. The drive on the highway was very fast. When the car entered the yard, Ji Nani was amazed. She had never seen the safe house since construction began. It was a 6-story building with a small 3-story villa next to it. Further to the side was a osmanthus tree, now in full bloom, filling the air with a lovely fragrance. Next to the yard is a vegetable garden, filled with seasonal vegetables. On the other side is the treasured flower of Nanshin and Qinyu. Although the flowering season has passed, a few scattered flowers still bloom beautifully and refuse to fade. The area is surrounded by a 5-meter-high wall topped with an electric fence, giving a strong sense of security. Daquan closed the heavy iron gate, and the dog jumped out of the car. It had looked sad earlier, but now was happily running around the yard. The cat was curled up in Ji Nani's arms and refused to come out. When they heard the noise, everyone came out. 2 children, a boy and a girl, saw the cat in Ji Nani's arms and carefully approached. "Big sister, can I pet it?" they asked. "Of course you can," Ji Nani said, shifting her arm to let the girl pet the cat. Su Hian also parked the car. Seeing everyone outside, he took the chance to introduce Ji Nani. "This is Daquan's wife, Manhwa. This is their daughter, little Tuanzi. She is 6 years old." "Hello, little Tuanzi," Ji Nani greeted the girl, who was gently petting the cat. The girl had a delicate face, bright big eyes, a red nose, and a small mouth. Ji Nani liked her immediately. "This is Dazhuang's wife, Wang Xiao. This is their son, whose name I can't remember right now," Su Hunan said suddenly. "Big sister, my name is Wang Mingxian. I am 10 years old," the boy said confidently. Despite his young age, he looked calm and unafraid. "Hello, Wang Mingxian. My name is Jinani." Lan Hua and Wang Xiao took on the task of cooking. Nanxin and Qin wanted to help but were persuaded to stay back, insisting they wanted everyone to taste their cooking skills. Jinani stayed home for a week, shopping online with Nanshin and the others every day. They bought whatever they wanted, filling their carts repeatedly. Shopping seemed to be a woman's nature, and everyone enjoyed it very much. The men became the labor force, responsible for collecting packages, bringing home whole trucks of deliveries every day. Jinani also bought many books and study supplies, including 100 tablets, with the largest storage capacity. She downloaded various TV shows, movies, and variety programs, even buying pre-downloaded resources stored on USB drives. Because there were 2 more children, Jinani suddenly realized that there was nothing suitable for their learning and early education. She immediately started placing orders to buy everything needed. From kindergarten to graduate school, Jinani bought 10 copies of all the books and materials available on the market. She also bought 10 professional printers and bought school supplies in large boxes. She even pulled Soo Hyun into various educational platforms to download all their learning materials. Different subjects, different resources, all downloaded and organized by category. When the children grow up, they can choose what they like to study. The 5 women were very busy every day. Each was responsible for a different part. Jinani handled cartoons and educational documentaries for the children. Nan Xian managed domestic and international movies. Jinyu took care of TV dramas from home and abroad. Manhwa was responsible for variety shows, and Wang Xiao handled science programs, documentaries, and annual events like the Spring Festival Gala, as well as sports videos like basketball and football that the boys liked. Because of this, Jinani often dreamed at midnight. "Husband, please check the downloads for me. Don't let them pause anything." Soo Hyun couldn't stand it anymore and wrote a program for automatic downloading and speed up. Finally, the 5 women were free from the constant hassle. There's only a week left before the end of the world. Jinani and Soo Hyun went back to H City. The surveillance cameras installed at the base leader's house hadn't detected anyone or any news for 3 days. To prevent things from getting out of control, they decided to go back and check, as they also needed to collect supplies. Sure enough, the base leader's house was empty. They went straight to the base and found it was starting to be busy again, with large trucks coming and going. The trucks were filled with experimental equipment and precise testing instruments. The base leader was showing a visiting blonde, blue-eyed woman around. The woman nodded with satisfaction and praised the base leader for choosing a good location. The base leader's face was almost smiling with joy, bowing and serving her politely. The woman handed the base leader a report. "This is our first batch of test results. Our scientists took it, and it clearly made them look at least 10 years younger. You can prepare to bring it to market." Jinani quickly looked over the inspection report with the base leader. It was a safety report showing that the medicine called Youth met safety standards, contained no irritating ingredients, and had noticeable effects, just normal words. "Husband, do you think they really have no other motives? I don't know, but for now, it looks like they are researching illegal drugs. Look at the ingredients. Some are clearly banned in our country. Let's come back in 3 days to see if we run into the foreigners you saw before," Soo Hyun said thoughtfully. He needs to be sure they've caught the main person before taking action. Also, they haven't found any connection between Lu Xiao and the base leader, nor any contact between them. "All right, we'll come back in 3 days to gather supplies. It's almost time. Let's go find Qingqing first." Before the new year, Shun Qingqing returned from a fashion show with many gifts for Jinani. Seeing Shun Qingqing's face, which hadn't been disfigured, Jinani felt a bit lost. Shun Qingqing immediately sensed something was wrong with Jinani. Jinani didn't hide anything and told her about her rebirth and the coming apocalypse. After hearing this, Shun Qingqing quickly covered her mouth to stop her from speaking and scolded her for revealing so much. Seeing Shun Qingqing's serious face, tears started to fall. In her past life, Shun Qingqing protected her from those with special abilities, never letting them bully her. Her memories seemed to overlap again, and now Shun Qingqing was sternly educating her. Jinani grabbed Shun Qingqing's arm, asking her to listen. She had only spoken halfway when Shun Qingqing exploded again. "Jinani, are you brainless? You shouldn't be talking about this openly. Can you trust Soo Hyun's comrades? What if they betray you and turn you into an experiment? What are you even thinking? Also, call Soo Hyun over. If he can't protect his wife, I'll kick him out and find someone better for you. Ching Ching, listen to me. Jinani hurriedly held on to Shin Ching Ching as she stood up. She explained the secret dealings and the loyalty pill to Shin Ching Ching. Only then did Shin Ching Ching sit back down and reach out to her. Let me see. Zhongxin pill, let me see it, said Jinani. Jinani thought Shin Ching Ching was just curious, so she took out a small bottle with Zhongxin pills from her space and handed it to Shin Ching Ching. Shin Ching Ching opened the bottle, took out one pill, and looked at the dark, ugly Zhongxin pill. She said with dislike, "This thing is so ugly and black." After saying that, she directly put it in her mouth and swallowed it. What are you doing? Jinani reached out but couldn't stop her. Shin Ching Ching had already swallowed it. Of course, I'm eating it, Shin Ching Ching said casually. I didn't tell you to eat it. Shin Ching Ching withdrew her playful expression and said, Jinani, I know you told me this because you want me to bring my parents with you. I'm willing to face this disaster with you in the future, so on this matter, you have to listen to me. No one knows what will happen in the future. You give those people this pill because you're worried about accidents. If I eat it, it's the same reason. Shin Ching Ching, you don't need to eat it. There are no accidents on you, never. Jinani, if it's a peaceful society, I agree with what you said. If you didn't say that, I'd see how I deal with you. But now, the future is uncertain. So, if you don't let me eat it, I won't go with you. I'll take my parents myself. Because Jinani knew Shin Ching Ching's thoughts, she felt even more uncomfortable. No matter when, Shin Ching Ching always protected her. She thought she could protect Shin Ching Ching this time, but Shin Ching Ching still put her first. Shin Ching Ching took out 2 more pills, found a clean cup, put them in, and returned the bottle to Jinani.
Keep it well.
Jinani nodded, then put the bottle back into her space. She remembered there were 6 more Shisui pills she had exchanged with the old man with white beard using fruit beer. She took out another bottle. Jinani, are you doing magic here? 1 bottle at a time? Jinani didn't listen to Shin Ching Ching's words. She took out 1 Shisui pill and said, Here, eat this. Shin Ching Ching took it, put it in her mouth without hesitation, and then asked, What is this? Shisui pill. What? Shin Ching Ching thought she heard wrong. She patted her ear. Say that again. Shisui pill, Shisui pill, Shisui pill. I'll say it 3 times. All right, from now on, I'll rely on you to protect me, Shin Ching Ching thought, still feeling shocked. Things that only happen in stories appeared in her life. It's really like a dream. About 3 minutes later, Shin Ching Ching's forehead started to sweat heavily, and her internal organs felt like they were being bitten by thousands of ants, causing sharp pain. Jinani, are you trying to hurt me? Seeing that the bone-cleansing pill was already taking effect, Jinani took Shin Ching Ching into her space. Suddenly, the environment around them changed. Shin Ching Ching was stunned. When she learned she was in Jinani's space, her pain seemed to lessen. Jinani, I told you not to reveal your secret easily. You brought me here without telling me. Jinani sent Shin Ching Ching to a guest room in the villa, then left a message. Shin Ching Ching, I think her body still needs more care. Remember to wash up after your bath. She then left the room. All that was left was Shin Ching Ching, with a pale face, trying to hide her pain. About 15 minutes later, Shin Ching Ching's body started to release dirt, and a foul smell filled the entire room. She felt so disgusted, she almost vomited. She leaned over the toilet, nearly vomiting all the food she had eaten that week. It took her half an hour in the bath before she felt clean. Jinani then pressed Shin Ching Ching into the spirit spring again. Instantly, her fatigue disappeared, and she felt extremely comfortable. Jinani took 2 more bone-cleansing pills and handed them to Shin Ching Ching. Here, these are for you. They belong to Uncle and Aunt. Also, change into your clothes now. I'll go to your house to bring some spirit spring water. After your parents finish using the bone-cleansing pills, they can soak in the bath. Okay, my little Nani, Shin Ching Ching said, pinching Jinani's face. They agreed on a time and then started busying themselves with their own tasks. The Shin family had many assets, so managing everything took some time. When Jinani and Su Hian arrived at Shin's house, Shin Ching Ching was already waiting at the door with her parents. After greeting each other, Shin Ching Ching whispered to Jinani for a long time. Nani looked at Su Hyun standing by the car. Husband, you take uncle and Andy back first. Ching Ching, and I have something to do. Yes, Su Hyun, I'll take your parents back first, Shun Ching Ching said, then hugged Nani and got into a nearby sports car. Su Hyun smiled and shook his head. Uncle, Andy, I'll take you back now. Thank you, Hyun. You've worked hard, they replied. The Su family and the Shin family are considered old friends, and Shin's mother is also familiar with Su Hyun. Ching Ching Shin drove for 30 minutes with Jinan Yi to reach a warehouse area. She looked at Jinan Yi and said, Go ahead. There are 20 warehouses and everything inside is yours. Wow, you're impressive, Shindinyo. Jinan Yi checked the items in the warehouses and immediately gave a thumbs up to Ching Ching Shin. Hurry up, we have the next stop soon. Ching Ching Shen then took 300 tons of fuel, 92, 95, and diesel, completely stocked. This is the last stop. After we finish, my sister will take you to enjoy some good food. Ching Ching Shen touched Jinan Yi's face playfully. Jinan Yi looked at the 3 large warehouses filled with medicines. Once again, she was amazed by Ching Ching Shen's skills, especially since she had adrenaline, dopamine, hydroxylamine, atropine, selegiline, dexamethasone, chloramine, lobline, diuretics, lidocaine, diazepam, insulin, and other strictly controlled emergency medicines, all in good quantities. I know you've stored a lot of medicines too, but the more the better. Shundanyo, you're really amazing. Compared to you, I'm just average, Ching Ching Shin modestly said. 3 days before the end of the world. That night, Jinani took Su Hyun out. They still had some supplies to gather. The 2 large warehouses at the base had gained even more resources. These people stock so much stuff. How can they have pure intentions? Jinani complained to Su Hyun as she stored items in her space. She transferred all the supplies from the 2 warehouses into her space, then used her space to explore the base. Still, she found nothing useful. Jinan Yi felt a bit disappointed. If these people knew the end of the world was coming in just 3 days, they would surely act. Looking at the precise instruments in the underground lab, unfortunately, Jinan Yi and Su Hyun couldn't understand them. Jinan Yi decided to store everything in her space. If she couldn't understand it, she wouldn't force herself. She took everything away to eliminate future risks. In this way, Jinan Yi even took the cement and gravel piled outside, leaving nothing behind. Without these materials, she cut off the strange people's escape route. After gathering all the supplies from the supermarket warehouses, Jinan Yi and Su Hyun went home. The items inside the supermarket could be left as they are. After the end of the world, people searching for supplies outside could still find some resources. There are only 2 days left before the end of the world. Jinan Yi and Shin Qingqing sat in the yard on 2 lounge chairs, comfortably basking in the sun. Next to them, Su Hyun had prepared a fruit platter and fresh orange juice. The 2 children were playing chase with the dog. Jinan Yi was scrolling through her phone but didn't find any news about missing items from the base. However, Lu Yong's situation was on the news, showing a video of police collecting evidence at the scene. In a dim room, the base leader lowered his head, afraid to look at the person across from him. He La and a Jin stood behind the base leader, not daring to move. The person in the seat turned his head, an old man with silver hair and blue eyes. He hadn't spoken yet, just looked at the base leader. The moment he did, the base leader instinctively rubbed his arms, feeling the room's temperature drop several degrees. Where are the things? The old man with wrinkled hands tapped his fingers on the table.
Check.
Mr. Charlie, the items suddenly disappeared. We are looking for them. Rest assured, I will. Before the base leader finished, the old man interrupted with a hush gesture. Find them? Mr. Charlie, just give me some time. I will find them. If I can't, I will pay for it myself. The tapping on the table sounded like it was hitting the base leader's heart, and his voice trembled unconsciously. You pay? Do you know? There's no time left because you interrupted all my plans. The old man with silver hair stood up, slamming his palm on the table, glaring angrily at the base leader. Seeing the table collapse with a loud crash, Jin's legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground. Useless fool. Charlie sneered without looking. He continued calmly, his stern gaze fixed on Jin. Were you responsible for guarding last night? Jin's legs couldn't support him, and he desperately lowered his head, kneeling. I was on duty last night. Charlie pinched Jin's chin. What happened last night? Jin dared not speak, only kept his mouth tightly closed, afraid to make a sound. You foolish Chinese person. You dared to leave your post last night just to sleep with a girl. Ah. Charlie kicked Jin in the stomach. Jin covered his lower body, writhing in pain on the ground, quickly turning red with blood. Charlie spoke coldly behind the base leader. The base leader nodded quickly, like a chick pecking at rice. After leaving the room, the base leader leaned against the wall, breathing deeply. Boss, what should we do about Jin? Heisey asked nervously, still trembling from the shock just now. What to do? What to do? You tell me what to do. Mr. Charlie wants him dead.
Can you save him?
Just bury him somewhere. After speaking, the base leader's trembling legs left. He sat in the car for a long time before calming down. His hand holding the phone was still trembling slightly as he dialed a number. Lu Yong, hurry up and send me a batch of grain. Boss, no more grain. The warehouse was robbed. All our funds have been used up. It will take at least a month to have some working capital. What are you talking about? I told you to secretly buy supplies because I didn't know what Charlie was up to. I wanted to keep a backup. Now you tell me the warehouse was robbed? What did I tell you to stockpile? The base leader slammed the steering wheel angrily. Boss, I thought it would be easier to manage if I kept everything together, so, Meanwhile, Jinani, who was enjoying Su Hyun's massage, had no idea that the items received in the space, specifically the rice and flour, had increased by 5,000 jin. Lu Yong, are you out of your mind? Put them together. You really did a great job. The base leader hung up the phone, slapping the steering wheel in frustration. Suddenly, he thought of something, started the car, and stepped the gas. Heisey, carrying a big bag of gold, had just reached the back of the car when he got a mouthful of dust. Watching the Bentley speed away like an arrow, he couldn't catch up no matter how hard he tried. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Shin Qingqing and Jinani had completely relaxed, pulling everyone together to play games. Shin's mother was also a great cook. That night, she took charge of the kitchen, with Lan Hua and Wang Xiao helping her. Nan Xian and Qin Yu brought their husbands and Shin Jiaming, Shin's father, to help make dumplings. It was the first meal everyone shared together, and Nan Xian and Qin Yu wanted to make it a special one. Mao Hao didn't know how to play games, so he and Lao Jin took charge of roasting a whole lamb in the yard. The lamb, covered in a secret marinade, sizzled over the fire. The special recipe had been bought by Jinani at a high price. Two little children sat quietly nearby, staring at the roasting lamb as if afraid it might run away. Lao Jin cut off a small piece of cooked meat and handed it to them. The little one happily ran to Jinani. Sister, Uncle Jin gave me some meat. It smells so good. You can have some. Jinani pretended to take a bite, and only then did the child start eating it. Wang Mingxian ran to Su Hyun, holding out his piece of meat. Uncle, my dad says you're the best fighter. I'll give you my meat. Can you teach me how to box? His bright eyes were full of excitement. Su Hyun took a bite of the meat and said, All right, I promise.
Yay.
I have a teacher now. Wang Mingxian shouted happily as he ran around. When the lamb was ready, the other dishes were also done. The large custom-made table by Su Qinghua was filled with delicious food. Ji Kongqing asked Su Qinghua to say a few words. Su Qinghua raised his glass and said, "From now on, we're all one family. In the future, we need to support and help each other. If there are any problems, let's talk and work together. United, we'll make our lives better. Everyone, let's eat while it's hot." During dinner, Mao Hao was distracted, constantly thinking about Su Qinghua's words. Finally, when the conversation ended, he was about to ask old Jean standing beside him, but suddenly he collapsed to the ground. Mao Hao Hao. Old Jean hadn't finished speaking before he also fell down. Almost instantly, everyone in the room fainted. Nan Xian's comment, "Could it be the poisonous mushrooms from the mountain?" hadn't been spoken yet, but she also fainted. The beauty, the beauty. The base director's car stopped in front of a villa, and he shouted loudly as soon as he entered the yard. Lu Meili was wearing a camisole sleepwear, leaning against the door. "Brother Jun, I thought that after moving here, you wouldn't need me anymore." Chen Jun, the base director, stepped forward, casually slipping his hand into his clothes. "Meili, Mr. Charlie is busy over there. You're my little treasure. How could I bear to leave you?" Lu Meili leaned into Chen Jun's arms, letting his hand play freely inside her clothes. "Brother Jun, you're so annoying." "We're still at the door." Chen Jun picked up Lu Meili, closed the door, and pressed her onto the sofa. "Tonight, I want you to know how much I miss you. Brother Jun, you're so annoying." After some activity, Lu Meili lay on the sofa, lighting a cigarette and slowly smoking. "Meili, didn't you meet a supplier in the north before? Can you introduce him to me? Mr. Charlie has some issues that can't be solved." "We're all doomed." Lu Meili suddenly sat up from the sofa. "What issues?" "You and I both know Mr. Charlie's methods. I can introduce you to the supplier, but nothing else." "Don't worry, I'll lend you the money." Chen Jun, while dressing, said, "Introduce him to me today. We'll drive over tonight." Equals 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 equals. Ji Nani woke up just in time to meet Su Hian's eyes. Nan, you're finally awake." Ji Nani looked around at the people nearby, feeling a bit confused. "I remember everyone fainting, but am I the only one who fainted?" "No, we all fainted." "Yes, we just woke up too, just a little earlier than you." "What's going on now?" Jinani looked at Su Hian with suspicion. Nan, look." Su Hian reached out his hand, holding a small lightning ball in his palm. "Superpower," Ji Nandi exclaimed, quickly looking around at the others. "Do you all have it too?" Everyone nodded in agreement, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Nan Xian reached out her hand, a gentle stream flowing in her palm. Look. Mom can make water appear in her hand, water element superpower. Ji Nan said. Qinyu was holding a flower pot. When Mom woke up, she found she could communicate with plants. Look, as she spoke, a thin vine extended from her palm, controlling the flower. In an instant, all the buds bloomed. Wood element superpower. Ji Kongqing couldn't wait and hurried over to Ji Nan. Look at Dad. A ball of orange fire appeared in Ji Kongqing's palm, the flame still small. Fire element superpower. How about it? Is Dad impressive? Impressive. Ji Nanny nodded. Fire powers are usually strong and rare, so Dad must have awakened a fire superpower this time too. Su Qinghua felt a bit shy. He wasn't sure if he had a superpower, but he definitely felt a breeze in his palm. Dad, you awakened a wind element superpower. Focus your attention and cut the apple on the table. Okay, I'll try. As he spoke, the apple on the table was sliced in half. Wow, Uncle Su is so amazing, Wang Mingxian said from the side. So, everyone has awakened their superpowers. Yes. Ji Nanyi looked at Shin Qingqing. Qingqing, what about you? I think I have a metal element superpower. I can control metal objects, just like in the past life, but the superpower only awakened after a month of high temperatures during the apocalypse. Now, why did it awaken early? Could it be related to my rebirth? My mom has a space superpower, with about 120 square meters of storage space. Lao Shin doesn't know what his is, but he seems to be able to hypnotize others, so he can't look into their eyes. Anyway, everyone has superpowers now, Shen Qingqing summarized. Nanjing has read many apocalypse novels and understands these special abilities well. She continued after Shinqingqing. Daquan and Old Jean probably have earth element powers. Manhwa and Mom are water element users, like her. Wang Xiao has ice powers. Dazhuang has strength abilities. Mao Hao has enhancement, turning into a kind of super sight and hearing. Nan Yi just like in the novel with Mom. And me and little Tuanzi. I can fly and little Tuanzi can communicate with animals. She understands what the chubby and round ones are saying, so she has flying and beast-taming abilities. Mingxian, I have a task for you. Protect little Tuanzi. Neither of you are allowed to tell anyone your secret. Can you do that? Wang Mingxian patted his chest and promised, Sister, I can do it. Sister, I will also keep the secret. I won't tell anyone, little Tuanzi said softly, imitating Wang Mingxian. Nan Yi had only vaguely mentioned the future before, but hadn't given details. Now that their abilities suddenly awakened, everyone understood the situation. They knew they had to protect this secret even more. Mao Hao was full of questions. Although the things they had been doing recently were strange, the boss said to do whatever was asked, so he didn't think much about it. Now, seeing everyone else seem to know something, he was full of questions. Boss, what exactly is going on? Mao Hao finally couldn't hold back and asked. Since breakfast today, everyone had looked strange. It felt like something was happening, but he was the only one left in the dark, as if everyone was hiding something from him. Su Hian looked at Mao Hao, but didn't speak. Old Jean pulled him aside and whispered, The boss will tell you later. Don't ask so many questions. Nan Yi and Su Hian exchanged a glance. Su Hian slowly said, Everyone go to the dining hall. There are seats. Sit down and we'll talk about some things. Since their abilities had awakened early, it meant the apocalypse was really coming. And there was only one day left, tomorrow. There was nothing left to hide. Nan Yi and Su Hian had already discussed that the day before the end, they would tell everyone what was coming. Then they would give everyone a day off to do what they wanted, like saying goodbye to society and to their old selves. The future will be a harsh world where the strong prey on the weak. The weather will be strange and unpredictable, disasters will happen often, and zombie viruses will spread freely, so we must always stay alert. Freedom, fairness, and peace will no longer exist. Living will just be about surviving. Even if I am reborn, I don't know if the end of the world will ever truly come to an end. I wanted to wait until the day it arrived, so everyone would know. But now that we have awakened our powers, I think everyone is more sure about what they've been thinking. Yes, it's real. Su Hian quietly stood behind Jinani, listening carefully and supporting her. Jinani and I received accurate news that this world will face huge changes and an unprecedented disaster. Just like in the movies everyone watches, in the future, zombies will really exist. Society's order will completely collapse, and everything will be turned upside down. The reason we gathered everyone is so we can stay united. Maybe we can survive until the end of the world. When Jinani finished speaking, everyone's confusion finally cleared. Before, they only half understood and were unsure, but now it was clear and confirmed. Nani, don't worry. Since you're willing to share such important news with us, it's like saving our lives. My life is yours now. I will listen to you from now on. Wang Xiao was a carefree person. Her husband had hinted at this before, and she was a big fan of apocalypse stories. She had guessed something was coming. When she woke up today and found her powers awakened, she knew it was real. Wang Xiao is right. I, Lanhua, will support you first. Thank you, Nani, for being willing to lead us. The men didn't speak. Since Su Hian found them, they had already decided to follow him, no matter what happened. Boss, no wonder you wanted me and Lao Jin to come back. This is to save us. Those guys in the U.S. If the end of the world comes, Lao Jin and I will be easy targets. Boss, you're wise. And sister-in-law is smart too. Heezy trusted Su Hian unconditionally. When he returned, he didn't ask what had happened. In fact, he had a vague idea of what was going on, but since the boss didn't say anything, he chose not to ask and just followed along. He believed the boss wouldn't betray them. Father Shin patted Shen Qingqing's shoulder, but didn't say anything. He understood his daughter's recent actions. He respectfully bowed to Ji Kongcheng and Su Huaqing and said, "Thank you, Kongcheng and Huaqing, for willing to take care of our Shin family." Actually, when he suddenly gained that special ability today, he felt uneasy, as if something big was about to happen. Everyone looked a bit serious. Words like "end of the world" and "zombies" are heavy and distant. Although they now knew what was coming, they had a head start in protecting themselves. But fear of unknown dangers is human nature. Actually, I want to tell everyone that we will have a day off tomorrow. Don't let the atmosphere stay so heavy, Jinani continued. Xiao Jie and Lan Jie, you can take Ming Xian and little Tuanzi to the amusement park tomorrow. Ming Xian, remember you promised your sister just now. Rest early tonight, so you can have a fun day tomorrow. Jinani didn't know how to ease the heavy mood. When the news is broadcast, everyone should accept it. The hardest part of the end of the world is mental strength. He hopes everyone can hold on. His words made everyone think in their own way. That night, each family had their own quiet conversations. Lan Hua gently patted little Tuanzi to sleep and softly said, "Tuanzi, Dad, you should search for some end-of-the-world novels on your phone. Later, we can read them together to prepare ourselves. Tomorrow we'll take little Tuanzi out to play, count how much money we have left, buy some snacks for little Tuanzi and Ming Xian, and exchange the rest for food. We can't keep living for free at others' expense. Okay, I'll watch over it. Come over later, and we'll study it together. De Zhuang, we still have a lot of money. Let's spend it all tomorrow. Buy a generator and a kayak for the family. Then go to the hardware store to buy some axes and clothes. Buy me a few books and a sewing machine. Get more fabric so that later, Ming Xian and little Tuanzi can have new clothes. I will work with Lan Hua to figure out how to make them. If Nan Yi has children in the future, we can also make clothes for her babies. Also, I want to tell you, if the end of the world comes, we must follow Nan Yi and the others. The Ji family and the Su family will be our great benefactors. No matter what we do later, we should see if Nan Yi and them are willing to help. They trust us to bring us along. We must not do anything dishonest. Every day in the future, you need to teach Ming Xian some military exercises or physical training. When the end comes, we need to be strong. We can't fall behind. And I want to tell you, as a fan of apocalypse novels, Wang Xiao has a rough idea of what might happen. She kept talking to De Zhuang about it. Finally, she handed De Zhuang her favorite apocalypse novel for him to think about. Then she started making a list. Tomorrow, she must spend all the money. If she doesn't, the money will become useless paper, and she has to spend it all. Tai Lang couldn't stay still. He knocked on Lao Jin's door and pulled him to Jizi's room. What should we do tomorrow? We have so much money in our pockets. We have to spend it. Tai Lang took out his card and placed it on the table, speaking confidently. Jizi immediately responded, I was just thinking about that. With the end of the world coming, the world is in chaos. Who would recognize the money we have? No wonder when we came back, the boss told us to exchange it for gold. Let's plan. I think it might happen in the next day or two, Lao Jin said. He knew his boss well. Since he said that, it probably means the time is near. Lao Jin looked at Tai Lang. Call Mao Hao over too. We can all go together. Tomorrow, De Zhuang and the others can take the kids out to play. The work can be handled by us. I won't go. Mao Hao is not right in the head. I don't want to talk to him. Tai Lang, we are a team. Don't cause trouble for the boss. Heisey patted Iron Wolf's shoulder and tried to comfort him. Iron Wolf looked unhappy, but still got up and moved. Just as he was about to knock on Mao Hao's door, he heard Mao Hao talking on the phone inside. Mom, please buy more food tomorrow and keep it at home. Remember not to let the neighbors see. Mom, why do you have no money again? I just gave you money for the new year. Mom, you have to listen to me this time. I'll send you money now, and tomorrow you and Dad will go too. Iron Wolf couldn't be bothered to listen and went straight back to Heisey's room, looking very annoyed. What's wrong? Where's Mao Hao? Who cares? I can't go. Iron Wolf lay down on Heisey's bed and refused to go call Mao Hao. In the end, Lao Jin went to call Mao Hao. Iron Wolf looked at Mao Hao and found him very annoying, So, he kept his distance. The group discussed what they needed to do the next day, then each went back to their rooms. Mao Hao looked at Lao Jin and asked, Brother Jin, why do you think Wolf won't talk to me? He's been avoiding me lately. Maybe Iron Wolf is just tired. He'll be fine after resting. Lao Jin didn't really know what to say. He's an orphan and doesn't understand family matters. But he had heard about Mao Hao's family from Iron Wolf and didn't agree with Mao Hao's actions. If Mao Hao's biological parents were like that, he thought it was better not to find them again. Mao Hao returned to his room, trying to control his feelings while listening for sounds from Iron Wolf's room. Suddenly, a notification sound made him pause. What was he doing? He was invading someone else's privacy. He looked at his phone message. Mao Hao, send more money to Mom. I can't understand what you're saying.
Just send her more money.
If there's a problem, Mom has her own savings. Mao Hao felt a bit annoyed. He had already transferred a lot of money recently, mostly from the money his boss had given him. Why was she still asking for more? Angrily, he threw his phone aside. But within 5 minutes, his phone rang. Seeing a familiar number, Mao Hao finally answered. Mom, Mao Hao, why don't you reply to my messages? Mom, I have no money left. Have you ever thought about how I can live without money? Haozi, you said your older brother provides food and accommodation, so there's no need for you to spend money. Your sister-in-law just gave birth to a grandson. I'll send you a picture of your little nephew soon. Take a look. He looks just like you when you were a child. After speaking, a photo popped up on the phone screen. It showed a sleeping baby in a blanket, probably just a few days old.
It was hard to tell who he looked like.
See, he looks just like you. This is your real little nephew. Please send some money to Mom. She wants to buy some good food for your nephew. Mom. Mao Hao weakly called out. What can a newborn eat? But these were obvious lies. Even a little truth would be better. Feeling Mao Hao's emotions, the voice on the phone softened a bit. Xiao Hao, I know you're upset, but I can't do anything. Your sister-in-law doesn't have enough milk, and I can't just watch your nephew cry from hunger. Xiao Hao, don't worry. When you get married and have children, I will come to help take care of them. Mao Hao looked at his phone balance and transferred half of it. Mom, I sent you some money. Remember to listen to me. Buy more food and keep it at home. Don't let the neighbors see. The voice on the other end immediately became happy. Got it, got it. Mom is hanging up now. You focus on working hard with your older brother and earn more money. The call ended quickly and decisively. Mao Hao held his phone, hesitating to put it down. Equals 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 equals. Ji Nani leaned against Su Hien, playing with his fingers. Husband, why do you think everyone woke up their special abilities early? Could it be because I was reborn and caused a butterfly effect? In the space, Tatcha quietly rolled her body. Master, is it possible that it's because of me? Huh, Ji Nani suddenly sat upright. Su Hien pulled Ji Nani back into his arms. Let's hear what Tatcha has to say first. Master, don't you remember? You changed everyone's daily water and food to spiritual spring water from the space. Naturally, this sped up their physical changes. Because the end of the world is coming, the environment on Blue Star is actually changing every day. People just can't feel it with their senses. Oh, I see. That makes me feel better. Cha-cha, have you absorbed all the energy from those few carts of stones? Not yet, but I estimated that this time I probably won't upgrade. I still need a lot more energy. Alright, I'll go find some stones for you next time. Cha-cha loves the owner the most. Previously, Ji Nani specifically went to the border with Su Hien and collected a large batch of jade stones, hoping to help Cha-cha absorb energy. But it turned out not to be enough. Nani, don't let others know about your third element abilities yet. Just say you're a space and healing type. Keep your wood element abilities hidden for now. As for your mental abilities, same thing. You're already at the peak of the 3rd level, and you're quite noticeable. Ji Nani nodded to show she understood. She hadn't expected that her mental space exploration, after awakening her abilities, would directly become a 3rd level peak mental ability. Now she can still use her mental power to sense whether nearby beings are zombies or humans, and even tell if they are ability users or ordinary people. And you? Ji Nani looked up at Su Hien. Su Hien had awakened 4 types of abilities. It turned out that after taking the strength pill, He became incredibly strong and directly awakened a mid-third level power ability. His lightning element ability was also at mid-third level, and he gained a beast control ability. Unlike Xiao Tuanzi, who can communicate with small animals, Su Hian can directly control animals. Since he woke up, the two small pets at home haven't come near him. It's too intimidating. Even more impressively, Su Hian awakened a time control ability, allowing him to directly manipulate time and pause everything temporarily. Neither of them expected this. In his previous life, Su Hian later awakened dual abilities, but he didn't have beast control or time abilities back then. Cha-Cha's idea is that the space spirit spring water and the body cleansing pill changed Su Hian's internal body structure, activating his potential, which is why he awakened 4 abilities at once. Su Hian thought for a moment. Time control and beast control. Yes, Jinani nodded in agreement. Alright, go to sleep. Tomorrow, tell me where you'd like to go. We'll go out on a date. It's been a long time since we went out to have fun. Su Hian gently patted Jinani's back, like soothing a child to sleep. Awakening abilities is already very exhausting, so Jinani quickly fell asleep. Su Hian turned off the small bedside lamp, and the two of them embraced and slept together. A large light in front of the base warehouse turned on, illuminating 2 trucks coming through the darkness. Behind Shinjun stood Lao Wu and Haizi, who had been walking back and forth anxiously. When they saw the shadow of the trucks, their worried expressions slightly eased. Hurry up and help unload the trucks. Be gentle with the handling. Yes, boss. These rice grains are my life.
Tonight, you will stay with the rice.
Make sure to watch over everything. I'll bring Mr. Charlie over early tomorrow morning. When Haizi heard the name Charlie, his body involuntarily trembled, almost losing his balance. Fortunately, Lao Wu quickly caught him. Haizi, what's wrong? Did you skip dinner tonight? No, I haven't eaten enough. Not enough, Haizi replied awkwardly. Husband, do you think that letter you sent will get their attention? But it seems like there hasn't been any real action yet. Don't worry. We've given them enough time to prepare. 3 days earlier, Su Hian hacked into the national system. Using an anonymous identity, he sent a letter that roughly described the exact time the apocalypse would break out, upcoming weather changes, and some information about the zombie outbreak that Ji Nan-yi knew. At the end of the letter, Ji Nan-yi included details about the situation at the base. They hadn't found specific information about what was happening there. They also discovered some details related to Liu Yong and the base commander, but it all felt like the problems at the base were more complicated than they seemed. The day before the apocalypse. At exactly noon, a news report suddenly appeared online. The National Meteorological Agency detected strange weather patterns expected over the next week. They advised residents to stay indoors for the next 3 days and buy enough food. Any updates would be announced immediately. They also urged the public to stay rational and not believe rumors, with all information based on official announcements. Ji Nan-yi saw the news and immediately handed it to Su Hian, who was driving. The two exchanged a look, understanding what the other wanted to say. Whether they believed it or not, whether the government had truly detected something or not, at least some action was being taken. Could this help reduce the number of first-generation zombies and slow down the spread? Ji Nan-yi thought to himself. The car arrived near the base. Jinani noticed that there were many people and police cars there today. Using her mental powers, she checked the area and confirmed that the vehicles and police were present. A group of foreigners stood in an open space, looking strange. Jinani carefully examined the scene and found no sign of the base leader, only one of the men she had seen before. The rest were not Chinese. The police were registering and checking information one by one. It seemed that these foreigners did not have proper documents. Usually, one person was checked and then taken to the police car. Soon, they ran out of police officers and vehicles. One officer made a call to ask for backup. Jinani glanced around and saw that the laboratory had a new set of equipment. She thought to herself how fast these people worked. She also saw that the warehouse now had about 5,000 pounds of grain, all in Chinese packaging, probably bought temporarily. The backup police arrived quickly and took all the foreigners away. Jinani checked the people in the car again, but did not see the base leader. Husband, the base leader is not in the car. Sue, he comforted her, saying, "It's okay. First, we will take control of this place. Next time we see him, we will deal with him once and for all." There was no one left at the base. The police car quickly sealed off the area. Sue, he drove away, with Shinani. The base leader knelt on the ground, afraid to lift his head. The broken table had been replaced, but Charlie's face looked even darker. His fierce expression made people shiver. He said, "Chinjun, is this the explanation you gave me? Mr. Charlie, as you saw this morning, I just brought in new rice. I also sent people to guard it. The supplies will not be lost again." "Not lost?" "Yes, Mr. Charlie." Chinjun was confused. He had brought the grain overnight and fixed the problem in time. Why was Charlie still upset? Charlie stood up and walked straight to Chinjun. He grabbed Chinjun like a chicken and pressed his face onto the table. On the table was a tablet showing the news that the base had been sealed. "The Humvee plan has been disrupted. Chinese forces have invaded. All operations are suspended. Open your eyes and look. Is this what you have solved? Wasted supplies, and all the scientists have been captured. Is this your guarantee? How is that possible?" Chinjun widened his eyes, trying hard to see the words on the tablet clearly. "You know how much effort we put into sending these people to Huagua. That land, didn't you take the photos? Why was it discovered?" Charlie said angrily. Mr. Charlie, I really don't know. Give me some time, and I will find out for sure," Chinjun stammered. Charlie casually threw the person to the ground. "No need for you to investigate. You leave now and go to S-City to pick up the upcoming technical experts. Bring them directly to the S-City base. If you don't handle this well, your life is forfeit." Yes, I'll go right now," Chinjun said, getting up and rushing out of the house, crawling and stumbling. But he couldn't understand who had betrayed him. Only a few people knew about the base. Jean was dead. He Zi and Lao Wu were caught today. Besides him and Mei Li, no one else knew about this. Suddenly, Chinjun thought of Lu Mei Li. He stepped on the gas pedal and sped toward the villa. "Lu Yong, when will you finally take me away? I don't want to stay with Chinjun anymore. I want to live with our daughter." Lu Mei Li was lying in Lu Yong's arms, their posture very intimate. "Shao Li, wait a little longer. Once Chinjun takes me to see Charlie, I will expose everything he did behind Charlie's back all these years. Let Charlie kill him, and we can smoothly take our places." Lu Yong's face looked gloomy, and his tone became a bit cruel. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Chinjun held a wooden shovel, pointing at the two on the bed. Lu Mei Li's eyes flashed with panic. She quickly got up from Lu Yong, wrapping herself in a bedsheet. "Brother Jun, listen to me." "Pa, I listen to you? I want to know who betrayed me. Turns out, it's you two adulterers. You really put a big green hat on me." Lu Yong knelt and crawled over, hugging Chinjun's leg. "Boss, it was this woman who seduced me." Before Lu Yong finished speaking, he suddenly collapsed. Blood was flowing from the middle of his forehead down his face. Brother Jun, I was wrong, I was really wrong." Lu Mei Li cried and crawled, clutching Chinjun's other leg, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. "What did you do wrong?" Chinjun used a wooden gun to lift Lu Mei Li's chin, making her look up at him. The gun's barrel, still warm from firing, pressed lightly against her face. Lu Mei Li's face was streaked with tears, her eyes filled with sadness and helplessness. She looked very upset and pitiful. Usually, Chinjun would have felt sorry for her. But today, everything was different. "Brother Jun, Lu Mei Li's mind was a mess. She couldn't think of a good excuse and hesitated to speak. "I heard you have a daughter? Is she pretty? Does she have a good figure like you?" Chinjun's tone was a bit lecherous. Lu Mei Li immediately knelt and begged, "Brother Jun, Xiaoji is still young. Please, let her go. I beg you, Brother Jun. I am willing to do anything to repay you. Charlie, I am willing to go to Mr. Charlie's place. I am willing." Lu Mei Li's forehead was turning purple. Chinjun looked at her coldly, saying nothing. "Brother Jun, please. I beg you." Chinjun moved slightly and said, "You have 2 hours. Bring your daughter, and come with me to City S." "Brother Jun," Lu Mei Li wanted to say more, but Chun Jun's gun made her hold back. Originally, the day off given by Ji Nan-e turned into a big shopping event. The men, as workers, lounged on the sofa in the living room when they got home, too lazy to move their fingers. Meanwhile, the women were still full of energy, showing off what they bought. Manhwa, I bought this dress for your little one. Take a look. I also bought some books. We can study them together and make clothes for the kids later, Wang Xiao said, showing Manhwa her shopping haul. Look at what I bought: snacks, milk powder, toys. I also bought a blackboard and chalk, thinking the kids can write and draw when they have free time. Manhwa showed Wang Xiao her items one by one. Suddenly remembering something, she pulled Wang Xiao toward the yard, pointing at a big pile of pears. Look, I bought 2 big carts of pears. I know how to make pear syrup. I make it every fall. The little one coughs every autumn, but after drinking this, he's fine. I've bought all the ingredients. When we finish packing, you can help me peel the pears. Let's make more this time. Wang Xiao immediately agreed and started helping Manhwa organize everything. Iron Wolf and Lao Jin arrived a bit later than Ji Nan-e. The 4 of them traveled in a fully loaded truck. Heisey opened the door and shouted into the yard, "Brothers, unload the goods." 2 exhausted men stood up trembling and said, "Coming, coming." Ji Kongcheng, along with Su Qinghua, was followed by Shin Jiaming, and they all came out of the house together. Seeing the 4 trucks, Su Qinghua patted Shin Jiaming on the shoulder and said, "Old Shin, now you can see your wife." Shin Jiaming also realized that his wife had awakened her space ability. He brought her over to practice, then turned to go inside and pulled his wife out. Qing Xiao saw the trucks and understood the purpose. When Ji Nan-e left in the morning, she had taught her how to use space powers. Soon, Qing Xiao stored the contents of all 4 trucks into her space. Everyone watched in amazement as the items suddenly disappeared from sight, their eyes wide with surprise. Iron Wolf rubbed his eyes and asked, "Is it really gone? How do you take it out?" Qing Xiao took out a bottle of milk from her space and handed it to Iron Wolf. "Just like this. That's so amazing. It makes me want to have this ability too," Iron Wolf said with admiration. When Ji Nan-e and Su Hien arrived home, everyone was showing off their abilities to each other. "We're back." Qing Xiao stepped forward and grabbed Ji Nan-e. "Nan-e, come with me to put away the things in the yard. I can't fit them into my space anymore." Ji Nan-e looked at the people inside the house with surprise, her face showing. "What have you all been doing all day?" That evening, for the first time in a while, Nan Xian and Qin Yu cooked together. Lan Hua and Wang Xiao started processing pears together, and Qing Xiao also came over to help, wanting to learn how to make pear syrup. 3 adults were responsible for washing the pears thoroughly. 2 children helped place the clean pears into a large basin, quickly piling up into a small mountain. In the yard, Su Qinghua built a large stove with 2 huge pots on top, along with a full set of accessories. There was a super large steamer, a giant spatula, and even the lids were oversized. Lan Hua was making 10 refined pear pastes, which required steaming 5 times, cooling 5 times, until the pears were completely cooled. Then she would squeeze out the juice and cook the pear paste. From 6 p.m. to 11 p.m., they finally finished steaming 1 batch of pears. Dazhuang was pulled over to do the hard work. As someone who had awakened a power-type ability, this task was too easy for him. Finally, at 12 o'clock, the first batch of pear syrup was successfully made. While accompanying them, De Quan and De Zhuang finally could take their wives back to their rooms. The next morning, the younger ones all slept in lazily, showing good teamwork. At 11 o'clock, Ji Nani was awakened by Nan Xian's urgent voice. The others were also startled awake by the noise and got up. Ji Nani looked at the top trending news on her phone, feeling stunned. Isn't the zombie outbreak supposed to happen after 3 p.m.? Why is it happening earlier? All the major video platforms' headlines were about the zombie outbreak. Ji Nani clicked on the first video. In it, 2 girls were walking ahead, and a boy behind suddenly acted wildly, rushing toward the girls. He knocked one girl to the ground and immediately bit her. The girl struggled desperately, but was held down tightly. The other girl holding her backpack hit the boy the back. But the boy seemed unaffected by the pain and kept biting the ground. A few boys nearby tried to step in and stop him but froze in place when they saw his blood-red eyes. These eyes didn't look like human eyes at all. At this moment, the bitten girl tilted her body and slowly stood up. The wound on her shoulder stopped bleeding. The girl with her finally reacted, dropping her backpack and trying to run away, but the girl who had just stood up bit her arm. The girl pushed her away hard, covering her bitten arm, and ran forward. After running less than 100 meters, she suddenly collapsed. When she got up again, she was completely turned into a zombie, and the two girls who had been bitten started chasing people on the street. Tyling just finished watching a video of someone being bitten. Boss, this looks really scary. The speed of spread is too fast. Look up this person. He's live streaming. Shen Qingqing pointed to a live stream. Some brave streamers, holding their devices, started broadcasting. Hello everyone, I am your adventure streamer Fanga. Today, I will explore the mysterious zombie outbreak on this road. Do they have any weaknesses? The live stream has already attracted 50,000 viewers, with many people sending gifts. Some viewers praise Brother Fong's skills, others remind him to stay safe, and some urge him to test whether zombies can really find their way by sound. Everyone, don't worry. Look at my professional gear, the man in the video says. He then pulls out a gong from his backpack. Now, I'm going to hit this gong and see if it attracts the zombies, Brother Fong says, pointing at 3 zombies in the distance that are biting. Bang, bang, bang. Brother Fong strikes the gong. The zombies biting in the distance stop for a moment, then slowly turn their heads toward the sound. They get up and stagger toward the source of the noise. See, everyone? These zombies are attracted by sound. Whether you're at home or outside, be careful not to make loud noises. Originally, he just wanted to attract one group of zombies, but after hitting the gong, zombies from all directions are drawn in. Brother Fong drops the gong, but keeps his phone ready to live stream. Suddenly, the scene becomes a bit funny. Half of Brother Fong's face appears on the screen, with a large zombie horde chasing behind him. There are already more than 10. Viewers in the comments tell Brother Fong to run faster and to stay safe. But these zombies seem tireless, constantly chasing him, and Brother Fong's energy is running low. It looks like another wave of zombies appears in front of him, and the scene suddenly becomes chaotic. Then, the phone seems to drop to the ground. A pale, nose-less face suddenly appears on the screen. Viewers gasp, it's Brother Fong. Just as viewers want to see more, the screen only shows the blue sky. The comments continue discussing what's happening. After watching the live stream, everyone falls silent. There are more and more videos about zombies online. The government quickly issues a notice, telling people to lock their doors and windows, stay indoors, and if anyone is injured, to isolate them immediately and avoid close contact. The authorities are working on solutions. However, the speed at which the zombies spread is frightening. Many rescue videos are posted online, but most have gone silent. Everywhere on the streets, people are running in panic. Screams and cries for help fill the air without stopping. Some people are lucky. They run into nearby shops, quickly close the doors, and the zombies wander around for a while before leaving to chase others. Most people are not so lucky. They are knocked down by zombies and soon turn into zombies themselves. At the intersection, people are fleeing together. A young mother is holding her daughter's hand, following behind the crowd. The person in front pushes open the door of a small restaurant, and a group rushes inside, pushing forward. The small shop quickly fills with people. The woman kneels at the door, begging to be let in with her daughter, but the people inside ignore her. The woman starts to kneel and beg, saying she won't go in, and asking them to let her daughter in instead. Some people are moved, but when they see the zombies not far behind the woman, they turn away coldly, refusing to look at the mother and daughter. Soon, the woman and her daughter are knocked down by zombies. The woman's arm is torn off, but she still shields her daughter with her body. Sadly, no one is saved. 2 minutes later, a zombie with a broken arm appears on the street, followed by a small, snarling zombie, beginning to chase the crowd. In just 2 hours, the once busy street is empty. Only a few groups of zombies drift around. People hiding inside shops tremble and watch the zombies moving outside. They cover their mouths tightly, afraid to make any sound, while one hand keeps sending out distress signals on their phone. The people who just hid in the small restaurant are not so lucky. The space is cramped, packed with people. Soon some struggle to breathe. Their family members ask to open the door for ventilation, but no one listens. When the first person faints, chaos breaks out inside. The alert people try to carry the fainted person outside, but their family members refuse. For people are pushed out first. Someone shouts that the elderly should be thrown out first. The others agree immediately, and 7 more are pushed outside. The space in the restaurant slightly opens up. Soon, a video about zombie behavior becomes popular online. The person who posted the video says that zombies around their home are everywhere. Through surveillance, they observed that these zombies are highly infectious. Even if someone isn't bitten directly, any wounds on the body that come into contact with zombie saliva can cause infection. The zombies move slowly. If you encounter one, don't be afraid or scream. Run quickly, and there might still be a chance to survive. Someone commented below the video, saying the blogger was right. They also ran away from zombies like that, which sparked more discussion. Boss, I think the people in the video don't look like they have special powers, old Jean said, breaking the quiet in the living room. Soo Hyun nodded. Actually, we awakened our powers early. Does that mean we have an advantage? Iron Wolf asked eagerly. Yes, you could say that. But the situation might get worse soon, so we need to improve our powers quickly, Ji Nan-e said. Nan-e, do you think the zombies have crystal cores in their brains? That's what I read in some stories, Wang Xiao asked. Probably not now, but it might happen in the future. Since we've awakened our powers, the zombies could mutate soon, Ji Nan-e replied. We need to practice quickly. I've read a few apocalypse stories, and now we must master our powers. When we go out to fight zombies, we can get crystal cores and level up, Iron Wolf said excitedly, standing up. Ji Nan-e looked at Soo Hyun. Soo Hyun stood up and said, Wait a moment. Nan, and I will bring out the supplies. As he finished speaking, Ji Nan-e took out a bunch of wooden guns and placed them on the table. Starting today, everyone must practice with the wooden guns every day. The best way to fight zombies is to shoot them in the head. Avoid close contact unless necessary. Of course, you also need to keep improving your powers. Only through practice and using them up will your abilities slowly grow. Ji Nan-e looked at Wang Mingxian and the little one with a hint of concern in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He took out 2 small wooden guns and placed them in front of the 2 of them. Both of you need to learn how to protect yourselves. Practice every day, understand? Wang Mingxian firmly picked up the wooden gun. Don't worry, sister. I will do it. His hands trembled slightly from the fear after watching the video. The little one had tears all over her face, feeling scared and hesitant to take the wooden gun. Ji Nan-e patted her head gently. It's okay. Sister believes you can do it. Knowledge, and he didn't say much more. The end of the world is harsh, and even children need to learn to protect themselves and not be a burden to their team. No one can always protect someone else all the time. Manhwa helped the little kid by giving him the wooden box. Her small hand made the box look much bigger. Tuan, Mom will stay with you, Manhwa said, wiping tears. She felt very sad and worried, but today she was deeply shocked by what she saw. She had read about similar scenes in a novel, so she had imagined them. But seeing it directly today was very shocking. She felt scared and tightly held Dakian's hand, trying to control her trembling body. But she still wanted to protect her little Tuan. She couldn't be afraid. Manhwa kept encouraging herself in her mind. Dakian felt her emotions and reached out to hug her. He also picked up the little Tuan and sat him on his lap. Dazhuang also copied Dakian, hugging Wang Xiao and Wang Mingxian. Wang Mingxian broke free from Dazhuang's hug and said, Dad, I am a boy. From now on, I will protect Mom with you. You don't need to protect me. Good, our little man. Uncle, can Mingxian also protect you? Tai Lang raised his hand and called out to Wang Mingxian. Wang Mingxian looked at Tai Lang with some confusion but patted his chest and said, Okay, Mingxian will protect Uncle Lang. After a week, the number of zombies kept increasing. Some people were bitten by zombies, and others turned into zombies for unknown reasons. New problems appeared. Some families had no food supplies at all, so some people decided to leave together. Some were lucky and managed to return home alive, but others died on the way. The official account posted a message asking people to prepare well. Supplies would be delivered, and each building should count how many people were on each floor and contact the official team. Supplies would be dropped on the rooftops. The first delivery was 3 days after the announcement. Each area and building had a scheduled time for delivery, with responsible persons in charge of distributing the supplies. When people were waiting for the second supply delivery, the internet connection was cut off. Everyone started to panic and began hoping that a helicopter would fly overhead every day. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. A week passed, and there was still no news about the second supply drop. Worse, the water supply had stopped. Every day, families with no food at home went door to door, knocking on each door. At first, some people willingly shared their food, but gradually, those who once begged for help turned into rats in the building. They broke into empty rooms, looted everything inside, and took it for themselves. The real chaos happened on the first night after the power outage. Somewhere in the building, a loud scream tore through the night sky. In the dark night, the zombies responded to the noise and gathered below, pounding on the building doors and howling loudly. The terrifying sounds made everyone too scared to move. They locked all doors and windows tightly, sitting at the entrance, afraid that zombies might break in. As dawn approached, the zombies slowly dispersed and started wandering calmly through the streets and the neighborhood. All that was left of the bitten areas were bloody bones, showing what had happened the night before. This event seemed to trigger a big change. The social order that people had followed collapsed suddenly, and the law of survival, strength rules over the weak, became dominant. The loss of water and electricity didn't affect Shinani and his group much. Su Hyun activated the water power generator, so water was no longer a problem. Over the past 2 weeks, everyone became more skilled at using their special abilities. The men practiced daily, applying their powers to improve their skills. Shin Ching and Iron Wolf used their metal powers to reinforce the main gate and the courtyard walls. Even Dazhuang, who has strength-based powers, couldn't shake this door anymore. For everyone's safety, they decided to stay on guard. 2 people took turns watching the door at night. That morning at 6 o'clock, a loud knock on the door woke Shinani from sleep. He instinctively used his mental powers to check outside. There were about a dozen men outside, pounding the door. Last night, Iron Wolf and Haizi took turns guarding. Iron Wolf sat on top of the door, looking down at the group of men. People looked up when they heard the noise and saw the person high above, feeling a bit annoyed. The man in front spoke harshly, pointing at the Iron Wolf. "Hurry up and come down to open the door. Sitting so high, aren't you afraid of falling and getting hurt?" The others behind him also agreed. "Come down quickly and open the door. I told you someone lives here." I saw them using a truck to bring things over. They must have food. Be smart and open the door. This is old Sue's land. Who are you to block the whole area? The Iron Wolf also had a quick temper and hated being threatened. He turned and climbed down from the wall. When the people outside saw no one was there, they started knocking harder. Just as they were knocking loudly, a bucket of cold water was poured from above. The Iron Wolf held the bucket and said slowly, "Maybe your mouths are full of trash. It's too stinky. Let me wash you. No need to thank me." After saying that, he made a disgusted face, covered his nose, and looked coldly at the group. "I warn you, if you come to cause trouble again, it won't just be a bucket of water," he said calmly. Suddenly, a man from the crowd stepped forward and whispered to the leader beside him. After that, the leader cleared his throat and changed his tone. "Young brother, hello. Please open the door. This land belongs to Old Sue. He asked me to watch over it. Now, you all have come in loudly and made a mess. I really can't explain this. When did I ask you to watch over it?" The loud noise woke everyone up. Su Qinghua heard something that seemed related to him and came over, looking down at the group below. "Old Su, you're here too. Why didn't you go back to the village?" The leader saw Su Qinghua looked a bit uncomfortable, but quickly hid his feelings. Su Qinghua didn't speak. He just watched quietly, waiting for them to say more. Old Su, do you have anything to eat? No. Su Qinghua replied coldly. He didn't like this group. Even though he didn't care about what happened before, he didn't want any connection with them. The people below still didn't give up and kept talking. Old Su, look how old Su used to help everyone. You can't just ignore that now. Old brother Su wouldn't want everyone to starve, right? Our family name is Su. All descendants of the same ancestor.
So what?
Su Huaqing didn't respond to the person below. After talking for a long time, the people below felt like their mouths were about to be worn out, but it was all useless. Their tempers flared. Su Huaqing, I called you old brother Su to show respect. Don't refuse this respect. Open the door quickly. You are still a member of our Su village. Otherwise, I will remove you from the family tree. After saying that, he chuckled softly. If your old master knew you were expelled from the family tree because of this, he wouldn't be able to cover his face. Ha! Exactly. Your father used to be very kind to the villagers. Are you trying to go against his last wishes? I think you're much worse than your father.
Kuh. What do you this? Ugh. Who are you? Come down here. Ugh.
So disgusting, ugh.
Ugh.
Suddenly, a chorus of ugh sounds erupted. Ji Nani stood beside Su Huaqing, watching the people below eating something disgusting. What? Still want to eat that? Yes, they are really eating it. Ji Nani couldn't stand these loudmouths anymore. They are just brainless. He directly threw fresh cat droppings, just dug up by fat, into their mouths with precision. It was exactly like eating. The leader of the men was furious and pointed at Su Huaqing. Just wait, I'll go back and remove your name from the family tree. Su Huaqing stepped down from the wall, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. Qin Yu comforted him. The old master will understand your actions. Besides, these people are not worth it. I just feel sorry for Dad. When he became successful, his first thought was to return home and help the villagers. But these people... Su Hian stood up. Dad, people's hearts are hard to read. The honest folks from back then are gone. Now poor mountains and waters breed villains. They are just a bunch of bloodsuckers. Do you think I want to help them? Su Huaqing turned to look at everyone. Qin Yu didn't speak. She always knew that before the old man died, he had a wish to pass on. He wanted Su Huaqing to help the villagers whenever he could. After all, the villagers had helped him bury his parents back then. He kept this kindness in his heart. Although later the villagers hurt his feelings, the old man still wanted to help the village escape poverty. Su Hian didn't speak either. He just quietly watched Su Huaqing. He knew Su Huaqing wouldn't do that, but he wondered if his father knew about the old man's last words. What do you all think? Do you think I'm that foolish? I just feel sad for the old man. Do I look like someone who cares too much? They drove my father out of the village years ago. I didn't cause trouble for them, and that's enough. Besides, they still dare to use the old man against us. My father and I are not those foolish, blindly obedient people. Exactly, Uncle Su, you're so right. You're a better father than the old man. You're more admirable. Iron Wolf immediately stood up and praised Su Huaqing. Su Huaqing looked at Su Hian proudly, as if saying, see, your father is even more impressive than you. Ji Nani whispered nearby, what does being admirable have to do with anything? Does Dad mean that Grandpa was a fool? Su Hian spoke slowly. Su Hian, are you learning to oppose your father now? Grandpa was from a special time. Back then, the villagers were still kind-hearted. Su Huaqing seemed lost in a memory and didn't speak further. Just then, Qin Yu called everyone to eat. The matter was let go for now. After dinner, everyone naturally started exercising. Nan Xin can now control water in its different forms. She can create water balls. The damage isn't very high, but it's already quite good. Recently, Qin Yu has been busy communicating with plants. She discovered she can exchange energy with them. During this time, the plants around the safe house have become her eyes and ears, helping to watch over the place. There are many animals in the back mountain. The men go hunting every few days. The animals haven't mutated yet, so hunting is easy. Especially for Daquan, who directly uses his powers to catch rabbits and bring them back. The little one is very happy, pulling Wang Mingxian to make a nest for the rabbits, saying he wants to raise them. He even made Daquan swallow his words about having a red braised rabbit head as a snack. After lunch, the group came again, and it seemed that more women were shouting at the door. Qinyu shared the news from the climbing roses on the wall with Nani. I want to see what these people are really up to. Do they think we are easy to bully because we are few? Nian Xian insisted on going to see what was happening. The door had a special lookout tower for taking turns on duty. The space was limited, so besides Lan Hua and Wang Xiao with 2 children, everyone else followed, standing in line on the stairs. Seeing the leader, Nani grinned mischievously. Do you still want to come and eat dirt? Sorry, our cat hasn't pooped today. Where are you from, girl? I won't bother with you. Just let Sue's people come out. Say that his third grandpa is here, and tell him to open the door. Third grandpa, I am Sue's daughter-in-law. I haven't heard about you before. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a violent cough sounded. Nani noticed 2 women pushing a wheelchair behind her, with an old man with gray hair sitting on it. The old man looked very weak and not in good spirits. If you don't open the door now, it's your fault that third grandpa is dead. Open the door. Open the door. The leader looked at Nani without any reaction. His eyes rolled, and he changed his tone. I know that now there are zombies in the city. If you don't want to open the door, that's fine. Just give us some food. Once we get it, we'll leave immediately. A sneaky man nearby whispered, Big brother, you said these people probably have a lot of food. We can just steal their supplies. This house looks good. Let's take it over and move in. Another shorter man agreed. Exactly. Third brother is right. More and more zombies are in the city. They'll come to us sooner or later. Look at the wall. Those biting things definitely can't get in. Living here is safe. A sneaky-looking man looked up at Nani with a lecherous smile. Little beauty, be good and open the door. Let the brothers in. I'll take good care of you and make you happy. Any woman who's been with me can't forget me. Little beauty, what do you think? I promise you'll enjoy it. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded. The man collapsed to the ground, curling up and screaming in pain. Su Hian aimed his shotgun at the man's lower abdomen. Blood flowed down his legs and stained the ground red. A second shot rang out. The man was hit in the tongue and throat, and he could no longer make any sound. Su Hian looked down at the group below, shielding Nani behind him. He watched them coldly, like a death god. It seemed that if anyone said one more word, they would be instantly destroyed. The leader was stunned with fear. They were local bullies known for their cruelty and had never faced someone like Su Hian. For a moment, no one dared to speak. The man who had spoken earlier grabbed the leader's arm, trembling. Brother, the third one is dead. They have a shotgun. Only then did the leader react. He shook off the man's hand. I saw it myself. Shut up. Su Hian played with his shotgun, his eyes cold and full of oppressive chill. Is there anything else you want to say? No, it's our fault. We'll leave now, the leader said, staring at the shotgun in Su Hian's hand, afraid it might accidentally fire and hit him. Take the trash away, clean up the blood, and get out quickly. Okay, we'll leave right away. Don't worry. The others quickly cleaned up the bloodstains and, afraid to say another word, carried the man's body and ran away. Su Huaqing's face was pale. He saw the so-called Grandpa Third and recognized him. It was a kind old man from his grandfather's generation, the only one still alive. They had pushed the old man forward as a threat. Dad, if they don't bother us anymore, I think, since Grandpa and they used to be from the same hometown, we can let it go. But if they dare to come again, there will be no turning back. Suhi still felt coldness on his body, and his fingers were tightly holding Jinan's hand. You can do whatever you want. I have no opinion. Su Huaqing had no objections. These people are now a trouble. If they knew how to be afraid and stop causing trouble, maybe they could live longer. Because of what happened during the day, Mao Hao and Lao Jin were assigned to guard the night. Mao Hao's sharp hearing could alert them immediately if anything happened. At 3:30 a.m., they heard rustling sounds from afar. Manhwa got up and started watching around. Lao Jin also became alert. It was very dark around, so they could only tell where the sounds came from. Brother Jean, about 3 o'clock, there should be 2 people. They are sneaking closer. They are probably carrying something. Their footsteps are heavy. They are about 100 meters away now. When they are about 10 meters away, tell me, Lao Jin said. He took out a bright flashlight, ready to turn it on. Brother Jean, they are coming. 3 meters, 2 meters, they are here. Lao Jin turned on the flashlight, and the area in front of the door lit up instantly. 2 men carrying buckets looked scared and froze in place, as if they thought staying still would hide them. Hey, brothers, what are you doing? Lao Jin looked at the 2 statues like men and waved his flashlight. Just passing by. One man slowly looked up and said, trembling. What a coincidence. Yeah, the man with the bucket forced a shy smile, but his twitching mouth looked worse than crying. Howsy, it seems these 2 really think we're fools, Lao Jin said. Hearing this, the 2 men immediately dropped their buckets and ran away. Smelling a strong blood scent, Lao Jin's face turned dark instantly. You want to run? Do you think Lao Jin is easy to fool? Suddenly, a deep pit appeared in front of the 2 men. They fell in immediately and started shouting and gnashing their teeth at the bottom. Lao Jin wanted to go down and check, but Manhwa stopped him. Brother Jean, something's wrong. Don't go down. I hear a group of people coming this way, more than 20. Let's go call the boss first. Okay. Lao Jin ran into the room and called everyone to wake up. Ji Nani and Su Hyun quickly came out. Manhwa saw them approaching and hurriedly said, Boss, there is a group of about 25 people heading this way. They should arrive in less than 10 minutes. Ji Nani released her mental power to check. They're not people, they're zombies. She saw 26 Reds moving toward them, with 2 cars ahead. One of the drivers was constantly bleeding, and those zombies were attracted by them. What? Lao Jin followed closely and exclaimed when he heard Ji Nani. Isn't this area supposed to be free of zombies? How did they suddenly appear? Lao Jin immediately understood when he thought of the 2 people just now. It's the people from earlier. They brought the zombies here. I wondered why those 2 were sneaking around with 2 buckets of blood. Now I see. They were trying to attract zombies. Ji Nani also looked at the 2 men in the pit, her eyes full of coldness. The people in the pit seemed to hear what Ji Nani said and immediately knelt down, begging her to save them. Ji Nani ignored them and turned to Lao Jin. Go wake everyone up. Bring your weapons. We've practiced for a long time. It's time to test our skills. Got it, sister-in-law. Ji Nani hesitated for a moment but then stopped Lao Jin. Sister-in-law, is there anything else? Bring Ming Xian and little Tuanzi with you. Lao Jin paused briefly but quickly understood her intention. Okay, sister-in-law. Ji Nani leaned against Su Hyun, feeling a bit down. Husband, do you think I shouldn't have let Ming Xian and little Tuanzi come along? This is a test they must go through in life. Being soft-hearted won't help. Don't overthink it. Ji Nani nodded and stopped worrying. Boss, we're 500 meters away. Boss, we've arrived. Nani, mom is ready. Big sister, Ming Xian is ready too. Xiao Nani, I will protect you later. We've been practicing all this time, and today it finally comes in handy. Shun Qingqing twirled her wrist and loaded her rifle. Today is long-distance aiming. The target is the zombies' heads. Don't be afraid. Let's see how much we've improved during this training. Su Hyun looked at the several eager men and pointed with his finger. You guys handle the cleanup. Let them practice first. If they miss, you are responsible for fixing the trap. Yes. Although the men had all retired, obedience was a soldier's nature. At this moment, Su Hyun was their leader. Boss, they're coming. Ji Nani took out 2 lighting devices, and the road in front of the gate instantly lit up, making it feel like daytime. In the distance, a zombie was staggering toward them. Its clothes were torn, face pale gray, with no sign of life. It was snarling and clawing, with dried bloodstains on its face, some of which had turned dark red. It looked very frightening. Manhwa instinctively wanted to cover the little one's eyes, reaching out with her hand in midair, then pulling it back. The little one saw the zombie and hid in Manhwa's arms. Manhwa crouched down and hugged the child. Tuanzi, Mommy is here with you. Don't be afraid. If we stay together, we won't be scared. Haven't you been practicing with Brother Mingxian on how to use this?
Today, show Mommy.
Have you learned it? Okay. The little one trembled slightly, his small voice already trembling with tears, but he still tried to speak. Okay, Mommy. Tuanzi will show you. It's false to say he's not afraid. Everyone had only seen zombies in books or TV shows, relying on imagination and what they watched on TV. They had seen videos, but seeing it in person was another matter. Nan Xian tightly gripped her gun, aimed at a zombie's head, closed her eyes, and pressed the trigger.
Bang!
Followed by the sound of the bullet hitting the body. But Nan Xian didn't hit the head. Instead, she angered the zombies, who sped up toward them. Shun Qingqing steadied her mind, aimed, and shot.
Bang!
Another zombie fell. Shun Qingqing was a bit excited. She hit the target, happily hugged Shenmu, and continued aiming. Master, I hit it, Wang Mingxuan's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone realized he had also shot a zombie. Su Hian nodded.
Good. Keep going.
Follow what I taught you. All they could see were zombies lying in disarray, all breathless. Everyone gradually relaxed. Wang Xiao and Manhwa collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Except for Shun Qingqing, who was not afraid and even felt a little excited. The three mothers were already too weak to stand, but they still forced themselves to lean on the men beside them, taking deep breaths to calm their nerves and fear. The two men in the pit had already fainted from fright, and the two people attracting the zombies had run far away. Jinani used her mental power to scan the surroundings and saw scattered zombies wandering in the distance. These fools, there were no zombies in this area before, and now they've brought them here. The people in this area are going to suffer, Jinani said with a very annoyed tone. She couldn't believe how stupid and foolish these people were. Su Hian gently stroked Jinani's hand to help her relax. Everyone, go back to sleep. No need to stay on guard. They probably won't come back for a while. Everyone get some rest. When you wake up in the morning, make your own breakfast. Don't worry about others. All right, let's go. Hurry back to sleep. I'm so sleepy, Tai Lang said, hugging Heizi, and they headed into the house together. Jinani, holding hands with Nan Xian and Qinyu, asked, Mom, were you both scared just now? Of course I was scared. I'm so old, my mental strength isn't unlimited, her mother replied. Nani, I thought I was mentally prepared after reading so many apocalypse stories, but I didn't expect that. If it weren't for Heizi supporting me just now, I might have just sat down on the ground, her mother admitted. These people are so heartless bringing the zombies here. Several nearby villages are mostly just elderly people at home.
Sigh.
Nan Xian sighed. During this time of building houses, they had also met some kind-hearted elders. Most of their children were away, and the elderly were alone at home. She wondered if they could hold on. Nani understood her mother's thoughts. As dawn approached, she planned to go out with Su Hian to look around and see if there was any useful information. My dear mother, I'm going to sleep now. Otherwise, later, you might say I've taken your daughter away. Su Hian, and I will go out during the day to check on those elders. Is that okay? Thank you, my dear daughter, her mother replied. Su Hian pulled Nani back to their room, wanting her to rest for a while. Hey, and let's visit Lu Yong's house tomorrow. Since the end of the world broke out, we've lost contact with them. Okay, but right now you need to rest. Su Hian gently pressed Nani back into the bed and coaxed her to sleep. Just now, his girl had suddenly shown calmness and bravery. When she raised the wooden spear to face the zombies, her eyes were cold and determined. This was a side of her he had never seen before. It made him feel stunned and filled with deep tenderness. His girl should be the little princess protected in his arms. She deserves all the good things in the world. Later in the night, Su Hian couldn't sleep at all. He quietly watched Nani sleep peacefully, his eyes full of gentle love. When Nani woke up, she looked directly into Su Hian's eyes. Thinking he had woken up earlier, she reached out her arm, hugged his neck, and gently kissed him. Good morning, husband. In an instant, Su Hian understood. No matter how much she grows, she is still the delicate girl who needs his care. His job isn't to worry about her growing up, but to stay with her, grow together, and always be there when she needs him. Soo-hae turned over and pressed Ji Nan-e under him, looking at her with loving eyes. Good morning, wife. Ji Nan-e clucked like a chick pecking rice, holding Soo-hae's face and kissing him. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Seeing her adorable look, a gentle smile appeared in Soo-hae's eyes. His eyes narrowed, and a smile played on his lips. It's still early. We can stay a little longer before going out. Ji Nan-e immediately understood what Soo-hae meant. She tried to break free, but felt his warmth. Seeing the desire in his eyes, she thought to herself that she must have been starving him lately. He probably wouldn't get too upset, right? Soo-hae seemed to notice her thoughts. He gently touched her ear with his finger, his warm breath brushing her ear, and his voice was deep and soothing. I will. When they woke up again, it was already noon. Ji Nan-e rubbed her waist and gave Soo-hae a firm pinch. They had agreed it would only be once. But it kept happening again, and she pouted, saying it was because she had starved him. When the two of them went out, it was already 2 p.m. They opened the door and saw 2 zombies wandering at the entrance. Upon closer look, they realized it was the 2 people from yesterday's pit who had turned into zombies. Soo-hae raised his hand, and 2 bolts of lightning shot out, instantly hitting the zombies' heads and knocking them down. They bypassed the large pit and wanted to check the current situation outside, so they decided not to use their space teleportation. The old Soo family house was in a remote area. The zombies hadn't come here yet, and those attracted yesterday had already been dealt with. The car had been driving for about 15 minutes, and nearby villages started appearing more frequently. Ji Nan-e released his mental energy and began checking each village. At first, the situation in the first few villages was okay. Although a few red dots moved around sporadically, the green dots representing humans were still much more numerous. As they moved closer to the city, Ji Nan-e's expression grew more serious. While most villages still had survivors, some villages near the roads and with easy access had almost no people left. The red dots moved densely everywhere. As they passed through the city area, someone opened a window and shouted at them, "Are you sent by the government? Come help us. We need food, I'm starving." Ji Nan-e didn't look out but told Soo-hae to drive faster. The person immediately got angry. "I wasn't talking to you. Are you deaf? I said come help us. Did you not hear?" Ji Nan-e shook his head. With the situation so obvious, if they didn't learn to protect themselves and just waited for others to rescue them, they probably wouldn't survive even a hot day. As the car sped up, many zombies were attracted and started heading toward them. Soo-hae pressed the accelerator harder, speeding up and heading onto the highway. Ji Nan-e cooperated, shooting zombies in the head with his rifle whenever he saw one. Lu Yong's house was already empty, so they decided to go inside and take a look. Okay, Soo-hae parked the car, took out a few zombies nearby, and then they both got out. They entered the villa, and it was clear that it had already been searched, probably by people looking for supplies. Ji Nan-e pulled Soo-hae directly into the study. As expected, the study had also been searched and was in a mess. Soo-hae shook his head at Ji Nan-e. Nan, there's nothing here. Same on my side." Ji Nan-e put down the book she was flipping through. "Let's go. Let's check the base," Soo-hae said. Ji Nan-e pulled Soo-hae into the space and activated it to reach the base. The underground storage was empty of food, probably moved by the government. The laboratory equipment was also gone. Everywhere was empty and deserted, and weeds had grown on the open ground. It seems there's nothing to find here either. "Soo, where do you think these people are hiding? It's like they just disappeared." Ji Nan-e felt a bit disappointed. She had planned to take revenge as soon as the apocalypse arrived, but now she couldn't even find anyone. Soo-hae reached out and patted Ji Nan-e's head to comfort her. "Don't think about it. Their sneaky tricks will be exposed sooner or later. Once the base is built, we can go check it out. Okay. According to the schedule, the hot weather will come soon. After it's over, the base should be ready. Good. I'll go with you then." "Great," Ji Nan-e nodded. "Let's go home directly." "Master, don't go yet. It's been a long time since we went out. Take TT to play for a while. TT, outside are zombies. What's there to play with? Master, because of the environmental changes on Blue Star, the system space has new rewards. As long as you complete tasks, you can exchange for lottery chances. Don't you find that tempting? Hearing about the new prizes, Jinani suddenly became interested. Of course I'm interested. TT, tell me more. Master, have you forgotten the crystal cores in the zombies' brains? Collect a certain number of crystal cores and give them to me. Then you can exchange for lottery chances. Level 1 crystal cores require 100, Level 2 need 80, Level 3 need 50, Level 4 need 20, Level 5 need 10, and Level 6 need 5. Jinani was initially excited, but after hearing the required amounts, she suddenly felt it wasn't so attractive anymore. TT, you're worse than a black market dealer. And now, the zombies do not have crystal cores in their brains yet. They will only start forming crystal cores after humans awaken their special abilities. Master, Tia would never lie to you. The crystal cores do exist, although not in large numbers. Alright, can we reduce the number of crystal cores needed for the exchange lottery? Master, that's not possible. Jinani thought to herself, feeling frustrated and choosing not to communicate further with Tia. Husband, let's practice on the zombies outside this villa. Okay, Su Hyun nodded. As Jinani and Su Hyun left Luyang's house, they saw a group of zombies approaching them, about 10 meters away. During the day, zombies aren't very quick. They stagger toward them, swaying as they move. Some zombies' bodies were already rotting, but their bodies still looked somewhat intact. Most were in terrible shape, some had their stomachs hollowed out, necks broken, and their heads hanging loosely, swinging with their bodies. Many were badly damaged. Seeing these zombies up close again made Jinani feel uncomfortable. For zombies, the flesh of ability users is very tempting. Jinani clearly saw that as the zombies got closer, their eyes became a bit excited. They bared their teeth and growled, drooling uncontrollably. There were about 50 zombies in this group, and now they were just a few meters away, ready to pounce. Su Hyun immediately used his ability, causing the zombies' movements to stop. Nan, wait here. I'll handle this. Jinani refused directly. No, I've trained for a long time. I want to do it myself. She winked at Su Hyun and then rushed toward the zombies. Jinani's wood-type ability was already at mid-level 3rd stage, so dealing with these zombies was easy for her. Whoosh. Vines shot out from Jinani's hands, piercing through a zombie's head. With a loud bang, the zombie instantly collapsed. Jinani took a quick look and saw there was no crystal core inside. She then turned to another zombie. Su Hyun followed behind her, using his lightning ability to cut open the zombies' heads while watching Jinani's situation. In just a short time, all the zombies behind the two had fallen to the ground, their bodies covered in zombie brain matter and rotten blood. There were a total of 56 zombies, but not a single crystal core was found. Only then did Jinani understand what Cha-Cha meant by not many. The number of zombies in the villa area was not large. Jinani used her mental power to check around and confirmed there were no more zombies nearby. She then pulled Su Hyun into her space to take a shower. The smell of zombie blood and decay on their bodies was really unpleasant. Meanwhile, in City S, the dim lighting made it hard to see inside the room clearly. Only faint sounds of growling could be heard through the thick door. Inside, there was a round table with 6 people sitting around it. Upon closer look, you would see that Chinjun, whom Jinani was looking for, was among them. Charlie was sitting right next to him, sitting upright. At the head of the table, a young man leaned lazily in his chair. His voice was low and hoarse, with cold blue eyes that shimmered with a chill. The low pressure coming from him made the room extremely quiet. The man lazily spoke. Can someone tell me why the plan in H City failed? Chinjun's face was pale and tense, trembling all over, not daring to breathe too hard. Master, I am still investigating the H City matter. I didn't expect the zombies to appear early, and the clues are now lost, Charlie answered obediently, like a well-behaved little lamb. The second experiment failed because I let the virus leak out, the young man said casually. I hope the others here understand that I don't want H City to have another failure, he added. Yes, Master. Everyone nodded respectfully. We also need to speed up the construction of the base. We need more people to work for us. Rest assured, Master. We've already started. Once the Chinese security base is publicly announced, we can also announce ours to attract more people. Master, what about the H-City base? Charlie was about to speak, but was interrupted. The H-City base plan is on hold. Once the Chinese side has established it, we will send someone to infiltrate, the young man said. Yes, Master, Charlie replied. When Nani and Su Hian returned home, dinner was already ready. After dinner, Su Qinghua took Su Hian aside alone. Nani probably guessed what was happening, so she didn't stop him. Dad, just tell me what you want, Su Hian said directly, seeing Su Qinghua look troubled. Let's go back to the village. Uncle San was kind to me when I was young. I want to see how the village is now. Okay, I'll go with you. Su Hian remembered that when he was a child, his grandfather always told him that the elders in the village were kind-hearted. If it weren't for the villagers' protection back then, he might not have been able to leave the village or have the life he has now. His father wanted to go back and see, and he understood. When Su Hian returned to his room, he found Nani waiting for him. Dad, do you want to go back to the village and see Grandpa San? Seeing her eager look, Su Hian smiled and sat down. Yes. Why do you want to go? I guessed. Nani looked proud. Yesterday, when Dad heard about Grandpa San, his expression was different. Su Hian reached out and hugged Nani from the bed. Our Nani is so clever. Tomorrow I'll go with Dad to see him. You and Mom. Before he finished, Nani interrupted. No, I want to go with you. Nani, Dad can go alone, Su Hian said soothingly. Nani looked up, playing with Su Hian's beard. Don't you want those people to see me? Thinking about the rude words from the village bullies yesterday, Su Hian's eyes darkened. I just don't want Nani to hear any more bad words. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me, she said confidently. Besides, with our sharpshooter Su, anyone who dares to talk nonsense will get a headshot with a wooden gun, she said, mimicking Su Hian's action of shooting a wooden gun. Su Hian chuckled and held her hand. All right, we'll go together. Just as he was about to say more, he heard TT's voice in his mind. Master, I found the universe merchant you're looking for. I just posted the trade info at the trading center. Do you want to contact him? As soon as Nani finished speaking, they were already in the space together. TT established the connection. The screen flickered twice, revealing a man dressed entirely in silver clothing, with a face that looked similar to a Chinese person. Nani felt familiar when she saw someone who looked similar and naturally greeted him. Hi, hello. I am Nani from Blue Star. Hello, Miss Ji. I am Shang Xingyang from the Star Planet. Hello, Mr. Shang. I saw your trade advertisement. The thermal suit you have, what kind of transaction do you need? Miss Ji, you can call me Mr. Shang. Yang is my name. Nani quickly apologized. Sorry about that, Mr. Shang. It's okay. You're not the first to make that mistake, Nani thought to herself. Luckily, I'm not the only one confused. It seems many people share the same idea. Miss Ji, do you know if you have this item? Nani saw Shang Xingyang holding something oval-shaped. Looking closer, wasn't that a potato? Mr. Shang, could you break it open so I can check? Shang Xingyang hesitated a bit. Their planet has experienced major changes and pollution. The original land can no longer grow food. His team accidentally discovered this item, which can sprout and bloom even in polluted soil, though the yield is very low. He happened to get this trading system and started looking for this kind of food, but he hasn't found it yet. Mr. Shang, don't worry. I just want to confirm if this is the potato I know. If it is, you are going to cut it to plant anyway, so it won't be wasted. Shang Xingyang became a bit excited, holding up the item and asking, You mean this needs to be cut open to plant? If it's the potato I know, then yes, it needs to be cut, Nani said honestly. She had watched short videos where some bloggers teach how to grow potatoes on a balcony. She was curious for a while and watched many similar videos. Hearing Nani, Shang Xingyang was very excited and thrilled. He thought Nani must recognize this item. Miss Shi, I'll send it to you. You can take a look. Nani took the potato in her hand. Without cutting it open, she was sure. This thing was definitely a potato. But to be certain, she used a knife brought by Xu Hian to cut it open. Seeing the yellow core inside, she confirmed it with 100% certainty. Ji Nani looked up at Shang Xingyang and said, "Mr. Shangyang, this is the potato I mentioned. I really do have this thing in my hands." After saying that, Ji Nani added silently in her mind, "Not just one. If the space weren't unlimited, the warehouse would be full." After harvesting the first batch of crops, both moms, two dads, and Su Hian planted a batch of potatoes in the space. When they harvested, she almost dropped her jaw in shock. The mom said the yield was high, and she truly didn't expect it to be this good. In the end, Su Hian calculated that 1 acre of land in the space could produce about 12,000 jin of potatoes. Both dads couldn't stop smiling, and the family had potato feasts for 3 days straight. From then on, every day and every meal featured a potato dish: sour and spicy shredded potatoes, beef stew with potatoes, cumin potatoes, wolf-tooth potatoes, potato chips. The mom's cooking skills, along with Aunt Shin, Manhwa, and Wang Xiao, made the potatoes into a variety of delicious dishes every day. So much so that every time Ji Nani saw the pile of potatoes, she wanted to sell them. She liked them very much, but she just couldn't take it anymore. "Miss Ji, really? Truly?" Truly, Shang Xingyang was so excited he almost jumped up, confirming 3 times. "Yes, yes, really," Ji Nani nodded firmly, suppressing her excitement, finally ready to make a trade. Shang Xingyang seemed a bit worried about his own excitement, afraid it might scare Ji Nani, so he forced himself to stay calm and continued talking. "Miss Ji, I wonder what kind of trade we can make." Before she could speak, he cautiously added, "Would 100 sets of temperature-controlled clothes be enough to exchange for 500 jin of potatoes?" "Don't worry. Our temperature-controlled clothes can resist temperatures up to 80 degrees Celsius and as low as -50 degrees. I can add you as a friend, and if there are quality issues, we offer after-sales service." After Shang Xingyang finished speaking, he sent a friend request. Ji Nani agreed, without hesitation. "I'll give you 1,000 jin." "Really? Truly? Truly?" Shang Xingyang immediately jumped up, so excited he couldn't sit still. He searched for a long time for this item, knowing how rare and valuable it was. All the powerful families and factions were also looking for it. Whoever gains the advantage in the upcoming military division will have more power. The Shangyang family is about to rise. Shangyang Xing tried to hide his joy. "Miss Shi, thank you very much. In the future, if I can help the Shangyang family, I will do my best." "That's good, that's good. However, I have a method to increase crop yield. I wonder if Mr. Shangyang needs it." "Increasing yield?" "Yes, I need it very much." If possible, Shangyang Xing was eager to step out of the scene to ask directly. Ji Nani smiled slyly. "Mr. Shangyang, do you have anything interesting to trade?" I understand. Shangyang Xing immediately took something out of his pocket. "This is my sword. I give it to Miss Ji for fun." Ji Nani looked at what Shangyang Xing was holding. It was a short object smaller than a palm. "Is this a sword?" "Yes. Please take a look, Miss Ji." Shangyang Xing held the object in his hand, then swung it forcefully. It instantly lengthened to about the size of a traditional sword, with a faint blue glow on the blade. This sword is made from a special material. It contains a huge amount of energy, which can produce laser-like cuts, capable of slicing through any metal. I heard that your planet is experiencing zombie chaos. With this sword, you can easily cut off zombie heads. Ji Nani immediately liked it. This sword could be combined with Su Hian's lightning-type abilities, making it very powerful. "Thank you, Mr. Shangyang. I really like this sword." "I'm glad you like it, Miss Ji." Seeing Shangyang Xing's eager look, Ji Nani said, "First, about choosing the land. Potatoes grow best on flat, loose, sandy loam soil with good irrigation and drainage. The most important thing is to promote germination. Planting without it wastes resources and results in low germination rates. I wonder how to promote germination." Shangyang Xing held a notebook, and Ji Nani quickly took notes with each of her words. "First, you need a humid environment, with the temperature maintained around 15 to 20 degrees Celsius. Ideally, this environment should be indoors with diffused light. When small sprouts appear on the potatoes and grow to about 1.5 centimeters, You can cut them into pieces. For each sprout, cut a piece accordingly. It's best to roll the cut potatoes in wood ash to prevent pests and diseases. Once planted, there's no more worry. Miss Shi, what is wood ash? Yang Xing's words made Ji Nani pause. She turned to ask Su Hian for help. Su Hian shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. This wood ash, is a technique I haven't fully mastered yet, Ji Nani said hesitantly. All right, I'll give you the potatoes first. You go sprout them and I'll learn more about this wood ash. I'll tell you later. Since we're friends, if you're offline, I'll leave you a message. Miss Shi, you're so kind. Thank you. Yang Xing sent over the temperature-controlled suit and the laser sword. Su Hian had already prepared 1,000 jin of potatoes nearby, and Cha-Cha helped Yang Xing send them over. Also, the sample Yang Xing just sent. After receiving the potatoes, Yang Xing once again thanked Ji Nani and hurried offline to find someone to work. Here, I have something for you. Ji Nani handed the laser sword to Su Hian. This sword, the first time I saw it, I felt it matched Su's lightning powers very well. Su Hian imitated Yang Xing's action, holding the sword in his hand. Sure enough, the blade appeared. He tried combining lightning powers with the sword, and it worked on the first try. The blade, besides the blue glow just wrapped around it, was covered with tiny lightning sparks on the outer edge. Not bad, not bad. I knew this would suit you. Tomorrow, let's find a place to practice. After trying it, Su Hian liked this little gadget very much. He could feel that once his powers covered the sword, it liked it very much. He held it again, then retracted the blade. Su Hian put the items back into space and prepared to sleep with Ji Nani. It was already midnight, and she didn't want to sleep, but Su Hian firmly refused. Watching Ji Nani fall asleep in less than 10 minutes, Su Hian couldn't help but smile, his eyes full of affection. You silly girl, rest well. Su Hian gently held Ji Nani in his arms, lightly nuzzling her nose with his own. He closed his eyes, and they fell asleep together. Early in the morning, Su Qinghua got up, finished breakfast, and sat on the sofa waiting. When Ji Nani and Su Hian came downstairs, they saw Su Qinghua sitting very stiffly and straight. After eating a few bites, Ji Nani told Su Hian that she was full and pulled him to go out with Su Qinghua. As they approached the village, Su Hian felt something was wrong. He turned his head to look at Ji Nani, who nodded, and they communicated silently. Did you also notice something strange in the village? Yes, normally this area isn't overrun by zombies, but the village is very quiet and there's a strong smell of blood. I just checked, and there are only 15 people in the village. I remember there used to be more. Yes, at least 40 people. That's strange. The troublemakers who came here before, I think there were about 18. Is it strange? We'll see when we get there. Su Hian felt a bad feeling in his heart. He looked in the rearview mirror at Su Qinghua in the back seat, hoping things weren't as bad as he imagined. Husband, there are 2 people hiding ahead. Speed up and drive straight into the village. Okay, Nan, hold on tight. Before the 2 people hiding could react, Su Hian was already driving into the village. As they got closer, the smell of blood grew stronger. Just as he wanted to keep going forward, the leader of the group that had broken into the house earlier appeared with several men, blocking the road. Our village doesn't allow outsiders right now. Turn around and leave, the leader shouted, pointing a knife at Su Hian. Su Hian unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Can I not come in? Seeing that the person was Su Hian, the man's voice trembled slightly, but he tried to stay calm and shouted loudly. During this special time, no one can come in. Su Hian chuckled confidently. Then I insist on coming in today. What will you do? The man looked at the leader and asked, Boss, what should we do? The leading man's eyes flashed with fear. You have been expelled from Su family village. You are no longer part of this village. Now you insist on entering. There must be some hidden plan. You're stopping us because you're afraid we might enter. Have you done something secretive? Ji Nani pushed open the car door and stepped out. The man in charge looked a bit panicked, but quickly regained his composure. You're talking nonsense. You have firearms, so you're definitely not good people. I'm just trying to keep everyone in the village safe by not letting you in. Su Qinghua also opened the car door and got out. Call the village chief. If he doesn't allow us to enter, I will leave immediately. The village chief isn't here. Just leave, said the man with a kitchen knife, pointing it at Su Qinghua and shouting. Suddenly, with a clink, the man's knife fell to the ground, and a bullet whizzed past his cheek. Why isn't the village chief here? Su Hian asked, pointing his firearm at the man. Also, you might not know this, but the person you just pointed your knife at is my father. And I really dislike you pointing a knife and acting so arrogantly. The man's legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground. The leader kicked him hard. Hurry up and apologize. I'm sorry, I was wrong. If you want my forgiveness, you can also call the village chief. The man tilted his head, secretly glancing at the leader. This. Look, we're all from Su family village. There's no need to make things difficult. Before the zombie outbreak, the village chief went to a meeting in the city and hasn't come back. He's really not here. The leader tried to come closer to build rapport, reaching out to put his hand on Su Hian's shoulder. One word of advice. Don't use your dirty hands to touch my man, Jinani said coldly. The leader's hand immediately retracted, and he awkwardly smiled at Jinani. Husband, the second yard on the left is full of corpses. Jinani had already used her mental power to scan the entire village while Su Hian was speaking. Seeing the yard filled with bodies, her anger boiled over. They slaughtered all the elders and children in the village. This was just the beginning of the apocalypse, and these beasts had committed such inhumane acts. Su Hian's eyes flashed with killing intent. Su Qinghua was stunned first, then looked at Jinani with disbelief. Jinani nodded at Su Qinghua, but did not speak. That's where the body is. Please don't talk nonsense. The leading man, hearing Jinani, started to tremble as he spoke. A few men behind him also looked uneasy and dared not look up. It's obvious just by looking. Jinani took a step forward. The leader and the men behind him suddenly became fierce, holding kitchen knives aimed at Jinani. We said outsiders are not allowed in. You insist on coming in. Talking about zombies, just get out. If you don't leave now, we'll fight you, Jinani spoke, and Su Hian kicked the leader in the chest, knocking him several meters away. The men behind tried to stop him. Su Hian leapt up, grabbing the wall with one hand, and quickly stood on top of it. In the yard, the bodies were casually piled together. The dried snow and blood mixed on the ground, even turning the soil of the garden into a deep red. No wonder he smelled such a strong blood scent. Su Hian turned his head and shot a wooden arrow at the leader's leg. The others scattered, trying to run. He casually shot another arrow, hitting a man who immediately fell down. I dare anyone to move. Jinani followed Su Qinghua into the yard and couldn't hold back, vomiting right away. When a wooden arrow hit a zombie's head and blood splattered on her, she didn't feel disgusted, just a bit annoyed. But seeing the pile of bodies and the strong smell of blood in the yard, Jinani truly couldn't hold it in. The bodies at the bottom had been there for a while. Their skin was rotting, and even the bones in their arms were visible. Su Qinghua showed no reaction. He just stared blankly at the pile of bodies, recognizing the man on top, his uncle, whom he had seen just 2 days ago. After a long time, Su Qinghua turned and looked at the leader lying on the ground. He kicked him in the place where he had been shot. The man groaned softly, but dared not make a sound. You animals! Why don't you go kill those zombies if you have the guts? Your grandparents might be inside, or your parents. Su Qinghua's blood pressure suddenly rose. Jinani hurriedly helped him. Husband, wait for me to help Dad into the car, Jinani said, supporting Su Qinghua. Dad, we'll handle everything from here. You go to the car and rest a bit. Su Qinghua clearly felt unwell and decided not to show off. He let Jinani support him as they returned to the car. Every year, he visited his third uncle's house. His third uncle was the only centenarian in the village, and everyone respected him. When something happened in the family, they wanted him to come, hoping to share his good fortune. Actually, Su Qinghua doesn't remember much from his childhood. The parents who once told children not to play with him seem to have changed as they got older. Now, whenever he visits his third uncle, the uncle always greets him warmly. He never expected things to turn out like this. Jinani pointed at a few men behind him. You, go bury the people in the yard. Lay them to rest. Both of you, go and bring out the 3 girls from the room. The 2 men looked at Jinani in surprise, wondering why she knew about the girls inside the room. Hurry up. Do I need to repeat myself? Soo Hyun pointed at them with a wooden stick. Yes, we'll go right now. As soon as the 2 men opened the door, the girls inside started begging, please let us go. Please spare us. Thud, thud, thud. Jinani heard the sound of them kowtowing and walked straight in. The room was a mess. 3 girls, half-dressed, curled up and begging for mercy. They had red marks and bruises all over, their hair messy, and their consciousness was a bit blurry. The room smelled strongly of osmanthus flowers, which made people feel a little nauseous. Go find some clothes. Jinani kicked one of the men. The man ran out quickly, bringing clothes and placing them in front of Jinani. Go wait at the door. The 2 men didn't dare resist. They obediently stood at the door, waiting. Jinani handed the clothes to the girls. If you want revenge, put these on and come out with me. Hearing her voice, the girls slowly looked up, confirming they heard correctly. They took the clothes, hugged them tightly, and burst into tears loudly. Cry if you want. Once you're ready, come out. I'll be outside waiting. No one will dare to hurt you again. After about 10 minutes, 3 people came out holding hands, walking closely together. Maybe because they hadn't seen sunlight in a long time, the sunlight was a bit too bright, and they instinctively raised their hands to block it. The man lying on the ground looked up at the 3, his eyes warning them. The 3 immediately trembled with fear and huddled together. Stop staring and behave yourself, Jinani kicked him again. The man curled up in pain, beads of sweat rolling down his face, and became obedient. Don't be afraid. You're safe now. These men are now in your hands. Do whatever you want with them. Jinani didn't want to get involved in this matter. Out of humanitarian reasons, she was only willing to pass a knife if needed. She couldn't control others' affairs and didn't have the energy for it. One of the girls, looking pure and gentle, looked up with tears in her eyes. She seemed fragile, like a white moonlight, and softly spoke to Jinani. My name is Baiyu. This is Li Jing, and this is Yuan Qing. Thank you for saving us. You're welcome. It was just a small help. Jinani didn't pay much attention to these 3. After the others finished dealing with the bodies in the yard and had Soo Hyun tie everyone up and throw them in an open space, everyone is here. If anyone has bullied you, take revenge as you wish. The food in the house was taken by them, and it's left for you. How you want to handle it is up to you. We're leaving now. Jinani pulled Soo Hyun to leave. Today's events were already more than they should have involved. In the end times, if she couldn't stand up, she would only be bullied. But whether they could stand up or not wasn't her concern. She had done what she needed to do. The rest was none of her business. The girl called Baiyu stopped Jinani and Soo Hyun from leaving. She looked at them carefully and timidly said, Please, can you take us with you? We don't want revenge. We just want to leave here. The 2 girls behind immediately retorted, who said, I don't want revenge. I want to peel these people and skin them. Li Jing is right. These monsters, I want to tear them apart. Li Jing stepped forward with Baiyu and bowed to Jinani and Soo Hyun. Thank you both for saving us. We can't repay you, so we won't trouble you anymore. Jinani nodded without saying much and turned to leave. Li Jing, let go of me. If you want revenge, that's your business. I don't want to. These people are like demons. If we take revenge, they will just come back to hurt us again. Baiyu stopped Soo Hyun and knelt in front of him, tears filling her eyes as they fell one by one. You saved me. Please do the right thing and take me with you. I can do anything. Get lost, Soo Hyun said with a disgusted tone. Baiyu tried to grab Soo Hyun's pant leg, but he dodged her quickly. Sir, Baiyu still didn't give up and kept talking. Jinani kicked her down and looked at Baiyu, who was crying like a broken flower, feeling disgusted. If you want to stay alive, stay away from my man. Stop pretending with him, she said, pulling Soo Hyun and walking away without looking back. As they walked away, Baiyu wiped her tears and looked at Li Jing and Yuan Qing with hatred. Why didn't you help me? Those 2 people look very strong. They even have guns. If we could join them, We wouldn't be bullied anymore. Li Jing was a bit speechless at Bai Yu's way of thinking. They saved us. They don't owe us anything. You don't understand. If you hadn't held us back earlier, we could be leaving this place with them now. Yuan Qing wanted to speak, but was silenced. Li Jing stopped arguing with Bai Yu. This person was hopeless. She picked up a discarded kitchen knife and handed one to Yuan Qing. The two of them looked determined as they walked toward the leader. It was this man who had ruined their lives. Li Jing's eyes were full of anger. The leader looked a little scared but tried to stay calm and shouted, "If you two dare to move me, you'll wish you were never born." Really? Let's see who will wish they were never born next. As Li Jing finished speaking, she raised the knife and slashed at the man's leg. Ah! The man cried out in pain, blood pouring down his leg. Me too. Yuan Qing also attacked. They didn't cut through completely, but after 2 strikes, bones were visible. Yuan Qing added another, hitting what seemed to be a major artery. The man's blood flowed even faster. Bai Yu stood nearby, feeling that Li Jing and Yuan Qing were too cruel, and asked loudly. They looked at Bai Yu as if he was a fool, ignored him, and continued to attack the next man. They had once begged these men many times, but only received more violence in return. The other men, and begging for mercy, kept apologizing, but Li Jing seemed not to hear and worked with Yuan Qing smoothly. One was responsible for hitting, and the other for finishing off. Soon, their clothes were stained with blood. All the men, about a dozen, were dealt with by the 2 women. They turned to look at the leader, who was already dead. Li Jing and Yuan Qing suddenly seemed to lose all their strength, sat on the ground, and kept laughing foolishly. Then, they hugged each other and cried loudly. After a long while, they got up, randomly entered a room, and changed into new clothes. Li Jing looked at Yuan Qing and said, "There are too many bodies here. Zombies will smell the blood and come soon. We must leave." "Jing Jia, I'll listen to you. Okay, from now on, we will rely on each other and survive together in this end of the world." Survive together. The leader had a van. Li Jing found the keys, drove the car to the food storage, and called Bai Yu over. "We'll split the supplies into 3 parts, 1 for each of us." After saying that, she and Yuan Qing started loading things into the car. Bai Yu watched Li Jing and Yuan Qing. After they finished packing their own food, Li Jing started the car, and Yuan Qing sat in the passenger seat. They didn't call him, so he couldn't help but ask, "Jing Jia, Qing Jia, where are you going? Won't you take me with you? All 3 of us are the same. We should stick together. How can you leave me behind?" Li Jing glanced at Bai Yu, who looked like he was about to cry, and coldly said, "We are too cruel. We're afraid to stain your kindness, so we won't take you with us." After saying that, Li Jing stepped on the gas, and the van disappeared from sight. Bai Yu cursed the van for a long time until he was tired and stopped. Suddenly, he heard sounds outside the room. His heart trembled, and he quietly peeked out. There was a man standing among the group of bodies. Upon closer look, he was with those people. Bai Yu quickly turned back, covered her mouth, afraid her breathing might be heard. She started blaming Ji Nani in her mind. It's all their fault. If they didn't miss the escapees, what's the use of being so powerful? The footsteps outside grew closer. Bai Yu's body trembled uncontrollably. She saw open in the door, and she sank down, sitting on the ground. The man pushed the door open and saw Bai Yu. He stepped closer and grabbed her hair, pulling her outside. He threw Bai Yu next to the corpse of the leader. Blood on the ground splattered all over her. "Who killed my brother?" I don't know." "You don't know?" The man looked at Bai Yu with a fierce glare. Bai Yu trembled with fear. "I really don't know, I swear." The man got angry. He grabbed her hair and slammed her onto the ground, losing control. "I really don't." When the man's anger subsided, Bai Yu had already lost her breath. Even at her last moment, Bai Yu was still angry inside. She resented Li Jing and Yuan Qing for leaving her behind, and she resented Ji Nani for not taking her along. They were so powerful, yet they didn't want to bring her with them. The man kicked Bai Yu dismissively, ignoring the bodies on the ground. He walked straight to the room next to the grain storage, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Su Huaqing didn't expect the silence. Instead, he trained more seriously. Su Hian and Jinani didn't mention it again. The matter was simply over. Just like in the past, strange high-temperature weather arrived. Jinani was awakened in the middle of the night by Su Hian, and she found the room was very cold. She looked at the thermometer. Only 1 degree Celsius.
No wonder.
Last night, the indoor temperature was still 16 degrees Celsius. Jinani took out 2 sets of temperature-regulating clothes from her space. They looked like tight-fitting thermal shirts. She handed one to Su Hian. Put this on first, then go find Mom and Dad. This is almost the same as the thermal underwear I wear in winter. Husband, it's really warm now. I'm not cold anymore. After putting on the temperature-regulating clothes, Jinani felt her body temperature rise. High-tech products are really good. Su Hian changed his clothes, and the two of them went out together. I happened to meet Nanshin, who was preparing to knock on the door. Mom, you're awake too.
Come in quickly.
Husband, go call Dad and the others. Jinani pulled Nanshin into the room and took out some temperature-regulating suits for everyone. Mom, you should change into this. Then you won't feel cold. Nanshin hesitated, but changed into the suit. She touched it curiously. This thing is pretty amazing. It feels soft too. Of course, it's high-tech stuff. Just then, Su Hian pushed the door open. Qin Yu saw Jinani wearing a thin outfit and reached out to try to take off her down jacket to put on her. Mom, no need. I'm not cold. Here, wear this. Jinani handed the temperature suit to Qin Yu. Nanshin pulled Qin Yu to change her clothes. Seeing the two dads, Jinani also handed the suit over. Qin Yu held Su Huaqing's hand. Let's go back to our room to change, and then continue sleeping. It's too late. Nanshin yawned and pulled Ji Kongqing back to their room. Jinani and Su Hian distributed the suits to everyone and then went back to sleep. The next noon, Tai Lang looked at the thermometer in his hand, eyes wide. Boss, look, it's 45 degrees Celsius. Is there something wrong with the weather? Last night, it froze us awake, and today it's like they're trying to cook us. Besides that, these suits, boss, you and sister-in-law are really impressive. Tai Lang gave Su Hian a thumbs up. The temperature suits keep the body at a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius. The suits traded with Shang Xingyang can adjust the temperature based on the body's needs. This means if you're naturally warm, the suit will adjust to the most comfortable temperature for you, depending on the environment. If you're cold, it will raise the temperature accordingly. This strange weather lasted for a month, and then it ended. It also meant the end of the world had officially begun. Cha-Cha excitedly told Jinani that most zombies outside had crystal cores in their brains. Recently, many zombies near the old house started wandering around. They couldn't find people or smell anything, so they aimlessly roamed back and forth. Jinani and Su Hian agreed to take everyone out. They had been practicing well in the safe house, but nothing beats real combat for quick improvement. Moreover, the crystal cores need to start being collected, since they will become a valuable currency in the future, and her space also requires them. Seeing everyone in front of her eager and ready, Jinani's mood was also lifted, and she felt a bit excited. Over this period, everyone has adapted their weapons to suit themselves best. For example, Da Zhuang is a strength-type ability user and chose a long, heavy sword, which he wields very impressively. Jinani spoke to everyone. Everyone should work in pairs. Don't try to be brave alone. If there's a problem, call for help immediately. Don't try to handle it alone. Don't worry, sister-in-law, said Tai Lang. Tai Lang has a metal-type ability, similar to Shen Qingqing's. Jinani traded 2 sharp, durable knives for him and another person. They combine their abilities with the knives, making them very powerful, able to cut through large stones from a distance. Ji Kongqing's abilities are even more extraordinary. When Jinani was collecting weapons, she found a prohibited flamethrower among them. She initially thought to see if Ji Kongqing's fire ability could be used with the weapon, which might reduce his energy consumption. But she was stunned when she saw Ji Kongqing burn a wild mountain goat he caught to ashes instantly. Jinani wondered if her father had some special power, which made him so strong. She felt a bit envious. However, thinking about her own ability, Jinani also felt excited. The potted camellia that Grandpa Whitebeard gave her, which had become a spirit, had been kept in her space. 2 nights ago, Grandpa Whitebeard came again to trade for some wine and secretly asked Jinani if the camellia was very powerful. Seeing her confused expression, she realized that Jinani had actually been growing it as a normal camellia. Such a waste. Grandpa Whitebeard couldn't stay calm anymore. His wine was pushed aside, and he told Jinani to quickly bite her finger and let her blood mark the camellia as its owner.